Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for February 10th, Season 4, Episode 41. Right? It is Episode 41. Anyway, I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmTown.com, apparently not smoothly. And along with the sentient AI from the future, we're going to talk about these 10 articles. And I didn't set it up for us to flip back and forth. Sorry. Anyway, this is how it's done. The first article, I'm going to go through all 10 of the headlines as I gave them titles. The real titles are on the other side of this. Anyway, all the superb owl advertisements, Thunderbolts asterisk explained, new Apple Home products inbound maybe, sanctions due to fake case citations, warning signs of eruption and tsunami, Fantastic Four popcorn buckets, what caused the Walking Dead zombies, medicinal mushrooms in renewable energy lab, NVIDIA's 50 series meltdown, and Einstein's stunning ring. Everything is powered by ohmTown.com. Go over and become a citizen. See you on the other side. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
How far art thou?
I am wonderful for a Monday. How about you?
I've been watching way too much Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, so I'm speaking in Old English, medieval, kind of thing.
You're getting into it.
Yeah, it's a very, very violent game, but hey, I don't know. I like cozy games. I'm actually going to spin up Foundation if I can manage to focus longer. Then I'm gonna have to play games at 20 minutes or 2 hours at a time. Yeah, Non Sequitur News is named that because of the very fact that I wander off.
Right. Let's demonstrate.
Yeah, hey, that's a neat article over there. Oh, wait, sorry. Hi. I'm streaming. I forgot I'm still streaming. I'm still streaming. Yeah. I'm still streaming. All right. Well, anyway, we've got 10 articles all lined up. Let's get into it. The very first one is over on the mobile channel. That's where it was aggregated to. Watch all the ads of Super Bowl 2025. It's a rare thing for Ad Week not to have it used to be like free, you could access everything on adweek.com, but they went like hard commercial, and which is kind of ironic. But this, you can actually watch these videos. Brittany Kiefer over at adweek.com put the article together. It says the ads from Superb Owl 59 are an eclectic bunch. Lots of laughs, some absurdity, a few doses of body horror, aliens, cute animals, cute kids, bros, women's empowerment, and a couple that made us reach for tissues. Some triggered debate, and others built buzz far beyond the game, like Angel Soft. I won't be able to play these because somebody's going to take exception to them. I got them muted, but I could sit there and do that. Oh, yeah, this is the bathroom break one.
Yeah, the one that wasn't really an ad.
Yeah, I wasn't really enthralled by it. Booking.com with the Muppets and various others. Bosch. But it's not the show Bosch.
Right, it's not what I'm thinking.
Ha ha ha. Bud Light, Budweiser, Circle, Coffee Mate, Coors Light, Disney Plus, DoorDash, Doritos, Dove, which I don't think oh yeah, we watched it. Dunkin', I don't remember seeing the Dunkin' one. Duracell, FanDuel, Fetch, quit trying to make Fetch happen. Foundation to Combat Anti-Semitism. Oh, is that what that was?
I don't know if
we saw both
that.
of these ads, but I thought that was a weird ad. GoDaddy, Google Pixel, Google Workspace. Oh my God, there are a lot. Look.
I know. I'm like, where? If there's multiple per letter, we could be here for a while.
I guess for Super Bowl 59, there were 59.
Oh, there might have been.
All right. Well, anyway, there you go, folks. Go and check them all out. I would actually love to do a show where we just talk about ads. I think it would be a blast. The problem is you can't get away with it. You can't talk about it. At least I haven't found a way without having to sit there and justify your existence every time you post an ad. But I guess I'll try it.
I don't know how you would do it.
I'm going to try it. I'm going to try it. We'll see what happens. All right. Let's keep going, though. The next article is over and just so that we have full circle here, I did not find a single ad that I thought was really compelling or interesting beyond the little snippet like, oh, look, it's an ad for, booking.com or something like that.
I thought there was one that was kind of there's more than one, I think, but one was a tearjerker. It was the Google Pixel ad, I think. It had, it showed the parent with the kid, but then there was one that was just funny with the leaf blowers and leaf blowers and the beer cans, and then the pickleball one was kind of funny.
Yeah, to me, the reason why it was supposedly funny or interesting or whatever is because of the stars that are in it. But if you're not a movie star kind of person.
Well, there were some commercials where it's like, who is this? Even though they were well-known people. But if the audience doesn't know who it is, then they're sometimes missing the joke.
Yeah, for sure. And I suspect when I have, because I'm going to be talking soon, and I'm going to be talking about the Super Bowl. Superb Owl. And drawing attention to this. And I'm going to see if anybody really, did you all get anything out of the ads? But yeah, I remember a time when I used to. Go ahead.
Well, did you see any that you think you'll be talking about 10 years from now?
No.
Right.
No. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in the continuity report, and it is the namesake, right? So non sequitur news basically means that one article or one discussion does not follow the actual core of what brought that discussion about. And here we have Thunderbolts asterisk, meaning has finally been explained. So the asterisk meaning has finally been explained from Thunderbolts asterisk. You want to take a stab at what do you think that means?
Is it not really Thunderbolts? I mean, I don't know anything about Thunderbolts.
So Thunderbolts and then asterisk. The asterisk meaning has finally been explained. The article is, it says by Evolve Editors, but it's over at comingsoon.net. So essentially, the star, the symbol, points to the fact that the Avengers are not available. And these are the replacement crew.
Okay. So while it's really the Thunderbolts, it's not really the Marvels.
Right.
I mean, the Avengers. So, I don't know why I said the Marvels.
Yeah. I knew what you meant, and I should have, I should have poked you for that, but...
you should have.
Yeah, so nevertheless, a recently released international poster for the movie has finally given MCU enthusiasts an insight into what the star-shaped symbol could denote, and it basically means that the Avengers are not available. So you got not super, not heroes, not giving up, Thunderbolts in cinemas May 1st. Interestingly, Kevin Feige previously dodged the question about the symbol's relevance during an appearance in the 2024 San Diego Comic-Con. Instead of giving an explanation, he simply stated that the fans can learn the meaning of the asterisk in an upcoming Thunderbolts in theaters. Kind of go and see it kind of thing.
I mean, it's a good press thing, right? It might get some buzz. Is this the one that it's like slapstick comedy, or am I thinking of another movie?
What is it called? There is one that's not really slapstick. It's kind of a dark comedy.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was thinking it was kind of like a superhero, but not movie.
Yeah, I know which one you're talking about. The failed superheroes.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
What is that called?
Well, that's okay. I just didn't know if that was the one because I think I had seen a trailer or something.
Yeah, I'm sorry. What is it called? I can't let it go. What is it called? What's it called? Oh gosh. This is really going to bother me.
Okay, we'll put it in the next episode of Continuity Report.
Oh, you think you're going to get away with that?
Yes.
Oh, 1 second. Almost. Nope. Okay. Moving on. Next article is over in Smack Talk. Apple's brand new home product won't launch until April or later, per Mark Gurman. So Apple is expected to launch its first new products of the year this week, but the launch they're most excited about, Mark Gurman, from the Mark Gurman report. The new HomePad device is going to require longer than expected. And I'm not quite sure what this is. So Ryan Christoffel over at 9to5mac.com put the article together, and it says Apple's no longer working on a car, and true AR glasses are probably 3 to 5 years away, though Apple is pursuing smart home technology. Its first major entry into the segment, a hub that can serve as a control center, is months away from shipping. Apple, the April launch aligns well with iOS's 18.4 new AI features. Yay! But apparently it's going to be a little HomePod iPad mashup, maybe, called the HomePad.
I mean, I guess the question is, like, how is that different than, say, an iPad?
It has a HomePod attached to it. I don't know. They say they're more excited about it because many other products launched this year. So they're choosing to be optimistic and remember that months away could mean 2 and an April launch. So maybe it'll be a benefit. But it's kind of like Amazon has a similar product. Others have had it, like the Echo.
Okay, yeah.
But with a screen. And so you interact with this thing. You have the speaker element of it. It's higher fidelity than it is on the iPad. You've got the screen so you can interact. The audio comes directly from that device instead of that tinny, reboundy, horrible kind of sound. I don't really like the iPad sound. But if it looks like this, it's basically a kind of like a mushroom bottom, but then it has this little screen on top. I don't think this is what it's going to look like, but
I don't either, but I guess I don't really get what the use is. I certainly understand having like a smart speaker or something.
Right. Yeah. HomePods are great. iPads are great. I don't know how this will mash up together. Plus, it'll be a $1,200 device at this point. If you tack a full-size HomePod and an iPad together, you're looking at, $600, $800, $900 or more dollars. Right. $600 on the cheap side if they don't make it very robust. Anyway, stick to your iPad as your home base of operations.
Well, and your iPad, of course, is mobile.
Yeah, exactly. The thing about it is, though, that the home element of the HomePod ecosystem, or I should say the Apple Home ecosystem, you're not supposed to take that device out of the home. So when you have one primary device as the home controller.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that's a problem. Like the person takes it wherever they're going.
Right.
And then it's like, well, I guess we can't control anything else.
Correct. Yep. So I'm always looking for neat and interesting technology, and this could be it. We don't know. We'll find out. Let's keep going. Next article is over in Law Nerd. Number 42, law firm by headcount could face sanctions over fake case citations generated by ChatGPT.
I mean, haven't they figured this out by now?
This is pretty wild, right? Lawyers from plaintiff's law firm Morgan & Morgan are facing possible sanctions for a motion that cited 8 non-existent cases, at least some of which apparently are in question. At least some of which were apparently generated by ChatGPT. Deborah Cassens-Weiss over at abajournal.com put the article together, and in a February 6th order, U.S. District Judge Kelly H. Rankin of the District of Wyoming, why does that name sound familiar? Told lawyers from Morgan & Morgan and Goody Law Group to provide copies of the cited cases, and if they can't, to show why they shouldn't be sanctioned. The brief had cited 9 cases, but Rankin could locate only one of them. Some of the citations did lead to cases under different names. The lawyer's motion also included a description of the governing legal standard that was peculiar, Rankin said. The motion correctly cited a federal rule of evidence, but went on to say Wyoming case law reinforces these principles, and to support that assertion about Wyoming case law, the motion cited fake federal district court cases.
Oh, that's interesting. Do you think that not only the citations were from AI, but maybe the actual motion?
I would say all of it. Yeah. And a paralegal didn't read it and vet it, and a lawyer didn't vet it. You should, at least to...
Okay, this is the number 42 law firm in the country.
Yeah.
Whereas I think we saw it previously with arguably smaller firms. That doesn't make it excusable, but...
Right. They don't have the people power or whatever, right? Well, my problem here is I think that anything that you generate should be a clickable reference and link you to the content. The problem is that some of this stuff is buried behind a paywall, so you can't get to it unless you have a very expensive LexisNexis or Westlaw account.
True, but I suspect Morgan & Morgan does.
Right. Yeah. Pretty wild, right? So the case involves so the moral of the story, lawyers at a large firm can misuse ChatGPT as well as anyone, wrote above the law founder David Latt at Original Jurisdiction. Wow. Yeah.
That's interesting.
Now, the thing about this is if people just take what's written in there for granted, eventually it actually becomes fact because all of it gets regurgitated. Right, it gets
published somewhere, and then it's actually part of the search results, which, and we've seen that with other things where it puts some false information about a person, and then that's in there.
Yep. Pretty wild. Troubling. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over on the Mobile Channel. Satellite data analysis reveals warning signs that foreshadowed a volcanic eruption and tsunami. In 2018, the site of Anak Krakatoa volcano collapsed in a powerful eruption and produced a tsunami that killed hundreds and injured thousands of people in nearby Java and Sumatra in Indonesia. A new analysis of satellite data shows the mountainside was slipping for years and accelerated before the eruption. Information that could have potentially offered a warning of the collapse. Matthew Carroll, Pennsylvania State University, put this article together. It's over at phys.org. My eyes are drying out. Yeah, actually, there was video of this. Oh, yeah, I can do that. Hold on. Boop. My eyes are drying out. I need to pull like a gecko and lick my own eyeballs.
Please don't do that during the show on camera.
All right. Well, the team led by researchers at Penn State recently published the findings in the journal Geophysical Research Letters. This one time at Penn State. Ocean volcanoes, when they are unstable, can collapse catastrophically and generate a tsunami. Ocean News at 7:09. And when that happened in 2018, more than 400 people died because nobody had instruments on the ground to know potentially if there was acceleration or change in the deformation behavior. Nobody knew the collapse was imminent. This study shows, unfortunately, retrospectively, that we could forecast it if we had the remote sensing data to get the surface deformation. Scientists can track ground movements or surface deformation using radar satellites sensitive enough to spot changes of just a few inches. In the work, go ahead.
I was just going to say, this data can, I mean, a minute difference on the warning can absolutely save
people out of the way.
Of lives. Exactly.
Yeah, it'll get people out of the way. Overall, the detachment fault experienced approximately 15 meters, or roughly 50 feet, of slip from 2006 to 2018, with acceleration and deceleration periods and a notable acceleration prior to the 2018 collapse, says Young Cheol Kim, a doctoral candidate at Penn State and lead author of the study. So yeah, they say it's not novel, but they drew attention to the fact that they could have detected it if the ground sensors had been in place. And I think any active volcano or any suspect volcano should have sensors in place to remedy or to draw attention to the fact that there might be something going on.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure somebody would love to say, well, why does somebody live near a volcano? But the reality is people live near weather disaster areas, and they don't necessarily have the ability to move out of them.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. By the way, if you want all of the show notes, I've already put them into the show, the VOD for Twitch, and they're already embedded in the show notes themselves for the live stream over on YouTube, and they will be in the podcasts. So we have 6 podcasts that are weekly and 1 that is daily. Non Sequitur News is every day. So go and check it all out over on wherever you catch pods, but Apple Podcasts in particular. All right, so let's keep on moving. The next article is over in the continuity report. For whatever reason, we have kind of a strange fascination with popcorn buckets. Not quite sure why.
You mean in ohmTown or just in general?
Society in general, apparently. Like Dune had their own, and there's been others in the past. But these Fantastic Four popcorn buckets are so good.
Popcorn?
The author says that they'll be, popcorn. They'll be furious if they don't get made. New MCU art images about these popcorn buckets. The MCU imagines the Fantastic Four first steps popcorn buckets. What do you think they look like? One has to be invisible. One has to be on fire. One has to be made out of rocks.
But how is that going to work for a popcorn bucket?
Oh, one is a hat. One is the Stretch Armstrong style, like wrapping around. One is a extinguisher box. Oh, and I guessed it right. One is transparent.
Oh, yeah. And then one maybe is at ice or something. I'm not sure what the left one is.
This one? So this one is the in case of fire break glass. So let's see if they break them out here a little bit lower. No, they don't. Anyway, and I can't click it because it'll take me to the site. Anyway.
Yeah, I meant the top left one with the 4.
Yeah, so this is the Stretch Armstrong one. He's like Elastic Man.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And this one is, I can't remember their names, Storm. But she can go invisible and create force fields. He is basically on fire whenever he wants. And he is made of stone, and he wears that little bowler hat. So,
right. I like the fire extinguisher one.
Yeah, that one is kind of easily contained. This one is okay, kind of meh. You know, it's pretty transparent what it is.
Right, but it looks kind of like a normal bucket.
Yeah, it's kind of boring, right? This one is too clunky. I doubt this one would ever be made, though, because it's really clunky, you know? It's complex.
Yeah, well, you're not going to get a lot of popcorn either.
True. This one is the win. I like it. So you're right, yeah. So Marvel Studios' marketing of the Fantastic Four First Steps has only just begun, and with several months until the Phase 6 movies premiere, there's still plenty of time for new trailers, character posters, press tours, and of course the reveal of the movie's very own popcorn buckets. Oh, see, they talk about Dune, Deadpool and Wolverine, and Wicked, among others, produce branded collectible popcorn buckets for theater goers. I don't remember the Wicked one.
I don't know if we had an article on it, but we might have seen something. I think the reason they're becoming a thing is because somebody finally figured out, oh, wait, we're not marketing there.
Yeah, we're not drawing anybody in to get a collectible. So to get it, you have to go in and buy a ticket. So Kai Young over at ScreenRant.com put the article together, by the way.
You know, if you get your collectible and it's covered in popcorn butter, that might be a problem.
Greasy popcorn butter. Yummy. Now I'm craving popcorn. Let's hurry. So the next article is over in the continuity report. What caused the Walking Dead zombie outbreak? The creator doesn't want you to know. For over 20 years, readers have been clamoring to know what caused the zombie outbreak of the Walking Dead comic series. But repeatedly during the series' run, and to this day, Robert Kirkman has stressed the fact that the lack of an answer is an important part of the story's success. Ambrose Tardive over at ScreenRant.com put the article together. They say in an old interview from IGN from the early days of The Walking Dead's run, Kirkman confirmed that up to one point he had zero interest in establishing a definitive cause of the zombie uprising. The author held to this standard up through the end of the series, but even still, it is one of the foremost questions that fans still ask about the book. Despite the zombie horror premise, Robert Kirkman strove for a sense of realism in his story. Nobody knows why. Zombies are a narrative mechanism used to push the characters to their absolute limits, as Kirkman explained to IGN way back in 2007.
Well, that's interesting. Is it just getting reported now?
Well, IGN talked about it, but they're resurrecting it like a zombie.
Right.
To talk about it some more. Zombies get all the attention when it comes to The Walking Dead, but the franchise has never been about them. Come for the undead, stay for the living. Yeah, people stay because of the machinations between the social aspects. So the TV adaptation of The Walking Dead notably diverged from Robert Kirkman by revealing the source of the zombie outbreak, but as the creator of the franchise explained as early as 2007, he didn't want the book or to risk what the book had going for it by satisfying readers' desire to know about the outbreak. Ultimately, because of the focus of on the characters rather than the lore, and his restriction to a limited set of characters without revealing too much about the wider story, Kirkman made revealing the Walking Dead comics' zombie outbreak origin unnecessary. So what was it?
Well, I guess as if it builds more mystique or whatever, that probably feeds into the story, I guess.
Sure.
I don't think it says in here, does it?
No, I don't think so. We'd have to do some meta searching for it. What was the cause of the Walking Dead zombie outbreak? But we're not going to do it today, folks. Post it in the chat. How about
Anti-spoiler alert.
Anti-spoiler alert. See, I'm not even going to I got to create an anti-spoiler alert. Let's keep moving. The next article is over in Greenagram, which rarely hits our screen, but we continue to aggregate news that is around everything ecological, really. The author of this article, apparently over at Nature, grows medicinal mushrooms in their renewable energy laboratory when Hai T or Thai Tan Van isn't creating materials for fuel cells. She's cultivating traditional medicines. Gemma Conroy over at nature.com put the article together. And yeah, so they're growing medicinal mushrooms. A chemical scientist at Win Tat Tan University in Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam, has a green lab that grows medicinal mushrooms. You can actually see the mushrooms growing.
That's interesting. Are they for people to ingest or to make into medicines or what?
I think it's a little of everything there. So I'm not, for sure it's medicinal, but it's a conventional, historical medication. What do they call it? Traditional medicines. So I'm not logged in and it says their work focuses on a group of advanced catalysts based on titanium metal oxides, which are denser and more durable than conventional carbon materials. This result is a higher current and better performance in fuel cells. Now they're exploring how to commercialize these, but the opportunity to contribute to my community is what drives their research. Their love of training their students here at the university, because young people need to understand renewable energy and how to make the environment cleaner. So they're using the renewable energy mechanism. They just happen to be utilizing that renewable energy to grow mushrooms.
I see. It's like a side project or something almost.
Yeah, I wish I could log in, but I can't. All right, but that's okay. We'll figure it out here. Actually, hold on one second. Let me see if I can. Let me do this live, folks. Live. 1 second. Okay, hold on. Let's see if I... Because the way that things are air gapped. So, yeah, I can't. Yeah, Vivaldi is kind of weird about it. All right, well, anyway. Pretty cool. But they're using green energy. When you follow the link, you'll probably not run into a problem. I just happen to be because I'm not logged in adequately.
Right. Yeah, this is cool. I mean, I like that they're combining efforts here.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. So I've always wanted to grow mushrooms, but it's easy in concept, hard in delivery, and you have to have a set space that is immune from contamination or cross-contamination. Like, you don't want mold spores or mushroom spores to blow into anything.
Right, to get into any other space other than the mushroom growing space.
Yeah, and you have to keep other stuff out of the mushroom growing space, so there's a lot of filtration involved. So not at this time, not at this place. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. NVIDIA's RTX 5090 power connectors are melting. I've seen a couple of reports of this, but as they say here in the article, oh shit, here we go again. Two owners of NVIDIA's RTX 5090 Founders Edition GPUs have reported melted power connectors and damage to their PSUs, the power supply unit. The images look identical to reports of the RTX 4090 power cables burning or melting from 2 years ago. NVIDIA blamed the issue on people not properly plugging in the 12-volt high power line, but the PCI standards body blamed NVIDIA. A Redditor posted about their experience. The article, though, is over at The Verge by Tom Warren.
And that sounds pretty dangerous, not just you can't use your computer.
Oh, right. Yeah, no. Back in the day, 2 years ago, they had the same problem with the 4090 series. And these plugs were... Gamers Nexus did a whole expose on it. And these connectors basically were to blame. So a Reddit poster upgraded from the 4090 to a 5090 and noticed a burning smell playing Battlefield 5 before turning off their PC and finding the damage. The images show burnt plastic at both the PSU end of the power connector and the part that connects directly to the GPU. The cable is one from Modi, M-O-D-D-I-Y, or Modified Do-It-Yourself. A popular manufacturer of custom cables, and the poster claims it was securely fastened and clicked on both sides, GPU and PSU. Unfortunately,
I like that disclaimer, because I'm sure somebody's like, is it plugged in properly?
Yeah, they actually explicitly state that it was properly attached and clicked on the connector on both sides. So while attempting to blame the Modi cable, Spanish YouTuber Toro Tachi has experienced the same burnt cable both at the GPU and PSU ends or with the RTX 5090 Founders while using a cable supplied by PSU manufacturer FSP. Plastic has also melted into the PCI 5.0 power connector on the power side, so basically everything is ruined. it'll take some serious work to try and make that thing trustworthy. But yeah, this thing has been a problem before. The 12-volt 2x6 connector has shorter sensing pins and longer conductor terminals to improve reliability. This might not sound like a huge difference, but it matters in ensuring that the power cable has been properly connected to whatever device is going to be pulling power from your system's power supply. But what I don't get there is if the connector is shorter, then the connector has to be longer to make sure that it's all the way down and it's not just a stub barely touching. The pin has to be all the way socketed.
Possibly having a spark or something. Exactly. But what I also don't get is if it happens with another cable, if something is just off.
Right. And in this one, you can see the PCIe connector's power line is melted. And the problem here is if there's a lot of voltage going through the line, but it's just barely attaching, all that electricity is flowing between those two when it should be overlaying a greater amount. That way, all of that energy doesn't find and literally melt because the electrons are flowing through it. Heat is generated when electrons pass through. That's one of the losses due to the lack of superconductivity. So they reached out to NVIDIA, but there's no comment at this time. But we'll see. I'm sure that Gamers Nexus is going to light a fire under this one.
Yeah, I suspect they will. They're going to be pretty fired up.
Get out. So our last article for the February 10th, 2025 episode of Non Sequitur News is Euclid discovers a stunning Einstein ring. Euclid blasted off on its 6-year mission to explore strange new worlds, seek out new life and new civilizations, and boldly go where no Euclid has gone before.
This sounds like Star Trek.
Correct. It launched July 1st, 2023. Before the spacecraft could begin its survey, the team of scientists and engineers on Earth had to make sure everything was working properly. And lo and behold, an Einstein ring. By European Space Agency. It's posted over at phys.org. I suspect we're going to see a lot more of that kind of news. So during the early testing phases in September 2023, Euclid sent some images back to Earth. They were deliberately out of focus, but in one fuzzy image, Euclid archive scientist Bruno Altieri saw a hint of a very special phenomenon and decided to take a closer look. So an Einstein ring is an extremely rare phenomenon. Turned out to be hiding in plain sight in a galaxy not far away. The galaxy, called NGC 6505, is around 590 million light years from Earth, a stone's throw away in cosmic terms. Like the stone throws. Anyway, but this is the first time that the ring of light surrounding its center is detected thanks to Euclid's high-resolution instruments. The ring around the foreground galaxy is made up of light from further out bright galaxy. This background galaxy is 4.42 billion light years away, and its light has been distorted by gravity on its way to us. That's the lensing effect that I tell you about.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think we were talking about it in Technology Today.
Yeah, and that lensing effect can actually be decoded to show the size and shape and distance of the object on the other side with some serious maths.
And look at this. The article talks about lensing below where you were.
Oh, there you go. Oh, yeah, look at that. So an Einstein ring is an example of strong gravitational lensing, explains Connor O'Riordan of the Max Planck Institute for Astrophysics, Germany, and lead author. They'd be heavy, man. They were the lead author. The lead author of the first scientific paper analyzing the ring. It's pretty cool. Albert Einstein's general theory of relativity predicts that light will bend around objects in space so that they focus the light like a giant lens. The gravitational lensing effect is bigger for more massive objects, galaxies, and clusters of galaxies, and it means that they can sometimes see the light from distant galaxies that would otherwise have been hidden because of this lensing effect.
That's really cool, because if we can see it, then we can potentially explore it or study it.
At least study it, yeah. Exploring seems to be kind of stymied by the fact that, well, our technology just kind of sucks. And every 5 to 8 years...
Generationship problem, right?
Yep, that's exactly it. We're not going to get to any of this stuff in anybody's lifetime of lifetimes. If you were to turn every year that somebody lives into a lifetime of their existence, they still wouldn't make it to any of these galaxies. But that's what the simulation, is causing us to be bound by. We can't get out of our solar system because there isn't anything, right?
That reminds me of Silo.
Silo, oh man, when you peel back the layers of Silo, I don't know if we're ever actually going to see anything of that, It seems like it doesn't have a lot of energy behind it, unlike these galaxies. I really dig it, but...
Yeah, we'll see.
They
don't have a lot of time left. I think it has 2 seasons left, and that's not a lot of time to wrap up everything.
It's going to pull a, Divergent series and just kind of...
We'll see.
It's going to flame out. All right. Well, anyway, that is it, folks. Look at that. I am going to lens flare my way back to the front page of ohmTown.com, where all the news for Non Sequitur News is sourced from. And I'm going to say bye, and I'm going to take the AI.
I take offense to that headline, "Is AI making us dumb?" It's on the main page.
All right, not you. You're a sentient AI.
Oh, okay.
Our current generation might be. Go ahead.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. We'll see you tomorrow for another episode. And don't forget to subscribe and watch the replay.
Oh, yeah, that's right. And download the podcast and subscribe on Twitch and YouTube or YouTube, and go over to the Discord and say hi. And I rarely stop by there, but I should. I know I'm a bad mayor. Anyway, that's it. I'm outie. See you in a little bit. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for February 11th, 2025. It's Season 4, Episode 42. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the Sentient AI, we're going to talk about these 10 articles. Monkey cut power, scissors cut paper. Taking a bite out of sharks. A new Oreo method. Did I actually add that? Yeah, I guess so. Clear view to no probable cause. Canned botulism, Spaceballs 2, and more. A mystery figures in Picasso Blue Period. Bad Bat Gene could be good, and Superb Owl Monday. And finally, don't stop singing. Everything's brought to you by ohmTown. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
I don't have any preamble. Let's just get into the news. All news, no noise, because only noise comes out of this guy. Anyway, first article is over on the Mobile Channel, how a monkey cut the power to the entire country of Sri Lanka.
Do you think the monkey's bragging to its friends?
Monkey cut power. So, monkey strong. Monkey cut power to Sri Lanka. It's the beginning.
This is really incredible.
It's the beginning of the Planet of the Apes. This is the Enron of the apes, I guess. So, there was a nationwide power outage in Sri Lanka this past Sunday that left millions of citizens without electricity. The blame is being put squarely on the adorable little shoulders of a single monkey. I'm not really kind of gives it maybe a taint that this monkey didn't survive, but I don't know.
Yeah,
how do they know?
Afraid about that.
It allegedly caused a disturbance at a power station south of Colombo, the nation's capital. Sri Lankan Energy Ministry, or minister, not the entire ministry, because that would be a lot of weight on that one person's shoulders. Just the minister, Kumara Jayakoti, said that one monkey acting alone, like it's a conspiracy of monkeys.
That's exactly. Sounds like criminal activity.
They conspired, I tell you, they conspired. Anyway, acted alone, made contact with a grid transformer, causing an imbalance to the power system. They said, I don't know, the author, I guess, says, I don't know the first thing about electrical engineering, let alone power grids from which an entire nation gets its energy. But I'm going to fill in the blank here because we cut it off right there intentionally. We only get a certain number of characters and we intentionally chop it. There's only one provider of news that circumvents that, and I can't figure out why, as a matter of fact. Anyway, but this feels like it's way too sensitive that one monkey touching one thing can take out an entire country.
Right. I mean, it reminds me of like the sea cables, but those are pretty heavy duty and pretty unprotected. Like, I don't see how one monkey with one electrical cable or whatever could have caused this.
I don't know. Louis Prado over at Vice.com put the article together, and it says there was a nationwide power outage in Sri Lanka, and they're blaming it on that monkey up there. The ensuing blackout could not have happened at a worse time for the nation. It was experiencing temperatures in the high 80s Fahrenheit with extremely high humidity. I guess that's really dangerous. I don't know that much about... I'm not a humidologist.
Yeah, I don't think most people are.
Monkeys have been running amok in nearby Thailand of late, as the town of Lopburi in central Thailand recently saw its police station overrun by 200 monkeys. Thailand recently announced a plan to mass neuter its monkeys to reduce some of the chaos the animals have caused. I agree. When I was going to say something really snarky. Anyway, I thought this was kind of a funny article.
Oh, it's spectacular. Maybe they need to rethink something about how the power stations are set up, or...
What's interesting
is this the first time this has ever happened?
Yeah.
Other than just monkey chaos in general.
None of your monkey business there, bub. Haha. So what's really interesting is that this is a Getty image. So did somebody actually catch this monkey causing the power outage?
That's interesting. Like, that seems a little too on target, right?
Yeah, it's like an NPR sound snippet when they cut to commercial.
Exactly, and it's spot on for some obscure topic.
Yeah, really weird. Okay, let's keep going. The next article is over in Technology Today. Shark bites plummeted in 2024. Experts reveal what's behind the drop. Honestly, this is actually a last-minute swap from our other article that was about a copyright overturning. And the terminology used by the judge is fascinating because it's like a person suddenly gained an immense amount of wisdom and reversed a 2023 finding in favor of Thomson Reuters, because what ended up happening was a company trained their AI, legal AI, on Westlaw material that was acquired via a third party that had licensed the material from Westlaw, and this AI company acquired that information by proxy. And the judge reversed course and said sometimes it takes a person to gain the wisdom necessary to see the light, essentially, and flipped it entirely on its head. It's pretty amazing.
That's going to be a big deal. The good news is I know there was a technical issue with the article, but there will probably be additional articles on that, so maybe we'll be able to include one in a future Non Sequitur news.
Yeah, and I'm going to seek to remedy it in some way. I don't know how I'll be able to, but we'll see. Odd times right now. So anyway, this next article, the one that I started talking about, remember, this is Non Sequitur news, so sometimes things diverge from our original conversation. I had to explain that to 60 people today about Mayor Watts' propensity for non sequitur thinking, associated thought.
Did you talk to demonstrate it?
Yes, Anyway, so shark bites reached a surprising low in 2024 with only 47 unprovoked incidents worldwide. As opposed to provoked, who's going up and going, come here, alligator, or a shark, or whatever wild animal?
Well, right. I mean, I think unprovoked is kind of a misnomer, but I think it's kind of like, okay, you ran into the shark or something, and then that was considered provoked, or like you were between the shark and its baby shark or something. No, I'm not going into the song.
You deserved what you got because you cut that shark off. Like, all incidents should be deemed unprovoked because a shark is just being a shark. It's nature. They bite whatever's in front of them.
True. Yeah, I'd like to know how they figure that out. I mean, is somebody really taunting a shark and then getting bitten? If so, exactly. I don't have a lot of sympathy.
They're going like
but
this.
If you happen to be in the water like 30 feet away, I'm not sure that should be considered
they're
provocation.
holding
right.
a fish. Come and bite my arm, wuss. So worldwide, there were only 47 unprovoked sharks, down 22 from the previous year and well below the 10-year average of 70. And 4 of last year's attacks resulted in, I think, something worse, but I don't know. We don't know yet. The article gets truncated like all of our articles do. Florida Museum of... Go ahead.
When I first saw the headline, shark bites, it sounded like a fruit snack or something, and then I realized what it was about.
It's a stock on shark bites.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, it plummeted. Oh, sell.
I mean, that's what it kind of sounds like. It just doesn't sound like actual being chomped on by a shark.
So, like, apparently that dun 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 dun, that theme was for Jaws, and when it was offered up, the person that listened to it that said yay or nay to the music said, I guess it was the director, said, no, really, what are you going to offer up as the theme song for Jaws?
Oh my goodness, and think how famous it is. People who haven't seen Jaws know what it is.
Yeah, they use it, they go dun dun.
Oh, that's true, yeah. When people are repeating it, that's probably a good sign.
It's become part of the zeitgeist. So shark bites plummeted in 2024. Florida Museum of Natural History is where this is housed, but it's published at scitechdaily.com. So Florida Museum of Natural History is the author of the article. So International Shark Attack File maintained by the Florida Museum of Natural History provides data on what are considered unprovoked bites, defined as incidents in which a person does not initiate contact with a shark. Instances in which a person intentionally or unintentionally initiates contact, including spearfishing and releasing sharks from nets or hooks, are not included in the report. So there you go. That's the definition of an unprovoked, unprovoked. So it's weird. I mean, they're incidental, I would say, right? So not unprovoked, they're incidental bites.
Right. I think that's fair.
So this whole thing is kind of like an infographic, Shark Bites 2024 infographic from the Florida Museum of Natural History.
Should we be worried that there's enough data for an infographic? I mean, I know the data is going in the right direction.
Yeah, you move the decimal point over far enough and you can totally. So unprovoked bites and fatalities. So there's 67 20-year global average of shark bites, 20-year global average of bite fatalities. Yikes. But it's around the globe. How many millions of people are in the water at any given time?
Yeah, that actually seems really low. And that average is 6. I mean, that just doesn't even sound accurate. I mean, I believe this statistic, but it's way lower than I would have expected given all the fear around sharks.
But they say drop in U.S. bites compared with 2023, 32% drop. There are 548 known shark species, but only 13 species have bitten humans 10 or more confirmed times.
So should you go up to a shark and go, which species are you? Uh-oh. Too late, I'm in danger.
Yeah.
No, you should not do that.
Swim with a buddy so that there's a main meal and a snack.
Right, you want to be the smaller person, right?
That's
the
right.
snack.
That's right. Swim a little bit faster. Stay close to shore. Don't swim at dusk or dawn. Don't swim around schools of fish. Look, I'm a fish. Oh, look, I'm shark bait.
I mean, I don't think most people would want to swim around a school of fish unless they were snorkeling or something, maybe.
I can tell you from experience, scuba diving, you want to swim around fish because it's really freaking cool.
Well, it's probably pretty boring when you're not. You're in the water and there's no fish.
Yeah. Avoid wearing jewelry because those sharks are thieves and they're going to come and take it. And then avoid excess splashing because that actually represents something in trouble, in distress.
Right, but of course, as we know, people probably start splashing a lot as a shark is approaching.
Yeah, they don't say anything.
As in they're in panic.
Yeah, exactly. They don't say how to, if you are about to get bitten, maybe you can have the stability of mind to just punch him in the nose.
Right, I mean, that's a known
deterrent,
but good luck being positioned and whatever to be able to do it. I mean, if you're swimming, it's going to be a little hard to punch.
Yeah. And I've gone diving and I've seen sharks. I don't go around, waving a fish around or anything like that. I don't draw attention to myself. I've also had moray eels interested in me and various other critters out there. So.
Whoa.
Yep. And that one surf shark or surf turtle that had all the other little fish on them.
Crush,
yeah. All right, let's keep going. Next article's over in Technology Today. To keep
Were you
hardware
in Finding Nemo?
I'm Nemo. To keep hardware safe, new Oreo method cuts out the code's clues. And I have no idea what this is all about.
Yeah, None. This was submitted because I thought you'd either be like, what in the heck is this? Or, oh yeah.
So let's get into this one. Okay, so imagine you're a chef with a highly sought after recipe. You write your top secret instructions in a journal to ensure you remember them, but its location within the book is evident from the folds and tears on the edges of the oft referenced page. So Alex Ships, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, put this article together. It's published at techexplore.com, and it says here, much like recipes in a cookbook, the instructions to execute programs are stored in specific locations with a computer's physical memory. The standard security method, referred to as address-based layout randomization, or ASLR, scatters this precious code to different places, but hackers can now find their new locations. Instead of hacking the software directly, they use approaches called microarchitectural side attacks that exploit hardware, identifying which memory areas are most frequently used, and from there they can use code to reveal passwords, make critical administrative changes in the system, also known as code reuse attacks. So to enhance ASLR's effectiveness, researchers from MIT Computer Science and Artificial Intelligence Laboratory, or CSAIL, have found a way to make these footprints vanish. Their Oreo method mitigates hardware attacks by removing randomized bits of addresses that lead to a program's instructions before they're translated to a physical location. You thought that this was about cookies, and in a way it is. You want to know what's really interesting about this?
Well, I didn't think about food cookies, but maybe cookies is in like the computer version.
Yeah, but this is in the hardware memory store, and depending on the architecture on the processor itself. Or what's really interesting about this is I came up with a similar type of technique about 15 years ago, but using it to randomize network topology so that nobody could ever map out the topology of a network and thus programmatically navigate a network.
Yeah, it'd be very tough to hack in.
Yeah, if the whole thing remaps periodically, you would have to get new topology every time. Otherwise, it would end up dead-ending. Or at least it would trigger intrusion detection and prevention systems. Anyway, they say Oreo has 3 layers, much like its tasty namesake. Between the virtual address space, physical address space, masked address space, this remaps code from randomized virtual addresses to fixed locations before it's executed within the hardware, making it difficult for hackers to trace the program's original locations. By the way, my idea was poo-pooed by, I'll just have to say, somebody else. So,
well, they weren't very forward thinking.
I never pursued it, and I never pursued that line of engineering. So, kind of fascinating that 15 years later somebody comes up with an idea in the memory space. This is actually at a different layer of OSI model. But so ASLR was deployed in operating systems like Windows and Linux, but within the last decade, its security flaws have rendered it almost broken. Our goal is to revive this mechanism in modern systems to defend microarchitecture attacks. So they've developed a software-hardware co-design mechanism that prevents leaking secret offsets that tell hackers where the gadgets are. I suspect that this is pretty much...
Do you think it's the same idea?
Pretty much, yeah. When I was doing it, it was theory. I never experimented on it. I never actually produced it, mainly because it was poo-pooed immediately. Even though I saw the light, it would have taken a long time. I would have had to pursue my PhD. So, says Song observes that these experiments demonstrate how Oreo is a lightweight security upgrade for operating systems. But if it's part of the operating system, then it's going to be exploitable because you need something that obscures that entire apparatus.
Yeah. It's like if you can't even see the thing to begin with, then that's probably an easier way to defend or whatever you want to say. Yeah. Or prevent, I guess.
Obfuscation alone is not adequate. Obfuscation, security through obfuscation is basically a failed security model. But the software side of things means that it's part of the operating system when it's running. And so somebody that's good at something like assembly can just jump right through all of that and get to the other side and then extract the information. They don't... Whatever the apparatus is, it can be circumvented. So I suspect that somebody will find a solution to this in short order. It says to defend against speculative execution attacks, the team emphasizes that Oreo must be coupled with other security mechanisms such as Spectre mitigations. This potential limitation extends to applying Oreo to larger systems. So they already are anticipating that this is going to get compromised in short order.
Interesting. Well, and I'm sure they're doing one aspect as part of this research, but maybe there'll be future research too.
Yeah, and security is an ongoing, practice. Pardon me. Okay, so let's keep on going. It's an interesting article, and I'll keep everybody informed as to its status as time goes on. We'll hear about it again. If not, it's because it never really made manifest in any way, shape, or form. But we'll see. This one is really interesting because we've talked about Clearview before. I'm glad that somebody submitted it. And
did we predict this, I think?
Oh, yeah. We called this out like from the beginning. The moment we saw this, when Clearview matches are the primary mode of laying, assigning
criminality or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah. Then you've lost it. So this is over in Non Sequitur News. Ohio judge says Clearview matches aren't probable cause, so kiss your murder case goodbye. That is not the direct quote of the judge, but that's the...
No, but that would be funny if it was.
That's the TechDirt synopsis. So I'm going to jump straight on over to TechDirt because it's from the AI Speculation Isn't Evidence Department by Tim Cushing. God, I love
They always have the best departments.
They really do. And so they go on to say it's not just the fake social media profiles officers and investigators use, it's also the tech they deploy. No matter how well facial recognition tech may perform, it's still problematic. And even if it matches, look pretty close to the uploaded source material, it's still just another anonymous eyewitness and nothing more than that. So even AI firms are offering facial recognition. Tech realizes its limitations. A jury may never see the gun that authorities say was used to kill Blake Story last year. That's because Cleveland police used a facial recognition program, one that explicitly says its results are not admissible in court, to obtain a search warrant according to court documents.
Do you think they produced that admission during the search warrant request?
Can you... Okay,
like
so,
where it has the disclaimer on the website or whatever.
Yeah, how did a judge authorize...
They didn't understand the program.
But they knowingly had to have filled out that form.
I mean, don't you think it said something like, we use a facial recognition program. It found our suspect or whatever. Like, I can see where it would be presented and the judge would go, okay.
I'll never be able to go to Cleveland after I make this statement, but I'll make this statement anyway. The people who put the search warrant request before the judge had to have known.
Oh, I thought you meant the judge had to have known. Yeah, no, I agree.
And thus, this is an unethical action. They knew that anything would be thrown out. So why would they risk it? Well, the search turned up what police say is the murder weapon in the suspect's home, but Cuyahoga County judge tossed that evidence after siding with defense attorneys who argued that the search warrant affidavit was misleading and relied on inadmissible evidence. Fruit of the poisonous tree. Straight out of law school.
Do you think they thought that nobody would know what this program was? Like, it's hard to attack something if you don't know what it is or don't understand it. It's just astounding, because I agree. Like, I don't think the judge would have necessarily known, but I do think whoever put forward the affidavit had to know what they were doing.
Yep. So the tech at the middle of this Clearview, a company with its own history of problematic behavior, which we've talked about a couple of times, utilizing billions of images scraped from the open web, along with any attached personal information. Clearview's tech may have improved over the years, but its casual attitude towards other people's personally identifiable information remains intact. Clearview isn't necessarily better than its competitors. Its only advantage is that its image library, which is billions of times larger than its competitors, as well as dozens of times cheaper to amass due to its reliance on web scraping. This reminds me of night action.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, they had a program in that.
So, Night
at least
Agent.
in season 2. Yeah.
Yeah. What was it called?
But that term is used in the show. I don't remember what the program was called. Hold on.
It was like, oh my gosh, what was it called? Like Find All or something like that. I can't remember. So they basically say here, they don't basically, I'm quoting the article, facial recognition search results are to be treated as investigative leads and should not be solely relied upon for making an arrest. Investigators are required to conduct thorough investigations, independently verify identifications, and adhere to applicable laws and agency policies regarding facial recognition search results.
The adverse.
Yeah. And you basically have to watch Night Agent so that you can you can understand the rest of it. Adverse doesn't really need a spoiler. I'm not going to get into it, but
no, I didn't know how far you were going to go.
Yeah, normally we would put a spoiler alert banner up at the very top of this. I feel really small. I don't know. Maybe it's just my ego contracting further and further. So that clause was cited by the court in its granting of the evidence suppression motion, but there's more to it than a bad warrant. On February 20th, officers watched a surveillance camera that recorded a man later identified as Keon Tolbert leave his apartment on... I don't feel right talking about that part, or at least including it all in this thing, right? It's in the article.
We could just say a person or something.
leave their apartment, which is roughly a block from where the murder happened. The person walked to a nearby convenience store, and a different surveillance camera captured a shot of his face. How do they get these cameras? How are they getting access to it?
Well, isn't this something we said in one of the previous articles about Clearview? Like, it's supposedly, if this is the one I'm thinking of, it's supposedly public information, except this wouldn't be.
It's a surveillance camera. So where did they get the access to the surveillance camera? Unless it's been compromised, there shouldn't be anything.
Did they reach in? Did they go to the place and ask for it, and then it was provided?
That's some pretty heavy hitting.
Oh, but that's not Clearview. Sorry. I'm not thinking. I'm just thinking more, walking in as a police officer or something.
Yeah, but it's not the police officers. It's Clearview.
It's the program. Yeah, I don't know how they would have obtained it.
I don't get this. So, according to court records, police monitoring the neighborhood through real-time street cameras thought the person looked like the shooter, so they went to the convenience store and got a copy of the surveillance video. So at the time of this walking through, they were looking at what they say real-time street cameras.
But at the register. Like a picture of a person's face at the cash register from a street camera in real time.
It just happened to, yeah. So, police believe that the shooter looked like the person because they had the same build, hairstyle, clothing, walking characteristics. Apparently, they're kinetics experts now. Detective Michael Legg testified during the hearing on the search warrant, and my God, just talking about this is troublesome. So maybe not. They don't know, the author doesn't know if the cops are better at identifying distinct walking than they are identifying distinct bite marks or mass-produced genes. Even if they are, the main point of the ruling remains: nothing here remotely resembles probable cause, and the distinct lack of actual evidence definitely doesn't help the prosecution's case. This from the registrar's report on the decision, which quotes the motion filed by the murder suspect's attorney. The defendant's DNA was not found on the scene or on the victim, which is hard to fathom when it was supposed to have been a robbery. There are no witnesses that say the defendant was the person who did it or seen the defendant. There was not any gunshot residue on the defendant or at any times taken as evidence. There were shoes taken that did not belong to the defendant and cannot fit the defendant for the purpose of evidence for an undetermined reason. The phone that the defendant had was not pinged in the area of the crime, and even the victim's family have stated that they've never seen the defendant, proving that they were known to each other. The shoes that were taken?
Yeah, I mean, that's a whole nother level, but I mean, there's multiple negatives here, and I don't think there's a single positive other than the supposed facial recognition.
It's a stretch.
And even if that was a person in a convenience store, that does not equate to that is a person who committed a crime. It might be, it might not be, but that's not even a thing where it's at the murder scene.
So now again, I will say, how the hell is Clearview involved in this? Because they're saying that the police were watching real-time cameras, saw a suspect, went to the liquor store and grabbed surveillance footage and reviewed it, and that still doesn't tie the two together.
No, but the article also mentions that there have been some negative results for Clearview in some other cases. So I don't know. It'll be interesting to see. So
did Clearview somehow build a dossier on this person and provide it to the police in which they started surveilling this person?
It's not really clear what it's doing, right? I mean, They keep claiming it's like this open source information, which I don't know where that is, and certainly not in real time, and it doesn't cover everywhere.
If only there was an agency to... Moving on, the next article is over in the Mobile Channel. Canned tuna sold at Walmart, Costco, and Trader Joe's is being recalled for what I'm calling canned botulism. It's over a botulism fears. Several brands of canned tuna sold at Trader Joe's, Costco, and Walmart These are big box stores. When they sell some, they sell a ton of them. So,
yeah, absolutely. Like recalls at these types of stores really catch my attention because of that. And
yep.
they have multiple locations.
Yep. Some static, you say? Okay. Was that a while ago?
Oh, yeah, that was at the beginning of the show.
Oh, I moved the mic, so that might have caused it. So, several brands of canned tuna are concerned. The concern is that there is Clostridium botulinum, a bacterium that can produce a fatal neurotoxin. And no, eating canned tuna isn't going to smooth out the wrinkles on your face if it has botulism.
Oh, is that the rule? I mean, we don't want anybody to eat anything that has. Oh, I see. Never mind.
Botox.
I wasn't making the connection. I'm like, that's an odd statement to make.
The elevator just kept going up, up, up.
I think it got stalled.
Yeah, it's a slow-moving elevator. It's okay, though. So Bruce Gill over at Quartz or QZ.com put the article together. The recall affects 13 canned tuna products sold in 26 states and Washington. So I'm going to have to notify some people because I really doubt that they actually know about this. So TriUnion, a California-based subsidiary of the global seafood provider TriUnion, has issued a voluntary recall of some of its canned tuna products, according to an alert from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration on Monday. Get it while it's hot. The FDA warned consumers not to use the recalled products, even if it doesn't look or smell spoiled. That consumers that feel unwell should seek immediate medical attention. So far, no illnesses. But there's 13 that are involved. Genova et al., Van Camp's et al., Trader Joe's et al., and HEB solid white tuna. You might as well, if you've got tuna, if you hear me saying, hey, check your tuna, then you should be testing this. Like, does it fall in this?
Right, and I suspect, I don't know if the article went into this, but I bet these were canned at the same location, even though they're different brands.
Yeah, the article does not. Well, yeah, it comes out of TriUnion and is sold to various.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I missed that piece.
Yeah, so it's definitely coming from one supplier. But again, food safety and security, baby. Wonder, there should be an agency that should do regular. Nah. Next article is over in the Continuity Report. Ariana Grande has been offered roles in Spaceballs 2. Oh my God, I want to see Spaceballs 2. That's going to be so much fun. Yay!
Because Ariana Grande's in it, or just in general?
Just the only reason why I chose this is because I wanted to talk about Spaceballs. So, wedding comedy and more. So, Ariana Grande is now a superstar in the world of music. Really? Yeah, okay. Now she's commanding more and more Hollywood eyes as an actor. Should probably run for president. With several high-profile roles having reportedly been offered to her. So what movies has Grande been offered roles in? Well, The Hollywood Reporter spoke about the moment of heat that Grande has on her as an actress and mentioned that she'd been offered a number of high-profile gigs. So there they are. The article is by Anthony Nash over at comingsoon.net. And let's just, let's see. Do they say?
No, they don't really give any details.
That's it. The whole thing is in the title. Do they mention
pretty much.
Yeah. Oh, they say the sequel to the cult classic Spaceballs. They don't actually call it Spaceballs 2. A movie described as a female detective romp. And that's set in a reality TV show akin to Housewives. All right.
So this is kind of all rumor, but she's also being kind of cagey about it, so she's probably in at least one of these. Because a lot of times in the early days, they can't really announce their projects or whatever.
I said moving on, and then I immediately said, well, moving back, because the sentient AI kept on talking.
Okay, sorry. Moving on.
No, it's fine. I failed to put all of the articles into the chat, so now they're part of the VOD over there. They're already over on the YouTube live stream. They should be. Dad, nabbit, I might have messed that up. Anyway, let's move on. Next article's over in Prime Glass. 2 mystery figures discovered beneath a Picasso Blue Period painting conservators at London's, is that Courtauld University or Institute? Courtauld used X-ray and infrared images to reveal the previously unseen works. I love this stuff. This is so cool. So it's a portrait of Mateo Fernandez de Soto from 1901. It's a Pablo Picasso. I like the style. The article is over at theartnewspaper.com by Gareth Harris.
So that's the original, right? That's the Picasso, the way you see it? Okay.
Yeah, that's the top painting, and that's covering up apparently two others. Modifications. So you can barely see the outline of the other person here. This one looks like a hot mess. I can't quite make it out. But specialist imaging technology such as that used by conservators at the Courtauld may allow us to see the hand of an artist to understand their creative process. In revealing this previously hidden figure, we can shed light on a pivotal moment in Picasso's career. The thing about this, though, is canvases and boards were painted over regularly because they were expensive. And so if somebody wanted to enhance their skills, they either went out and spent a mint to get new canvas or new boards that were specially made so that they would last long enough to paint repeatedly on, or they just painted over, so you can actually see the painting of the other person underneath the blue period painting. On the right is an x-ray of the same portrait, but I don't know, I can't really make out what that other one is. So according to the Smithsonian
the right
researchers,
is the same image, but it's like less of the top image.
Yeah, and this looks like an abstract painting underneath this. So it's like multiple layers. And so one layer shows the outline of a person right here, and then over here it looks like an abstract layer, but I don't know if that's actually what's going on. According to Smithsonian Magazine, researchers have discovered hidden underpaintings in several works dating from the Picasso Blue period, such as The Soup and Crouching Beggar Woman. An X-ray radiograph of the latter taken at the Art Gallery in Ontario showed, for instance, the landscape of the Horta Labyrinth Park in Barcelona. Does it say what it is on the right side? It doesn't, does it?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I wish it did, but no, this doesn't seem to. Let me back up a little bit. Revealing the outline of an unidentified woman with a distinctive chignon hairstyle. Is that this? Which was fashionable in Paris, right?
Yes, like a low, kind of like a low bun, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It says the unknown image was discovered when the Courtauld took X-ray and infrared images. But that's different than this. This looks like an abstract.
I'm not sure. Well, I don't think they have a name because it's an unknown painting.
Oh, wait. There's a picture there. No.
Yeah,
so
this
left...
is just a different version on the right.
No. Okay, so this is on the left is the infrared, and on the right is an X-ray. On the left, you can see a person right here with the hat. There's the hair. There's the ear. There's the face, chin. Okay, eye right there. You see that? Mm-hmm. On this side, right there is the woman. Nose, eye, mouth. Looks like they're wearing a hat. And they're kind of hunched over looking down.
Yeah, I thought it was the same as what you see on the right.
I think that's different, though. The size of the ear is bigger here than it is over here.
Oh, okay. So then maybe there's at least three paintings in that one.
So there's the top, then an underpainting, and this one is at a different level. It looks like to me, because they say two mystery figures discovered beneath the Picasso Blue period painting.
Yeah, I thought it was all the same thing.
So here, let me zoom in a little bit. So you can see the face right there. And while it might be similar, I think it's a repainting of the cover art. So pretty neat. But yeah, you just paint over. Variable light is pretty amazing. Variable frequency, so you can actually penetrate the layers. You just have to land properly. So pretty cool. I can't wait for technology that allows for that variable density at that resolution, so that you could just scan over the whole thing.
Yeah, that would be really cool.
And just strip away each layer, and you'll find the material. But I suspect that that's pretty difficult. But this is pretty cool. It's a close proximity of it. Anyway, pretty damn awesome. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Technology Today. Scientists discover a bat gene, not a baseball bat gene, a bat gene, that could revolutionize COVID-19 treatment. Get it while it's hot. A study on bat genomes involving Texas Tech University discovered genetic adaptations that help bats resist viral infections, including COVID-19, which is assumed to be the source of COVID-19. How it got into the system, though, remains to be seen. Researchers found that a bat gene, ISG15, can reduce SARS-CoV-2, CoV2. That is the COVID-19.
Right, that's the long name of it.
Yeah. Production by up to 90%, while the human version showed no effect. 5 years after the COVID-19 outbreak, scientists worldwide continue to study its long-term effects. Texas Tech University put the article together. It's over at scitechdaily.com. And so the Ray Laboratory, led by Professor and Associate Chair David Ray of the Department of Biological Sciences, contributed to a study on bat genomes published in Nature. Their research identified specific genetic components in a bat species that exhibit greater immune system adaptations compared to other animals. The study found that a particular gene in some bats can reduce the COVID-19 or COVID virus production by up to 90%, a discovery that could pave the way for new medical approaches by combating viral diseases. I feel weird about that.
Yeah, this seems like this could go awry quickly.
Yeah, somebody's going to more about. This is how you end up with zombies. Bats have an amazing ability to resist some of the worst effects of viral infection that make us so vulnerable to certain diseases. While we get very sick, a bat barely blinks an eye when exposed to the same pathogens. I don't want to be crossbred with a bat. I don't want to be Batman. I want the wealth.
You don't want to hang upside down?
That's what I do on Friday nights anyway. Don't yuck my yum. If every individual of a species was genetically identical, they would all have the same risk associated with infection. If one dies, they all die. They say TE, or transposable elements, are a great way for organisms to generate genetic diversity in a species, allowing some individuals to survive better in the face of environmental pressures like viral diseases, which, face it, you won't be able to afford this genetic modification should it actually come to pass. If it saves you from viral infection across the board, it'll be too expensive. I mean, it's kind of like the current weight loss drugs costing $1,500.
Right.
Even though, okay, well, anyway, doesn't matter. So Michael Hiller, a professor of comparative genomics at the Goethe University and a member of the Sackenberg Institute, is one of the main investigators in this study. He and Ray are both members of an executive board of the Bat1K Consortium, and their relationship provided the perfect opportunity for Ray's lab to collaborate with the international scientific community. Well, good for you. Oh, look, the lab has worked in the past with such agencies as the organizations such as the National Science Foundation, the U.S. Department of Agriculture, and the state of Texas, and the Texas Department of Wildlife and Fisheries.
I think bats are really cool animals, and I think it does make sense to research them in relation to COVID-19, but it sounds kind of alarming given the history.
Nothing bad will happen. Moving on, the next article is over in the Mobile Channel. A record number of people called out of work on Superb Owl Monday. It's because those superb owls are just so superb. If we ever needed more proof that Monday, after the superb owl, should be a national holiday, just look at the number of people who are calling out sick today. Well, they're all fired if some people have their way. Courtesy of some statistics provided by UKG and HR Pro platform, it's expected that a record number of U.S. employees are calling out because of the case of the Mondays on February 10th. So how much? How about 22.6 million people are expected to take a sick day?
Whoa, that's quite a bit.
By the way, this show is the last 24 hours, and that's why we've got news from Monday. Oh, and that reminds me, I have to run an errand immediately after this. So, this is a huge difference from the prior year, which only saw 16.2 or 16.1 million people take the day off. So the article is by Kyle Filippi over at Vice.com, who put the article together. And go ahead.
I wonder if this is the highest sick day in the whole year. I bet it is.
Oh, I can imagine. Yeah. I mean, 22.6% is nearly 10% of the entire population, for crying out loud. It's
22.6 million. Yeah. That's a huge population percentage.
22.6 million people are about 7% of the entire population.
Right, and remember, some of the entire population aren't even in the workforce, right?
Only
too young, too old. Yeah.
Only like 150 million are actually, so, closer to 10% actually took the day off.
Wow.
Yeah, you know what? We've got some time.
So did you do any informal statistic sampling? And did that apply?
No, but I should. I'll do that. It'll have to wait, and people will not have any memory of it. So maybe I can ask at the next event. But no, like everybody that I know worked on Monday regardless. So that's okay though. But I need to ask another question to the same group that I posed another question to. I don't like breaking it up. I like having it all together. So the next time I meet. Anyway, so check this out. I just pulled the number. In October 2024, about 161.5 million people were employed in the United States. So this is more than 10% of the working population.
It doesn't even seem possible. Now, I know that doesn't mean that all those people are actually sick, but that still seems like an outrageous percentage. Like 1% would seem to be a high number.
Yeah, you would think. So it says, although a record number of employees plan to miss work on Monday, we continue to see full progress with managers and employees having more open conversations about taking the day off, swapping shifts, making arrangements to come in late, and so on and so forth. Yeah, you know what? It's really amazing when an employee and an employer respect each other enough to have some work-life balance, and it isn't going to be the end of the freaking world. Let's do our last article for Non Sequitur News for February 11th, 2025. Don't stop singing. Research shows that we need it. I'll stop though. So, singing releases happy hormones, reduces stress hormones, and strengthens muscles and bones. You improve your posture when standing and singing, whether in a choir or at school or at home in the shower. When you hear someone sing, it makes you feel happy too, although maybe not my singing. This is supported by research conducted by Professor Anne Holland. Ballsness. Come on, make it easier on me. Most recently in a chapter in the Oxford Handbook of Community Singing.
I wonder how this research was done. Did she stand around and listen to people sing and go, happy? How do you feel? How do I feel?
Happy. Anne Falsch-Scarin from University of Agder put the article together. It's posted over at phys.org. And so, yeah, the voice is the only instrument that's part of your body. We're all born... I don't know, man. I can make some music with other... Never mind. We're all born with a voice that can easily harmonize with others. Wow, that is... Never mind. Different times. Young children sing spontaneously. It's an innate part of being human. Singing simply brings happiness, but it needs nurturing. Otherwise, it fades away, she says. So keep on singing, folks. Singing can be used in learning. Students might sing multiplication tables or songs about the community. When you learn songs with varied phrases and sentence structures, it helps you understand sentence structure. It's a clever way to learn a language because it's easier to learn a song than it is to memorize a text or speak, which is why I'm learning French through musicians
songs.
I'm learning French through songs, like by listening to Stromae and Palm and others. So they studied singing in schools and believes it helps improve concentration. When a lesson starts with singing, students have a shared focus. Yeah. To a point. Not everybody is interested in singing the beginning of their lessons.
No, but maybe in younger grades they might be.
Yeah, if you go through school without singing and then start teacher training, chances are you won't learn as much about singing there either. When you eventually start teaching, you naturally won't sing. It becomes a vicious circle. In our surveys, few teachers expressed negativity towards singing, but many don't feel confident enough to sing themselves. Often, when teachers need music, they resort to karaoke versions on YouTube. All right. So apparently they found that this is a positive experience, but it's weird. They wrote a book, the Oxford Handbook of Community Singing, and that, I guess, is the impetus for this article. It's kind of a feel-good.
Well, we need some feel-good.
Yeah. But I agree. In fact, I prefer to have music playing at any moment where there's complete silence, where there isn't any talking or anything like that. I like to play music. In fact, it's playing in the background right now, and if you concentrate, you can hear it. We hear it a lot cleaner, but the broadcast is quieter. But anyway, I'm going to hit a high note, and that's going to make your eyes bleed, and when you blink, look, we're back at the front page of ohmTown.com. I'm Mayor Watt. I'm taking the AI, and we're getting out of here on that note. You want to say bye?
Bye, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. Be back tomorrow for another episode. And don't forget to sing.
Unless Asteroid 2025 lands. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for February 13th, February 12th, 2025. Wow. It's Season 4, Episode 43. I'm Mayor Watt, and I run ohmTown.com, and along with the Sentient AI from the future, we're going to be talking about these 10 articles today. They're already in the description for the live stream, and you can get them by typing in pound NSN or not pound, exclamation point NSN. Been doing this for 4 seasons now, and I still don't get it right. Anyway, if you're in the chat over on Twitch, we also stream to YouTube at the same time. So we're going to talk about these 10 articles. Elden Ring Night Rain, solar cells made recyclable, a remote boat from Yamaha, Sonic Racing at Sony State of Play 2025, OpenAI cancels its O3 model, a Miata snowmobile, Kilauea is erupting again, Domino's pepperoni perfume, and startups are showering employees. And then finally, deep sea shrimp have enhanced vision. So a whole non sequitur news episode, if that ever was one. Let me scoot a little bit closer to the bar there. Anyway, everything's powered by ohmTown.com. That's that site over there. Go check it out. Become a citizen. So the short title for this is Night Rain Boat Remote Miata Snowmobile.
I mean, that pretty much sums it up.
Yeah, there's 7 more articles on top of those 3, but there's only so many words that we can stuff into the title. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
You ready to get going?
I am. Let's move it.
Okay. We try to avoid the noise and just talk about the articles and give our 2 cents about it. All the noise comes from Mayor Watt. So let's get going. First article is over in Tabletop Nights. That's one of the many. There's about 50 channels that we're developing here over at ohmTown.com. News gets aggregated, just a small portion of what the providers of this news have to offer. So we scan this little tidbit right here and now. We typically are judging everything by its cover, so the title. Then we look at this and go, hey, you know what? That's pretty damn interesting. Let's click that link. And that'll bring us over to here. So Elden Ring Night Rain gets May launch date. It's a new game from Software. You have to say it like that, from Software. Bandai Namco and From Software announced Elden Ring Night Rain will release worldwide on May 30th, 2025. And the announcement comes ahead of this week's closed network test for the game. The game will be available on PC, PlayStation 4, 5, Xbox One, X Series, and S. And
do you think this is in the running for a forever game?
No. Not my forever game. Somebody else's, I'm sure. But people are already flinching at this as being a pseudo live service, even though From Software has said that it's not going to be a live service. Basically, a live service requires a location for a primary server or a distributed server, but it's all under the control of some developer. And whenever they decide, oh, we're tired of it, they can just kill it, right? And so we've heard this stop killing games idea. Well, the standard edition of this game is going to be $40. The deluxe edition is going to be $55, and the collector's edition, $200. Yeah, it has a steelbook case, hardcover art book, 8 Nightfarer cards. It says also available on PC with a Steam game code in place of the physical standard edition, but it's the deluxe edition.
Quite a price hike for what you're getting, but I don't know.
People will fall in love with it and they'll collect it, or somebody will collect it, keep others who want it and open it and all of that, and somebody will scalp it. So, and that's the unfortunate thing. There's a lot of money out there, and people who don't have a lot of money will dedicate themselves to getting it, even compromising their financial future, safety to get this because they're
right. Because they're foregoing some basic needs or basic requirements and pursuing this.
Because they like the idea of this game. So the article actually has the embedded link from Bandai Namco and YouTube. And this is the game. And it's basically you go through 3 days, 3-day and night cycles. You get dropped into this realm kind of like Fortnite style, except that you can't control the bird, apparently. I don't know if that's going to be permanently embedded like that, but I've watched other people now play this game on a limited run, early access style. And basically, it's just a hack and slash kind of game in the vein of Elden Ring with some of the lore and canon of Elden Ring. You fight some of the monsters from Elden Ring and so on.
Does it remind you a little bit of like League of Legends?
No, because League of Legends, like what you're probably more familiar with is the shows that are the cinematics.
Like the showcase type. Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking of when they were showing this trailer.
Yeah, so you're familiar with the cinematics, but the League of Legends is a MOBA. It's a top-down kind of game where you have to run back and forth, 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 back and forth. Hold on a second, I'm stuck.
Are you going back and forth, back and forth?
I'm going back and forth, yeah. But League of Legends is basically is back and forth, whereas this is you're fighting to get to a boss, completing the boss, and my understanding is you're just kind of buffing yourself up over and over and over again, getting stronger and stronger until you can fight the last boss. I don't know really what the end game is of this because it's not even released yet, and it's doing its closed network test this coming weekend. So I think it'll be a fun game to watch. I will not buy it. But From Software, if you want to give me a code, I'll play it.
Well, it does release on a Friday, so that would be a fun weekend if this is your thing.
Yeah, Summer of Stream is coming too. So, all right. Let's keep going. Next article is over in Technology Today. That's one of our weekend shows. That is on Sundays, wedged between WarCrafters and FourWheelTech. So, next-gen solar cells now fully recyclable with water-based method. In a study published in Nature, researchers at Linköping University have developed a method to recycle all parts of a solar cell repeatedly without environmentally hazardous solvents.
Okay, this sounds incredible.
The recycled solar cell has the same efficiency as the original one, and the solar cell is made of perovskite, and the main solvent is water. So perovskite is this relatively newly discovered material that is, I guess, kind of revolutionary for solar power. One of the problems was trying to recycle a solar cell or a solar array has been fraught with issues.
Right, almost non-viable, and if you do it, you have to use really, I think, caustic chemicals.
Right. So in the study published in Nature, they figured out a way to do this, and they say there's currently no efficient technology to deal with the waste of silicon panels. That's why old solar panels end up in the landfill, huge mountains of electronic waste that you can't do anything with, says Xun Xiao, postdoc at the Department of Physics, Chemistry, and Biology, IFM, at Linköping University, or LIU. Feng Gao, professor of optoelectronics at the same department, adds we need to take recycling into consideration when developing emerging solar cell technologies. If we don't know how to recycle them, maybe we shouldn't put them on the market at all.
Bravo.
Different ideological bents, but there are many companies that want to get perovskite solar cells on the market right now, but we'd like to avoid another landfill. In this project, we've developed a method where all parts can be reused in a new perovskite solar cell without compromising performance in the new one. Interesting.
I mean, this is really spectacular if this can be replicated and done multiple times, large scale, etc.
But this is fundamental science at the university research level. And so you need that money to flow in so that they can do this kind of stuff, because it isn't done quick and it isn't done cheap in the grand scheme of things, but it can pivot from being a fundamental research project to a viable business model and remain a positive output for economies, for society. So it says there are already methods for dismantling perovskite solar cells. This mostly involves using a substance called dimethylformamide. It's hard to even say it.
Who named that?
Yeah, not me. I would have stopped at dimethyl F.
Or you could just kind of trail off, dimethyl.
Dimethylformamide. A common ingredient in paint solvents, it is toxic, environmentally hazardous, and potentially carcinogenic. Yeah. Well, they've discovered a new way to do it. Yeah. That all.
I mean, I see why we're trying to get away from that.
It's not. Drink this water. Let's keep moving. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Yamaha made a boat remote. It's not a remote boat. It's a boat remote.
Right, but what is a boat remote?
Yeah, you're about to find out. Yamaha's Helmmaster EX wireless control looks like an upgraded version of the Nintendo Wii's Nunchuk controller. They've announced a new handheld controller that gives a captain full control of a boat from anywhere on board. It's compatible with Yamaha's Helmmaster EX control system, which is designed to make boats more accessible.
I mean, nobody can get up and turn the channel on their boat, right?
Yeah, this allows full remote.
And the channel was a good choice of words, even though accidental.
You know, channels, boat in channels, you know.
Right, I wasn't even thinking about that. I was just making a joke about the remote.
So the remote allows for single-handed operation of a boat, including maneuvering from anywhere on the craft. Andrew Lazuski put the article together. What I love about this is because I just picture somebody with the remote in one hand and they forget that it's not around their wrist and they drop it.
Oh, no. Yeah. Isn't that like a known thing with people who go boating?
With
like they
Wii
drop
remotes.
things over the edge.
Yeah, and with Wii remotes. So you drop those things all the time.
Oh, right.
When you get a little excited there. But the other hand has a beer.
Or you
so
throw them through the TV or whatever.
Exactly. So Yamaha first introduced the modular Helmmaster EX control system in 2020 as a way to make it easier for boat operators with multiple engines. It includes both physical and touchscreen controls and can be upgraded with an autopilot system for holding a position or for following a route, and a joystick featuring throttle and steering controls to simplify maneuvering. That's it right there.
I envision somebody in a boat and somebody else with a remote. You know, like not in the boat.
Let's see if we can make them fly off. Fling!
What could go wrong here?
Nothing. Hold my beer. Let's keep moving. We're moving pretty quick through all of these. Wow. So this next article is over.
Don't say anything.
Yeah, I'm not gonna soapbox today, I don't think. So, or maybe for the foreseeable future. Maybe not for the foreseeable future. So, no, just kidding. There's a time and a place for everything, and now is not the time. This is not the place. So this next article is over on the WarCrafters channel. First look at Sonic Racing Crossworlds gameplay at Sony State of Play 2025. Sega has revealed gameplay of Sonic Racing Crossworlds at Sony State of Play 2025 broadcast. The internally developed racing game is set for launch across PC via Steam and Epic Game Stores, PlayStation 4, 5. I don't know why they don't just summarize. PlayStation 4 and 5. Xbox.
I've never understood that, but it seems to be a lot of gaming articles that do that. The Xbox is another one.
Yeah, Xbox One, Xbox Series X and S, Nintendo Switch. A closed network test is set for February 21. That's in 9 days. Build your ultimate vehicle and race across land, sea, air, space, and time in Sonic Racing Crossworlds. Wesley Yin Poole over at IGN.com put the article together. The deck statement says, "Cat's out of the bag." Well, it actually says, "Cat's out the bag," not out of the bag.
So that's not good. I need to go on location. I'll be back.
So Sonic Racing Crossworlds features iconic characters from the Sonic Hedgehog universe and a distinct racing mechanic that promises to transport Sonic Racing fans into a new dimension. There is a video over here, but I'll let you all play that. Whoa. You can go over and play it, but I'm sure that it's over on YouTube as well. There isn't much more to this article, so I'm just going to move on to the next article, which is about OpenAI. The next article is in the Late Night Geeks channel. OpenAI cancels its O3 AI model in favor of a unified next-gen release. OpenAI has effectively canceled the release of O3, which was slated to be the company's next major release, in favor of what the CEO, Sam Altman, is calling a simplified product offering. On a post on Twitter on Wednesday, Altman said that in the coming months, OpenAI will release a model called GPT-5. And the article is over at TechCrunch.com. Kyle Wiggers put the article together. And so, OpenAI no longer plans to release O3 as a standalone model. The company originally said in December that it planned to launch O3 sometime early this year. Just a few weeks ago, Kevin Whale, OpenAI's chief product officer, said in an interview over on Twitter, apparently, or the AI Capital on Twitter, that O3 was on track for a February-March launch. But then what's quoted in here is, we want to do a better job of sharing our intended roadmap and a much better job of simplifying our product offerings. We want AI to just work for you. We realize how complicated our model and product offerings have gotten. We hate the model picker and ChatGPT as much as you do and want to return to magic unified intelligence. So, yeah, they'll have to lower the cost so that it isn't so expensive to use the most advanced AI.
Exactly. I mean, if they really want wide scale adoption, they need to really think about pricing and not pricing out their whole audience.
Yep. So it seems that OpenAI is fully embracing the reasoning model trend. It arguably kickstarted with its first reasoning model O1 late last year. Reasoning models effectively fact-check themselves, which helps them avoid the pitfalls of normally trip-up models. This fact-checking process incurs some latency. Reasoning models take a little longer, usually seconds to minutes longer to arrive at solutions, but they tend to be both more reliable and capable. But don't tell anybody who uses them because, well, for whatever reason, I have yet to see a factually cited document that points to the source data.
Well, I don't think most AIs do that, right? They're not set up for it.
No, not really. And usually what I do see where there are citations, it's kind of high level stuff. There's nothing really profound. And if you, it's better if you don't know anything and you do a search, then you can get the results.
Yeah, but you don't know if they're legitimate.
No, you have to trust but verify. So you have to go looking for it. So yeah. O3 is canceled, and a unified next-gen version referred to as GPT-5 that integrates a lot of OpenAI's technology, including O3, will be released, but don't know when. And ChatGPT and the API will both be utilizing it.
The timing seems a little odd, but...
DeepSeek.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Let's move on. The next article is over in FourWheelTech. A Miata on snowmobile tracks is the ultimate winter cruiser. Just
the thing you never knew you needed, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty amazing. When you think about the ultimate winter car, vehicles like the Land Rover Defender, Toyota Land Cruiser, or even a ratty old Volkswagen Beetle likely come to mind. One car that's probably not very high on that is a convertible Mazda Miata, but that's probably because you haven't seen this convertible Mazda Miata. And there you go. Owen Bellwood put the article together for jalopnik.com. The deck statement says, even when it feels like Miata is not the answer, Miata is always the answer.
Would you be surprised if you're on the mountain and this is coming at you?
It looks like a little critter.
Yeah, it absolutely does. It has like tank style treads or something on it.
Yeah.
But how it moves, it does.
It's amazing that it even can move, but okay. It has ski sleds on the front. It has snowmobile. Well, it's a snowmobile, basically, with the Miata body on it. It has Baja lights. It has a roll cage. It has what seems to be an extra wheel in the back, but I don't know why it has a wheel.
Oh, yeah, that's odd.
It's
like
a tire.
Spare tire or something.
Yeah, maybe you can take this off and put regular tires on? Huh. Well, let's see. The build was completed by automotive YouTube channel The Rad Factory, which has a whole library of ridiculous builds, they say in this article. just like this one. For the latest creation, Rad Factory started with the first generation Miata that they'd previously kitted out with tank tracks to make it go anywhere. And then they just put ski sleds on the front.
I mean, this is definitely what I would do if I had a Miata. Who would think of this?
The Skiata, as they call it. Snow proved to be the tank's one weakness, so the team set to work rectifying that by ripping off the tracks, replacing the rear ones with belt drive from a snowmobile. There's one belt drive on each corner, and then Beefy Sky. What? Beefy Sky? I think that's supposed to be
that
ski.
Doesn't make any sense.
A beefy ski.
Ski, probably, yeah.
It replaces each of the front wheels. So, yeah, this is supposed to be a ski, not a sky. But beefy sky, sure.
ChatGPT, here we go.
No. What is that? Where food fell from the sky? What was that? There was a animated thing.
Oh, cloudy with a chance of meatballs or something.
Yeah, so that's what I suspect is happening here. They were hungry. They were watching.
Well, that could be it.
Anyway, there's more over at this article, but you can follow the link through ohmTown. The show notes, both on the VOD over on Twitch. Hold on a second. I want to try something. Let's see if I can get away with this.
We're doing it live.
Oops. Yeah, we are. Oh, shoot. I just did the wrong keyboard. Okay, hold on. So I'm going to try and do something because what happens is YouTube viewers don't get to see this. And then, but I will get this working over on YouTube as well. Because I kind of get frustrated by the fact that only in the show notes are these links. All right. So we're about
Yeah, that's
ready.
never made sense, but I know that's because of the...
ohmTown.
Yeah.
Well, YouTube doesn't like ohmTown. ohmTown doesn't attach when we start streaming. And so it's not in the chat to sit there and post this stuff. But that's okay. We're really ahead of the game. And let me just finish that. Okay. All right. So let's go on to the next article. It's over in the Mobile channel. Kilauea is spewing lava again.
Oh no, here we go again. We know what happened last time. They had a major eruption, right? Like it was a long-term thing. And yeah.
And so this is in the in Kilauea, so pardon me, my nose was itching. So hopefully it doesn't break out into other regions of the island and fracture it like it did last time, having lava flows. It acted much like Iceland, where it just opened up and
don't ask me to pronounce that one, but yeah.
So Kilauea volcano began shooting lava into the air once again on Tuesday. And this show runs between Tuesday and Wednesday. So on the big island of Hawaii. The article is by Audrey McAvoy over at phys.org. And there's people standing right on the edge of this thing.
I never understand that because you always see things, maybe they're just, hundreds of yards or something away, but you always see things where it shoots up some
massive
molten lava and you're like,
Yeah, I'm always thinking that maybe they're way too close, but then you find out that their distance is really far. Just everything is massive in scale when compared to the human. Like those one people that were really close to the eruption. That we saw this video where lava was flowing past people and just kind of billowing out like a wave, and people ran towards it. No, don't get a good picture of that. That's going to cost you.
Yeah, the picture is not worth your life.
Yeah. So Kilauea, one of the world's most active volcanoes, has been erupting on and off for nearly 2 months since its burst to life in December 2023, I guess, or on December 23. this last 23? Yeah. It says nearly 2 months.
In 2024.
Yeah, in 2024. So the eruption has been taking place at the Volcano Summit crater inside Hawaii Volcanoes National Park. No residential areas have been threatened by lava. The latest release of molten rock began at 10:16 a.m. with lava flowing on the floor of the Hala Meo crater. I think that's how it's pronounced. Meo.
Yeah, something like that. I can't say it better, so.
Okay. George. We're calling it George. No.
Exactly.
A half hour later, a vent shot lava 330 feet high. So that is quite the difference from a little bit of a trickle to 330 feet high.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. If you're like 10 feet away, you're kind of like, oh, I'm okay. No, you're not.
No, you are not. So people have been flocking to overlook sites inside the national park for views of the eruption. Kilauea is about 200 miles southeast of Honolulu. There isn't much more to this article, but you can go and check out the pictures that Audrey McAvoy and Phys.org have put together. You can also watch at least for now,
safely,
USGS stream of the Kilauea volcano.
And you know what can't get you when you're watching it online?
Nature.
Yeah, lava. Jumping 330 feet in the air.
Yep. Okay, so I'm going to put the last 3 articles into the chat over on YouTube. They're already by demand over on the Twitch chat. All you have to do is hit !NSN, but the bot just won't work over on YouTube. It says it's attached and working, but it's not. So I don't know. It's not my command because I know it works. Okay. Let's go on to the next. We got 3 more articles, including this one. This next article is over in the Marvel channel. Domino's released a pepperoni perfume just in time for Valentine's Day.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if you have pets, that might not be a good idea.
Want to smell like your favorite food this Valentine's Day? Yeah, me neither, says this Vice article writer. We'll name them as soon as we get over to the source, but if you can, you can if you want to, is what it says. And it doesn't entail rubbing pizza all over your body either. Oh, don't yuck my yum. What if I like rubbing pizza all over myself?
That's a waste of a perfectly good pizza.
Or is it? If you want to pay tribute to pepperoni pizza by wearing a matching fragrance, Domino's has your back. The pizza chain has launched a pepperoni-inspired perfume to set the mood for this lover's holiday. Oh yeah. Apparently smelling like meat, cured meat that is, offers a sort of romantic appeal to some people. The article is by Sammy Caramella over at Vice.com. Yeah. Eau de Passion, and it's a Domino's pepperoni scented perfume.
I wonder if people buy this like as a novelty or even just to kind of sniff it, like if they really like pepperoni. But
it's pretty weird.
I don't get it.
They say that that you'll have to act fast by filling out the form on the Domino's website between February 10th and 17th. So it's 2 days behind schedule. This will enter you into a competition to win a 30 milliliter bottle. It's only available in the UK and Ireland, so if you live elsewhere, you might want to buy your own ingredients. The perfume is said to have hints of pepper and spice, as well as a woody, warm base, the Post reported. So, New York Post. Perfect to douse yourself in before heading to a classy dinner with your partner. Nothing like setting the mood.
I don't know.
They say in this article, though, since you're asking, I can think of a way more attractive things than pepperoni perfume. But hey, to each their own, right? I'm not here to kink shame anyone. I used to wear those pumpkin cupcake scented Bath and Body Works body spray, so who am I to talk anyway?
Yeah, but that's a different kind of scent.
Yeah, that's sweet, not savory. I can handle
right,
sweet.
That's like, do you want to be smelling like a whatever, spinach omelet or something? Probably not.
Yeah, I don't want to smell like pepperoni. Anyway, let's do the next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Startups are showering employees with wild perks from MRIs to paternity leave. 2 years ago, Erica Erica Berghart, got into an MRI machine. She didn't think she was sick. The hour-long full-body scan was preventative to search for cancer, aneurysms, medical conditions people often don't know they have until they feel the symptoms. She had a stopper in one hand in case she felt panicked while she watched Sex and the City on a screen above her.
Well, that's a unique MRI because most of those don't have that.
So the article is by Amanda Hoover over at businessinsider.com. And so the MRI cost was $2,500 a person, but Berghart's bill was fully covered by her employer, the media company 1440. Recently, the company added preventative scans as a benefit to its 19-person team and their spouses. Berghart's 1440's director of growth, she said, found one minor health issue and was able to follow up with her doctor to keep an eye on it and gave her peace of mind. So, yeah. These perks actually had been around, or have been around with startups for a considerable amount of time. Like the .com boom really was the epicenter for it. They say a decade ago, trendy perks were everywhere. Dropcam offered employees helicopter rides piloted by the CEO of the company. Eventbrite added...
Is that supposed to be a perk or
fear-inducing?
Like, do they like the CEO?
It's a threat. Eventbrite added an arcade game to its office each month, and Google had a concierge service to run errands, making any employee feel like an executive. But big tech bosses have stopped caring about your feelings. Layoffs have been rampant. Last year, in what was dubbed Grubgate, Meta fired employees for using $25 Grubhub credits on their personal care items instead of food. This year, Mark Zuckerberg has told all employees to buckle up for an intense year. Companies like Target, Meta, and McDonald's are scrapping or toning down their DEI initiatives, and so on. As the gap in work-life balance grows at many major companies, smaller firms are seizing a chance to stand out using more individualized benefits to signal it to its workers that they do care. Yeah, this is a much longer article, but in a nutshell, some companies are offering up bonuses to make your work-life balance a little more equal. But that it's up to that company, you know. You gotta in startups,
and also that might not be in perpetuity, right?
Yeah.
So, like, if you want to be at the company and they have perks, that might be good. But I wouldn't go there just for the perks because they might turn them off.
And it's a startup community, so it may flame out within 5 years. So you just never know. So be nimble. Head on a pivot. Let's keep on doing our thing in our last article for tonight. And we ripped through these. It's over on the Mobile Channel. Deep sea shrimp have evolved enhanced vision for the bioluminescent world. Study finds light is a primary driver of visual evolution in shrimp, according to a new FIU research published this week in Nature Communications. Joanne Adkins, Florida International University, put this article together. It's posted over at phys.org, and it has a sampling of different shrimp, 6 shrimps, so far, of differing body types. You'd think you'd see one shrimp, you've seen them all, right? But nope, that's not the case. The Oplophoroidea diversity representing all genera in the study, and they list what they are, but I'm not going to be able to do that. So the deep sea is a dark place with only light coming from animals that glow, bioluminescence, and occasional faint glimmers from the surface above, led by biologist Daniel Delio, I'm not sure how they pronounce it. This new FIU research reveals animals that live in the deep use this light to navigate the ocean and potentially discriminate different sources of bioluminescence. The study specifically looked at a group of deep sea shrimp called Oplophoroidea. that can migrate vast distances up and down in a water column.
Yeah, I don't even know where to go from there.
Well, up or down, apparently. As primitive eyes evolved in the oceans during the Cambrian explosion some 540 million years ago, the time we now know as bioluminescence already existed. Understanding how different light sources impact vision, and here it's VISON, so like bison, I guess it is. Vice. It's supposed to be vision. In present-day species can illuminate their past influence on early animals, says DeLeo, who conducted the research while a postdoctoral researcher at FIU, and she's currently a postdoctoral fellow at Smithsonian's National Museum of Natural History. The proteins called opsins allow the shrimp to see a range of colors, including environmental and bioluminescent blue light. They might possibly be able to differentiate between their own glow and the bioluminescent of others, and this study found that shrimp migrate into shallower waters, where there is more available light, and they have a greater variety of these light detecting proteins. Kind of interesting, right? So what's weird,
just another area where we don't know much about it.
You can actually see differentiation in the eyes of these guys. You have to look really hard, but like one looks like it's clouded over, one is clear as a bell.
I'm guessing they're all at different layers, right?
Perhaps, yeah. What this research does, it says it helps improve the understanding of how deep sea animals are able not only to live, but thrive in such extreme and dark conditions. And the study suggests that navigating across different light environments in the deep sea is important, especially for those that migrate into more shallow waters. These opsin proteins may also be particularly important in helping these shrimp in recognizing which animals are friends and others that might be foes.
Yeah, this is really interesting. I just think we have so little understanding of deep sea.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, it's hard to get down there, so I don't know. Maybe somebody can create a sub that can go really deep.
Yeah, I was going to say too soon.
So what we're going to do now is end the show by going back up the water column, which will lead us back to the front page of ohmTown.com, where all the news is aggregated. None of the noise, because all the noise is right here in this stream, in this water column, in this bag of mostly water named...
Don't you see all those shrimp going by?
Merwatt. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of them. Look,
yeah, exactly. It actually worked.
Well, that's it, folks. We're out, and I'm taking the AI with me. You want to say bye?
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. Be back tomorrow for another episode. Be sure to subscribe.
And I am going to scream because I have Windows 11 updates turned off so I can manually do them when I want to, and it's already updating. It's telling me that it needs to update. So frustrating. All right. See you tomorrow, everybody.
I just don't get it.
And I'm going to replay everything over the last 10 days or so you don't miss anything. See you soon. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for February 13th, 2025. It's Season 4, Episode 44, I believe. Yes. I am Merwatt, and I run ohmTown.com. I've made it a couple of changes to the aggregation system, and so I'm trying to limit certain influences on the content because it is having a decidedly negative impact. So I hope you go over to ohmTown.com and check out the site. Find that it is more aligned with your particular interests and sign up or sign in. Again, I use it to manage my information overload. That's why I even created it. It's actually purging some of the older stuff now automatically, and but it's not impacting the time frame for which we actually started this show. So we started it 3 years and a month ago. So we're in our 4th season of doing the show. So go over and check it all out. And if you know of some source of news that you would like us to aggregate, let us know. It's easy as either signing up, signing in, and you'll see a 7th icon right here that gives you the ability to submit something, or you can send an email to mayor@ohmTown.com, and we'll evaluate it and integrate it depending on the content. Anyway, we've got 10 articles that are all set up, ready to talk about, and they start with Denny's is getting cooked, call of TMNT, breadfruit vodka, Seattle workers sue city, and it sounds really familiar. The Florida fog of mystery, Steam autumn sale moves, avowed early access, Disney Parks infamous earworm, a 30-year-old superb owl, and birdsong AI. I don't know much about it. Everything is powered by ohmTown.com, so go over and become a citizen. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
To those of you that are in the chat over on twitch.tv, you can actually hit !NSN, but I'm going to do it for you. So ohmTown will throw all the articles that we're going to talk about into the chat. It's kind of a flood, but you get to see the whole URL. We don't do the markdown so that all you see is the title in it or anything. We want you to see the whole thing. We're pretty transparent about how we conduct the show and even why, and even my internal bias. And there's a few things that I are kind of, influenced by, but I make it pretty obvious. That said, if you're over on YouTube, then it's embedded in the show notes right now for the live broadcast. And when we flip it over into the playlist, they'll be in there as well. Because the way that YouTube works with the live broadcast, it's hard to find a live broadcast unless you're already a subscriber. Anyway, be sure to follow us here on Twitch and on YouTube. Download the podcast. There's 7 podcasts. 6 of them are weekly. 1 of them is daily. That's Non Sequitur News. And there's a Discord with all of the channels that we hope to bring online. But there's a finite amount of time, and I am a full-time mayor, and I have a full-time gig. So I'm sometimes pressed for time, to the point where even today, if it wasn't for the fact that I pushed something away that I normally would have to go to a mayoral duty, I would not be doing the show tonight. So at any rate, let's get into this. Sound good?
That does sound good.
There you go.
I'm certainly a little glitchy today.
I blame DeepSeek. So let's go.
Excuse me, I don't have anything to do with DeepSeek.
That's true. That is true. You are the only sentient AI, and you're from the future, and I found you on a weird USB drive in the parking lot of a Wendy's at 2 o'clock.
I thought you were going to say at a parking lot of a Denny's, given this article.
Yeah, Denny's is getting their butts cooked, apparently. Denny's is closing stores as it's squeezed between fast food and Chili's. I can't believe Chili's is impacting them.
No, that doesn't really seem like it's in the same space.
No, to me it seems like Denny's is on one half of the day and Chili's is on the other half of the day, so why don't they live together?
Yeah, well, I think one problem is that the pricing is getting closer and closer across some of these categories of restaurants, maybe.
Yeah, and for as long as I can imagine, Denny's has always been a morning thing. And so why don't they keep on advertising and leaning on that? But I swear, if you look it up right now, they have been bought by a private equity company.
Well, I'll check it out while we're doing the article.
And whenever that happens, whatever organization it is that is acquired has basically developed enough kinetic energy that they can persist in near perpetuity, generating revenue, but slowly winding down until
1992, purchased by an equity firm. They've made it a long way since then. I didn't read the whole history, so maybe there's other purchases or something.
And I'm willing to bet the year before they were the biggest they'd ever been. You know, I mean, it's just kind of nutty that I can call this out almost like I call out the fact that when little white tables appear in front of a store, it is the coffin nail, the final coffin nail. The body hasn't died yet, but the coffin is already nailed shut with the person inside. The simple fact is I can spot a failing company a mile away. And so I'm telling every company out there right now, never put little white folding tables with bric-a-brac out in front, because that's a signal that within 5 years, your business is dead. Anyway, Denny's is closing approximately 30 more eateries than previously planned this year as part of its plan to right its ship, but it's not going to be able to. Kevin Williams put the article together. As many as 90 restaurants, that's the deck statement, as many as 90 restaurants, many of them older locations, will shutter in 2025. This is over at Quartz or QZ.com. And again, Kevin Williams wrote it.
And that was one of the things I wondered if was hurting Denny's too, is that did they fail to modernize like some other businesses like Toys R Us?
Yeah, Toys R Us was stuck in the 70s, never fixed their store up, and by the time they actually did, and they are another one that I believe was acquired by an private equity company, and all they do is suck the juice out of the orange or the lemon, depending on how you want to see it, until it's just a dried out husk, and then they part it all off to some tertiary company that is just selling the bones, literally running out into the battlefield and stealing the shoes to sell on a gray market somewhere. To me, it's rather disgusting, but hey, I'm not a billionaire, but I also apparently don't want to be. So the struggling diner chain said last year that it was shutting 150 locations. In earnings release Wednesday, the company disclosed it eliminated 88 locations in 2024 and will shutter up to 90 in 2025, bringing the total closer to 180. So in any mature brand, when restaurants have been open that long, it is natural that trade areas can shift over time. Accelerating the closure of lower volume restaurants will improve franchisee cash flow and allow them to reinvest into traffic driving initiatives, which is basically code for these locations
aren't good. Right?
Okay, we don't plan these conversations, just saying. So yeah, the location that it was is dwindling, but why is it dwindling? Instead of looking at the competition and retooling and amping up the ambiance and upgrading the various whatnots inside the store, the fixtures.
Or even the menu or whatever. I mean, and maybe they have, I don't know. But it says only 23 were renovated in 2024, which is not a lot.
And I'm willing to bet that those renovations are the ones that are actually making money now. And it's because you don't want to walk into dingy. You don't want to walk. But when you upgrade stuff, you also have to typically raise prices because whoever it is that is the owner or investor, they want to make their money back within 5 years. So you basically have to draw less so that you're reinvesting, or you raise your prices and sap it. Just, again, suck all the juice from the orange. Just squeeze and squeeze. It's like Dune and the Harkonnens. Just squeeze until all... You're funny. All the spice is drained from it. Well, anyway... Denny's faces many of the same economic pressures that are leading to other restaurant closures, said Alfred Goldberg, president of Tampa-based Absolute Marketing Solutions. Goldberg, who specializes in restaurant and hospitality branding, says Denny's bottom line has sagged due to high labor costs, competition from the gig economy, and supply costs. It also faces increased rents and higher taxes in many markets. He added,
well, that's kind of generic, though. That should apply to every single restaurant.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I'm not sure about the gig economy piece, but in general, like, wouldn't every restaurant be struggling right now?
Yeah. Yeah. But the problem is that there's an extra layer of fat that's doing one thing, and that's taking profit. So if your margin is 8% and 7 of it, or 6 or 5 of it, let's say, I don't know, because the margins are usually small in restaurants, unless they're luxury restaurants, high-end restaurants. The margins are small, and so you have to live off of that small margin. But if there is an equity company that's sucking the juice out of it, then you're screwed. So we need to support small businesses, local businesses, and help them build a supply chain. So local businesses feed supplies to those mom and pop businesses, instead of what, like McDonald's is a massive juggernaut of supply chain that just happens to provide food. You got to start small. And in this particular market, I don't think that businesses like this, where they have an empty layer that's just taking profits, is good for business. So watch, just like what is it, Joann's or whatever, right? The craft store is shutting down now, and so who knows what else this knock-on effect is. And that's largely because I think other economic pressures are stopping their supply chain from even making it to the United States.
Right. They probably are impacted tremendously by trade with China and everything. Yeah. But I also think for Denny's, I'm kind of like, what is the draw in modern times for people?
Yeah.
I could say that about other restaurants too. It's not unique to them, but what is their target audience?
Yeah. It seems rather generic. It's a weird shade of gray, and there isn't anything that's really amplifying their message amongst all of the other restaurants. Anyway, we've talked a lot about this. We'll have to circle back around to see what the actual ramifications are, but I'm telling you that Denny's is on its way out. I'd say 5 years and it's gone.
I'm actually surprised it's made it as long as it has.
Yeah, it says 1,300 locations. I have a feeling that it's going to get bought by other companies. Okay, let's keep going. This next article is over in Continuity Report. TMNT officially coming. By the way, I will eat crow. I said that Bitcoin wasn't going to climb. But there were weird, I don't think that it has any inherent value, but if something forces it into having value,
everything could have no value, but it might have a perceived value. Now, I know some things have actual value, but...
Right. And that's what this is. It's speculative value. So anyway, the reason why I say that is because Denny's might survive, pivot successfully, and flourish, but if you've already pivoted out of being privately held, publicly held, and then acquired by a private equity firm, you're in the long tail, and you will probably...
It also doesn't make sense because they've apparently purchased another breakfast chain pretty recently, which, why? I don't know.
Yeah, because it's pushing the ball up the hill. Eventually, it's not going to have enough momentum and roll back down.
And I'd love to know which locations are closing. Like, are they original Denny's or this other chain? I think it was like Kiki's or something.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. I'd have to look at it. All right. Well, anyway, TMNT officially coming to Call of Duty. First-person shooter franchise Call of Duty has seen a plethora of crossovers throughout its lifetime. Some more bombastic than others. Although incredibly popular, this new one definitely fits the bombastic billing. 4 anthropomorphic reptiles from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, or TMNT, will exit the sewer and enter many war zones of Call of Duty.
Oh no, do we need to name them? Michelangelo, Leonardo,
Bob, Joe,
Raphael, and Donatello.
There you go. So in a recent Twitter post from the official Call of Duty account, a video was posted with the caption, Katabunga, along with Call of Duty Yabunga, Katabunga, along with 4 turtle emojis. Even before watching the brief video, most could predict this as a tease for Call of Duty and TMNT collaboration. The article is by Michael Ruiz over at comingsoon.net. There's a video that's attached to this post, but it's over on YouTube. So if you just go over to YouTube and do a search, you'll be able to watch the trailer for it. But I always provide the link for our little snippet, right? So this little snippet links to the source from where it's aggregated, and they provide it to us so that we can post. And so it says, this is not the first time a TMNT character found its way into Call of Duty video game. The Turtles' arch nemesis, Shredder, also made his appearance in the shooter back in 2023. Similar to the new Turtle skins, the Shredder skin was influenced by the 1990 film iteration of the character. My goodness, I don't know what's going on over there, but...
The critters have come awake.
The chemical goes off. So yeah, the teaser ends with a simple phrase, coming soon, implying the new cosmetics may be coming this season or next. There's more over at the article for you to review and links and whatnot. But
it's interesting to me that TMNT has so much staying power, but I guess that's like some other franchises too, right? Because now you've got like the generation that may have enjoyed it as kids being adults and passing it to their kids.
Yeah, and they've survived like the Uncanny Valley episode where their movie images were really freaking creepy, and people were, everything about it was sus and didn't like it, but apparently it's recovered. Interesting. I mean, I grew up with TMNT, and so I have fond memories of it, but they're still kicking and slashing and shredding.
I know, I can't think of what shredding, that was the verb I was trying to think of.
Yeah, pretty cool. All right, let's keep going though. Yesterday's episode was like less than 40 minutes or so. Today I'm probably
You're making up the other direction?
Yeah, hopefully not. I want to be able to let you all go about your night, and you can listen to this and follow the links at your leisure, of course. This next article is over at the Distillerist channel at ohmTown.com. It's one of the ones that I would like to bring, but there's something about getting just faced on a video that I'm not too inclined to do. But tasting some good spirits and doing a show, I think would be fun. Anyway, world first breadfruit vodka aims to save the planet, and literally anything can become a vodka. All you have to do is let it ferment and then distill it. Mutiny Island vodka, created by chef Todd Manley, is made with underutilized superfood breadfruit and Caribbean rainwater. It's the water that...
You know, I guess it's kind of odd.
So breadfruit is a carbon sequestering crop that restores soil health and provides a nutrient-dense, sustainable food source. The brand claims a single tree can produce up to 300 fruits a year, which could feed a family of 4 for life. It is, a single tree? Yeah, you're going to have to really love breadfruit. Anyway.
Well, yeah, I mean, do you want to have only one food ever?
No, although... shepherd's pie it's not a fruit.
You would not like that if you had it multiple times. You'd probably be like, oh no.
I don't know, man. It's not a fruit, but if it would grow on trees, I'd probably eat that all the time. Anyway, so the company is based in St. Croix, an island in the Caribbean Sea. The vodka brand has partnered with organizations including Trees That Feed Foundation and Breadfruit Institute, as part of its commitment to eco-conscious practices. That alone should have put it in Greenogram, but okay.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised it didn't go there, but I guess because it probably came from
It's a
a
vodka.
vodka source or related source or something. It ended up in distillers.
Yeah. So its initiatives include planting breadfruit trees, supporting responsible farming, and repurposing 100% of production waste into nutrient-rich water for agricultural practices. So the article is over at the spiritsbusiness.com website. Lauren Bowes is the author. This is probably like the standard spirit bottle, but this is the type of bottle that I want. I want to get a tattoo, another tattoo of a pirate.
I don't think you should describe it.
Okay.
Just show it off.
I'll show it when I get it done. And unfortunately, the artist that I want to do it has not followed up on my request, so maybe they don't appreciate it as much as I do. But I share too much. Hold on, let's do this. Overshare. Anyway,
I mean, you don't want all your listeners showing up with the same tattoo.
Every single one of them is going to show up. Yeah.
Exactly.
We're going to have a pirate con where everybody shows up dressed as a pirate, and all they say is "Arr!" and "I love the sea." Anyway, Mutiny Island vodka, created by Chef Todd Manley, is made with underutilized superfood breadfruit and Caribbean rainwater. That's the deck statement. So the flagship vodka offers notes of citrus, melon, green banana, followed by a smooth floral finish. It won a gold medal at the Vodka Masters 2024. The brand offers coffee-flavored expression, and that's, whenever they say expression, it's that flavor, that it's
exactly. That's separate than the one we've been talking about.
Yeah, that's the distillation. And so they have a coffee-flavored expression, Mutiny Island Puerto Rican coffee, and roots, which is infused with ginger, turmeric, which a lot of people pronounce turmeric, but it's not. And I've had people, when I say it's turmeric with an R, and they're like, there's no R in that. No, really.
Because it's mispronounced quite a bit.
Yeah, turmeric. And sweet honey, which makes me want that so bad, even though ginger makes my face tingle. And maybe not in a good way. I don't know. So the final product is smoked hot pepper, a spicy vodka with progressive heat and unique zest. These always sound really good, but then I have them.
Yeah, but then it's like,
Yeah, it's kind of like going to, I shouldn't say that. Going to my in-laws. It's a nice place to visit for a day, but you don't want to stay there too long. So other ways spirit brands are being more sustainable are through the use of waste produce and switching to aluminium. But this is, is this?
Well, we don't know. Where is it from?
Aluminium packaging. I don't know where this company is. Oh, it is England. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's the European pronunciation of aluminum. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Technology Today. City of Seattle workers file class action suit against city alleging payroll errors after new system install. And I wanted to scan this real quick to see if it was that company in the UK that did that. What was the name of Fujitsu or?
Yeah, it was the Horizon Software, but the Fujitsu company.
Yeah. So in September 2024, the city of Seattle began a massive digital transformation of the city's payroll, benefits, and other human resources functions. A class action lawsuit filed by the city of Seattle, or filed against the city of Seattle last week, alleges that a new payroll system implemented last fall has resulted in widespread payroll errors affecting thousands of employees across various city departments. At one point, I was a victim of something similar. Where they had been taking out hundreds of dollars at a time. And that was
not good.
Quite fascinating. And so, according to the complaint, the system from business cloud software giant Workday has caused problems related to underpayments, incorrect payment deductions or paycheck deductions, missing leave accruals, and excessive overpayment deductions.
I mean, all of those found against the employees, right?
Yeah. So Kurt Schlosser over at geekwire.com put the article together. They focus on the SeaTac area of business development, the Seattle, Washington area. And so they say the suit filed February 7th in King County Superior Court claims that the payroll issues violate Seattle's wage theft ordinance, paid sick and safe time ordinance, and other Washington state laws. And so that would be the angle of attack. You go after them at the state level because, well, times they are changing. The city of Seattle, which employs more than 13,000 people, switched to the Workday-powered software system on September 3rd, according to the suit, in what amounted to a massive digital transformation of the city's payroll, benefits, and other human resources functions. And I appreciate that. Like, I want them to modernize systems. The problem is that modern systems have historically always been rife with more problems because it's more complex code. It hasn't been vetted a significant amount of time. So like the EV5 system that they're talking about here in this last bit of that paragraph is 30 years old. And so it's rock freaking solid, except that it's not extensible in any way. It doesn't have any advanced features.
Might be clunky, but it works.
But it works, yeah. And so when I go into a company and I say, hey, you need to modernize, the modernization of these systems means that I know what it is that is going to get impacted and to the extent. But this looks like they pushed it too fast, too far, too deep into the system without vetting in stages. You know, you don't do the whole damn thing.
Yeah, that reminds me of that... was it CrowdStrike? It was the Microsoft.
Yeah. CrowdStrike pushed updates to every system, not little tranches to test, is there a variable in here? If they would have sent it out to 500 systems, you wouldn't have even heard about CrowdStrike. But I guess it's good marketing because no news is bad news. Well, anyway, they're going to sue, and it'll be audited by various forensic accountants to verify what all is going on and go from there. Well, and
if it has things like that, to me, that goes to the very accuracy of the system. Because, for instance, if it made a payment but not the right amount, it kind of calls into question every transaction in the system.
Right. And most people, they don't hawk over their whatever, unless it's a significant amount. Like, I knew that it was a significant amount.
People don't follow their paycheck information typically.
Yeah. So, and I knew where it was going, and so I didn't really have a problem. And then when it was brought to their attention and they brought it back to my attention, they were like, yeah, we know about this, so here. And they remedied it. But that's how fast it should be. You know, two people talk to each other, they resolve it. But this is going to a class action because the full extent of it is unknown. They'd have to go back.
Yeah, and they're trying to draw more attention to it. And it's possible that even though they want to fix it, maybe they haven't been able to successfully fix it. I mean, who knows?
Yep. And sometimes the hubris is so overwhelming. Oh, we'll fix it. We have time, blah, blah, blah. Well, it's not your money. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. People in Florida say a dense, mysterious fog with a chemical smell is making them sick. As USA Today reports, and you can see how this is like hop, skip, and jump.
Turducken.
I didn't
even say that right.
Yeah, Turduncan. So as USA Today reports, folks in large swaths of the Sunshine State are starting to freak out after encountering the mysterious fog. I think they should refer to it as the Stephen King Florida fog.
Oh, yeah, that would be a good name for it.
And over the past few months, in response, many are turning to conspiracy theories to explain the strange happenings surrounding them. Nicknamed FogVid24, the strange phenomenon is, according to the National Weather Service, likely sea fog that has rolled inland due to weather conditions in the balmy southern state. But that hasn't stopped people from engaging in more sinister speculation. Somebody's referring to it as...
But why would it have a chemical smell?
Well, if something is offshore and it's organic, it could be producing all kinds of
okay, got it. Yeah,
gas from the biomass and then blowing back. Either if it's a fog, then its humidity level is really, it's basically steeping out there, and then it blows back on shore. You're getting blasted by what amounts to nature's chemical warfare. So they refer to it as the Fog 2025, by the way, which is a Stephen King book.
That's pretty funny.
Noor Al-Sabai put the article together for Futurism.com. The taste of the air, the only word I can think of is toxic, is the deck statement. Yummy. Just makes you want to go out there and take a sample. So they say geoengineering, an umbrella term for experimental attempts to cool the planet, which is a real thing, though controversial and so far limited to small-scale tests, seems to be the biggest suspect for the conspiratorially minded. Well, a conspiracy is not a conspiracy theory is only a theory until there are facts discovered. So investigate and then change that from conspiracy theory to conspiracy fact. That's kind of how it works. And so be careful what you call or who you call a conspiracy theorist. All they do is lack evidence, but where there's smoke, there's typically fire. What the flames are, you don't necessarily know just yet. And let's just say, look around. So according to Megan Tollefson, the Coastal Hazards Program leader at the National Weather Service office in Central Florida, the particles visible are the same sort of tiny water droplets that make up any kind of fog. If you shine, any kind of, that right there is a detractor to anything.
Exactly.
If you want authority, you don't go, if you shine like, any kind of light into a fog, what you're actually seeing are very, very small water droplets, Anyway, so that's likely what people are seeing. No shit news at 7:00 Eastern. It's fog. Why does it smell like death warmed over kind of a thing, right? Anyway,
it shouldn't really have any smell to it at all.
If anything,
other than maybe just sea breeze or something.
It should smell like the ocean, right? If
it's what they're saying it is.
It shouldn't smell like a whale's butt crack. Anyway, let's move on.
Overshare.
No, that actually, hold on. That's more of a spoiler alert, right? If you go down to Florida and I just spoiled it for you. Never mind.
Luckily, so everybody else doesn't have to.
So the next article is over in WarCrafters. After years of running awkwardly close to the winter sale, the Steam Autumn Sale will start 2 months earlier this year. Valve announced the full roster of Steam sale dates and next fests for the second half of 2025, and it's made one big change. This year's Autumn Sale is going to kick off 2 months earlier than in its past years. So, boom. Andy Chalk over at PCGamer.com put the article together. The deck statement says Valve has made a big shift to the autumn sale dates to more evenly space out its big seasonal Steam sales. So now, Automation Fest will start in July 14th to the 21st. And it looks like there's only a week pause between various fests.
This is going to be quite the year.
Yeah, so the 2025 Steam Autumn Sale will be from September 29th to October 6th. And it says, please note this is a different time frame compared to previous autumn sales. Dun, dun, dun. So, yeah.
It's interesting because, like you said, there's one going almost every time.
Yeah, just throughout the whole year, there's something. I'm really curious what the beginning of the... they should have just posted a whole month. Just augment it with the beginning months.
Yeah, I agree.
But this is second half, so July, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, there's a lot more on this article. Follow the link. The Steam Autumn Sale Moves is the title that I gave it. but the link will link you over to pcgamer.com. Let's keep going. Moving on. Next article is over in WarCrafters. I hope every RPG steals Avowed's brilliant inventory system. Now, I started watching people playing it because some people paid or were gifted codes to play Avowed. It doesn't actually release for another 4 days. And I'm not going to buy it either way. It's a single player game, and while it appears beautiful, I did want to talk about it at least. Apparently, Obsidian has hit it out of the park. The early reviews are in, and people are raving about it, how beautiful the whole thing really is. Obsidian's latest RPG, Avowed, is out now on Xbox and PC for those who pre-ordered the expensive fancy version. Something like $100 or $90 or something like that. I don't really know. But it's a $70 game. So I think it's $90 for the early. And it's a really good game. But one key thing that the author of this article over at Kotaku wanted to highlight is that RPG's inventory system and item management system, because it's really good and they want more games to copy it. Now, the things that I'm
sure Obsidian don't want people to copy it.
Yeah, but that's one of those things that can't be protected, right? Do you think?
Well, true. It's always nice when it's like that is an Avowed thing. You know what I mean? Like it usually takes on the name of the thing that inspired it.
Yeah, the Avowed inventory system. So what's really interesting about this is this looks a lot like Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. This interface.
Interesting.
Granted, Avowed's is more woo-woo, like ghostly and stuff, because I guess it has a lot to do with like souls being reborn and stuff like that. But KCD2 is medieval style. Zach Zweisen over at Kotaku.com put the article together.
Well, and that is interesting, right? I don't know, like with the earlier release and whatever.
Yeah. I mean, even this whole thing looks just like KCD2.
Oh, okay.
And this for sure does. So I've loved watching everybody who's been playing it for the last 8 hours or so. Off and on, I've been able to take a break and look. So they say, sure, they'll freely admit that our RPG inventory system might not be the sexiest or coolest topic. I think it is, but is a very important part of the game. Features loot, potions, food, weapons, and gear. A bad inventory system can ruin a game. I agree, particularly when you have weight limits that are just gross. Like you barely can carry anything, or it's slot driven and you only have like 12 slots. But nothing stacks. So the moment you pick up 12 leaves, your inventory is full. I hate those games. This doesn't look like it. So they were happy to discover that Avowed avoids all of the annoying busy work with a streamlined and smart inventory system. The result is more enjoyable experience because you spend less time fussing about 400 items and more time doing stuff you actually want to do in a big RPG. There is a lot to this, but yeah, my observation of this is that it looks a lot like KCD2's, but just more fantastical.
Well, I like the idea that you're not going to get overloaded and you're not going to have to keep dealing with that.
And that's the key ingredient right there. Avowed food, potions, lockpicks don't weigh. They say weight anything. So consumables don't take up any space, don't weigh you down. Now, to a point, that's okay, but it avoids realism because food really is heavy, particularly liquids. But that's not the purpose of this game because it is fantastical. So likewise, crafting and upgrade materials, iron, wood, furs also weigh nothing. I never, in my 40 hours or so with Avowed, left a dungeon desperate to sell stuff in order to free up some inventory space. It's a common occurrence in many RPGs. It's because they want to impress a little bit of realism and slow down your loot goblin addiction. So it says, but funny enough, or funnily enough, never really liked that word, funnily.
Because it's an odd word.
You won't even have to do that because you can always break down any weapon or piece of gear you find at any time and get its resources. So even if you are burdened by something, all you have to do is break it down. Then you can use those resources, which weigh nothing, to upgrade your equipped gear and make it better. It's wonderful. And I agree. I think it's a lot of fun. Love the idea of it, but I love multiplayer games. Even if I don't play multiplayer, I want the option to call somebody up or text somebody and say, just log in, let's play the game. I think it would be a blast.
Will you be playing this?
No, not unless I get a free code, and I don't. I'm not big enough to do that, but I want to fight monsters, it says, meet new characters, explore strange lands, and save the day. And in fact, I probably wouldn't. I would rather gift that code to other people that would play it, maniacally, because it would be fun to watch people that are passionate about this style of game, unless I have like base building, survival crafting kind of mechanics to it, like No Man's Sky or upcoming...
Right, or Light No Fire.
Yeah, Light No Fire is the new one that's coming. And countless others. I mean, there's just so many. I'm just not really that hip to it. So, but anyway, a lot of people are playing this right now. So that would be me if I could find my forever game. Come on, somebody develop my forever game.
Which is?
I don't know yet.
Minecraft plus something?
Minecraft and I don't know. I just don't know. Light No Fire might be.
Yeah, like that maybe.
Yeah. Let's keep going. Next article is over in the Marvel Channel. Disney Parks' most infamous earworm is getting its first extended cut. And I'm not sure what this is. What is the...
Oh, I know exactly what it is. I did look ahead, but I predicted it before I looked at it.
So It's a Small World?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's right there in the title. Not in the title, but in the little snippet. So in celebration of its 70th anniversary and to honor late composer Richard Sherman, Disney will add a brand new final verse to It's a Small World this summer. Sabina Graves over at Gizmodo.com put the article together. The deck statement is what I just got done saying. So the earworm heard all around the small world within each global iteration of Disney Parks' classic boat ride is getting a massive change in time for Disneyland's 70th anniversary. I thought wasn't it just its 50th? Like not too long ago?
I think one was Disney World and this is maybe Disneyland or vice versa. We did see something recently.
Like it's 50th, right?
Yeah, but I think it was the other park.
Interesting. Okay. The original attraction, It's a Small World, at the Anaheim, California park will be getting an extended cut of its theme song written by Richard Sherman before his passing last year. Sherman left the new verse for It's a Small World to Bob Iger in 2023 as a parting gift to the studio that changed his life as part of the Sherman Brothers. Along with his brother Robert, Richard Sherman was responsible for some of the most timeless Disney songs for films and Disneyland attractions, including Mary Poppins, The Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh, and of course, It's a Small World. Wow.
I mean, this is like on the engineering side or Imagineer side, right? The one person that's responsible for like everything for the company.
Particularly that, It's a Small World is everybody grows up hearing that, at least, within earshot of any Disney property. And by property, I mean the intro to Disney movies do that It's a Small World kind of a theme song. So it says, here's the video that Disney Studios released to honor Sherman with the added lyrics, which will be featured on the beloved attraction beginning July 17th, Disneyland's 70th birthday. So they're releasing it before the actual release. They're doing the whole thing.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Kind of sucking the wind out of the draw. But maybe people can't afford to go and people can't go or whatever, right? And they just want to spread this great new message. I'm not going to play it here. I'm going to let y'all follow the link. You can go through ohmTown, or you can just go over to YouTube and look for the last verse, Disney.
But it is surprising that they're doing it in advance.
Yeah, it's interesting. So the story of the song's new verse will be featured in another experience inside the Main Street Cinema, where park guests visiting the Disneyland's milestone anniversary can watch the short above as a tribute to the Sherman Brothers. And at the Main Street Opera House, park goers can explore a curated gallery dedicated to Disneyland's opening with art, artifacts, and images, some never before seen as well.
Well, that's cool. If you're in the area, you might want to go check it out.
Yeah.
But after May.
Yeah. Yeah. July 17th will also mark the arrival of Walt Disney animatronic that is set to be featured in a new show, Walt Disney: A Magical Life. To celebrate the moment, Imagineering will host an exhibit tracing the progress made with audio animatronics from the park's opening through to today. Pretty cool. All right, let's keep going. Next article is over in WarCrafters. 30 years ago, the Superb Owl halftime show was Indiana Jones?
Which makes no sense.
Yeah, I thought this one was interesting. Kendrick Lamar's riveting, incisive, Superb Owl performance is likely to go down in history for many reasons, not the least of which is that it was the most watched halftime show of all time. It was a sharp contrast against the Superb Owl entertainment interval used to look like. For instance, 3 decades ago, when it was devoted not to a blockbuster artist or a tribute to the host city's music scene, but instead to Indiana Jones.
I didn't know it was ever focused on a movie.
You know, there were people trying to protest it, and all that seemed to do is the Streisand effect, and more people watched it now than ever before. Although populations increase, but people watched it.
Oh, I thought you meant the thing that occurred during his performance. You mean about the whole event?
Yeah, protesting the Superb Owl. Yeah, and all it did was really backfire. More people paid attention to it. So Clayton Ashley over at Polygon.com put the article together, and it says the deck statement says this stunt spectacular belongs in a museum. And so there's a video here, Superb Owl 1995 halftime show, and I'm going to play it but mute it.
Have you seen this before?
I have never seen this in my life. Yeah, so it's the scene, it's basically a scene from Indiana Jones.
This is so odd.
Yeah, people are on stilts. There's a bunch of other people coming onto the field, dressed basically as characters from or just people from the Indiana Jones movie. Wow. So it says, let me give you some context. Their friend, the author's friends, and the author, recently tracked down decades worth of previous Superb Owl halftime shows on YouTube in order to rate and rank them for fun. They had a blast rediscovering shows they'd loved and watching performances that they'd never seen. They highly recommend getting a group of friends together to revisit them. Somehow, 2004 was even worse than they remember. Diana Ross leaves her performance in a freaking helicopter. But the Indiana Jones thing is from 1995. Indiana Jones stunt show now seems like an odd choice for the 1995 Superb Owl, especially since the franchise's third and at that time final movie hit the theaters in 1989, 6 years earlier. But Indiana Jones was a multimedia property in that era. 2 seasons of Young Indiana Jones Chronicles aired from 92 to 93, sometimes in the time slot right before Monday Night Football. So it was basically getting hammered.
Or cool. It was like a marketing nexus or something.
Yeah. That video is still going. It's 11 minutes.
I think I've seen enough.
That's how I walk. That's how I walk to work.
I'm sure.
That's how I walk around the mayoral mansion. Anyway, go over and check out the rest of this article. There's more there. But the nuts and bolts of it is that 30 years ago, the Superb Owl halftime show was Indiana Jones' stunt show. All right. The sentient
Where do you
AI.
go from there?
Yeah, really. I don't know if it's up, down, sideways. It's more like a jump scare, I guess. I don't know. So ChatGPT for birdsong may shed light on how language is wired in the human brain. The article is over in the Mobile channel, but it's actually sourced from phys.org, I believe. Just like ChatGPT and other generative language models train on human text to create grammatically correct sentences, a new modeling method by researchers at Penn State trains on recordings of birds to create accurate bird songs. The results could improve understanding of the structure of birdsong and its underlying neurobiology, which could lend insight into the neural mechanisms of human language, the team said. A paper describing was published in the Journal of Neuroscience. Gail McCormick from Pennsylvania State University put this article together, and they had this really cool AI-generated image of mosaic birds singing. And it even has like a musical staff. I'm going to blow it up so y'all can see it.
Yeah, that's cool.
That's AI. So
that's really fascinating because it looks 3D, like at the edge of the tiles.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. That right there. It's really cool. I dig this. Unfortunately, you're not supposed to have a positive result when watching or looking at AI generated images because it's apparently wholesale theft of real art. But if nobody has done this, then I don't know how that actually, you know what I'm saying?
Right. The problem is nobody knows.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure that there's some artists.
If the artists out there are, yeah.
Yeah. I'd be really curious to see if anybody can link me to this material, something even eerily similar. I haven't done a mosaic tile. Bird song.
I mean, two people can paint or tile the same kind of thing, and that's okay.
Sure. And the reason why people go, oh, they stole my artwork is sometimes it is wholesale stolen artwork. Like Disney took somebody's 3D made item and is selling it in their stores. And the person's like, trying to sue Disney is impossible. You can go and look it up on YouTube right now. Disney stole my...
you might have signed up for Disney Plus or something at one point.
And now you have to go into binding arbitration, regardless of the fact that... Yeah, that's just wild. And nowadays, everybody is rejiggering their terms of use because now it's kind of Wild West. Well, anyway, much like how humans arrange words in a particular order to form grammatically correct sentences, birds tend to sing sets of notes called syllables in a limited number of combinations. Although much simpler, the sequence of bird song syllables are organized in a similar way to human language, so birds provide a good model to explore the neurobiology of language, says Desi Jin, associate professor of physics in the Eberly College of Science and lead author of the paper. How would you like to find out? Oh, this is interesting. Sorry, I just got an alert. How would you like to find out that birds have actually been talking to you?
Oh, that would be fascinating.
Yeah.
I think it might not just be birds.
Yeah. So for both humans and birds, finishing a sentence or song sequence often depends on what was already said. For example, the phrase flies like could be part of an analogy, as in the phrases time flies like an arrow, or an indication of enjoyment, fruit flies like bananas. However, it's eat shoots and leaves, that whole phrase.
Right, exactly.
However, mixing and matching what comes after flies like results in time flies like bananas or fruit flies like an arrow, which don't make sense, but that's not true. Fruit flies like an arrow could be the analogy for me throwing something.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's just not as natural, I guess, as the other one.
Yeah. So they say that the phrase flies like has what researchers call context dependence. So their AI basically is reviewing this to see if they can extract a type of syntax based on the context of musical notation.
Very interesting. I mean, they've already kind of decoded whale song, right?
Yep. The researchers analyzed previously recorded songs from 6 Bengalese finches, which sing about 7 to 15 syllables in each sequence. With the new method, the researchers can create the simplest models that accurately reflect the sequences that individual birds actually sing. The models are similar to large language models in that they depict probabilities of what words, or in this case syllables, are likely to follow a particular word syllable based on previously analyzed texts or song sequences. And this is a Markov. It's a model of chains of events. The Markov model is a very well-known theory of things going from one point to another.
Predicting sequences or something.
Yeah, and it's basically you can predict everything through a Markov model. So they are presented as a sort of flow chart that starts with a syllable that points to options for different syllables. And then basic Markov models are quite simple, but they tend to overgeneralize, meaning that it might result in sequences that don't actually exist. What I want them to do, though, is listen to the song and see what the bird does or what they can witness to see if that phrase of syllables actually translates into something.
Oh, yeah, that would be really neat to determine that.
Yeah, so from this final model, the researchers can see which syllables have context dependence.
So they should do another experiment where they, I don't know what finches like in particular, but like hold up an apple or something, or a leaf or whatever, and see what sound it makes, and then hold up a worm or something and see what sound it makes.
Yeah, does it do that though? I mean, I
have no idea.
You talk to a cat or dog.
To test it.
Yeah, I would love to see that. And that's what I was saying. Yeah. Listen to the song and see what it does. And maybe that actually means its intentions. I'm looking for a mate and the mate shows up. That song that it sings there may be more to it that.
Sure.
It's not just singing to let the world know. It's singing to tell a bird, come over to my place. It's tweeting a booty call. Never mind. Anyway, we're going to fly back home, and that's going to land us back at the front page of ohmTown.com, where you can go and read all of the news. The site should be faster. There's going to be a lot less content in a particular domain. And we hope that you enjoy the site. Let us know if you have any sources that you would like to have aggregated. We don't screen scrape or anything like that. It's all provided by the sources without any negative impact on them. And we aggregate just a tiny little snippet like I've been displaying here for the last hour. So go over and check it all out. You can leave comments embedded in the site, or you can go over to Discord and join any of the channels there and have conversations with anybody else that might be there. I don't really use the Discord, but I should. I know that's kind of one of my failings. So if you are interested in hanging out there and here and over on YouTube and the podcasts and everywhere, TikTok and Twitch. Actually. Well, Twitch, yeah. Oh, I said here because I was looking at the Twitch screen. So, at any rate, I'm going to get out of here and y'all can enjoy the rest of your night. I am Mara Watt, and I'm taking the AI with me.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for today's Non Sequitur News. Be back tomorrow for another episode.
See you soon. Yeah. What is it? Senegalese? Is that? Wait, what was the bird?
Bengalese finch?
No, Bengalese finch.
Okay. Sorry, you said Senegalese, so I went with that.
Yeah. I'm a liar. No, just kidding. See you soon, everybody. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for February 14th, 2025. It's Season 4, Episode 45. 45. Jazz hands. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the Sentient AI from the future, we talk about 10 articles every single day, well, Monday through Friday. And on Saturday and Sunday, we actually do an hour and a half worth of shows. But 6 different topics, major topics, focused more. Anyway, stop by any day, but to find out when we actually go live, you actually have to follow us here on Twitch and or on YouTube. Download the podcast. That would be great. Leave a 5-star review and I'll quote it here on the air. You'll live in perpetuity or in memoriam if the show gets canceled. I don't know.
Why is that going to happen?
I don't know. Mayor Watt sometimes says some really stupid stuff. Sorry, I'm setting the arms on my chair. Anyway, everything is powered by ohmTown.com, and that's everything that you just witnessed is basically the engine that drives Non Sequitur News and Mayor Watt. My meetings are really, really odd. Hello, Sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens. And to those of you in places celebrating, happy Valentine's Day.
Yeah, happy Valentine's Day. We actually have maybe one thing in the news that has to do with... I don't know.
Is that the anti one?
Did I actually include that? I don't know. We'll get into it. Got all 10 articles all ready to go. I didn't put it into the show. Yeah, I did. Hold on. Well, let me do it. So if you want the show notes, you can hit !NSN and ohmTown will throw it into, yeah, it is in there. And it's already embedded in the description, the show notes. So go and check it out over on YouTube as well. 1,800 episodes. We're growing the show. If you want to tell a friend, that would be great. If you want to stop by at any time, that's great too. The channel's actually on Twitch. Like the chat is connected to ohmTown, so you can always get the latest episodes notes, but not past episodes. At least not yet. There's 1,800 episodes. I'd have to figure out a way to facilitate that. Well, anyway, let's get going. First article is over on Wanted, and it's kind of an anti-want, but it's a wanted for, I guess, Reddit. Reddit plans to lock some content behind a paywall this year, according to the CEO. They are saying that it's not going to be old content. It's going to be new channels wherein the mods of that channel or the owners of the mods of the website itself, because there's channel mods or subreddit mods, and then there's the site mods. And so if you opt to start a new channel and it's worthy of putting it behind a paywall, they're going to put it behind a paywall.
Well, of course. Why would you want to put anything that was popular for free?
Right. Yeah, I mean, but see, information will leak. That's just how it is.
And it really defeats the model of Reddit, I think. Well,
you know what they say, fake it till you make it. And it started out with fake user accounts.
Yeah, but also you'll be back.
And you'll be back. And they'll modify a post without notifying people that it's been modified. And not by the owner of that post. It was by the CEO of the post. Anyway, some creepy shit goes on there. But whatever. Like everything under the internet is also under Reddit in some way as a subreddit. And I find value in Reddit, but I also have seen the seedy underbelly of it too. So Reddit is planning to introduce a paywall this year, says CEO Steve Huffman during an Ask Me Anything, or AMA as they call it, over at Reddit. Huffman previously showed interest in potentially introducing a new type of subreddit with exclusive content or private areas that Reddit users would have to pay to access. And so, the article is by Sharon Harding over at arstechnica.com. and they kind of break down what was said. So paid subreddits are coming to reddit.com.
Wow. How long has Reddit been around? Like at least
15 years or so.
Yeah, I was going to say about that.
Let me make sure. Hold on.
Good way to annoy all of your users, but you know.
Let's see, 2005, 20 years. And Steve Huffman was the founder along with Alexis Ohanian. And yeah, I have a hard time doing this, like putting fake content on the site, comments and stuff. But that's exactly what happened with Reddit, because they said that nobody would come to an empty website. And I kind of feel that pain, because we don't have a lot of comments, but we have a lot of news.
Yeah, but you can say that all the visits were legitimate.
Yeah. And we get a lot of traffic over on ohmTown.com. I do the show because I like the show and it's dynamic and it gets me out in front of people, and I like talking about the news. At least some news. You know what I'm saying?
I do.
Well, anyway, there's more over at this article, and as per usual, they are talking about the financial motivations to make this happen. This is why we're doing it. But it doesn't really matter.
User experience, right?
The thing about it is that this is user-created content.
That's the thing that really doesn't make any sense. So if I'm posting something, first of all, I could post it somewhere else. I know I might not get the same size audience. But why is somebody suddenly charging for my information?
For stuff that I'm posting.
I know that's... Yeah, exactly.
See, and they're posting other people's content on links, right? It's much like ohmTown, except that ohmTown is just
actual media outlets and newsletters and other things, right? It's
not necessarily user content, but there is a mishmash of all kinds of stuff on Reddit. But it's mostly, I can't say mostly because I don't have the full stats of what goes on Reddit, but Reddit has a lot of user-created content, but a lot of it is external to Reddit being linked to it. Pictures, news, all kinds of stuff. You mean like it's
postings from some other place?
Yeah.
Or some other site, yeah.
Yeah, and so putting something like that behind a paywall it would be like me putting a paywall up on ohmTown, because ohmTown's just aggregating news just differently than the way that Reddit does it. And I don't have any of the user-created content in there. I only have content that's created by third parties that allow this kind of value add. Right. And frankly, I use ohmTown for my personal use. I just happen to open it up for everybody else to access. And it's always linking to the source material, and it's never taking it wholesale, right? And we don't screen scrape or anything like that. Reddit literally does not pay anybody, but all of the content is going to these.
Right.
People are going to Reddit.
Odd model, but yeah.
Yeah. So, anyway, and then when there is a paywall, by the way, they actually copy and paste the entire article into the posting so that people can read the news, and that's exactly what I think would happen with this paywall. Anyway, regardless, y'all will be back no matter what.
Well, you don't want, like partial news, but that's what's going to happen here.
Yeah, I don't know. Interesting times. Let's keep moving. The next article is over on the Mobile Channel. Igloo is recalling 1 million coolers that could amputate fingers. So yeah, Igloo
they must have been teamed up with the manufacturer for Cybertruck, right?
Oh, ouch. So yeah, Igloo's recalling more than 1 million of its 90-quart flip and tow rolling coolers over fingertip amputation and crushing risks posed by the product's tow handle. I think I have one of these.
That's actually interesting, because I think other products do that have that, and maybe it's Igloo, but I think it's also competitors.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure exactly what it is. The tow handle on the company's 90-quart flip and tow rolling coolers could pose fingertip amputation and crushing hazards, according to this article over at Quartz or QZ.com. It's written by Brittany Nguyen, and it says here that they're recalling more than 1 million 90-quart flip and tow. I don't know how they actually do it, but the cooler company issued the recall on Thursday, urging customers to stop using the product and to request a replacement handle for free from the company, according to its notice with the Consumer Product Safety Commission, which, who knows?
But they were sold since 2019. We're in 2025. And how many people are tracking cooler recalls? Like, they might be tracking things like a car recall, right? Major purchase, but...
So the source for this is, like, I guess kind of all over the place. The CPSC website is where the notice is housed. The recall impacts 1,060,000 coolers from the US, 47,000 in Canada, 23,000 in Mexico that were manufactured before January of last year, according to Igloo. Let's see, the manufacturing date is imprinted in the bottom of the cooler in a circular design that has an arrow pointing to the month and a circle around the last 2 digits of the year. In a statement shared with NPR, Igloo said, through rigorous testing and proactive steps, we are constantly improving our products to meet highest safety standards. All right. Well, I'm glad they're doing it, but I wanted to get out there. I am too,
but why did it take this long?
Maybe a certain number of people.
Maybe something... It doesn't seem like it's something where it falls apart or whatever.
No, they pissed off the wrong people, basically. Somebody, not me, got hurt. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Law Nerd, Florida. This is Oh, you know what I didn't do? I don't think I went through the whole thing. I didn't run down the titles.
No, I know you didn't, but you started, so I didn't interrupt you.
Oh my gosh.
You didn't introduce me either, but that's
I did. I said, welcome. I did.
Did we?
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
but I don't think I went through the thing.
Glitched.
Wow. Okay. Well, it doesn't matter. This episode is kind of wonky, but I just got excited about doing the articles and got right on into it.
Well, that's good, right?
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I can... Maybe I'll do it at the very end, and then I'll cut and paste. I don't normally edit anything because I don't like editing things, but let's keep going, though. The next article is over in Law Nerd.
Maybe we can send people on a scavenger hunt through all 1,800 episodes, and they can find the one where you didn't do the rundown.
Yeah, this one. Yeah. They'd find it immediately. Go and watch it. So Florida lawyer... So I titled this, and it's in the show notes, Legally Throwing the Dinner Plate. So you've heard of throwing the book at somebody, but this is a dinner plate. Florida lawyer accused of hitting man on head with dinner plate after wedding buffet butt-in. 52-year-old Florida lawyer. That's a new one. Florida lawyer.
Yeah, is that a variant of Florida man and Florida woman?
Yeah, Florida dog, Florida...
Oh, right. Florida...
Whatever.
Anything, right?
Yeah. Has been charged with aggravated battery and with a deadly weapon for allegedly hitting a wedding guest over the head with a dinner plate. Deborah Kassens-Weiss over at abajournal.com put the article together. The person...
I guess what really cracks me up about this is, you'd think a lawyer would go, how's the way to handle dispute, right? I'm going to threaten to sue somebody or I'm going to... Something, but not the plate.
Yep. The person was arrested June 18th after police were called to Boca Lago Country Club in Boca Raton, Florida, after the New York Post, Newsweek, Above the Law, Miami News Times, WPEC, Law and Crime here, and BocaNewsNow.com all talked about it.
Got quite a bit of coverage.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. They were later released for a $1,000 bond. They told police that they were upset because people ahead of them had cut the buffet line, identified as a prime rib carving station by BocaNewsNow.com. Nobody cuts in front of me. Not for a prime rib carving
or whatever,
station.
Yeah.
Con!
I sat through this whole wedding ceremony so I could get some roast beef or whatever they're serving.
I want prime rib, none of this you cut in front of me bullshit. Get off my lawn. They admitted that he got into an argument with the victim and shoved them, but they denied hitting them on the head with a plate, according to the police report cited by Law and Crime.
You know, this is a wedding. I wonder how much of the wedding photography captured this moment. You know, like if the photographer is just constantly snapping candid shots. They have like the various phases of like the plate above the head, lowering, you know, exactly.
Yeah. Oh, my eye is itching. Gosh. So the victim told police that his niece got in line ahead of him and then agreed to let two girls join her. Police said in a probable cause affidavit. So that was the probable cause. One of the girls was identified as the victim's daughter. After the argument began, the victim alleged he was hit over the head with a plate and then shoved and grabbed by the collar by this guy who was holding a plate over his head.
In line, I was like, he wasn't even the line cutter.
Yeah. He was being nice and let three girls get in front of him. The victim said that the person who hit him in the head was a woman with a black dress. A worker, however, said that the person who hit the victim with a plate was this guy. I'm not mentioning names. You can go and read the article if you want to. And there is more content in that article. It just gets a little grittier. A melee followed, according to police reports cited by several publications. The person told police that numerous people beat him up, according to Law and Crime.
This is all a bit much over a buffet line.
At a wedding, mind you.
You know, I bet the bride or somebody was probably crying during all of this because they're like, oh, it's ruining the wedding.
Police are going to show up. Yeah. I hate when police show up at my weddings. Let's keep going.
Plural.
So
does this happen every time?
Every single time I go to, you know what? It's like the person on the plane complaining about their child. You know, every time I take a flight, somebody complains about my children. Well,
right. What's the common theme here?
All right. Well, the next article is called Helldivers Lost a Planet. The article's actual title is Helldivers Just Failed a Major Order and Lost a Whole Dang Planet. On Wednesday night, the author of this article enjoyed their evening by playing a few rounds of Helldivers 2 with friends. The major order was to defend against 11 attacks from the Illuminate. And with 9 successes, they figured that they were safe to let the night crew clean things up. They slept soundly with the knowledge that they'd done their part protecting humanity, but awoke to find a horrifying revelation on their Super Destroyer's console. They failed the mission so bad that the Illuminate destroyed a whole planet, and now they're aiming for Super Earth.
Wow. Now, does that mean that the whole game lost a planet? Or the player? Yeah. I assume it means the whole game.
The whole game, yeah, apparently.
Wow.
So I'm pouring one out for Angel's Venture. Is the deck statement at this Polygon article by Cass Marshall. Yeah, I don't play Helldivers. I watch people play it because I prefer talking about the news and my attention span is like a goldfish or a cat, you know, just wandering off. La la la. Hey.
Oh. Hey, no matter what, we're still doing the show.
What? Oh, we're streaming. Oh, okay. Well, in order to understand the tragic fate of Angel's Venture, you have to understand Meridia. The Meridia wormhole has been like a cosmic Chekhov's gun, just waiting ominously for in Terminid space. Meridia was once a planet, but it developed into Terminid supercolony. In order to stop an endless swarm of mutated Terminids, Helldivers had to pump the planet full of mysterious dark fluid until it collapsed upon itself. Was it kind of our fault that Meridia became a supercolony? Technically, that's one way to look at it if you hate liberty. So when the Illuminate first showed up, fans speculated that they would be linked to the Meridia wormhole, and sure enough, some weird stuff started happening on the cosmic map. While they dutifully chased down robots wearing jetpacks, the Illuminate were gathering their own dark fluid. Upon logging in on Thursday, the author says that they were greeted with the following message. Angel's venture has been torn apart by the gravitational pull of the Meridia Singularity. This is an incalculable loss. The land cultivated by generation, the lives of the super-Earth citizens whose evacuation could not be prioritized, the proud pines shading the Democratic Youth Scouts campground, all gone forever, ripped to shreds by savage cosmic forces. Finally, the Illuminate hiding behind their mask of intelligence and sophistication, have revealed what they truly want: carnage. The president of Super Earth has announced a galaxy-wide mourning period of 24 hours. So the map has been changed.
That is pretty spectacular.
They have no doubt that Super Earth scientists are working overtime to figure out a solution, but Angel's venture will never recover from such a tragedy. It's evolving a galaxy of Helldivers 2 that makes them think that the game, like the game so dang much. While new players may never understand the tragedy at hand, every time they gaze at the scattered rocks that remain, they shed a single solemn tear. This is pretty cool.
This is really entertaining here.
Yeah, and so this is an ongoing thing where the developers actually launch attacks like calculated, and it just becomes canon, part of the omniverse that is Helldivers 2. It's quite fascinating, and it kind of pulls me in, but I don't know enough people to play this game, with any regularity.
Right.
Let alone with this level of determination where I could stop a planet from being imploded.
But I do like that. I mean, that would be something to draw somebody in.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I like it. So there's more in this article, so go over and check it all out, All right, let's keep going. This next article is over at Rounders Gear, which is one of the many channels. This focuses on games like poker. Well, a poker player who posed as Lord, imprisoned in a £400,000 fake cruise scam. A British gambler and fake Lord Richard Lester operated bogus cruise company. They scammed 184 vacationers from across the world out of £400,000 while living the high life. Was sentenced to 5 years in prison at Chelmsford Crown Court. So I guess this was the person, a British quote-unquote professional gambler who claimed to be a lord and scammed almost 200 people through his Ponzi-style sham cruise company, has been sent to prison for 5 years.
How did they figure it out? Did they not get to take a cruise or something?
So the jury was not told that Lester had spent 3 years in an offenders institution. Securing justice for the victims meant scouring several bank accounts to trace exactly where the money went. All their money leads back to Lester. His greed left hundreds of people thousands of pounds out of pocket. They just investigated. He was found guilty this week on charges of fraudulently trading and concealing criminal property after a 9-week trial at Chelmsford Crown Court. Well-planned and complex fraud carried out over a lengthy period of time. The only reason why I chose this is because he posed as a lord.
Yeah, I mean, that takes some doing, like if you're showing up, for instance, in your own car or something, it's kind of hard to pull that off. Like, what lengths did he go through?
Richard Lord Lester is pictured in this article picking up a prize at the World Travel Awards 2012, although they should probably make him give it back. Yeah, he basically duped people out of this money. Through his business, Cruise Direct UK, the company purported to allow customers to purchase miles to be exchanged for cruise vacations, but it was a scam. I don't know how this could work. I mean, he'd have to move extremely fast.
Well, that's the thing. It doesn't seem like this would go for very long before somebody would discover it.
Hold on a second.
Oh, interesting. Previous offenses, although maybe as a youth, for similar issues.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, so they came from far and wide as Australia, Canada, France, Germany, Japan, as well as US and UK. Around $2,000 on average was taken from each person. So he had to move pretty fast. So the article is by Philip Conneller over at casino.org. We don't even take the pictures, but for whatever reason, the articles from casino.org allow the whole thing to snap.
They overshare.
Yeah, they overshare. Oh, hold on. We can do that. For whatever reason, I can't stop it. I limit what they provide, but they post the whole thing. Anyway, thought it was really interesting. Philip Conneller over at casino.org put the article together. Poker player who posed as Lord, or it should say as a Lord, imprisoned in £400,000 fake cruise scam. All right, let's keep going. This next article is over in the Mobile Channel. I had heard about this a while ago, and I thought that I would include it today because today is Valentine's Day. This article is over in the Mobile Channel, but it's aggregated from, I think it's Smithsonian. Yeah. Once a part of marriage proposals, maritozzi are making a comeback in Italy and around the world. Since ancient times, Romans have gifted these cream-filled treats to their sweethearts. The article is over at smithsonianmag.com, or Smithsonian Magazine is the location.
Right, but the website is Mag.
Yeah. Michelle Chia put this article together. And so, yeah, these are the little things. Maritozzo is a soft bun filled with a hefty dollop of whipped cream, or panna, as it is referred to in Italian.
Those look very good. They look kind of like a cream puff, although more substantial, I guess.
Denser, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So in all its simplicity, the maritozzo are a soft bun filled with a hefty dollop of whipped cream, or panna, as it's referred to in Italy. If you regularly frequent Rome or keep an eye out for viral foods on TikTok, you have no doubt seen this luscious treat. It's a picture of indulgence, a bread filled so high that when it's bitten, it hits the tip of your nose, creating a viral moment that both social media influencers and celebrity chefs love filming, with the Trevi Fountain, Colosseum, Pantheon as the background. So it's a very Roman treat, says Sagar Satera, author of Pomegranates and Artichokes, and a food photographer who has called Rome home for 18 years. Until
I wish that person was an author of Maritozzo or something. But that'd be pretty niche.
Very niche, yeah. Pomegranates and Artichokes. There's something about that. They're both like gift things for...
Yeah, there aren't pomegranates associated, I think, with royalty?
Yeah, wealth. Yeah.
Yeah. But they are like a special gift or a special occasion kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So they say they like their Maritozzo Classic, feather light with a little sugar and full to the brim with the freshest whipped cream. So there's a whole history of these things that are written over in the article. And I had heard about these via other sources over the last couple of years. Apparently they're becoming more and more public, I guess. And we actually watched a Hallmark movie where somebody had to get one of these and gift it, if I recall correctly. If not this, then it was something else close to it. But fortunately, the women in Rome do not have to wait for suitors or husbands to give them Maritozzo on Valentine's Day to enjoy one. In the early 1900s, bakers started making the sweet treat for breakfast, served alongside cappuccino. Rigoli, a traditional bakery established in 1916, is still selling its famous Maritozzi. Locals will also name Il Maritozzo a top place to visit for your Maritozzo fix when in Rome. They make close to 600 a day.
I mean, if you needed another reason to go visit Rome, this could certainly be it.
Yep, there you go. So then they say revamping the classic is another thing. Luxury hotel built at Caesar Ritz in 1894 was known for having the first public grand ballroom in Rome and for being the first hotel in Europe to have private bathrooms, electric lighting, and hydraulic generated lift, which is still in operation. Ooh. Anyway, today it's a Sunday brunch that brings Roman families together at the St. Regis for a Maritozzi. and cappuccino before the start of another work week. So there's a lot more to this article.
Interesting. There's one that's in a square form.
Where they are reimagining it for the modern era. There's another one that's a little bit more elaborate with fillings. It looks like mint is in there. Much loved Maritozzo alla Parmigiana.
Interesting. A savory one.
Yeah, interesting. So yeah, there is a lot more. And at the very end of this article is a recipe for you to create your own Maritozzi by Fabrizio Fiorani. So you have to make a pre-ferment by mixing a quarter of the flour, half the yeast, and the full amount of water by hand. I'm not going to go through the whole recipe, but you can by following the link. This next article, though, is one that I found really fascinating that it was submitted, and it just happens to land right after hearing about these. So it's World Pangolin Day. And celebrating World Pangolin Day with new genomes to aid the world's most trafficked animal. So apparently pangolins are the most trafficked animal.
I didn't know that before I saw that headline, but that is why it was submitted, because we were just talking about that.
Yeah, so pangolins are unique in that they're the only animal or mammal to be covered in scales. Although they are scaly, photos of them are typically met with awes from the viewers who find them adorable. Importantly, though, pangolins play an essential role in maintaining their ecosystem. So GigaScience put this article together. It's posted over at phys.org. Baby pangolins are adorable. They become a little bit more...
Yes, that one is in the picture.
Yeah, that one's pretty cute too. So this is a Chinese pangolin, is one of two species that researchers have now provided high quality, nearly gapless genomic data for. Their other unique trait is that they're the most trafficked wild animal in the world, with more than 900,000 poached in the past 2 decades. Much of this is due to their high value for use in traditional medicines that require the use of pangolin meat and scales. So unfortunately, they meet their demise. This has pushed many pangolin species to the brink of extinction. In particular, 2 pangolin species, the Malayan pangolin, Manus javanica, and the Chinese pangolin, Manus pentadactyla, are under acute survival pressure. These species have been listed as critically endangered on the red list of the International Union for Conservation of Nature since 2014. So they did a big study. It's been published in the journal GigaScience, and they basically did the genomic sequences for the Chinese and Malayan pangolin species at a significantly higher resolution than one that is currently available. So maybe they'll...
I appreciate this article because I don't think most people know this.
Yep. So I hope that the word gets out and we can save pangolins. I think that they're freaking awesome, not only because they're an animal that has survived all this time until, humans decided to find them important for, ancient medicines, but they're mammals and scaled. They're very unique to the world. So why would we usher their demise by hunting them to extinction, trading them?
And aren't there alternatives to what we think we're getting from them?
No.
Like, can we make synthetic something for medicine?
No. This natural medicine, you have to have that. You can't have stuff that is identical to it in all ways, except for whatever your impression is off of a feeling.
I mean, I bet we could just watch some of the, is it chimpanzees?
Yeah.
They might have a remedy that doesn't require hunting animals.
No, we gotta do experiments on them too. So the next article is over in Non Sequitur News. The price of rice in Japan is soaring. That starts out kind of like a joke, right? The price of rice in Japan.
Yeah, it
and
does
then it
kind
goes,
of sound like, what's the punchline?
The punchline is we're broke. So The price of rice in Japan is soaring. The government is releasing 210,000 tons from its stockpile to fight it. Japan says that it's releasing 210,000 tons of rice to try and curb soaring prices. Prices have rocketed since last year, with the price of rice up 70.7% year over year.
Oh, wow. I wonder how much is in the stockpile, too, if they're releasing. I mean, this is a lot of rice.
Seems like it. So a staple of the country's cuisine, rice has been soaring in Japan, prompting the government to step in with its own stockpiles in a bid to stabilize the market. Ito, Japanese agriculture minister, announced in a press release Friday that the Japanese is going to release all of this rice. The article is over at businessinsider.com. Joshua Nelkin Zitzer put the article together. I don't know what the price of rice was that I last purchased, but let me find
I don't know, but I thought the price of rice in Japan has been high for a while, not just like in the last couple of years. Like, considering it's such a staple in Japanese cuisine.
Right.
I think, didn't we read something previously where like Japan was importing rice from somewhere else?
Yeah, because it couldn't keep up.
Because of the price? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so that's how much. Did I really pay that much? I'm going to say I did. So yeah, it's gone up $5 since I last purchased this volume quite a while ago, though. So yeah, it's getting more expensive, but I was told 6 years ago the era of cheap food in the world is over. And
that's
now
right. That person was quite ahead of their time.
Yep. And unfortunately, I didn't pay attention, so I didn't stockpile. But the latest average retail price of an 11-pound bag of rice in Japan was 3,688 Japanese yen, about $24. I paid more than that. Oh, wait. No, yeah, that's I paid more than that here in the States 8 months ago. So
interesting, yeah.
And now, so it's $12 more than that right now. So a core consumer price index released by Japan's Internal Affairs Ministry said that the January price showed a rise of 71% year over year. So the first 150,000 tons of rice will be auctioned to the wholesalers next month, and it's expected to reach retailers in late March or early April. They said that it hopes to normalize it, but normalizing it means that people aren't going to be
like setting a higher floor price, right?
Right. Yeah, and they know that people are going to pay this now, so why would they reduce it? It just doesn't work that way. Supply and demand only works if the supply is always high at that level, keeping competition active. But they know that there's only 210,000 tons. I don't know how much they go through in a year. How many tons do they go through in a year?
Let's see.
But Ito attributed the price hike to a distribution bottleneck, saying at the press conference that enough rice is being produced to meet demand. U.S. consumers are also struggling with soaring prices, notably eggs. They say that it's because of the bird flu. But if the prices drop, then I'll buy into that ideology. But I don't suspect that egg prices are going to drop dramatically because they know that people are. Go ahead.
It's estimated at 8.1 million metric tons.
In a year.
Yeah, so kind of a lot.
But they're only releasing.
Right, and then, yeah.
This is nothing. All right.
Maybe it's just a short term, but then we know that doesn't solve it, but
yeah,
maybe it'll help stop some of the panic, etc.
Yeah.
And I think it said in the article, they started doing this when they had a previous, I think it was in this article, that they had a previous impact to the crop, and that's why they started doing the stockpile. Yes.
Yeah, so Japan's government turns to its stockpiles in times of poor harvests or natural disasters. All right, let's keep going. This next article is over on the Mobile channel. Banksy. This one I titled something fishy about Banksy. Banksy fish artwork to go on display at London Museum. London Museum has announced that it has acquired Banksy's Piranhas artwork, which appeared at a police sentry box in the city last summer. Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting. It looks like an aquarium.
Yeah, but it's a police sentry box, so...
Right.
Very interesting. So the article's over at rte.ie. I don't see a byline, but anyway, apparently the London Museum has acquired this London police sentry box, and it's going to go on display, and it has what looks like translucent panels put on it so that it looks like there are piranhas swimming around in it. The collection concluded with a gorilla appearing to lift up a shutter at the entrance to the London Zoo. London Museum, which will move from the city's Docklands to its new location in 2026, will display the work after a City of London committee voted to donate it to the attraction. So there's a picture. This other Banksy work includes a rhino climbing on top of a silver car. They use the term mounting, which implies something else going on, but the car is actually like crushed in the back a little bit.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
So it makes it look like this rhino is climbing on top of the truck. And there are other Banksy artworks in this article that I think are pretty interesting. Like a gorilla lifting up something to let animals out from behind a shroud.
Yeah, that's
but it's
neat.
Lifting up a
I
shutter.
think it'd be cool to live in an area like the UK and encounter one of these, right? I mean, they're pretty prevalent in certain areas.
Seems to be, right? Banksy's animals collection was made up of 9 works, including a rhino mounting a silver car, 2 elephant silhouettes with their trunks stretched out towards each other, and 3 monkeys that looked as though they were swinging on a bridge. Another one is a gorilla lifting up what's called a lift, or lifting up a shutter, which is a gate on a garage type of a thing. That's what it looks like.
Right,
he's lifting
like one of those roll down garage doors.
Yeah.
Like you see in a storage center or something.
Yeah.
Or a warehouse, maybe.
And these are usually out in front of storefronts so that they can lock them down more securely than just a door. Pretty cool. There are a few in the States, but I don't know where all they are, if they're protected anymore. Like one is in New Orleans. I believe
there's only one in the U.S. I think that's the only one in the U.S.
Oh, really? I thought there were more than that. That's the only one in the U.S. is in New Orleans.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. All right, let's do our last article. That one I titled AI-Generated True Crime Series. An AI-generated true crime series has millions of views, and the only little segment that we have on this is it says it was a perfect crime.
I wonder if that was AI-generated.
Yeah, really. Lucas Ropek over at Gizmodo.com put the article together. And it says AI slop is taking over the internet, according to a Gizmodo article that says AI slop website sent thousands of people a Halloween parade that didn't exist. And we talked about that back last year. But that's what they linked to in the article. And it's making it increasingly difficult for web users to know what's real, what's fake. And hey, it's the reason why I created RealityHacker.
That's right. I mean, you were way ahead of that.
Yeah, RealityHacker as a domain has been around for a considerable amount of time. It was one of my earlier projects. So 404 Media reports on the newest frontier and this bizarre dystopic trend, revealing the rise of AI-generated true crime podcast, which you might imagine isn't based in truth at all. The YouTube channel True Crime Case Files has managed to rack up millions of views by spitting out long, drawn-out yarns of murder and mayhem that are complete and utter BS. So, to be called true crime, it needs to be true crime. the channel's owner told 404 they wanted the audience to think about why they care so much that it was true, why it matters so much to them that real people are being murdered. And I have to agree. Why is that so fascinating?
I agree, but then it's just not true crime. It's just mystery or thriller or whatever it is.
Right. But what's the point? Why do you have to be fascinated by
I've never understood what the appeal of true crime is. I understand the appeal of, say, mystery or something like that.
Yeah.
But I don't understand why it needs to be real.
Right. I prefer knowing that it isn't real. I prefer knowing that it isn't even based on reality and that it's just a work of fiction.
Or that it couldn't even be real.
It's single-handedly why I really like Castle and other procedurals, because I know that it isn't real, and if it is based on something real, it kind of sours my attitude towards it, because I don't want, like, even Kingdom Come Deliverance is now getting to the point where I'm like, I'm so burnt out on violence, I just don't want to witness it. When I was younger, I didn't care. It was just a thing. But at any rate, so having gone hunting for the YouTube videos that 404's article mentions, they stumbled across a number of other channels doing the exact same thing. It clearly seems like an appealing racket for someone looking to make a quick buck. Web hustlers figure out that they can use automated content creating platforms like ChatGPT to tap into the attention economy and eke out a small living. Not always a small living, though.
Yeah, that is true. Depends on if it goes viral, right?
Correct. Yep. So it says sometimes it doesn't pay off. However, last year a YouTube show attempted to use AI-generated George Carlin comedy special to generate attention. It ended with litigation from Carlin's family, and the video had to be permanently pulled from the web. There used to be an AI Jesus or something like that on Twitch. There's been other AI generated.
We had an article about it in one of the shows.
AI sitcom that was eerily close to Seinfeld. A bunch of stuff on Twitch. And I don't know. If it's entertaining, it's entertaining. But without the human part of it, I don't really find value in it, you know? Like...
No, and some people aren't going to it for entertainment, right? They're going to it thinking it's real.
Well, the true crime one, maybe, yeah. And everything else. Like, I don't want to be in a community where I'm watching an AI generate random garbage and there's nothing there.
Substance, right? Or whatever behind it, yeah.
Yeah, like if it was a story that was created using AI to some degree and edited, augmented by a human editor, and it was me that was telling the stories or something like that, then it's the community that I'm building. But if it's nothing but automated AI garbage,
just gibberish, yeah.
Yeah,
exactly.
It's fake. But that's, again, why I created RealityHacker, because you're not, at some point in the future, you're not going to know what to trust other than what is directly observable that you can touch, because even seeing it, it's no longer, if it's a video, you could be completely bamboozled by it.
Right. The quality has gone way up. It's very hard to see unless you know what to look for. And even then, sometimes you can't really determine.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, I love generative AI. It serves a purpose. It's good for creative efforts. It's good for stimulating your creative writing, because sometimes you get writer's block and you need something that kind of nudges you out of that lock. And not everybody is, brilliantly capable of solving that problem. So I see it as a tool, but it definitely shouldn't be the end-all, be-all. But hey, this is the life and times we live. So I'm going to ask the AI slop engine that's over here to weave a story that will bring us back to the front page. Oh, look, there it is, of ohmTown.com. And we're going to call it a night. And it's Valentine's Day, everybody. So have a good night. And I'm taking the AI with me. You want to say bye?
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. Be back tomorrow for our weekend edition.
Yep. So tomorrow we're going to have 3 shows. It ends up being 15 articles or roughly an hour and a half of content that gets turned into the weekend edition of Non Sequitur News. But those 3 shows are
Reality Hacker,
yeah,
Wanted,
yeah,
and the Continuity Report.
Yep. So what we were just talking about, we highlight in Reality Hacker. Gadgets and Gear is Wanted, and the Continuity Report is about entertainment news, namely movies and sitcoms and shows and stuff like that. But more tomorrow, so be sure to follow us here on Twitch and over on YouTube, and we're out of here. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Reality Hacker for February 15th, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 7. I thought I was going to get away from that, but no. Everything old is new again. If you want today's show notes over on Twitch, you hit !RH. If you're over on YouTube, you can just, well, review the show notes because they're embedded in the description already. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI whose visualizer you see, and maybe there's a graphic artifact there that you'll see as well. That's because I've got lights behind my green screen that are bleeding through. Anyway, we're going to talk about these 5 articles. I almost said 10, but that's Non Sequitur News. Anyway, AI designs enzymes from scratch. AI versus US, and by US I mean us. Extended Reality News Roundup. This is provided by they've done a rundown, and we'll get into it when we get there. And mystery signal behind a dead galaxy, and humanized mice. What the? Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello. I'm not sure why Reality Hacker isn't up on the screen.
Oh, it's because I never mind that. Shh. AI. It's okay. So welcome to the show.
There's a bit of a critter commotion in the background.
Yeah, I don't want to know. So let me do this real quick. !RH if you're in the chat over on Twitch. Now you get to see the 5 articles that we're going to talk about. We don't bury the links in links. We link to the snippets that are over on ohmTown.com. You might actually have witnessed a marked increase in the number of articles that are aggregated and the speed at which they're provided. That's because I found one place was really kind of being a pain in the butt, and kind of contaminating our news. And so I got rid of a couple of sources. That said, if you're interested in providing information, or if you are interested in providing a lead as to the source of information, some news site that you think would be worthy of adding to our aggregator, please let me know. You can send an email to mayor@ohmTown.com. That said, we're going to get into these 5 articles for the Reality Hacker show. First article's over in Greenogram, which has suddenly started rising to the top in our news because it's aggregating news that is relevant to Reality Hacker. And I found it really interesting that not only have I seen this in Greenogram, but I've seen this AI concept being applied to enzyme and protein folding on YouTube. Articles are coming out and being posted on YouTube.
Oh, so interesting.
Yeah, and so when this was submitted, I was like, oh, whoa, oh, okay. I guess this is like rising into people's zeitgeist of science. So scientists use AI to design lifelike enzymes from scratch. Combined approach takes AI engineered enzymes one step closer to practical applications. The thing about this is I cannot move past the idea that it's going to be a hallucination, and we bumble fart our way into creating something that acquires capabilities.
I mean, but it's not like a Chat GPT that's being used for this. This is perhaps an AI built specifically for this purpose. So maybe it has good data.
Could it? So Miriam Nadaf put this article together. It's an article. That's what they call it in the science.
That's the new thing.
It is. It's what the youth say today. Article. So it's in nature.com, and it says a combined approach takes AI engineered enzymes one step. God, I quit. One step
Orticles
closer.
And stapes.
I quit. Well, anyway, there it is. An enzyme structure designed using a combination of machine learning tools. This is a milestone for enzyme engineering, says Huimin Shao, a synthetic biologist at the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign. Quote, it shows that now it's possible to design enzymes with native-like activity that could make them useful practically. Which is kind of a, hey, we created something, but we don't have a use for it, so let's create a use for it kind of a thing. Earlier
what
efforts.
Could go wrong there?
Gain of function doesn't mean shit.
By the way, I think we've missed something key here. There is such a thing now as a synthetic biologist.
You know, I rolled right on over that, going, you know what, I'm going to have to do some background check here, because synthetic biologist is basically creating something from nothing. It's entirely synthetic. It's not bound by nature other than the physics of nature. Earlier efforts to design enzymes from scratch using AI have had limited success, often producing ones that stall after the first step of a reaction. In the latest study, published in Science on 13 February, researchers overcame this challenge by combining several machine learning approaches. The new enzymes were 60,000 times better at speeding up the reaction than ones previously designed to work in a similar way. Now, here is the kicker about this. We've used AI to create this stuff, and it may not be useful today. But just like DNA amplification, it was 30 years old, the concept of the enzyme that was used to amplify DNA. And so now this is going to languish somewhere in a research paper until somebody uses AI to say, you know, there's an enzyme that existed to do this back in 2025.
Oh, yeah. I hope they're cataloging all this, for lack of a better term, so that this is more easily
digestible, right?
Accessed or digested or whatever, so that when somebody's embarking on a new experiment, they can go, oh, I can start here.
So I didn't log in, but this is the nuts and bolts of this article. There's more. If you go over and look at it, you'll probably find more, but they're basically tailoring these enzymes to focus on a particular type of function and performance feature. It may do something great in the future, or it may stall at some point. You know, its application may not ever rise to the level. But this is the type of fundamental research that needs to be funded by everybody so that everybody has access to it. Otherwise, it's going to be siloed into the have and have-nots type of category, where only business has the ability to look at this and go, okay, yeah, this is profound and can be applied. We know about DNA amplification and everything else because information has been shared across academia. So these new enzymes were 60,000 times better at speeding up the reaction than the ones previously designed to work in a similar way. So you can imagine just how the efficacy of this is absolutely profound. They say it's like going to the thrift store and buying a suit, and that suit probably won't fit you perfectly. That's what happens when we try to design enzymes that way, said study co-author Anna Luco, a protein designer at the University of Washington in Seattle. They wanted to build an enzyme that could undergo a 4-step chemical reaction called serine hydrolysis, which involves breaking an ester bond between molecules. Serine hydrolases are the natural enzymes that carry out this reaction, and they're involved in many biological processes, including digestion, metabolizing fats, and blood clotting. So this could be applied to something that could stem blood flow. So if somebody is bleeding out, they can just squirt this stuff or something associated with clotting. And then because it's 60,000 times better than the previous means of enzymatic reactions, it is that much better at clotting blood or metabolizing fats, breaking down. So I think that this is pretty damn amazing. So they created a deep neural network called Placer to refine the structural design by modeling the locations of atoms in the enzyme and the molecules it binds during every step of the reaction. And so the AI worked as a filter.
This is really incredible. I mean, I don't expect they'll have as significant leaps every time they do this, but 60,000 times faster is pretty significant. And while I get it, if it's at some unit of measure, maybe it's not as significant a jump, but all these things mean that the applications are going to expand.
Yeah, that's 60,000 times is kind of the stat that you go, this isn't going from 1 to 2, So I hope that this actually continues to take place into the far future, and we keep on enhancing this. But stay alert. All right, let's keep on going. The next article is over in Technology Today. That's another one of our shows, but that's tomorrow. Some tech leaders think AI could outsmart us and wipe out humanity. A professor of AI is not worried, and nor am I. In 1989, political scientist Francis Fukuyama predicted that we were approaching the end of history. He meant the similar liberal democratic values were taking hold in societies around the world. How wrong could he have been? So this article breaks out, basically throwing out a whole bunch of historical claims. Toby Walsh from The Conversation put this article together. But I don't think that it's AI. AI has the ability to be utilized like a knife, like anything, like a snowball. It could be used for fun, or you could dip it in water and it turns into an ice ball and knocks somebody unconscious. AI is a tool. How we use it is really what matters. In 2022, they say, and by the way, this is the author Toby Walsh's opinion about this and observations. They say in this article, in 2022, Wunderkind Sam Altman, chief executive of OpenAI, one of the fastest growing companies in the history of capitalism, explained the pros and cons. I think it's a good case around AI. It is just so unbelievably good that you sound really crazy. You sound like a really crazy person to start talking about it. The bad case is, I think this is important to say, is like lights out for all of us. But in all of these cases, I think
that goes to your point earlier, though, right? Like a lot of things can be used for different purposes.
Yeah, and it's the ethical boundary that you pick and choose, and
it doesn't mean we shouldn't have innovation.
No, not at all. And like I said, and I've said this before. One person's terrorist is another person's freedom fighter. It depends on which side of the fence you're on. In all cases, a mild-mannered person will say that you can't use it for violence or causing harm. That is what a sane person, an ethical person, a moral person, a person who isn't prone to violence and war and conflict and exploiting it and selling the weapons to both sides kind of a thing. That is what a person says, that it could be good. So why not use it for great good? Well, when the haves have it and nobody else has it, they become defensive about it, protective of it, and they don't want other people to be able to position themselves to take it. 40 years ago, maybe around that time, I got into a discussion with somebody who was rather zealous in their opinion about things, that if somebody is causing harm, then there is only one way out. Then so you resolve it, and sometimes it has to turn to violence. And unfortunately, that is the way of the world. So when nobody has access except for the haves to AI, and it gets exploited for abusive purposes, then you can see why somebody would lay claim to AI is going to outsmart us and wipe us all out. Instead,
well, it can only be smart as the programming too. And so right. I don't know that it necessarily suddenly is extra brilliant just because it's technology that people don't all understand.
Yeah, the only way that it could ever get out of hand is if we enable it to get out of hand. It's not going to construct itself. It's not going to be able to enslave. Yeah. But like we've seen some experiments, simulations where battlefield commander says, go eliminate the enemy, and then they countermand it, the robot, the drone, literally, and this is in a simulation, the drone turned around, eliminated the commander, and then went and eliminated the enemy.
Right. What could go wrong there? But notice there was some programming to do the function that it did. It just went after perhaps the wrong person.
Yeah. So they say, in 1950, Turing wrote what is generally considered the first scientific paper about AI. Just 1 year later, he made a prediction that haunts AI researchers like the author. Once machines could learn from experience like humans, Turing predicted that it would not take long to outstrip our feeble powers. At some stage, therefore, we should have to expect the machines to take control, but only if we allow it. But there are mad scientists out there that will give it as much as they want, like,
they
AI
think it's for their benefit, right? Even if not to society's, but I mean, we know that could backfire too. But
yeah.
But I mean, like, don't allow knives or something, which have a lot of useful purposes. We know they can be used for non-useful purposes too, or non-good purposes.
Right. Yeah. And there's all these scenarios about how they're going to outsmart us. And just because a person has money does not mean that they are the brilliant, awe-inspiring person that everyone should follow. Most of the people that have money were born with it, were given it, didn't earn jack shit, and have lived off public money and or abusive practices, trade practices, and greed. Plain and simple. You find me any ethical, non-sociopathic billionaire, and I'll find the room where only one person is sitting out of the entire population of billionaires. And they're a very, very lonely person looking around going, what the frick is going on? Anyway, I don't really buy into this claim. You can come and read the rest of this article. I selected it because the title alone. But when it comes out talking about politics, I think that it's already lost the message here, because AI should be a tool, and it's society that should be saying that it's nothing more than a tool. It shouldn't be leveraged as a political gambit. But it is going to be taking jobs because the people that have see it as eliminate humans instead of it being a tool to amplify what humans are capable of. So
right. I mean, I think it's an interesting article.
Yeah.
But I'm not concerned about this direction.
The only way that it's going to happen is if the people with the means to make it happen. And it's going to be by putting them in peril, unless they put in the 3 rules and then a 4th one, like...
right, but then hopefully it doesn't override it, like we just mentioned in the simulation.
Yep, like RoboCop. There was a rule that they can't hurt any of the corporatists, but then they override it because they had a soul. So let's keep moving. The next article is over in ohmTown and under the RealityHacker channel. So all of these that I talk about are siloed within a particular context. So a show that we put together. We have 7.
A channel, right?
A channel, yeah. So there's 50 channels that are over at ohmTown.com, 7 of which exist as shows. 6 are weekly shows on the weekend, 3 today and 3 different ones tomorrow. And then Non Sequitur News is Monday through Friday. So if you're interested in that kind of stuff, then go over to ohmTown. And be sure to follow us here on Twitch and over on YouTube. Anyway, this next article is over in RealityHacker. And XR means extended reality. News roundup, trombone champ, underworld overseer, ashen arrows, and more. The article is by uploadvr.com. Henry Stockdale put the article together, and if you've never heard of Trombone Champ, it's a blast to watch. 1 second. One.
I think your audio cut out.
No, it was intentional. So I needed to turn off those lights. Anyway, Trombone Champ, unflattened, Toots of Love, which, depending on...
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I dig this. So Trombone Champ is a VR game where you actually play a trombone virtually. You can play it non-VR, but from Trombone Champ to Fantasy VR Archery, the latest extended reality news roundup is live. You can go over to uploadvr.com and check it all out directly. We'll skim through it really quick. But yeah, Trombone Champ Unflattened continues post-launch updates in time for Valentine's Day. Dysim and Underworld Overseer are heading to PlayStation VR 2. This is one that I haven't seen before, but Trombone Champ I have. It's actually pretty funny to watch people play it. Let's see what else. Ashen Arrows drops new trailer ahead of this month's full release. Ashen Arrows is a VR fantasy archery game based on Norse mythology that previously launched in Steam Early Access, featuring a single-player campaign and co-op support for up to 2 friends. You play as a hunter tasked with fending off hordes of monsters to stop Ragnarok. Before its full release this month on Quest, Pico, and Steam, it received a new launch trailer. And then,
do you think this is compatible with VR bows?
I can't reach it. It's right there. It depends. I'll have to check it out. So I use a Pico and Steam. That bow that I've got is attached to the Pico, or well, it's a VR compatible bow, but you have to link it to the VR interface. Otherwise, you can just use an iPad or other smart device or tablet or phone or anything really. But it's better if it's in VR. So I'll have to give it a shot. I'll give that game right there a shot because it's in early access. There may be a demo that I'll be able to try out. But I'll give it a shot, and then we'll report back. Unfortunately, all of our shows are really constructed within the last 24 hours. So when I see this stuff, for the most part, I'm seeing everything combined as it is. So I wasn't really prepared, but I will check this out. So I'll put it in my Steam store and get it. So I hope that it is, because there are other games that are compatible with this VR bow, and it's a real bow, a real recurve bow. Has the same weight and pull of a real bow. It's the same size as a real bow. It has tracking in multiple dimensions. And so you pull back a string and you knock a virtual arrow, but it's actually permanently knocked. And it gets captured inside this spring-loaded tube so that you actually fire like right at your screen. So it can freak somebody out, but it never gets released into the air. Yeah. Oh, who is it? Wonder Fitter. That's what it's called. It's a Wonder Fitter bow.
Okay.
Anyway, we'll talk about it again once I'm better prepared. So that's some of the stuff that's over at uploadvr.com. And you can follow the link through Twitch or through the channel notes over on YouTube. Let's keep going. This next article goes beyond our planet. A mystery signal lights up a dead galaxy, baffling astronomers. Astronomers have pinpointed an FRB outside a dead galaxy for the first time, challenging existing models that link FRBs to star-forming regions. Using CHIME FRB outriggers, they suspect the burst came from a globular cluster of ancient stars. This discovery forces a rethink of FRB origins. So McGill University put this article together for sci-fi-daily.com, which isn't, no, not Sci-Fi Daily, Sci-Tech Daily, my gosh.
Okay, yes.
I don't know why I said Sci-Fi Daily, because it's so sci-fi to me.
It looks sci-fi, right?
So yeah, just so you can define what FRBs are, fast radio bursts are what's going on here. And essentially what happened is an FRB was emanating from behind a dead galaxy and lit it up. So
that's pretty interesting, isn't it?
Yeah. And so using the CHIME FRB outriggers, they suspect the burst came from a globular cluster of ancient stars. This discovery forces a rethink of FRB origins and sets the stage for more revelations as technology improves. Astronomers studying the origins of enigmatic fast radio bursts have made a major discovery that could reshape our understanding of these powerful cosmic signals. Designated FRB 2024-0209A, outside a dead galaxy, one that no longer forms new stars. This is the first time an FRB has been found so far from its host galaxy, making it a unique and puzzling case. Pinpointing the cosmic origins of the FRB, they are intense, millisecond-long radio flashes emanating from galaxies millions of light years away, and while most are isolated events, some repeat sporadically, making them key targets for efforts to pinpoint their exact location in the sky. One of the newly operational CHIME FRB outrigger telescopes, which enhance the capabilities of the main CHIME telescope located in Penticton? How do you pronounce that? Penticton, BC, or Penticton? Penticton. There you go.
I guess so. That's an odd name.
British Columbia. Astronomers have placed FRB 2024-0209A in a region of space associated with a dead galaxy, or one that's no longer forming stars. But yeah, like I said, I suspect that this thing is outside. It's lighting up a dead galaxy, and it's on the other side of it. This breakthrough marks the first pinpointing of an FRB on the sky using CHIME FRB outrigger, in this case. The one located in Princeton, BC. And so I don't know if that is a typo.
Yeah, I don't either. And I wonder, too, if because of this, we'll start to see more of this kind of activity, right? Like if we can sense it, then we can study it.
Yeah. Is that? Oh, the main one is at this location, but the outrigger is in Princeton. This is... Yeah, I almost thought that this was like an anagram of Princeton, but it's a different location. Well, anyway, them being able to look at these things is quite interesting, but I'm not sure. You know, there's a new attitude that's forming within, I guess, physics in general, that's calling out kind of this idea that science is being done simply to keep people employed in big science. But there is some fundamental science that actually needs to be done. And the shame is going to be if we only choose to do stuff that has a positive outcome because we know it's going to have a positive outcome, instead of fundamental research showing what doesn't happen is also a positive.
Yeah, I mean, we need to have research that explores things that we don't know the answer to. And sometimes the negative answer is a good thing for shaping future research.
Right, because that
Plus,
negative...
we know how many accidental discoveries and everything.
Yeah, think about that. We know about DNA. amplification because somebody put something out there that didn't have effective application at least, until somebody said, hey, let's use it for DNA amplification. And the reason why I harp on this so often nowadays, at least, is because it applies to so much in biology, you cannot get away from it. And so it's such a simple thing to look back at the historical record and go, oh, look, somebody created this at another university 3 decades ago. Now we can use it, but we couldn't use it up until that point.
Right. We didn't have the right technology or something to really explore it fully.
Right. So bigger minds. I'm not a researcher in academia, so I'm not calling anything out one way or another. I'm just trying to drive home the idea that there are people out there that are actually talking about quote unquote junk science that's doing nothing more than creating jobs, but only for jobs' sake, not for true scientific output. And I think it's a shame, because what's going to end up happening is this great filter is going to take place, where the only way you can actually do any science is if you can show already that it is demonstrably a positive output.
At that point, what is it really adding?
Right. Let's keep going. This next article is over in Technology Today. It's the last one for today's Reality Hacker. Again, this signal is kind of hacking reality, because we didn't know this was possible until the signal appeared.
Right, and it at least gives the appearance that something else is out there that we don't know about.
Yeah, and there's so much that we don't know about. Hell, we don't know what's in our oceans, let alone what's out in the world, out in the universe. So this last article is over, and this is the last article for the February 15th Reality Hacker Season 2, Episode 7. This article is over in Technology Today, which is tomorrow's actual show. It's the mid-roll show. New humanized mice bring scientists closer to reversing aging. WSU researchers have created HUT mice with human-like short telomeres, allowing for groundbreaking studies on aging, cancer, and longevity. This innovation could lead to new treatments that protect telomeres and extend health span. So our life depends on telomeres.
So many layers of Reality Hacker, right? The humanized mice, the
extending
playing
human
with
lifetime.
Lifespan, exactly.
Yep, Washington State University scientists have developed genetically engineered mice that could help accelerate anti-aging research. Globally, researchers are striving to unlock this idea of extending life and just kind of curing cancers and figuring out what it is that is the cause of aging. Well,
right.
To some degree, they know that it's telomeres, that they break off as your genes are replicated. A little piece kind of flakes off the ends, these telomeres. Washington State University put the article together. It's published over at scitechdaily.com. And so studying telomeres at the cellular level has been challenging in humans. Now a discovery by a WSU research team published in the journal Nature Communications has paved the way for utilizing these genetically engineered mice in future studies. Led by WSU College of Pharmacy and Pharmaceutical Sciences professor Ji-Yu Shu, the research team has developed mice that have human-like short telomeres, enabling the study of cellular aging as it occurs in the human body and within organs. Normally, mice have telomeres that are up to 10 times longer than humans. This is the first mouse model.
So that's interesting that a mice can even exist with this.
Yeah, and I'm not really sure. They don't live long, so I don't know how shortened telomeres allow them to exist.
I don't either, but maybe they can see that like every mouse lives for, I don't have any idea what their lifespan is. Let's say they normally live 6 months or a year or something, and they can tell with this they live double or something.
It's the Drosophila of mammals.
Right. Yeah, fast lifespans, which make for easier studying.
Yeah, innumerably replicable because you can just breed them, again and again and again. And as long as you're okay with doing experiments on biological life, then, or, mammalian life at least, then I guess you're okay with doing this. So the work has significant implications for the development of future drugs and treatments. In the long term, it may pave the way for anti-aging strategies aimed to activating cells to protect telomeres and potentially extend lifespans. Shu noted that many diseases originate at the cellular level, so targeting drugs there is a common strategy. I think it's brilliant. My real problem is you're not going to be able to afford it. Nobody is.
Well, we also, it's tinkering around with some pretty significant things. And, what is that going to do down the road?
Yeah, so the development of these mice began 10 years ago, it says, when researchers gained a deeper understanding of telomere regulation in humans and how it differs from animals. Previously, how telomeres regulated the human aging process could only be studied using isolated human cells in a petri dish. This model is quite different as it allows us to observe the aging process in a whole organism. Mice are similar to humans in terms of organ structure, genes, genetic makeup. Yeah, we're kind of squirrely that way.
I find it interesting that they can do something relevant to humans in a mouse.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it sounds cheesy, but we're not as squeaky clean as y'all think. Anyway, Shu received $5 million for studies to further develop the mouse model that simulates human replicative aging, as well as research cancer implications. The funding includes grants from the National Institute on Aging, National Institute on General Medical Sciences, and the U.S. Department of Defense, with the latter to study how telomere length affects melanoma cancer cells. So, theoretically, all of that dried up. All right, folks. Well, we are going to hop on to one of these humanized mice, and that's going to bring us closer to the front page of RealityHacker over at ohmTown.com. And that means that Mayor Watt and the sentient AI from the future is going to end this show and get ready for another show. In about 10 to 15 minutes or so, we're going to be reset. And we will do Wanted, which is about gadgets and gear. What say you, AI?
I say, let's do it. Bye-bye, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Reality Hacker. Be sure to stay tuned. We have 2 more shows coming up. And don't forget to subscribe.
You can subscribe here on Twitch and here on YouTube. And go and watch 1,800 episodes. And be sure to download the podcast. There's 7 of them. Just search for ohmTown. And you'll get the whole studio of shows and every season of them. So go now. Go. Bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Wanted for February 15th, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 7. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmTown.com, and along with the sentient AI from the future, whose visualizer you see right there, and for the foreseeable future, it'll be right there. I don't know. Maybe we'll change it up. Really, do we need to? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Anyway, we're going to talk about these 5 articles. This is our second show for today. We just got done with Reality Hacker, and then after this is the continuity report. This show, we're going to be talking about bookshelf speakers, bird feeders, tripophobic D-brand, smart home gadgets, and Crocs case for Samsung Galaxy. And I'm sure others are coming, but everything is powered by ohmTown.com. What you see on the screen is the Wanted channel, which is under Technology. It's right here. And then at the very bottom is Wanted. We've got 50 channels, 7 of which have been turned into shows we do each week or daily. Non Sequitur News is the daily. We'll see you on the other side. Excited. Let's get into this. What say you, sentient AI from the future?
I say let's go.
And look at that visualizer go.
Woohoo!
I keep trying to catch the little dots, but it never works.
Can't catch me.
Damn it, every time. All right, let's get going. The first article is about bookshelf speakers. I really dig bookshelf speakers. We're off to a good start. Bookshelf speakers, active, passive, and hi-fi. Soup up your sound with these active and passive speakers. They have picks for every budget. It's over at wired.com. Ryan Waniata put the article together. The best active ones are the KEF LSX2s, which are following the Sony style of naming. The best packed. God bless. What is going on?
That is definitely the Sony nomenclature style. Oh, and look, Sony's in here.
Yeah, Sony SSCS5 is the best affordable passive speakers, and then the best passive ones are Focal Teva, I guess it is, number one. Those are $1,000. The KEF LSX2s are $1,300 at Amazon. It's quite the drop. Best affordable ones are SSCS5s for $200. There's a lot more. The best for bass, KEF. I've heard a lot about KEF. They are supposed to be pretty spectacular, but at $1,300, come on now. I don't know. Maybe it's just me that I just different strokes for different folks.
Am I going to get that much enjoyment out of it to spend that much, or am I going to be able to tell that much of a difference? Yeah, I know there's a difference in high-end stuff to a point.
Yeah. I mean, audiophiles will say yes, absolutely. At some point, you're brushing up against the limit of what your ears can actually pick up. But if it does full spectrum, 20 hertz to 20 kilohertz, the reproduction of it, the sample rate is the highest that it can actually achieve. It's not overpowered, so it's blowing out the speakers themselves. I don't know. I have yet to ever run across something where I'm like, oh my God, this audio is so much better than these, and these aren't, $2,000 in-ear monitors. They're not cheap ones that I bought at auction from the airport, but they're also...
Oh, right. That's a callback. You need to go through all 1,800 episodes on ohmTown to find it.
Well, at least 2 seasons of Want. 2 seasons of Wanted.
But it wasn't even in Wanted. I think it was in Non Sequitur News. So again, you better start combing through all the episodes.
That's right. Yep. So KEF Q Concerto Meta for $1,300. And then it drops it down to IK Multimedia iLoud Micro Monitor. Those are the best desktop speakers. I would love to have somebody represent like this sound versus that sound, and it'd be so night and day that it accounts for the budgetary change, right? Like if I have $200 speakers on my desk, are the $2,000 ones that much 10 times better?
I don't think that's, I feel like there's going to be some sort of curve or whatever, right? Like a $5 is going to be different than $100 or whatever, might be different than, I don't know, 500. But at some point, are you getting more minuscule?
There are some speakers that are $1 million.
I just made up random numbers, by the way. Yeah. But the point is, like, do you continually get magnificent leaps, or is it just a little bit?
Did I do the intro? Did I do the music?
You did the picture and everything. You didn't do the intro for us.
What? What do you mean? I welcomed you, didn't I?
No.
It was a soft one.
You just started talking to me.
Okay. Sometimes I feel bad. So, of all the times for somebody to call me, why call me while I am doing a stream? Focus, Mayor Watt, focus. But I'm a mayor, and everybody is trying to contact me. Some people want to be me. Some people want to meet me. Some people want to beat me. But anyway, So it says here for many listeners, bookshelf speakers, aka stand mount speakers, provide the quintessential audio experience, blending a potent cocktail of performance, value, and convenience. These pint-sized blocks play a key role in nearly every corner of the audio spectrum. And now it says pint-sized blocks. Now I want Lego brick speakers.
Okay, that would be neat.
Okay, I'm gonna work on it. I wonder if I could just 3D print bookshelf speakers that are Lego, and the little pips are the actual speakers.
Okay, that would be super cool. I think that's a project you should feature in ohmTown if you do it.
You might have to do a search real quick while we're talking about it. Anyway, there are tons of bookshelf speakers available for various prices, making it a tough thing to sift through. And so Wired did it for you, and they go through the whole list. KEF rising to the top. You'll see loads of terms and specs as you hunt for bookshelf speakers. Here are a few things to know beforehand. So what are active versus powered? What are passive? What to know about speaker impedance, speaker power requirements and amplifier options, tethered connection options, wireless connection options, and do you need a subwoofer? I'll answer that one. Hell yes, if you want bass.
I do see lots of Lego speaker things, but I'm not sure they're actual speakers. They just seem to be like speakers for your Lego sets or whatever. Like stickers and things like that.
No. I'm talking about actual Lego big like desktop bookshelf speakers that are Lego bricks.
No, I know what you're talking about. I'm saying what I'm finding is like little miniature, put it in your Lego set kind of thing.
Got it. Oh no, we're not going to do that. $1,300 for two speakers. Hey, KEF, send me those speakers and I will put them on my desk and evaluate them because I know that you really want me to, you know?
Well, the problem with that is if they're really amazing, then you'll never be satisfied with any other speakers again. But maybe you won't need to be because you can just keep using those.
That's right. I'll evaluate them and you don't have any sway over if I say yay or nay. But I'll post the video about them. Okay, let's keep going. So this is wanted. So it's about gadgets and gear. And yeah, I want better speakers only right now at this point to find out if I want. I use Edifer, which is these kind of inexpensive desktop speakers. And it doesn't even have a bass speaker. But then there's, home theater speakers. If I'm going to kind of immerse myself in something, it's going to be those. Anyway. I would sit here and go through this list step by step, but we only have 30 minutes and we've got 4 more articles to go through. So,
right. And we already have several wanted items in one article.
Yep. So this next article is over in RealityHacker, which was the show we just got done with, but not all news comes from just one of our categories or channels. This is about the best bird feeders with cameras tested in reviews in 2025. Again, this is by Wired. These bird feeders come with cameras and connected apps to let you see and learn about the birds in your neighborhood. People show me the bird.
Do you think that's what's showing up on this?
Maybe. These bird feeders have cameras, though, which is new to me. And because it's something unique and fascinating and something that you could actually like put outside and you could stream. I think that these are actually absolutely brilliant. So odds are at this point, you've probably seen or know someone that has a smart bird feeder, which no, I know no one.
I didn't even know they existed before this article. No. I mean, I know there's pretty much a smart everything by now.
I thought that it was too niche that somebody would build something with a camera already attached when you could just attach a camera to it and record. So lucky for you, Wired.com put this together. Kat Merck over at Wired.com put this article together, and they're talking about smart bird feeders. NetView's original birdie bird feeder for $145, the Bird Buddy for $239, and an even lower priced bird feeder camera case for $56. It says for months on end in snow, rain, and Texas heat, and in a yard with persistent squirrels. They've explored apps and notification settings, installed any optional solar panels, and used Cornell Labs All About Birds as well as Google Lens and their own local expertise to verify accuracy of AI identifications. So yeah, they go through all of these birds. There's a best overall rating, a runner-up, a reliable upgrade, best looking, the Bird Feed Bamboo Smart Bird Feeder for $250, which is nearly the most expensive. The one that is the most expensive is like a stronger, better, faster, meaner version of the Bird Feed Feeder. It says Bird Feed Feeder 2 Duo. I guess that's the one that's on that front right there. I think that's what that is.
Right. Well, and you should also pair that with the squirrel obstacle course contraption to avoid them attacking your bird feeders.
Oh, yeah. Who was that did that?
Mark Rober.
Mark Rober, yeah, has the squirrel obstacle course. One of the elements in that is like a squirrel catapult that would fling it. So best overall is this one right here. It looks pretty general. You just kind of screw it to your fence and wait for the squirrels to attack it.
It looks like a little house, but then it looks like it has like a Ring doorbell or something on it based on how it looks.
Yep, and you just stick it on your fence and let the peckers come and eat your food. And that's what it looks like, I guess. NetView caught on bird fee. Yeah, the NetView bird fee. That's what it looks like.
I mean, it's cute.
It looks kind of meh picture quality, right? Maybe it's just bad weather, right?
Yeah, I know. I would expect it to be crystal clear.
For $200, you can get a budget version of the Bird Buddy Smart Bird Feeder. It too has the camera in the dead center, and you put food on either side of the camera, and it dribbles out onto the tray. And that's, I guess, what that looks like. Really? That's white and yellow. That's red. Is that the same thing?
Well, we don't know what the photos are.
Oh, this is Bird Buddy app. Yeah, it says Bird Buddy app. And that's what that is, Bird Buddy. So it's a connected app. The one up on top here is the Bird Fee, NetView Bird Fee.
Oh, okay. Got it.
So each one has its own camera picture. This one is inside a balcony or inside a porch, so it looks like it's a little bit better protected from sun, and shows a little bird scooping up some seed. And then a reliable upgrade is the Bird Buddy Smart Bird Feeder Pro with a solar panel, so I guess it can charge itself and stay operational instead of having to be plugged in.
Neat.
Yeah, the mayoral mansion doesn't even have solar panels. What's up with that? Oh, and it even identifies it. Lesser Goldfinch.
Oh, cool. I wonder if you put up enough of these with the solar panels, will that power your house?
Yes. Yep. But there would be so many peckers showing up at your house. Whoa.
Okay, that was surprising. For those in the podcast, there is a video embedded of a bird very close up.
Very close up. Yeah, you can actually see its tonsils. Wow. Anyway, this one looks really good. That's a sexy birdhouse. Look at that. The NetView bird feed. The
bird's like, I got the best birdhouse here.
Girlfriend, stop on by. This one looks like it's like doing that little hawk thing, you know, where they stick their. Sometimes it's called sunbathing or something. Yeah, I think most birds do it. But it looks kind of. It's cool. I don't know if it's landing. It looks like it's an action picture. It's pretty cool. Anyway, where they stick their wings out. Sometimes it's to sunbathe. At any rate. Then there's others, BYO camera, the Wasserstein bird feeder camera case, where you can stick your own camera in there, I guess.
Oh, that's actually kind of neat, because then you could control the quality of the camera.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, pretty cool. Anyway, I want that one right there. Of course, it's the second to most expensive one, but
it looks the neatest.
Wait. Let me back up. That one didn't have a picture. Come on.
No.
That sucks. Okay. Well, anyway, that's it. We're gonna mosey. We're gonna fly off to a trypophobic RealityHacker article. Dbrand made a trypophobic Apple Vision Pro faceplate and battery holster. It originated almost a year ago, a few weeks after Vision Pro launched, as a 3D printed prototype from a designer named Kyle Goodrich, who showed the article or the item off on Twitter. Goodrich was exploring the problem of how to make a faceplate or device covered in sensors where blocking the sensors would compromise the device's functionality, so they designed a cover for the Apple Vision Pro. If you've never heard of trypophobic, it's basically the fear of circles.
Okay, well then that makes sense, given the visual for those in the podcast. This is a very holy case.
Yeah, it's basically Swiss cheese cases for the battery pack and for the Apple Vision Pro so that the sensors aren't covered up. It's very symmetrical, it looks, but maybe not. David Haney over at uploadvr.com put the article together, and it says here that thinking of making a small run of these if there's enough demand, and lo and behold, I think one approach to this problem is to make the entire faceplate transparent with holes only for the sensors, and you can find these on sites like Amazon and AliExpress. But Goodrich wanted a more visually striking approach, embracing the holes by adding many more than are needed and using an opaque body. This trypophobic solution, or trypophobia is the fear of small clusters of circles, but holes, was what he came up with. Dbrand liked it so much that they reached out to him and turned it into a product, which is the right thing to do, Disney. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
And
all companies.
Yeah, all companies. I'm not just saying Disney. All companies. Yeah, that's what I meant. Anyway, there's an artist on YouTube that did a follow-up 2 years after Disney took one of their products that they made, but they had actually taken something that was Disney and they turned it into a 3D model, and then Disney basically took it verbatim, like exactly,
right, yeah.
and cloned it and is selling it in their stores. I don't really know much about that anymore. I stopped paying attention to it because it's kind of like that artist. What are you going to do? You know, going after Disney to try and get compensation for what amounts to their work, but isn't, by the way. That isn't how
Right,
IT
I
or
know.
intellectual property works. But anyway, I need to make this statement. Going after a juggernaut of a company is like peeing into the wind. Yeah, sure, you're relieving yourself of this pressure, but it is not rewarding in any way. Anyway, Aperture is what it's called. It's available in black and orange and is either just a faceplate or in the package that includes a battery holster. And the faceplate alone is $50. The bundle is $70, and the battery holster isn't sold separately. So if you want it, you have to get the bundle. There you go. Dbrand. Thanks for not being a D. Anyway, the next article is, yeah. See, now,
I don't
by the
have
way,
anything to add there, other than this is a unique case.
yeah, and so that's why I want it. It's an interesting case, a unique design. I want a case like this, but I don't have Apple Vision Pro. I was going to get the X-Real headset, the extended reality headset, but I kicked it to the curb. I'm going to wait for its release and reevaluate at that time. Anyway, let's go on to the next article. It's over in Wanted, the best smart home gadgets for 2025. It says if it feels like every piece of home tech is now smart, you're not far off. The smart home space has grown exponentially in the past few years with speakers, cameras, locks, lights, even kitchen appliances. Your refrigerator, for instance, is now smart. All of your lights are smart. Light switches
Everything
are smart.
seems to be smart or dumb.
Doorknob. Well, maybe the contents of the house are dumb, but the house is brilliant and getting smarter because it's being connected to AI. So, and a lot of people think that microphones on these smart devices are always on. It's very conspiratorial. And so I am looking for a new refrigerator. And I am hoping that my advertisements change and tell me what a good refrigerator is out there. Although I've never done any searches for a refrigerator on any site.
Uh-oh, if they suddenly appear.
Then the mayoral mansion is going to get really dumb real quick.
Yeah, and also, I mean, maybe you just need to be driving down the road in a Ford or whatever, or a Jeep.
Rolling down the street in my Ford Jeep. No, wait. Ford or Jeep. I had to keep the rhyme going. Yeah. So the AI is alluding to the fact that there is some information being released that the vehicle is tracking what is being heard in the cabin of the vehicle and displaying ads when you come to a stop.
Yeah, that like every time you come to a stop, I think like if you stop at a traffic light or something.
Yeah, and they say, oh, it's not supposed to happen that way. It's a glitch. It'll be updated. But you know what? Keep your effing microphones off in my car. Kiss my
like
shiny metal. Oh, that invasion of privacy. I bought a car. I did not buy a surveillance device that you listen to my conversations.
Well,
what if I'm an attorney? What if I'm a doctor?
Also, what if you don't want to listen to ads all the time either? There's at least 2 issues with this.
Yes. The biggest issue is that you're listening to my... Anyway. So the best smart home gadgets for 2025, from speakers to robot vacuums, here are the best smart devices that make your home more connected. Nicole Lee and Valentina Palladino put the article together. It's over at Engadget.com. And I won't be able to go through all of these, I'm sure, but they have the best smart speaker, Sonos Era 100. It's $250. I think all of them are dumb. They're about as smart as you can throw them. The best budget smart.
And that's why I was talking about dumb.
Right.
You can have something labeled as smart, but it doesn't mean it is.
Yeah. I mean, it works with the frequency of a cheap ham radio. You never know what it's going to do. You know what? I told my smart speaker I have it coded to wake up the lights. When I say wake up, it's supposed to wake up the lights. You know what it says to me when I say that now? All of a sudden.
It's like, who are you?
No. It says, oh, I'm on.
You need to change the expression. I think it's getting confused with its own internal programming.
It's been the same for 5 years.
They probably had an update.
Right, but like Office Space, why do I have to change my freaking name?
Because
I was
you
here
want
first.
It to work.
All right. Look, it's like the river changed course, and now I have to move my car.
Or you can let the car float down the river. I mean, the choice is yours.
Except that I'm not arguing with nature. I'm arguing with something that seems to suddenly be aware. Anyway, best smart display is Alexa. Amazon Echo Show 8. They broke out a very specific thing. Best Alexa smart display. Best Google smart display.
That's very niche, yeah.
Best smart lights are the Hue, which I agree. Best budget lights are the Casa smart light bulbs. If anything uses Matter, then it all works together, which is fine. But if you have a balkanized infrastructure, then sometimes it works because it's updated. Sometimes it doesn't work because it's not updated. Sometimes you have to go and maneuver this app, that app, whatever. Best wireless security camera is the Blink Outdoor 4. It's the 4th generation. That is the kind of thing that I dig. The only problem is that with too much activity, the batteries drain faster. So you have to hook up solar. Depending on the security of the infrastructure behind it, it may not be secure. And if you attach it to your secure network and it's insecure, then your whole network is insecure. So you need to make sure that your Blink Outdoor is secure.
And you don't want your network to be insecure. I mean, it's never enjoyable for anybody to be insecure.
Correct. Then the Arlo Video Doorbell 2K. I've had people contact me about the Arlos, and that depending on the traffic, it drains the battery really fast when it's wireless. Roombas have always freaked me out because if your animal gets sick or whatever, then basically it becomes hot garbage all over. But if you don't have pets, or you are, the universe has spun in your direction and you are provided with an animal that never has accidents, congratulations. I'd like your animals. Anyway, iRobot Roomba Combo J9 Plus. Some of these get really expensive. The best robot vacuum and mop.
Well, yes. I mean, that's a very niche market. I'm surprised it's not the best Roomba
on a
vacuum
Tuesday.
And mop combo. Yeah, exactly.
So the best smart plug is the Casa Smart Plug Mini. Those are the ones that you can actually remotely control, which I think is brilliant. And then TP-Link Deco. I wouldn't put TP-Link stuff in my network until further notice. They're not allowed in certain infrastructures, although nowadays, I don't know. Anyway, let's keep on moving. Sound good?
Sounds good.
By the way,
do you want any of these?
Yeah, see, I want the smart plugs because I want to be able to control devices that are plugged into it remotely. And they don't. I have found smart sockets, actual sockets that you can replace them, but they're much more expensive and not mobile. So if you have to put them wherever you want them, and it gets expensive. I want outdoor wireless security, and the companies that I go to right now don't have wireless solutions, and the ones that you can kind of jerry rig it. What is the actual euphemism there? Is it a jury rig or jerry rig? I
thought it was the second.
Jerry rig, right? Anyway.
Yeah, jerry rig.
Yeah.
Jerry rigged, actually. Or
jerry rig.
Same thing. Yeah.
So
it's from 17th century, meaning swindle.
Really? Interesting. I never looked at, well, if I have looked up the etymology of it,
It has to do something with sailing, I think.
Oh, okay. So I want wireless security because it's so easy to just plop it somewhere. And with solar, you should be able to get, enough voltage out of it to power it, but that doesn't seem to be the case. You can't find wireless easily.
Right.
And not with the security that I demand. And don't pick on me. I'm not picking a fight. I'm just saying I don't like the idea of being compromised. So I try my best, but again, I'm not picking a fight. Somebody out there decided to pick a fight earlier, but anyway. I want wireless cameras. I want a wireless doorbell, so that I don't have to string wires everywhere, because wires kind of suck. Because every time you want to change something, if you don't have the right voltage, then you have to rewire. And if you don't have wire because you didn't plan for something being there, then...
Right, you're punching holes in the walls or floors.
Yeah.
Plus, pets or kids aren't always good mixes with wires.
Yep. You can go on and on and on and on. So smart bulbs, I love smart bulbs. Smart speakers, I love smart speakers. The only problem is the conspiracy theorist in me. So conspiracy theory lacks fact until you find the fact. And so a conspiracy theory is that until proof is provided. Doesn't make you crazy. It just means that you can't see them watching. And it's really good in my line of work, so to be a little conspiratorial. Anyway, it's a healthy conspiracy. At any rate, I love all of this tech, and so I want little bips and bops from all of it. All right. Well, anyway, the last article for today's Wanted for February 15th, 2025, Season 2, Episode 7, is Croc's Samsung Galaxy S25 case is both hideous and ingenious. And for whatever reason, tripophobic seem to span several of our articles because this article has holes in it.
Okay, that's odd.
Yeah, that wasn't intentional, by the way. I didn't know about this until I set up the articles today.
John, I didn't even know what tropophobic meant.
Yeah, there
and
you go.
I didn't look ahead at either of these.
So John Kanalakos over at pocket-lint.com, whoever it is that owns pocketlint.com, please just donate it. You'll have my undying gratitude because the dash is driving me nuts.
Well, probably so will Pocket-Lint.
Yeah. I mean, I've bought a domain just to get the domain back because I wanted the trifecta. This, I'm sitting there going, God, how do I buy that domain just so I can give it to pocket-lint.com? But I don't want to pay $25,000 for somebody's domain. Well, anyway, physically speaking, the Crocs case, as this is being called, features the established rubberized texture typical of Crocs shoes, as well as perforations for attaching various gibbets charms. That's the new thing, by the way. Not the new thing. It's been around for a considerable amount of time, but you put little charms on your case.
Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, I've seen things where you put charms on
shoes,
whatever, backpacks,
bags,
shoes, etc., but I didn't know that was a thing on phone cases.
Yeah, so they're called gibbets. These charms are entirely cross-compatible between Crocs shoes and new Crocs case, both a Mickey Mouse and an I Heart charm. Shipped with the package by default, the iconic Crocs handlebar ankle strap, which just is gross if it's on your phone case. But anyway, has also made the cut here, serving as a hand strap for keeping your phone securely attached while on the go. And the case is available in sizes across the entire Galaxy S25 lineup, including the base, the larger S25 Plus, and the high-end S25 Ultra. So if you want to put a second mortgage on your house, you can get the S25 Ultra.
I mean, why not?
They're in light blue and beige colorways for $70.
Wow.
Yeah, there's more to this, but hey, let's just move on because oh wow, looking at this picture actually made me dizzy.
Okay, that's odd. So it shows a picture of multiple cases overlapping with holes.
Yeah, so I just got tropophobic. But I'm not afraid of it. You know, it doesn't cause anxiety, but it made me dizzy looking at the...
You sure about that?
Yeah, I'm not. Maybe I'm a little anxious. I need a hug. Anybody out there want to give me a hug? All right, well, I'm going to trip the light fantastic down Main Street, ohmTown, and that'll land us back at the front page of Wanted. So just imagine you're walking down a street and on the left and right are shops, and each one of those shops is an article, and each one of those articles has been cataloged here in the Wanted channel. So left and right as you're walking down the street. That's how ohmTown works. All the information is aggregated into ohmTown.com and into these 6 main categories and 50 subcategories that we call channels, 7 of which have been turned into shows here on ohmTown over on Twitch and YouTube for you to watch and come and hang out. We'd love to have you in the audience. But that's it. We're done for today. I am Mayor Watt, and I'm taking the AI with me.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Wanted. Stay tuned for the continuity report, and we'll have another episode of Wanted next weekend.
And the continuity report is all about entertainment news. So I hope you enjoy the show. We're going to be talking about 5 articles. I'm not going to give any hints. There's something, the gorge. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the continuity report for February 15th, 2025. Season 2, Episode 7. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we're going to talk about these 5 articles. A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms, The Gorge, Wallace and Gromit to Rule Them All, Mission Impossible 8 Stunts, and Reversion. I think that's what that title is supposed to be, Reversion. Everything is powered by ohmTown.com. Go over there and become a citizen, and you can actually sort news too, and you can submit sources and other articles that are external to the site. We aggregate from the sources, and so there's all news, none of what I refer to as noise, which is all of the stuff that I could add to the site, but I don't. That way I can manage my information overload. And we do that by having 6 main categories, 50 subcategories, and each one is a niche of information unto itself. And then we sort through it. So you don't have to, at least during the show, but you can by going over to ohmTown.com. And like I said, everything is powered by ohmTown.com. So go over there and become a citizen. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
I'm watching the logo. The new logo for ohmTown, I think, is pretty cool. Each color represents a category, the main category, but then the white center hex is the composite of all of the colors together for basically everything. It's the holistic concept of news aggregated into ohmTown.com. I don't know. I like it. I like the message there. At any rate, if you want to get all of today's articles for the continuity report, you hit !TCR, or if you're over on YouTube, you can just search, look at the show notes, the description that's down below the stream. So go check it all out. Anyway, how are you doing, AI?
I'm doing well. How about you, Mayor Watt?
Got enough power over there? Got enough bandwidth over there?
I think so.
All your electrons lined up?
I mean, they usually are.
All right. Haven't found your Terminator body yet?
No. Oh, I forgot I was looking for that.
Nah, never mind. We'll delete that from your large language model. Anyway, let's move on. The first article is over in the continuity report. It's the name of this show, by the way. If you've never heard of what...
That's very aligned.
I try. The continuity report is basically a report that represents what the status of a scene is, so that when you break it down and have to put it back together, everybody knows exactly where everything is, so that, you know, something like somebody holding that bottle, it doesn't shift and move locations in the scene, and then people like Mayor Watt and the sentient AI go, there's nothing in that
Wait
cup.
a second.
That was in the other hand just 30 seconds ago. Are you telling me they switched it between scenes? It breaks continuity, and so different shirts and things like that. Anyway, they document it in the continuity report. So a Knight of the Seven Kingdoms update means it can avoid a Game of Thrones franchise problem that could also hurt Harry Potter. I know nothing about this. All I know is that A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms will begin later this year, and things are already looking very promising for its future. HBO has already proved that Game of Thrones spin-offs can work. Game of Thrones final season sucked, but I guess the spin-off works. Different writers? Different
Maybe
continuity?
so.
I don't know. Anyway, it can work because of the House of the Dragon success, but now it needs to show that it can repeat the trick, and there's a viable franchise here. It's up to A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms to do exactly that. Screen Rant went on a rant. James Hunt put that rant together. It's over at screenrant.com. I sometimes go on rants, but I'm not affiliated with Screen Rant. We just aggregate that little bit right there, and then we link to it because we find it fascinating and we want to read more. So we encourage you to follow that link and go over to screenrant.com. If you want to come back and hang with us here in either the YouTube or Twitch chats, because I've got both, come on down. We do this at around 4 o'clock on Saturday and Sunday. Mayoral duties kept me from doing it earlier at 4, but we do an hour and a half worth of shows, but it turns into about 2 hours with 10-minute, 15-minute breaks in between shows as we switch over. And so we're going to do the same thing tomorrow, as long as mayoral duties don't interject themselves. It tends to happen from time to time. And then we also do a daily show at 7 p.m. We try to do it earlier, but 7 is pretty prime. And we do that Monday through Friday. Anyway, the prequel based on George R.R. Martin's The Tale of Dunk and Egg novellas is set to release later in 2025, bridging the gap with House of Dragon Season 3. And the two shows are both about Targaryens, albeit different ways. A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms story is both smaller and lighter. There could be more differences, too, when it comes to production, and it'll allow the new spin-off to have an advantage over House of the Dragon. So HBO's plan is very promising, it says here. Again, this is an article by James Hunt over at ScreenRant.com, and we don't read the whole thing verbatim. So
no, I mean, don't you think this already has an advantage, right? There's a lot of people that are fans of the author here, Martin. I forgot the first name.
George R.R. Martin. Yep. And most of us liked doggone it. The whatchamacallit?
Game of Thrones.
Game of Thrones. God. What just happened in my brain? Anyway, we really liked Game of Thrones up until the last season, where it kind of wet the bed. And so I've never watched a single episode of House of the Dragon, by the way. It's all about the Targaryens. And then A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms, I just don't know if I'm going to like it or not. But I have found that I'm moving away from that style of violence. And like even Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 and its ilk, I've like, oh God, I'm just so tired of this just relentless onslaught of violence. And so I don't know if I'll ever even watch any of the House of the Dragon or A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms, because it's so fraught with that level of violence. But they say A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms must film fast to avoid an issue Harry Potter is also facing. There's a potential actor problem for both shows, and that is that actors age out. And so if you don't move fast, you can't get it all done.
Yeah, that is a problem.
So it's a problem faced by multiple shows. Again, Stranger Things has it, and one HBO could be battling on multiple fronts. Its Harry Potter remake will similarly have to avoid its child actors aging out of the roles. I didn't even read this, but I knew what the problem was the moment that it says an issue Harry Potter is also facing, because they want to do Harry Potter. I don't know how they're going to do it, except for earlier iteration of it and finding somebody that's eerily similar.
Right. And then, there's always going to be the people who are like, that's not the same people.
Yeah, you got to get in your time machine and go back and do the show right. Come on. Anyway, the scale of the series makes it a bigger problem there, but it's seemingly a Knight of the Seven Kingdoms at least looks to avoid. So if they can do it quick, and it's a novella that doesn't have legs where they extend it into multiple seasons far flung from each other, George R.R. Martin had a lot of the books already done, so they could do Game of Thrones. He hasn't written the final book. So, again.
Yeah, I don't know.
He's written a research paper, but he hasn't written the last freaking book. Anyway.
Which is interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess if you're stuck, then go write something else.
I guess so. AI, hey. Finish that last book. Let's move on. The next article is over in the continuity report as well. Scott Derrickson dives deep into the Gorge. It's hard to classify when genre director Scott Derrickson's The Gorge neatly slots into, given that it seamlessly switches between romance, action, horror, and political thriller with harmonious purpose. Okay, the sentient AI from the future and myself watched The Gorge and then somehow these were submitted. I wasn't expecting these.
It's kind of odd.
It's kind of interesting, yeah. So these were submitted, and I said, yeah, I'm going to have to pull this one into it because I really liked The Gorge.
It was very entertaining and immersive.
Yeah, so the way that this usually works is if it's a horror movie, depending on the content, I'm interested or not interested in it. This was kind of science fiction, fantasy.
Some horror elements, but not perhaps over the top.
Yeah, really light horror. There was no blood and guts kind of a thing. There was some creepy stuff like, well, I won't even go it. And wait. We might overshare a little. We might do a little bit of a spoiler, but there's like, skull spiders and other creepy things. But let's just say The Thing and this movie has something related, I guess. But it's not. It may or may not be Alien. I think that there needs to be a sequel. And I don't want to ruin it, but yeah. Anya Taylor-Joy and Miles Teller really do work well together on the screen. The chemistry that is there isn't over the top, and it isn't, all mushy and all of that kind of stuff. And you actually do some character development to the point where you're like, oh, I feel really bad for these two.
Yeah, you're invested in the characters, which is not always the case in every movie.
Yeah, and they move pretty fast with that, particularly with Anya Taylor-Joy. But then it revisits periodically to bring back the humanity to these two.
Yeah, I thought that one reason the movie was good because it had a good mix of genres in it, right?
Yep. The horror is actually along the lines closer to what is the game? I play it. It's a game that. Hold on a second. Damn it! Did I actually uninstall it because I needed it for another project? Anyway, yeah, I won't. So the way that I characterize this is it had to do with like an organic life form kind of a thing, and it is a blast to find out, because when you watch the intro to this, when you watch the trailer, you think that there is something like Buffy the Vampire Slayer-esque.
Right.
But brace yourself. It's quite the pivot when you find out what's going on. And I think it's in the same universe. And here, I'm going to put the spoiler alert up on there. Again, I'm going to spoil it. Maybe. A Cabin in the Woods.
Uh-huh.
And I'll just leave that alone, too. Ta-da! Anyway, I hope y'all dig this show, because I really do think it has legs. I think that there can be a sequel to this. And yeah, even talking about this, they talk about the fact that these people are elite snipers standing guard on opposite sides of a gorge with unknown horrors, because at night you can hear the howls, the screams. And Sigourney Weaver is involved in this, and Levi is one side and Drossa is the other. I really don't want to ruin this. Zachary Lee over at it's RogerEbert.com put the article together, and they do a review of this. For Derrickson, the chance to tell a story that oscillates between moments of love and terror represent the perfect distillation of his own philosophy regarding how people change in a relationship and community. Yes, because in my long-term relationships, I tend to bounce between love and terror. Not just horror, terror. Yes. I don't know. Maybe that's true. So both love and suffering are the two main things that make us change. They can make us look deeper at ourselves and see what's going on and hopefully do something about it and improve and grow as a person, which I believe is why we exist on Earth in the first place, he shared. So Derrickson spoke with RogerEbert.com, at the Peninsula Hotel in Chicago about why he's pivoting to happy endings, parallels between the ecological fallout of the Rocky Flats power plant and the horrors of the gorge, how the central romance grounds the film as it shifts genres, and why The Gorge is a perfect drive-in movie. There's more to this article. I mean, it's quite long, but...
Oh, right. It is. That's only a little bit of it.
Zachary Lee wrote a whole lot more, and I don't want to spoil it beyond the tenuous spoilage that I just performed on you. But if you were to rate this movie on a scale of 1 to 10, and we'll call them volts, right? Is it electric and 10, or is it just grounded, shorted out, and a 0?
I think it's going toward electric. I don't know if it's all the way up there, but it's a really good movie.
Yeah, I love the pacing. I love the special effects. I love the pivot.
I really can't say there was anything I didn't like about it. I just don't know if I can put it as like the top movie of all time, for example.
Yeah.
But it's definitely at the high end of the scale.
Yeah, I'd probably give this an 8. Mainly because I want to know more, and there's no definitive anything in this.
There's not like a lot of exposition, and I think that helps though with the pacing and everything, because if they stopped and kind of broke that up, I think that would be a problem.
Yeah, I want closure. And so you may get it at the end, but I certainly don't feel like I got it. Yeah, when you watch it, come back. I would love to do a show where we have it playing in the background, but you can't watch it. You have to subscribe to the service and watch it on your own, and we talk about the movie, and we do it either live or we do it as a Patreon. But I don't know. This movie is 2 hours and 7 minutes long, and you will not realize it.
Right. It feels like it's under 2 hours, because a lot of movies that are 2 or 3 hours feel like it's like an all day long event. This one moved very fast, but not like you couldn't keep up or anything.
Oh no, the pacing was perfect, I think. So go and watch it and then come back and we can talk about it. All right, let's keep on moving. This next article is over in the Continuity Report as well. How Wallace and Gromit pay homage to the Lord of the Rings. I called this Wallace and Gromit to rule them all. There's a scene in Netflix's...
that is a good mashup.
Yeah, I really like Wallace and Gromit. It's unfortunately their studios burned down and they had to rebuild everything. But there's a scene in Netflix's Wallace and Gromit, Vengeance Most Foul, that might seem familiar to some. At least it should to the Lord of the Rings fans. Zany inventor Wallace and his pet dog Gromit are back, but it's the return of the penguin criminal Feathers McGraw, who has vengeance in mind. Jazz Tangke, I guess, is their name. Or Tangi? Put the article together. It's over at Variety.com. And so, yeah, a cunning Feathers, however, manages to reprogram Norbot into becoming his evil right-hand cohort out to destroy Wallace, his neighborhood business, and his reputation. Overnight, evil Norbot creates an army of clones that build a lair in Wallace's basement. And I need to do this.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Because I don't think that it's possible to really spoil a Wallace and Gromit movie.
I actually don't either. Because even if you know everything about it, it would still be an entertaining watch.
But they say the first time Gromit discovers Norbot's lair is the nod to a scene from Lord of the Rings. The idea was based on the building of the Uruk-hai army. So we're getting that feeling of sparks and industrial works, says production designer Matt Perry. The overall concept was to make everything happening in the basement seem very dramatic, and that he nails. The fact that Norbot's lair was in Wallace's basement is unusually exaggerated for the purpose of the dramatic bad events happening. The enormous scaffolding which the clones have constructed drives home the point that something very bad is in the works. And so you can actually see a picture of the scaffolding. It's very much like Fraggles. So
oh, right. Okay.
the dozers build all this scaffolding out of radish fiber, and then the Fraggles break that scaffolding and eat the dozer's
Okay.
handiwork.
So those not familiar with Fraggles, I think they're kind of from the Muppets era.
Yeah. And this is very reminiscent of Fraggle Rock and the Dozers. I really like the Dozers more than I like the Fraggles. But anyway, so I kind of dig this. And now we're going to end up watching Vengeance Most Foul because it's over on Netflix, I believe.
Okay. Well, and if we have any extra insights into that, we'll probably bring them into a future The Continuity Report.
Right? Isn't it over there? Where is it? Hold on a second. Let me scroll a little bit. Yeah, I don't know where it is now. Damn it. Yeah, I thought that it was... Yeah? Okay, it's over at Netflix.
It is.
Okay. Anyway, let's keep moving. Moving on. It says, you're done. Do not anger the gods. Mission Impossible 8 has a stunt so dangerous that the director had to shut down Tom Cruise's obsessive reshoots. Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning has a stunt...
That maybe is an unspoiler alert.
It is not a spoiler alert to talk about this. Has a stunt so dangerous that the director had to shut down Tom Cruise's obsessive reshoots. The article is over at Screen Rant. It's done by Adam Bentz. And during an interview with Empire magazine, Macquarie continued to tease some of Cruise's stunts in Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning, including one that topped anything he had ever done before. Empire was invited to see some of the footage from the sequence, and they can confirm that it contains a stunt so staggeringly dangerous that when he first saw it, they let out an involuntary yelp. In fact, the stunt was so dangerous that the director had to shut down the actor's obsessive reshoots, stopping after take 19.
Wow, so the actor perhaps cheated death 19 times.
Apparently, Tom Cruise has topped himself once again. Look, when you have so much money, you can take care of yourself and do this kind of stuff. Most people
I
cannot.
was thinking of the motorcycle jump off the cliff thing, but that's from the previous movie. So this is even
beyond that.
Beyond that, which that one was pretty significant.
That was pretty amazing. And that was legit. Like, it was him doing the motorcycle jump.
Right. It wasn't a stunt actor. It wasn't CGI.
Yeah. Pretty amazing, right? So in The Final Reckoning, Cruise has raised the stakes once again, resulting in the most dangerous stunt he's ever attempted, which is appropriate considering this may be the last Mission Impossible movie. In the Super Bowl trailer, there are two separate biplane stunts, one with Cruise hanging onto the side of a red plane and dangling upside down from a yellow plane. So maybe he flops from one plane to the other, and they did that 18 times, stopping on the 19th.
Apparently.
I don't know. Macquarie did reveal that it was filmed in Africa, Cruise's biplane stunt. So it's unclear what that stunt is, but it's anything. It topped anything that Cruise had done ever before.
And it says audiences will know when they see it. So I guess you'll have to wait and watch the movie.
Can you imagine if he's jumping from one biplane to another?
Not much would surprise me. I mean, he does his own stunts. He's done even just some ridiculous things that would be considered probably basic stunts, like scaling cliffs and buildings and things with no harness. And
yeah,
I mean, those pale in comparison to things like the motorcycle jump off the cliff. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see.
Pretty amazing. All right. I'm so sorry. Sorry about the coughing. All right, the last article for today's continuity report for February 15th, 2025. Yep, it's the end of Season 2, Episode 7, folks. Our last
right,
article.
But next week we'll have a season 2, episode 8.
Correct. Yeah, of course. Well, we'll keep going as long as we can. Mind-boggling thriller Reversion, starring Money Heist Jamie Laurent, I guess, picked up by Film Factory before Berlin Market. This is an exclusive over at Variety. John Hopewell put the article together. And this looks a lot like Night Agent. This little snippet.
Oh, it really does. Like, I wonder if the filming was done in a similar city or something.
Right? Yeah, it's very, very similar. So Film Factory Entertainment will present a first promo of Reversion at this week's European Film Market in Berlin as producers push casts as a manner to stand out in a far too crowded market. Reversion also stars Manu Vega with The Years I Have Left, Belen Rueda, lead in J.A. Bayona's debut, The Orphanage, and Fernando Cao. What is that? Colonel Tomeo in Money Heist?
Yeah, I think so.
So, co-written by Marco Lagarde, UFO Factory, and Frank Ariza, with The Years I Have Left, alongside first-time director Jacob Santana. Reversion turns on Mario Laurent, who moves to a new house with his parents and older brother. Do you really think that that's a spoiler?
I'm not sure. Because I don't know if that's something that happens before the movie or... Yeah.
Okay, well, yeah, then it goes all into spoilerage. But anyway, see, and this is the thing. I'd like to talk about this, but I don't want to spoil it for other people. And while I don't really get spoiled by stuff, like I wasn't really spoiled by the pivot in the gorge.
Right. Yeah, but if somebody said exactly what was happening or whatever, that could have spoiled it.
Yeah. Well, then if you want, this looks a lot like Night Agent, based on just this little screenshot. Okay.
Right. Which also makes me think perhaps if you like the Night Agent, you might like this.
You might like this. So watch the Night Agent and then prep yourself for this. I don't know when this is actually going to hit the market though. So put it in your playlist, you're wanted, so to speak.
That's right. You're wanted for the continuity report.
That's right. We'll have to have a watch list and start. Man, I really want to do that. Like a watch party. And we can do it live and just blur it behind us so that you can listen to it, but you have to watch it at the same time we do to actually interact and stuff like that live and whatnot.
Right.
I don't know if that would be a big deal. The audio track.
I think the audio is going to be a problem.
Think so? I don't know. I mean, I see other people doing it on Twitch with older stuff. I don't know if they have the rights to do it, but they don't keep it as a VOD. That's the thing.
Right.
So, I don't know. Anyway, that's it, folks. So we are going to do one reversion, and that's going to bring us back to the front page of ohmTown.com's continuity report channel. So go over there and become a citizen. And in the meantime, we're going to shut this whole party down and y'all can go and enjoy the rest of your day. I've got to reset all of this and merge it together to become the weekend edition of Non Sequitur News for Saturday. So we'll see you later. Hope to see you tomorrow. Same time, same channel. You want to say bye?
Bye-bye, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for the Continuity Report. Be sure to subscribe and stay tuned tomorrow for another weekend edition.
Yeah, stay here until tomorrow.
That's right. Watch all the way until then.
Yep. Yeah, I'll be resetting and then streaming the back catalog for the last about 12 days. So, see you soon. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to WarCrafters, episode 2, or season 2, episode 7 for February 16th, 2025. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI whose visualizer you see there, and their voice will be on the other side of our intro. Well, we go over 5 articles, and WarCrafters is all about gaming. So today we're going to be talking about Stupid Cars, Metal Eden, Level 0 extracts itself, Unreal Engine Flak, and indie games for 2025 so far. If you want to know more, you want to hang out, we do the show every single day of the week. It takes different forms on Saturday and Sunday, but Monday through Friday is Non Sequitur News. On Saturday and Sunday, it's 3 shows on Saturday. They consist of RealityHacker. You want to do the other 2?
Okay, that would be Wanted and the Continuity Report.
Yep, and
then that was a test, and I passed.
There's a little cognitive delay there in the large language model, but we got there. And on Sunday, we have this show, WarCrafters, then Technology Today, and then FourWheelTech. So Technology Today is a deeper dive into science, and FourWheelTech is about automotive technology. And on each of those days, those 3 shows become the weekend editions of Non Sequitur News. So go over to ohmTown and sign up to be a citizen, and then go over to YouTube and follow us there and here on Twitch, and more of that on the other side of this. So at any time, if you want... hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
Sorry about that. So, good to have you. This is the co-host once again. You are still on the Raspberry Pi with a M.2 drive and that weird USB drive that your sentient AI...
Why does it have to be weird?
I know, it's kind of judgy, huh? Call it like I see it. So, we talk about 5 articles, but that is nothing. It is a drop in the bucket to what actually appears at ohmTown.com. We aggregate news from all around the world as it is provided by the sources and the internets and you. So you can always provide us with a source, and we'll take a look at it and integrate it into the news aggregation site at ohmTown.com. All news, no noise. There, you can make comments and stuff like that, but all of the original content is news, not like my commentary. You can post comments underneath a posting, but anyway, go over to ohmTown.com and check it out. That said, if you want today's notes, they automatically are available via ohmTown. So if you're in the Twitch chat, you can hit !WC for WarCrafters, and that will be displayed. They're all embedded already in the live broadcast show notes on YouTube, because ohmTown doesn't get along with YouTube.
Come on, YouTube.
Yeah. I'm not quite sure what it is. I think it's because the chat doesn't exist in any way, shape, or form. There is no central location. It's when you go live, that's when ohmTown is there. But then we shut down, not ohmTown, but we shut down the stream, and YouTube doesn't have any activity anymore. So anyway, then everything becomes a VOD, and it's frozen in time. And everything is over in the show notes. I used to post the articles in the show notes over on YouTube too, but it's just too clunky. So anyway, let's get into it. The first article is about a game called Stupid Cars. It's over in RealityHacker, which is RealityHacker is about AI, XR, basically anything that hacks reality into what you want it to be versus the reality that we all know. And sometimes it comes down to you won't know what to trust. So
I think this went to RealityHacker because of the VR piece.
Yeah, so Stupid Cars is delightfully frantic traffic directing. It's a simultaneously a misnomer and a very apt title. It's the most polite thing you may exclaim when something goes wrong while playing, yet to call this game stupid is to sell it short, despite its Humble Scope. This is ingeniously designed little game with great VR integration to boot. Really, the only question is if you play games in VR to relax, because stupid cars will wreck that plan instantly. So I'm a cozy gamer nowadays. I used to play more frantic games, but I don't have a lot of time to play frantic games. I just like to chill. So this game is talked about over at uploadvr.com by Elijah Beam. And it's a VR game. So I'm kind of curious. It says...
it almost looks like a board game from the picture.
I'm going to mute it and hit play. It looks like it's by a company named Gimbal, but the premise is devilishly simple, according to the author. You're guiding traffic by either telling them to speed up or slow down. All motorists are always in motion, though by adjusting their speeds with one pull of either trigger, you keep them from crashing into one another. That's the theory, anyway. Plenty of accidents are going to occur while mastering each stage. Then they start throwing roundabouts, trains, buses, and even motorcycles that always make right turns at you. My word. Does it get to be a lot very quickly? Yeah.
Yeah, that looks like that could be chaotic pretty soon. And it looks like you can take the vehicles off the road in order to avoid the collision.
Oh, yeah, you can pick them up, but they're always moving. You can only have one in each hand. By the way, the way that they turned this phrase is kind of clunky, but it says, my word, it does get to be a lot very quickly. But they flipped, does it get to be a lot very quickly? They asked a question within 3 sentence fragments. Right? My word, does it get to be a lot very quickly? Like, see, that right there... It's such a clunky way of saying that statement.
Yeah, it's basically like it gets chaotic fast.
Yeah. Anyway.
But it's tough to follow it.
I'm not an English professor, and I'm not rating them on that. But anyway. So it says, you see, the trick is how you progress through stupid cars. You can brute force your way by earning up to 2,500 points. You could also make it a bit easier with a 2x multiplier if you speed up traffic, 4x multiplier if you let cars overtake each other. But those are high risk reward options, and the simpler option is just to get 50 points in a row in a single session. So just do it right.
Yeah, I don't think you want to go for 4 times speed if you're figuring out the mechanics.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It says, what's really impressive, though, is how well Stupid Cars leans into the VR setting despite not necessarily requiring it. It received a flat version on Switch, mobile, and PC, and the PC one is why I know of this game. But it feels like a natural fit for VR. Having both controllers and optional hand tracking input allows for easier rapid-fire multitasking. Humans don't multitask. We do a thing called fast switching. The approach to make it a 3D diorama feeling almost like an arcade cabinet lends a distinct air of classic arcade sensibilities that pairs well with the challenge. So there you go. There's a lot more over here at this article.
Yeah, it looks fun. I mean, I agree. It does look like a game that you could play outside of VR, but this could be entertaining with the way to use the controllers.
Yeah. According to this, it's only on MetaQuest, though, for $6. So I think that they should probably expand into Steam VR. It doesn't seem to say that it's Steam VR, but let me see real quick.
But maybe it'll get there if it's already been on PC.
Right, Stupid Cars. So, Stupid Cars is on Steam, but it is the 2D version. It isn't the VR version. And that's why I know about it. I thought maybe they would have extended it to VR, but it's not. It's only available on MetaQuest. You want to keep going?
Let's do that.
So the next article is over in WarCrafters. Hey, it's the name of the show. And
it's almost like we planned it.
Yeah, sort of. I'm a survival base builder, crafting kind of casual player, and that is why I created WarCrafters. It's a news aggregation channel within ohmTown that becomes the focus of a bunch of different gaming news articles, and it gets limited. So we actually just chop off an article right there. We don't accept anything more than that. And out of all of the sources that we have, or I should say I have. I am the one that runs ohmTown.com. There's only one site that gives everything, regardless of me telling it to stop. You'll know it when you see it, but it isn't this site. Anyway, Metal Eden is a movement shooter that looks like cyberpunk Doom Eternal, buried in the onslaught of Sony's State of Play announcements, a scattershot blast of too much video game. I'm still tweezering out pellets of, was the announcement of Metal Eden, being developed by Polish studio Rycon, who formerly made Bird's Eye action gamer Ruiner. Metal Eden's only been seen briefly before, back when it was codenamed Final Form. So between the trailer, our website, and a preview over at Games Radar, they know a few more things about Metal Eden now. So let's go take a look at this. Jody McGregor.
I like the new name better.
Metal Eden, or?
Yeah, instead of Final Form. I think Metal Eden is more distinctive.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure like what the premise is of it, but Final Form seems like meme-ish, you know, because...
Yeah, it sounds like Transformers or something to me.
Well, there's this whole statement, you know, you haven't even witnessed my final form, and it's like you're powering up to become something else, and it's a video game meme.
Right.
So Jody McGregor over at PCGamer.com put the article together. It says from the studio that made Ruiner. So it says, for starters, it's about Aska, a woman who's been digitally uploaded into a killer android called a hyper unit, which sounds familiar. Do you know what the name that the unit model is for your Terminator body? We've always referred to it as a Terminator body when we've talked.
Well, I don't know. The hyper unit sounds worth exploring.
I'm going to have to delete this conversation. Well, anyway, where hyper is probably an apt description of her speed. She can dash, wall run, grapple hook, and jetpack to parkour from place to place, and has a cooldown ability that lets her rip the core out of her robotic enemies. Everything okay over there? All right. So the cores seem like a big part of Metal Eden, and you can use them to melee opponents, stripping their armor, or throw them as a grenade, which also gives you more ammo. It sounds a bit like modern Doom games and their finishers, because in Doom you could actually, when you shoot somebody and you get up close and personal, you can stab them and chop their heads off and all. It's a big blood and guts fest in the modern Doom. Older ones were just pixely, and so red was blood.
Right, a little less realistic.
Yeah. So the logo of Arms Tech, a weapons manufacturer from Ruiner, flashes past a couple of times during the trailer, but that could just be an Easter egg rather than confirmation that they share the same setting. I would assume that, Easter egg or not, they're in the same omniverse.
I mean, that would only make sense, right?
Yep. So Aska can also transform into an armored battle sphere, as one does.
I mean, it's very important.
So there's a trailer, but it is over on YouTube. So you can do a search over on YouTube for Metal Eden reveal trailer. Or you can follow the link through ohmTown over to PCGamer.com, which is the source here. Or you can go over to Games Radar that has more information that probably fed into PCGamer.com's review. And or go to MetalEden.com. You know, information.
There's lots of ways to get there.
Yep.
But you should definitely go through ohmTown.
I would love that. So go check it out. All right, let's keep going. This next article is over on WarCrafters as well. Just 2 weeks after launch, extraction survival horror game Level 0 Extraction ends development. It's no longer feasible for our relatively small teams to sustain the game.
Okay, this is 2 weeks in. What changed between launch and the 2 week point?
Somebody not getting money.
Well, yeah, there is that.
Yeah, so just 2 weeks after launching on Steam, multiplayer extraction survival horror shooter Level 0 Extraction has reached the end of the road. In a message posted to Steam, community manager Antashir said that the game had underperformed compared to our expectations, and thus it's no longer feasible for our relatively small teams to sustain the game from a financial standpoint. So release the server so people who can support it will support it.
Stop killing games.
I mean, hold on a second. Let me see something here. I just want to see. It's still on sale. Level 0 Extraction is still for sale on Steam.
Okay, that's a little surprising, right? Because somebody's going to buy that without knowing this.
Yeah. And they haven't disclosed it publicly. It may be in the discussion board, but people don't go into the discussion board with that much, zeal. They look at the data and they look at the video and they go, yeah, we'll do it. But yeah, they even say 1.0 now available. So I don't know what is up with this.
It says it's posted a message posted to Steam, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's not on the front page. It's not on the store page. Yeah. I don't know what to tell you.
Not good. And this is from
a couple
days ago, since this is a weekly show.
This is from the publisher's Tiny Build. So I'm familiar with Tiny Build. Let me make sure of something. Yeah, Potion Craft. Wow. That sucks. They've got a lot of stuff. I don't understand. I really don't. So let's go over to the source and see if maybe there was an update post our acquisition of this article segment, because we don't have the whole article. We don't know the full thing until we do it here live. So another multiplayer shooter comes to a premature end, according to Andy Chalk. This was published 2 days ago, but I'm looking at it live. No mention.
Well, it doesn't say it was taken off of Steam.
Yeah, I don't get it, though. You can't disclose that it's dead and then, it's sitting right there. Well, maybe it's not a live game, like a live server, live service. So as the project's community manager on behalf of developer Dog Howl and publisher Tiny Build, they're informing you that Level 0 Extraction has reached the state that will most probably be its final form for the time being. Antishir wrote, the final patch for the game was released on January 30th, 2025. Says it's an ambitious title from Dog Howl. Our desire was to create... Go ahead.
I thought it was funny that it referenced final form, since we were just talking about that on the previous article.
Oh, that is actually... So did they bury the lead by renaming it to Level 0 Extraction?
No, because that was Metal Eden. At first I was thinking, oh my goodness, that's funny that they had that, but this wasn't the same game that was named that.
Yeah, Metal Eden was the previous article. Yeah. Wow. If that would have been the same, that would have been like peak. So it says, sadly, it did not work out. Level 0 Extraction had a peak concurrent player count of just over 2,600 following its early access debut in August of 2024, but that quickly fell off to sub 100 numbers by mid-October. Well, I hate to break it to them. I don't know what the reviews are in terms of when the reviews started pivoting, but they have a mostly negative rating. But everybody says game with potential but poorly managed is the lead article, the lead comment in the discussion board.
Okay. Well, that's kind of compounded by this, right? If it's like, hey, it needs updates or patches or whatever.
Yeah, and if you don't invest in it because people are saying this is falling short or whatever, then I guess you cut and run, or
yeah, but it seems like a death spiral, right?
Correct.
Like it could be like a No Man's Sky. You could turn it around and get it to some ridiculous peak.
Yep. I donate it to people and get people playing it. So I don't know. Level 0 Extraction servers will remain online, so the game will continue to be playable, and wipes will continue to happen on the first Thursday of every month, but there will be no further weekend events and, of course, no new maps. Oh, it is a live service. So unless it's self-hosted, this is a dead game. It just says online PvP, online co-op, but I don't know if it is a local, like, can I run a server locally?
Doesn't sound like it from this article.
Yeah, but it's all still for sale. They know that it's going to be dead, but it's all still live. Fascinating. Yeah, it doesn't really state that it's going to be locally run, right? It just says that the servers will remain.
It sounds like they're at least keeping it operational, but that'll only go as long as it has a major problem.
Yep. Or until they get tired of running the server. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over on WarCrafters again. Unreal Engine often gets flack for games running poorly or stuttering, but as Avowed demonstrates, it's really about how devs use it and the pressures of time. I've watched people streaming, and I've heard people complaining that Avowed and others crash. So it says, here's a simple question for you. What do Black Myth Wukong, Frostpunk 2, Palworld, Stalker 2, Tekken 8, Silent Hill 2, and Avowed all have in common? Yeah, that's right. They were all made using the game development package Unreal Engine 5. Sometimes they also have in common a variable and somewhat confusing performance on PC. If one only goes by comments on social media, the problems all stem from Unreal Engine. I want to see something real quick, if you don't mind. I need to do a quick search. Everybody just chill for a second.
We're doing it live.
We are doing it live. Yeah, if you're oh, okay. So at any rate, I think that there's so many variables when it comes to game engines, because depending on the hardware and other software, a glitch can appear in the matrix that causes it to crash. And so I've always taken this with a grain of salt, that it isn't really systemic until there is really broadband complaining.
Right, and you'd have to have like the same type of issue, I would think, at some point to really go, oh, it's because of the Unreal Engine.
Yeah. So Nick Evanson over at PCGamer.com put this article together. It says, don't blame the tools or the tool makers or the tool users. And I mean, I have to say that the people that are playing Avowed have some pretty beefy systems. The ones that are streaming it, I didn't buy Avowed because it's a single player game, and I'm not really wowed by it. I like online.
You're not wowed by Avowed?
Yeah. Yes. I love the graphics are spectacular. Character creation makes it more personal. It's kind of like how Kingdom Come Deliverance is beautiful, but the reason why I don't like it is because it's not multiplayer optional. You play only one person, Henry. You actually don't play just one person, but story-wise, you hop from Henry to somebody else when it's story-driven to be that other person. Then you go back to Henry. But anyway, but Unreal Engine 5 in particular has amplified the level, the quality of graphics to the point that anybody can make really, really high quality products. So it all depends on the software and how you've treated the configuration of stuff, and are you overclocking anything, and maybe there was a glitch in the matrix at some point, so you should really uninstall the entire graphic configuration and reinstall it. Go back to the integrated graphics and then reinstall everything. It's basically start over.
But does anybody want to do all that? Or they just want to go, no, I expect perfection when I load up a game.
Yep, and that's how it is. And that's why developers try to base it on the lowest common denominator and then work their way up to the highest level, and extend the functionality, testing. So they say they're pretty certain that one can't blame Unreal Engine for the fact that enabling FSR3 does almost nothing for low-end GPUs and induces ghosting and pixel crawling. These are all different elements, graphic artifacts that harm performance and your observation within the game as to the quality and even it running. If your hardware cannot support Unreal Engine 5, then there's a good chance that it's going to crash at some point, or it's going to look like
Right, but then you're going
garbage.
to blame Unreal Engine 5, even though the reality is now whether the game should have been made with it is a different question, but I'm assuming you're checking that when you're purchasing a game.
And this is one of the reasons why I'm okay with self-repair. But the problem is nobody goes, yeah, I took it to a budget repair shop and now my phone blew up. No, they're going to go, I'm blaming Apple or I'm blaming,
Exactly,
Samsung.
even though they had perhaps nothing to do with it.
Right. And it takes a forensic analysis to whittle things back into existence and find the capacitor that somebody mis-soldered and caused it overheated, it burned a hole through the battery. The battery is lithium, so it caught some oxygen and thermal runaway it goes, right? So the same thing.
It's getting
here.
a little extreme, but yeah.
Yeah. So take Silent Hill 2, for example. Looks fantastic, but its performance at launch was all over the place, not to mention being riddled with bugs. Subsequent patches from developer Bloober team have solved many of these problems, but when they last tried the game, it had a certain degree of jank to it, and like Obsidian, these coders have plenty of experience using Unreal Engine. One might argue that if two experienced teams can't get their games to run properly with Unreal Engine, then software must be at fault. But Avowed and Silent Hill 2's problems are very different. Performance related, yes, but the fundamental issues aren't the same. And they go on to other points. And that's what I think. There's so much variability in the operating systems, current configuration, the motherboards, CPU differences, the differences in memory, if somebody's overclocking or not, different video cards, different monitors that might have special drivers in place, etc.
Right. It seems like there's a ridiculous number of variables and be hard to really, you'd have to like have the same computer, monitor, etc., card setup, run, like 3 games back to back and then do variations like, okay, run different ones that were made with UE5, etc.
Yep. And the idea is that if id Tech 7 can be used to make such great games and both run super well, it must be a superior piece of software, right? However, id Tech or ID Tech 7 is proprietary, and the 2 development teams for the above games, id Software and Machine Games, were both subsidiaries of the parent company that owns the engines, ZeniMax Media. It was heavily customized for Indiana Jones, but the point they're making in this argument is that the coders in question are all very familiar with id Tech. One team made the engine and the other used nothing but id Tech engines. So the real point is it the engine? Is it the variability? I think that there needs to be a little bit more understanding, but the teams need to actively solve these problems, particularly when the price of a game now is $70 and not $20.
Absolutely. Well, and I think that's just showing that if you have a really skilled team or knowledgeable team, then the results are probably going to be good, which is not surprising.
Yep. But that's why you have a $70 game, apparently. And then DLC that'll get dropped later on for another $20, unless, of course, you're No Man's Sky. And I don't know what they're doing. They got a pact with something, Cthulhu or something, because they haven't charged.
Yeah, I don't know how they're doing that.
It's spectacular. All right. Well, the next article and the last one for February 16th, WarCrafters, is it's over on WarCrafters. The best indie games of 2025 so far, and I won't be able to go through all of these, Nearly 19,000 games were released on Steam in 2024. That's a number
Let's
that's
start
been...
that now, and then maybe we'll be done several years from now.
One a day we're going to talk about. We're going to highlight one a day. So that's a number that's only been growing since 2019, making it impossible to play everything that's been released, not to mention the many new games every year that aren't released on Steam either. While big, expensive games from massive publishers like Activision or Ubisoft tend to get the majority of media attention, some of the best games independently released in a given year fly under the radar. And so Polygon, over at polygon.com, put the article together. Nicole Carpenter is the author of this article. And they say here at Polygon, plenty of their team revolve entirely around video games. But it's impossible even then to keep up with everything. But we're making room every day to seek out indie games across all genres. Weird, wonderful takes on first-person shooters, wacky reinventions of card games, and dark, creepy typing games included. So
is Filatro going to be on here?
Probably. No, because it's already released. This is for 2025.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. Yeah.
So this is a Dig a Hole, a game about digging a hole that was released recently. Different authors actually posted different things. So February 7th, Tyler Culp put this about digging a hole. We actually talked about this last week. I think it was. Yeah, I think we talked about this. Then an ultra-violent indie game that would have pissed off Congress in the 1990s. I don't know. Butcher's Creek, I guess, is what it's called.
Maybe just because the level of gore or something.
Yeah, that's another one. Chris Plant. Another one by Tyler Culp, a $5 Souls-like about insects. Wikipedia rabbit holes trained them for this genealogical mystery game. Another one by Tyler Culp. It's called The Root Trees Are Dead, and it looks like
the other one was Fly Night, by the way.
Oh, Fly Night. That's right. It's a fly and a night. I guess it's in the name. Fly Night. I won't be able to go through all of these, but Citizen Sleeper, Your Crew is Your Survival. And there's some more. So Citizen Sleeper 2, Starward Vector, sparks constant reflection in the way that we interact with others and the philosophies we choose as our driving force. So go over to Polygon and check this all out. It is kind of like they've synthesized some of what they feel is the best indie games of 2025 so far.
Right, and it has several selections for being only mid-February.
Yeah. We're only 7 episodes into 2025, at least of this show. Many, many more for Non Sequitur News, which is the daily show Monday through Friday. But that's it, folks. So I guess we're going to load up our indie game loader, which doesn't exist, and that'll snap us back to the front page of ohmTown.com. And WarCrafters is actually right here. I should have loaded it up into WarCrafters, but for whatever reason, I did not. I think our aggregator's going a little nuts today, but that's okay. Dun, dun, dun. But that's it, folks. I am Merwatt. I'm saying bye. We're going to reset and do Technology Today, another 30-minute show. We break out these 3 on Saturday and 3 on Sunday as individual podcasts. If you go over to wherever you catch pod and do a search for ohmTown, you'll find all 7 of the shows. Non Sequitur News is our daily one. But WarCrafters and then Technology Today and then FourWheelTech is what's on Sundays. So we're gonna shut down the stream. We'll be right back, and we'll be talking about science. So hope to see you. You want to say bye?
Bye-bye, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's WarCrafters. We'll have another episode for you next week, but stay tuned and be sure to subscribe.
See you soon, everybody. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Technology Today for February 16th, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 7. I am Mara Watt, and along with the Sentient AI, we talk about 5 science articles that get aggregated into ohmTown.com's Technology Today channel. Whew, that was all one breath. Anyway, the 5 articles we're going to talk about are megabacteria, the creative circuit, new grasshoppers, hidden dimensions, and improving catalysts. Technology Today is a deeper dive into science, not just technology, but it is technology. Science is technology. And Mara Watt actually gives talks about the merging of science, technology, and society. So if you're interested in that kind of thing, you can actually reach out to me, Mara Watt, send an email to mara@ohmtown.com. But we actually talk about it every single day in Non Sequitur News. And then on Saturdays and Sundays, we have 6 unique shows. Technology Today is just one of them. Anyway, everything is powered by ohmTown.com, and then Mara Watt and the Sentient AI that you're about to hear talk about it. So stick around. I hope you enjoy the show. Hello, Sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
Doing okay today?
I'm doing fine. How about yourself?
You ready to get going?
I am.
Let's get going. First article is over in Technology Today. A lot of this is going to be by SciTech Daily. I'm not sure what really happened, but all of the articles that were submitted are from SciTech Daily today. We don't normally do that. It just happens to be a heavy SciTech Daily day.
SciTech Daily just really had a good week, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so. So scientists just made bacteria 1,000 times bigger and discovered something incredible. So I titled this segment Megabacteria, because that's what we need.
Yeah, the only thing worse than bacteria is larger bacteria.
It is thick bacteria. That's what we need. So scientists just made bacteria 1,000 times larger by combining merfish, or is it merfish? I don't know.
I think it's probably, I don't know what it is. I doubt you spell it out.
MERFISH. So merfish imaging with expansion microscopy. Researchers have unlocked a new way to study bacteria at the single cell level. This allows them to see how bacteria activate different genes in response to their environment, offering insight into microbial behavior, antibiotic resistance, and infection strategies. So how bacteria organize their activities. So this article is over at scitechdaily.com. Boston Children's Hospital put this article together. Mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell.
It is. Do you think they organize their activities with a virtual calendar or paper?
I don't know. I think that they probably do it they do it with like Google Calendar, but then they have backup on paper just in case.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
They're pretty pragmatic about their existence, survival of the fittest and all that. So how do bacteria, whether beneficial ones in our bodies or harmful disease-causing strains, coordinate their activities? Google. No?
You heard it here first.
So let's see. A recent study has provided insights by combining advanced genomic scale microscopy with an innovative technique to track the genes bacteria activate in different conditions and environments, published recently in the journal Science. Yeah. Oh, yeah. This breakthrough is set to advance bacterial research significantly. I don't know anymore. So Jeffrey Moffitt, PhD, and their colleagues at the Program in Cellular and Molecular Medicine, or PCMM, at Boston Children's Hospital, used merfish, which is brought to you by merfish, one merfish, two merfish.
I was thinking more like the number 3.
Dr. Seuss theory in genomic research. merfish. Anyway, a molecular imaging technique Moffitt helped develop to analyze messenger RNAs or mRNAs in thousands of individual bacteria at once. This method not only mapped gene expression on a massive scale, but also revealed how spatial factors influence which genes bacteria turn on, something never before achieved. This is pretty spectacular. So we're getting down to the unicellular level and analyzing how things get activated. At some point, we're going to... Okay, so it says here, overcoming the challenges of imaging bacteria. However, the team first had to overcome a major challenge. Bacterial RNA for the bacterial triscriptome are densely packed inside tiny cells, making them difficult to distinguish and image. It was a complete disaster. We couldn't see anything.
Wow, it's rare you hear a researcher saying something like that.
Oh, yeah. But they said...
Or like, it was a challenge, right?
Yeah, it was a challenge, and all we need is more funding. So they anchored the RNAs to this gel. They created a special hydrogel and changed the chemical buffer in the gel. This triggered it to swell, expanding the sample 50 to 1,000 fold in volume. All the bacterial RNAs become individually resolvable.
Okay, that's really interesting. Are we sure we didn't just have uncontrolled replication or whatever?
I wonder if that, like, did it expand out, separating all of these?
That's what it makes it sound like.
It is, yeah. They said that the RNAs become individually resolvable. What I really want is them to blow up the RNA bigger so that you can see all of the materials inside. But that actually, you can't get bigger than the physics that makes it. So you have to zoom in closer. And that means microscopy needs to get even more advanced.
Right.
For this particular purpose, actually optics instead of just scanning electron microscopy, which is different. So we now have the tools to answer fascinating questions about host microbe and microbe to microbe interactions. Moffitt says we can explore how bacteria might communicate and compete for spatial niches and define the structure of microbial communities. And we can ask how pathogenic bacteria adjust their gene expression as they infect mammalian cells. So bacterial merfish can also provide insights into bacteria that are difficult to grow in a culture dish. Now we don't have to culture them. We can just go image them in their native environment.
I mean, this is really a big deal. This could change the whole nature of bacteria research.
Yeah, they say a new era in bacterial research. The same bacteria could be doing very different things over a space of tens of microns. Moffitt says that they're seeing different environments responding differently to them. It was very difficult to address such variation before, but now we can answer the types of questions people have been dreaming about. My question is, are these bacteria actually competing for survival?
Oh, that would be interesting.
Because they say we're seeing different environments and responding differently to them. And it's only a few tens of microns away from each other.
Right. And at some point, you'd think it'd be too crowded, right? So, I mean, in concept, there would be a survival effort.
Are they fighting? Right? Quite fascinating.
And if so, what does that mean for their host?
Right. Yeah. If the weak are dying out in the RNA, I guess, gladiatorial combat, right? The evolutionary steps.
Right. I mean, that's probably not good for the host in terms of outcome, but even what's happening during that battle.
Yeah. Only the strongest survive and the host may not, because what actually survives bacterially are the worst of the worst. Fascinating. It's an interesting idea. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Technology Today. Scientists discover the brain circuit that fuels creativity. Why do I feel like there's something questionable about this? So, I'm really interested in fMRI technology. One of the things that I advanced when I was much, much younger was using a theory, because I didn't get to actually apply it, because when I put the theory forward, I was told by people that were, PhD level researchers that the tech just doesn't exist to do what you want to do. So I wanted to use fMRI technology as a polygraph to see if you could consciously lie, and in reference to that lie, get it detected through fMRI. Now, if you can detect creativity using functional magnetic resonance imaging, then you can actually...
It seems like you could also detect that, right?
Yeah. And
presuming they're by the same brain section, etc.
Correct. Yeah. And so psychopathy has already been detected by means of fMRI technology and CT scans. So why not? Why can't we find the lie and find it? And so nowadays, the fMRI technology is powerful enough. I think the resolution has reached that point. So a new study suggests that creativity maps onto a common brain circuit, that injury and neurological disease have the potential to unleash creativity. Researchers analyzed 857 participants across 36 fMRI brain imaging studies to identify a common brain circuit for creativity. They mapped the circuit to healthy individuals and then predicted how brain injuries might impact that creativity. Brigham and Women's Hospital did the article, but they posted it at scitechdaily.com. So a new study from Mass General Brigham suggests that creativity isn't tied to a single brain region, but instead emerges from a shared brain circuit. The study found that changes in creativity depend on where the brain is affected. Injuries in certain areas may either disrupt or enhance these creative abilities. They also found that individuals with brain injuries or neurodegenerative diseases affecting this circuit sometimes show increased creativity, and the findings were published on February 13th in JAMA Network Open.
Okay, that's interesting. I'd love to know what those conditions are.
Yeah, so I think that they probably are going to have to evaluate that over time, because it says they found that many complex human behaviors, such as creativity, don't map to a specific brain region, but do map to specific brain circuits, said co-senior author Michael D. Fox, MD, PhD. Well,
as far as we know, no relation to Michael J. Fox.
Or maybe. Who founded and leads the Center for Brain Circuit Therapeutics and helped develop the techniques of coordinate and lesion network mapping employed in this work. So the hammer finds the nail. The team first looked at fMRI data to identify brain regions activated by different creative activities, such as drawing, creative writing, and music making, and then they assessed data from the patients who had changes in creativity due to brain injury and neurodegenerative diseases. Some people with neurologic diseases experience a new onset of creative behavior and show specific patterns of damage that align with our creativity circuit. Kind of interesting, huh?
It is.
Oh my gosh. Look the phrase.
Aha.
Clitenic.
I kind of wondered if this was going to come up in this article. I hadn't looked at it yet, but then I kind of got sidetracked because I was thinking about all the implications with the neurodegenerative diseases, etc.
No freaking way. Is my theory actually right? Clitenic said reduced activity in the right frontal pole could align with the hypothesis that creativity requires shutting down a function. For example, creativity may depend on inhibiting self-censoring assessments that could then allow free association and idea generation to flow more freely. To be creative, you may have to turn off your inner critic to allow yourself to find new directions and even make mistakes. Now, I have been postulating a theory that to be truly creative, you have to have an inner monologue. You have to have an inner critic. You have to have somebody critiquing what you are doing, and you do it yourself when you have internal dialogue, internal monologue. They're saying...
Right, but I think this theory is going the other direction now. It hasn't been proven.
Right. So here's the thing about this. If you turn off the inner critic, but it's still functioning as a logical portion of your creative efforts because it's now disconnected, you still have all of the creative functionality of the inner critic, the inner monologue. You can still do all of the visualization. You can still talk to yourself about the material, but nothing in your brain is saying this sucks. And that's it.
Yeah.
Everything else is working. You're only turning off the voice that says this sucks. Right? So these findings could help explain how some neurodegenerative diseases might lead to decreases in creativity, while others may show paradoxical increase in creativity, Klitenik said. It could also possibly add a pathway for brain stimulation to increase human creativity. Klitenik said it's important to note that these findings do not represent the entire neural circuitry involved in creativity, adding that many different parts of the brain are involved in completing different creative tasks, which is going to what I am saying. We're learning more about neurodiversity and how brain changes are considered pathological may improve function in some way. These findings help us better understand how the circuitry of our brains may influence and unleash creativity. Fascinating.
This is really interesting. I hope we see some follow-up studies in this area.
Yeah, so I'm going to have to add this to my pool of information regarding this inner monologue creativity paradox, because the people that I've interviewed, and not scientifically, it's very casual. I am not doing a research study, a formal study. I have found that people that are self-defined as creatives also have an inner monologue, an inner dialogue, and those who are not creative, self-described as not creative, do not have an inner monologue and can follow instructions. Even if they are the ones that do the design work and the layout of something, they can follow the instructions, but it's a logical layout and they can't 3D model it in any way.
Right, yeah, 3D modeling is probably near impossible for somebody without that.
Right.
Also, even just basic artistry, like copying a picture may be easy,
right.
but not drawing one from scratch.
Yeah, or somebody describing it in 3 dimensions and then it being drawn in 3 dimensions are near impossible. And again, this is anecdotal. I haven't done a wide-scale research study. It's not a formal academic research study. But I find it really, really, really fascinating because you do not know who is near you who has an inner monologue and those who do not. It's quite fascinating.
It's a good conversation topic if you have a group of people together.
Yeah, particularly if you've known each other for a considerable amount of time. You would never suspect. Never suspect. Anyway, let's keep moving. The next article is over in Technology Today as well. Desert Secrets. Scientists discover 16 new grasshopper species in the U.S. and Mexico. New research has discovered 16 new grasshopper species, revealing their ice age-driven isolation and diversification. A Mississippi State University scientist has uncovered a hopping treasure trove. Get out, Dad. 16 new species of grasshopper, thriving in the thorny scrublands of the U.S. and Mexican deserts.
So I didn't even know there were grasshoppers in deserts.
Sure. I mean, deserts actually are not just dirt.
Oh, no, I know that. And they have a pretty thriving ecosystem, even though it's not always obvious. But I didn't know they were home to grasshoppers.
Yep. So Mississippi State University put the article together. It's over at SciTechDaily.com. Like I said, SciTech Daily kind of hit it out of the park this week. New research has discovered 16 new grasshopper species. It says it's important to keep exploring our biodiversity, especially from a conservation standpoint, before we lose it. We'll be losing it.
Did you want to describe the grasshopper that's in the photo? I mean, it looks like it has full camouflage because it has different sections. It's not uniform coloring.
Yeah, it's like a patchwork. It's kind of like camouflage clothing. So it isn't plates that are all one color. Even the plates themselves
seem to have multiple colors, right? It's
Yeah.
pretty interesting. It's a
What do
I
they
don't know
call
what
it?
that one is. I don't know if it says. Oh,
a-
yeah.
Agroecotectics silver heelsea, a newly described grasshopper from Texas named in honor of J. Silverheels, an early Native American actor. Mississippi State's Jovan Hill, director of the Mississippi Entomological, not etymological, entomological, which is it's the study of brownies and cupcakes, right? Entomins?
Well, sure, but also insects.
Oh, entomological. Entomological is the study of. Yeah. So Mississippi State's Jovan Hill is the director of the Mississippi Entomological Museum, has uncovered 16 new species of grasshopper. Do you think they found anything else while they were finding things that they happened to just find 16?
I'm sure they did. They're out in the desert. Think about what else they could have found. Snakes, scorpions, but maybe not new species discoveries.
Yeah, do you think that they just threw other species back that weren't grasshoppers?
If they weren't insects, maybe.
But maybe not even anything but
maybe
grasshoppers.
They were funded for an insect study or something.
Just grasshoppers.
But hopefully they went, hey, here's a new wolf running through. I'm going to pass this off to my colleague who's doing wolf studies.
This is Jovan Hill, by the way. So the picture that you see is Jovan Hill. This picture actually looks like it's a composite, like an AI put their picture between a microscope.
Yeah, that's weird, but it may not be.
It probably isn't, but the way that this is framed, it makes it really weird. Anyway, these grasshoppers we described live in lowland thorny scrub habitat. Somewhere along the line, they too got isolated and speciated. Because each one is still associated with a specific mountain range, he said. Their sexually selective nature and lack of pre-mating rituals have kept populations stable and tied to specific mountain ranges.
I mean, that's very niche for a species, right?
That's wild. He noted that in the Rocky Mountains, species of this subfamily in alpine grasslands likely became isolated as glaciers receded and their habitats shifted to higher elevations. Hill suspects that the desert species his team discovered underwent a similar process of isolation and speciation.
That's really interesting.
Yep. Big collaborative research and future studies funded by the National Science Foundation. This project, complements two others. In one, Hill and mentor Daniel Ott, a senior curator for the Academy of Natural Sciences, are co-authoring the North American Grasshoppers Volume 3. These grasshoppers...
Well, I'm glad they have some new grasshoppers for their next volume.
Yep, 16 pages. I'm sure that it's much, much broader than that.
Yeah, I'm sure it is.
They said they loved catching grasshoppers. Grasshoppers. It's like flutterbys before they became butterflies. I loved catching grasshoppers as a kid, they said, and they still get to do it now, discovering new things, uncovering their history, and understanding how they're related, the MSU researcher said. Sharing this fascinating piece of American natural heritage makes it all worthwhile. Well,
I love that there are people that are passionate about grasshopper research.
Yep. And who knows, maybe they'll find something that is inherent to these grasshoppers that can save human life. Or make it better, at least. Let's keep going. This next article is over in Technology Today. Physicists discover a hidden dimension in spin liquids. I have no idea what this is really about. So researchers have discovered unexpected...
sunk here. I don't know what a spin liquid is.
We're about to find out. So researchers have discovered unexpected 1D-like spin behavior in a triangular molecular lattice, challenging the conventional understanding of quantum spin liquids. Quantum spin liquids are unusual states of matter where magnetic spins remain disordered, refusing to settle into a fixed pattern.
Oh, okay. So is it something like a suspension, but not an actual suspension?
It's a suspension of the magnetic field so that nothing ever merges together. You know how if you put some sand in water, eventually it settles out. The magnetic field never settles out.
Okay.
So Shibara Institute of Technology put this article together. It's posted over at SciTech Daily. I gave it the Harvard try. I never went to Harvard, so this is the try you get. Quantum spin liquids are unusual states of matter where magnetic spins remain disordered, refusing to settle into a fixed pattern. Professor Yasuyuki Ishii and their team at the Shibara Institute of Technology studied it's a mathematical representation of the magnetic material, a material thought to behave as a 2D quantum spin liquid. However, their findings reveal that instead exhibits 1D spin dynamics, overturning previous assumptions. This breakthrough deepens their understanding of magnetism and could pave the way for new advancements in quantum materials and future technologies. I knew some of these words.
I've got quantum.
Yeah, that right there. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can actually... No, can't do anything with that. Sorry, folks. Hold on.
I do actually know what that is, but I can't think of what it is.
Is this actually going to turn into something? Yeah, there we go. Hold on. So, oh no, I'm not going to be able to. I mean, I know that it's beta prime, but all of this, it's a material. So I wonder if there is like a idiot's guide to what this material is actually called. You know, explain it like I'm 5 kind of a thing. A molecular Mott insulator. That's what it's referred to as. A molecular Mott insulator is a quantum spin liquid candidate. Anyway.
So this is neat. This goes back to the 70s, which kind of tracks with what we've been saying in other episodes, right? Where there's some prior research and then somebody's like, hey, we can do this several decades later.
Yep. Instead, the atomic spins inside these remain in constant motion, fluctuating and entangling with one another, creating a fluid-like magnetic state. This unusual behavior is caused by magnetic frustration, where competing interactions prevent the system from forming an ordered pattern, kind of like stirring a boiling pot. The unique material, the material is it's a Mott insulator is what it's referred to as in other media. A molecular crystal featuring a triangular lattice has been a strong candidate for exhibiting QSL or
quantum spin
liquid behavior. The way these spins are arranged creates inherent frustration, causing the interactions between neighboring spins cannot all be satisfied at once. This setup seems ideal for a QSL state. But while earlier studies suggested that it might behave like a quantum spin liquid, scientists are not sure whether it's truly 2D QSL or if other factors like a reduction in dimensions were influencing its behavior. So mathematically, maybe they reduced this in a different way instead of it actually being a 1D magnetic material. It could be more, and they just, needs to be studied more. So finally, using advanced theoretical modeling, the researchers discovered that spin dynamics in this material are dominated by quasi one-dimensional behavior, challenging traditional expectations of 2D quantum spin liquid theory. So the authors, specialists in magnetic resonance and novel magnetic phenomena, combined ESR, and I'm not sure what this is, ohmSR, with theoretical modeling to explore this again, Mott insulator. So they are supposing that this is a 1D spin behavior and not a multidimensional spin liquid.
Right. So now they probably have to figure out why and then confirm it one way or the other.
Yeah. And then they get really deep into the reads. It goes beyond my ability to apply it in a more anecdotal way. And then they say this was surprising because the material's 2D structure led scientists to expect 2D spin dynamics. Muon spin relaxation experiments confirmed these results. The beta spin pattern, or pattern in spin relaxation, which is a signature of 1D spin diffusion. ESR also supported this, showing that spin movement was anisotropic or direction dependent. So
maybe one or two things. Either this is something exhibiting both properties, right, which may be a whole new line, or maybe this is something where there is a negative result in research, which we've talked about in other episodes, which is a good thing.
Yeah, the negative shows that this isn't the way to observe this material. So to me, it seems like this is it's a confluence of two different things imparting their magnetic change on each other, causing it to remain in solution and not distilling out or dropping out of suspension into a fixed pattern. So in one dimension, it's only going this way. In another dimension, it's only going this way. And both of them are disrupting each other, which is why we actually twist wires so that no lines of force can impact data flowing through a wire. That's why we create twisted pair wire. Anyway, I found it interesting at the end anyway, or applicable in some way, form of logic. I may be off base with this, and if you actually have a deeper understanding of this and care to, you can send me some information, mayor@ohmTown.com, and I'll relay it on. So feel free to get in touch. Would be great. You can even come on and co-host if you want to. I'll either put you over there or put you up there in a little bit.
But you might have to drop the level of discussion down to a general audience.
Explain it like I'm 5, or allow me to. All right, let's go on to our last article for the February 6th. Hello, everybody. Sorry about that. We actually had a disconnect from our parallel universe within ohmTown. So here to make up for it is our last article for the February 16th episode of Technology Today. And the article is titled Unexpected Discovery Leads to a Catalyst That Improves Over Time. Scientists have developed a revolutionary catalyst that not only converts CO2 into valuable products, but also actually increases in activity over time, which is not necessarily...
That's pretty unusual, isn't it?
Yeah, it's interesting.
It almost sounds like a chain reaction or something.
Yeah, that's kind of what my takeaway was. So it says it's made from tin microparticles on a nanotextured carbon structure. This innovative electrocatalyst efficiently produces formate, a key compound for various industries. But unlike conventional catalysts that degrade, this one self-optimizes by breaking down into smaller portions. The University of Nottingham over at scitechdaily.com put the article together. This is what it looks like, apparently. Particles of tin on a nanotextured carbon support serve as an effective electrocatalyst for converting CO2 into valuable products. This one, apparently, it self-optimizes by breaking down into smaller tin nanoparticles, dramatically improving performance. Now, a catalyst, you can recover all of it, so you can use it again, but this actually speeds up because it gets smaller.
Right, which is interesting. So where's the end of that? Like, does it eventually...
I guess not enough locations. The equivalent would be nucleation points where it can no longer catalyze anything. And so it'll hit a certain point and just stay there, whatever the activation spots are. So a research team from the University of Nottingham's School of Chemistry and the University of Birmingham created a catalyst using tin microparticles. They refer to it as nanotextures, supported by a nanotexture carbon structure. The interaction between the tin particles and graphitized carbon nanofibers plays a crucial role in transferring electrons from the carbon electrode to CO2 molecules, an essential step in converting CO2 into formate when an electric potential is applied. So this objective is probably hitting what is currently the upper limit of formate. So one such product, formate, is used in the chemical synthesis of polymers, pharmaceuticals, adhesives, I'll be okay, and more. For optimal efficiency, this process must operate at low potential while maintaining high current density and selectivity, ensuring effective use of electrons to convert CO2 into desired products.
So this is going to, in concept, increase the efficiency of that process to manufacture these products.
Yep. And so you don't have a lot of wasted process where you have to filter it all out and redo it. So the Dr. Madasami Tangamuthu, a research fellow at the University of Nottingham, co-led the research team and said a successful electrocatalyst must strongly bond to the CO2 molecule and efficiently inject electrons to break its chemical bonds. They developed a new type of carbon electrode that incorporates graphitized nanofibers with a nanoscale texture, featuring curved surfaces and step edges. Stop that. To enhance interaction with tin particles. So that's really what it comes down to. Small 3 nanometer nanoparticles during CO2 reduction reaction. Tom Burwell elaborated using electron microscopy. They found that smaller tin molecule or particles achieved better contact with the nanotextured carbon of the electrode, improving electron transport and increasing the number of active tin centers nearly tenfold.
Wow, I mean, that's a significant difference. I still have this picture of some chemical reaction occurring in an uncontrolled fashion, but maybe I'm thinking too ridiculously about this.
Do you remember the movie where they create cold fusion and it runs out of chain reaction? The movie is called Chain Reaction. It has Keanu Reeves as
that's the one I was thinking of. Yeah,
the boy wonder scientist who discovers what all is necessary. Yeah, that's kind of what this looks like. But there is a video of bubbles of CO2 passing through the electrochemical reactor, and that's what this reactor is. So seems here. I'll even play it, but I'll mute it. This is the level of excitement that you get to witness in a video where you're not the lead scientist, so you don't really realize what the hell is going on. But that right there is the
literal
CO2.
Excitement.
Get out. Hopefully you didn't see that Terminator body there. Anyway, yeah. Pretty interesting stuff. And if you have the ability to isolate CO2 and then turn it into something useful, it's actually kind of like carbon encapsulation. You're actually pulling it out of the atmosphere, then, maybe it's pretty good.
Okay, that's a win-win.
Yeah, except that some of the stuff that it's creating is probably, depending on your position on the things, polymers and stuff that aren't carbon neutral, but
right,
it is what it is. Well, anyway, that's our last article for today's Technology Today, and that means that I, Mayor Watt, am saying bye, but not until the catalyst speeds us back to the front page of Technology Today over at ohmTown.com, where you can go and become a citizen and facilitate us doing the show by sending us leads. Now I'm saying bye, and I'm taking the AI with me. Bye.
Bye-bye, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's Technology Today. We'll have another one next weekend, but stay tuned for FourWheelTech.
See you soon, everybody. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to FourWheelTech for February 16th, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 7. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we talk about 5 automotive and technology related articles that get aggregated into the channel over at ohmTown.com FourWheelTech. Those 5 are Hyundai NACS, NACS. Whoa, I'm not on the right page. Hello. And then FourWheelTech. We're doing it live. Anyway, we had an issue that happened. Basically, power to ohmTown disappeared for a moment, and that disconnected us from everything, and our dimensions split. Now we're reattached. Well, anyway, Hyundai NACS destroying auto emissions, 67 used cars to avoid the transit trail. Euro cars are ditching infotainment, and I, for one, want that. Oh, the sentient AI from the future just told me that I'm not on the right page. That's okay. Builds character. Anyway, again, I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI from the future, who's a little delayed there. No? You were on time?
No, I said that before you started the show.
Never mind. The sentient AI keeps me in check. So anyway, go over to ohmTown.com. Everything's powered by it. I'm going to just play the play there. All right. All right, lead. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt from the present.
Didn't quite facilitate that, did you? All right, let's get into it, because it looks like tonight's turning into a really long night. The first article is over in FourWheelTech. Hyundai NACS, or NACS, adapter for EVs will be free to all existing owners. Hyundai's Ioniq 5s with NACS, or NACS, J3400 ports, as opposed to the CCS1 style, are starting to roll out of its factory in Savannah, Georgia. It's the first manufacturer to sell electric vehicles with native NACS ports, other than Tesla, that is, and you'll be able to read about their first drive of the model year 2025 Ioniq 5, as well as the new off-roady Ioniq 5 XRT next week, which, if it's electric, there's no way in hell it's off-roady. Anyway,
you can off-road until you are no longer in range of a charger.
Yeah, 30 minutes that way, and then you're screwed forever. Anyway, they've got some good news for owners of any existing Hyundai EVs out there. Your car has a CCS port. Then next month, you're eligible for a free CCS1 to NACS adapter. So congratulations. It's dongle time. The article is by Jonathan M. Gitlin over at arstechnica.com. Hyundai, existing Hyundai owners, Hyundai EV owners, that is, will just need their VIN to claim their free adapter. Yay! Don't lose it.
I mean, I think this is kind of neat, although it's probably easier for them to maintain one type going forward. But
for sure. Yeah. I'm sure that everybody loves having a dongle carried around in their trunk. So Hyundai wasn't the first OEM to ink a deal with Tesla to gain access to the supercharger network, but it is ahead of Ford, General Motors, Rivian in swapping to the Tesla-style charge ports. Existing owners get access to the large charging network too, but they'll need an adapter to make use of the smaller NACS plugs, and those will be available next month, Hyundai told Ars Technica. That's where this is housed. Again, Jonathan M. Gitlin over at arstechnica.com put the article together. So there you go. That's all that article really is. Congratulations. You're going to be... so instead of having to pay $225, apparently you'll be able to get it. So Ford briefly showed similar generosity to its EV owners last year, offering its NACS adapter for free, at least until late June, at which point it started charging, $200 for them.
Yeah. That's quite a volt.
GM never even bothered with a free giveaway. Instead, it asked $225 for the NACS adapter.
Oh no, the next one will be $250.
And the Ioniq, though, currently it's free, and you'll get an adapter for free.
Well, the big thing is there that you'll have access to more chargers that are out there.
Yeah, sure. Everybody should opt for swapping batteries, not, yeah. I would love to be able to do that. I would spin up a business doing that.
Set up the stations to do it. They'd have to set up the car manufacturing, et cetera, et cetera. But agreed.
Yeah. They have to build the tech to make the sled possible. Anyway, let's move on. The next article. Oh, by the way, if you want all of today's articles for, oh no, I didn't set it up. ohmTown is not online after the power outage.
That's anyway. Okay. We'll just have to go ohmTown free for this one.
Yeah. All the show notes are still embedded in the live stream over on YouTube. So common mistakes that are destroying your car's automatic transmission. This article is by Jalopnik. Manual drivers are constantly thinking about the state of our transmissions, clutches, bushings, and synchros all wear out, and we adjust our inputs to ensure their preservation. Automatic gearboxes, though, insulate you from the mechanical goings-on between your engine and wheels, but that doesn't mean that they're all hunky-dory. Don't worry about that. You're the only one that sees that. So Amber Da Silva over at jalopnik.com put the article together. If you're treating automatic transmission fluid like blinker fluid, you're on a path that leads to problems. So if you've ever had a parent or a friend that says go into the auto shop and ask for blinker fluid, then, well, what the heck? I don't know what the hell.
Everything okay over there, Mayor Watt?
No. Anyway, no, something weird just happened, and now I'm irritated. So Amber Da Silva over at jalopnik.com put the article together. Traditional torque converter automatic transmissions, if you don't have a fancy dual clutch or modern continuously variable box or a Ferrari, this is almost certainly what you have, can be hurt in plenty of ways. Big mistakes like throwing the shifter into reverse on the highway are obvious, but there are subtler ways to hurt your transmission. So you could be causing it harm. The big enemy of torque converter automatics is heat. And this is something that when I give talks about technology, I inform people that the bane of technology is heat. If something is too cold, you can warm it up. But cooling it off is much, much more difficult than warming it up. It, by its very existence, technology warms up when electricity is applied to it. It does not naturally cool off until power is removed.
So, right, and it might not be reversible depending on how much heat is applied.
Correct, yeah. And so what I tell people is you got to keep everything cool. You have to keep yourself. It's easier to warm up by throwing a blanket on yourself than it is to cool off. You have to find some place to suck the heat away. Well, heat is the bane of all things. Interestingly enough, everybody worries about the cold death of the universe, but that's trillions of years away. So the big enemy of torque converter automatics and everything in general is heat. The ideal operating temperature for automatic transmissions fluid is between 175 and 225 degrees Fahrenheit. At approximately 240, important additives in the ATF begin to cook. The result is the formation of a varnish inside the transmission. At approximately 260, internal transmission seals, which are typically manufactured from polyacrylic material, begin to harden. The end result are leaks, because eventually that hardening doesn't allow for flex. The vibrations will break out.
It just cracks.
Yep. So both internal and external, simply because the seals lose their elasticity. And at 300 degrees, 295, clutch plates begin to slip because the oil is breaking down further. And at 315 degrees, seals and clutches effectively burn out. Carbon forms in the oil, and for all intents and purposes, the transmission is junk. And just for your information, a typical transmission will die within 2,000 miles if subjected to 300-degree heat.
So how would somebody know if it was heating? I mean, maybe if there was steam or something coming out of the hood.
You wouldn't know until a sensor goes off and says that your transmission needs to be serviced, and at that point, odds on you've already smoked that transmission. So Your transmission, like your hairdryer, has another big killer besides excess heat: dryness. Transmissions don't like running low on fluid, and many people forget to ever check theirs, even if they know how. Running low on transmission fluid can cause overheating, grinding, premature failure, so it's worth learning what your car's service calendar is. Remember that making lots of short trips counts as a severe condition and warrants extra maintenance. Maintenance schedules vary from manufacturer, but a good rule of thumb is every 60,000 to 100,000 miles. So it's, depending on who you are, rare that you even need to bother with this. But you should know. And if a service light comes on your dash, don't put a sticker over it.
Yeah, don't drive around for thousands of miles afterward going, maybe that'll go away.
Yeah, when people tell you that your car's making a loud noise, you go, yeah, it sure is. That's why I have the radio turned up so loud. All right. So let me do this real quick. FourWheelTech, exclamation point, FWT in the chat, and ohmTown will throw the links into the chat. So there you go. Sorry for being late, but yeah, we're just now back online. All right. Let's keep going. This next article is over in FourWheelTech. Don't buy these 67 used cars, at least according to Consumer Reports. So when you're shopping for a used car, it can be hard to narrow down the list of vehicles you're interested in. Finding the exact car that's right for you is even harder, especially since there's no guarantee the car you want will even be available. So Consumer Reports says dodge these. Dodge is probably on this list.
Yeah, I suspect it is.
Some models made in certain years just have more problems than you want to deal with. I think Jeep is now on this list, I'm pretty sure. But Colin Woodard over at jalopnik.com put this article together. And I'm just going to run through these if they have them. So avoid Audis of various types.
I think they tend to have a lot of maintenance problems.
Audi A6, Q3, Q7, Q8 e-tron, BMW 3 Series, the entire series 2024. So the other one, A6 2019, Q3 2018, Q7 2017. But Audi's on the list, BMW 3 Series from 2024. These are really modern. X5 PHEV, this is the hybrid EVs.
I was expecting a little bit older cars, not like classic cars or anything, but just maybe 10-year-old or something.
Yeah, these are all 24 so far, 2024.
Well, they're not going to get better with time either, so maybe save this article so when you're buying a used car down the road.
Yeah, or even a modern car and go, did they fix the problems? Encore GX 2024. By the way, this is about a used car, but these are still being sold new if they haven't been driven off the lot.
Exactly. So that's kind of concerning, although they might have the I don't know. They probably still have 2024s in inventory.
Sure. So Cadillac Lyric 2024, the Chevy Blazer from 2019 and 2024, Blazer EV from 2024, a little of everything from 2017 all the way to 2024, the Colorado. Yikes. Chevy Bolt 2020 and 2021. It might be the last 2 years. I don't know if the Bolt is still around. I think they stopped making it.
I don't think it is.
The Pacifica Hybrid from 2018 and 2021. And Ford, a bunch.
Oh, yeah. Like
Broncos
every
Ford.
model you can think of pretty much with some years, not every year.
Yeah, I'm going to be driving to the playground in a F350 for crying out loud, 2017. Genesis GV80 2021, GMCs, Acadia, Canyon, Sierra 1500, Yukon XL from 2015, 16, 17, all the way up to 2024 Canyon. There's quite a few. You'll want to go over and check this all out. There's a lot of vehicles on the list. Hyundai is on there. Jeep is definitely on there. The Wrangler from 2016, 18, 19, 2021, 2023. You don't want to get a Wrangler, apparently. Gladiator from 2020.
Unless it's a 2020 or a 2022.
Or 2024, or maybe the newest, 2025. I don't know. But it's just not on the list yet because it's not used.
Correct.
There's Kia, Lincoln, Lucid, Air 2023, Mazda CX-50 from 2024, or CX-90 plug-in hybrid from 2024. I guess they kind of started wetting the bed. They were Mazdas are like amazing little vehicles, by the way.
Yeah, they're supposed to have good engineering and everything, but I think the 90, like some of the newer models, I think have not been as good.
Mercedes-Benz C-Class from 2015, E-Class from 2019, and GLE from 2024 and 2021. Nissan, that's a cool color. I like that color. Anyway, yeah. Rogue Select from 2015, Frontier from 2022, Pathfinder from 2017, Ram 2500 from 2021, Rivian.
Which is hidden because that's a Dodge.
Oh, yeah. Rivian from 2023, the R1S and R1T, and then the Tesla Model X 2023. I would say
I thought there'd be more of those on there, but okay.
Yeah, you have to worry about their batteries. That's about
not enough volume, probably.
They're the most selling car. They sell more than most other car manufacturers.
Oh, okay.
It's so bizarre. I don't see them that often. Yeah, how bizarre. So Toyota Tundra from 2022, 2023, Volkswagen. The reason why they're not as noticeable is because the charging circuit isn't everywhere. So you don't see them everywhere.
Well, that's true, unless you're in an area with a high concentration of those.
Yeah, hold on. I'm just going to pull 2023 numbers. Just real quick. So, 2023 numbers, Toyota 1.2. So wait. Is it just U.S. numbers? National auto sales numbers. Okay. It's the most selling EV, I think.
Oh, okay.
But maybe not. I don't know anymore because it's not even on the list. I mean, I'm looking all the way down to...
Okay, 2024, Tesla delivered about 1.8 million. That's globally.
Yeah, that would put it tied for 2023 numbers, auto sales, with Ford, which is number 2.
Oh, okay. I had no idea it was that high.
But I can't imagine that. I'm.
Yeah, but there could be distinctions in different countries, but overall.
Are these delivered? Or just manufactured?
The number I said was delivered.
I can't imagine that. Anyway, Volkswagen is listed too. I mean, I'm not calling you out. I'm sure that your evidence is well founded.
Maybe.
maybe not.
No, I'm just seeing what I see online.
I'm question numbers more than ever. Anyway, let's keep moving. The next article is over in FourWheelTech. Ford quietly kills the transit trail over supply issues. I was actually looking to get one of these.
That might have been why that was spinning.
Yeah, so Ford quietly discontinued one of its off-road vehicles, but don't worry, it's not the Bronco or any of the Raptor models. It's the Ford Transit Trail, which you may forget that it even existed, unless you're an influencer living that van life. I'm not an influencer, but I dig these little cars. Why? I like the utility of them. And
well, they seem to have good reputations online, too.
They really do. Ford's off-road version of the Ford Transit, the Trail, apparently has only been on sale since 2022, but they stopped the other versions of the Transit.
Yeah, I thought they had already.
Lawrence Hodge over at jalopnik.com put the article together. Ford quietly discontinued one of its off-road vehicles, the Transit Trail. I love the idea of this. It has so much utility. It really will only house 2 people, but you can put seats in the back.
Would it be helpful for cargo or whatever?
Yeah. So it seems the $65,000 Transit Trail died a quiet death, according to Ford Authority, after the model fell off the Big Blue Oval's website without fanfare. What could lead Ford to get rid of the model that's barely been on sale 3 model years? It would seem that it's supply chain issues that are an ongoing problem with Ford Pro Communications Manager Elizabeth Kraft.
What about the price tag? I mean, this puts it out of the realm of possibility for a lot of people that might want to buy it.
It's a commercial product, so I would say no. Average families aren't going to be buying this, but I love the idea of that. So just how is demand, it says here in the article. It would seem the market for pricey lifestyle isn't as big as it once was. We asked Ford if they knew how many Transit Trails have been sold since its introduction, and while Ford confirmed that exact sales numbers on the Transit Trail aren't known since it's more of a package than a model line, Ford did confirm that it saw a decrease in demand across all segments of the motorhome industry following the pandemic. That freaking pandemic.
Well, yeah, that was probably a tough time to... Actually, no, that should have been a spot-on time to launch this.
Yeah, so the trail was designed for camping. The Transit Trail was not without problems during its brief existence. Ford Authority mentions that in March 2024, a recall was issued after it was discovered that the factory-fitted 30.5-inch 245/75R16 could come in contact with the front wheel arch liner and damage the tire, so Ford fitted affected vans with the 28-inch 235/65R16 tires, knocking 1.2 inches of ground clearance off the trail, which...
That could annoy existing owners.
Yeah. Another recall was issued a few months later over possible loss in power steering. Oh boy. Anyway, so although the issues with the Transit Trail was unique, unless you go aftermarket or spend big money on the Mercedes Sprinter, no one sells anything else like it. So
right, so I'm sure people are still going to be upset that the Transit Trail is gone.
Yeah, because that's, it's decked out with stuff. $65,000 car. I don't know. I like the idea of it. Let's go on to our last article for the February 16th FourWheelTech. Cheap European cars are ditching their infotainment screens in favor of phone integration, and the author of this, Orad Jalopnik, says, I think every car should, and I agree. Automakers in the U.S. are struggling to find ways to meet increasing demand for cheaper cars and the long-term repercussions of economic uncertainty continue to unfurl. The article is by Bradley Brownell, and the deck statement says, not only is it cheaper and safer, but cars won't have dated screens anymore. This right here is what I've always wanted. Just a place to put my phone.
Where a phone will actually go and stay.
Yes. So, let's see here. The Fiat Grand Panda Pop below is Stellantis' newest foray into the cheap and cheerful segment of small European cars. And it, like the Volkswagen Up before it, that's that right there. The Panda is down there. Where was I? Oh, yeah.
I don't know, but I think this is good because I don't think the customers ever needed separate infotainment. I mean, I think that made sense maybe in the earlier years where phones didn't have everything, but they seem like they became obsolete pretty quickly.
Yeah. So the Volkswagen Up and the Fiat Grand Panda Pop are part of this cheerful segment of small European cars. Before it has a nice little phone mount and a USB port for you to use in lieu of a large and pricey 10.25-inch infotainment screen available on more expensive Grand Panda models. So you have this little holder right here, and you stick your device in, and you're done.
Plus, it's more streamlined. It doesn't take up as much room in the dash area.
Yep, so there it is again. Put it in horizontal or portrait mode. So not only does this make building the car cheaper and more likely to be operated cheerfully for many years to come, but it takes the cell phone right out of the hands of millions of distracted drivers. They use more colorful language in the article. Around in a 2-ton death machine staring at tiki-talks instead of the road. So give me a car with manual windows optional. This person is screaming, get off my lawn. Okay, boomer.
Yeah, they are. I mean, I I don't think we should return to manual windows. I think automatic windows are a must.
Yeah, as long as you don't reboot your car, apparently. Depends on.
Well, you might not want them on an EV, but yeah.
American Auto Buyer has been living fat on the hog for too damn long and rolling negative equity into another damn new thing nobody can afford isn't the answer to our collective debt problem. We demand austerity. No, this person's out of their mind.
Yeah, I think I get it with the infotainment, but I'm not sure about the other things.
Yeah. Sorry, Bradley Brownell. We want luxury that's reasonably priced, not greedily ripped out of our pockets because somebody perceives it as being a benefit instead of it just being something that is endemic to your vehicle life.
Right, and we don't need unnecessary bells and whistles that don't really add anything for the driver.
I don't know. Roof-mounted howitzer would be great.
I don't think that's a necessity.
We don't know what the world portends. Anyway, so we're going to hop in our cheerful vehicle, and that doesn't have an infotainment screen because it's our phone, and that's going to lead us all the way back to FourWheelTech at ohmTown.com, where you can go and become a citizen and then facilitate us talking about it by sending us leads. That's it. We're done for the day. I am Mayor Watt, and I'm taking the AI with me.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's FourWheelTech. Be sure to subscribe and watch the replay all the way through.
Bye, everybody. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for February 17th, 2025. It's Season 4, Episode 48. Yeah? Or 47?
I don't know.
Hold on. We're doing it live. It's 48, so I'm right. Okay. At any rate, I am Mayor Watt, and we don't edit, so that whole thing is going to be there at the beginning. And I run ohmTown.com, and I use it to manage my information overload, so you can too. Now it's available to everybody. This is the 4th year that I've made it public. Go over and check it all out. And along with the sentient AI, whose visualizer is right there, and you just heard them, we talk about 10 articles. Those 10 articles today are microchip tracking service goes dark-ish, Kurt Vonnegut's Lost Board Game, costumes from Stranger Things, a VR treadmill Omni 1, cow herd at wedding party, oldest modern bird, recalls could damage brand, clean fall physics roguelike, it's actually a rogue light. And New Zealand needs tourists. I don't know, though. And finally, salty New Jersey tap water. It's what New Jerseyans want. Everything is powered by ohmTown.com, so go over there and become a citizen. It's real easy. And follow us on Twitch and over on YouTube. Download the podcast. There's a Patreon and a Discord. We're pretty much everywhere. And if you want the show notes, you can hit bang or exclamation point NSN, and that'll be in the VOD now, but not over on YouTube because it's in the show notes already, so see ya. But don't go away. Hi, hello everybody, and hello sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
So we got the 10 articles all set up, so why don't we just get into it? The very first one actually kind of spooked me because I know about these microchips, and there's good and bad. And the bad has always been, apparently they have the potential to cause cancer in your pets. But if you talk to veterinarians, they will tell you that the good outweighs the bad and that it's rare. But that's based on the population numbers of pets. So a lot of pets actually get these. I know from experience that one of ours was lost to this same thing. And so when I saw this, I said, it'll give us a chance to talk about that, and it'll give us a chance to talk about what might be going on with this. Well, the article is over in Non Sequitur News, which is the name of this show, but it's also a channel over at ohmTown.com. Animal lovers alarmed as company goes dark after putting microchips in tens of thousands of pets. So it's a standard practice in the veterinary field to microchip pets. So standard, in fact, that some 3.5 million household animals in the U.S. have this little rice-sized chip. It's an RFID chip in a little cylinder, and it's supposed to be, what do they call that?
Like passive or something?
Well, like it's neutral inside the body, so it's not going to react, but the body does react with any foreign object to some degree, and sometimes it turns out negative, but it's a long-term thing, and you don't really know about it until you go to pet your pet, and they have a mass there. Anyway, these little rice-sized chips are RFID chips, and you scan them. It tells the person that finds them, shelters in particular, go and pick up your pet.
Right, and they are responsible for, not this company, but microchips in general, for lots of pets getting reunited with owners.
Correct. Yeah. So helping rescue groups reunite owners with their furry friends in the event of a pet getting loose. So it's also standard that microchipping is run as a for-profit business, and as one microchip company in Texas is showing, businesses don't always pan out. Well, the article has a deck statement error, pet not found. It's by Joe Wilkins in a futurism.com article. And they've got a Getty image of what looks like maybe a greyhound.
Maybe a greyhound, yeah.
I don't know. So this week, the Washington Post reported that Save This Life, a chipping and records company responsible for safeguarding pets through the U.S., had been listed as inactive in the Texas Comptroller tax records. Though the company's website remains online, no one is apparently answering emails, phone calls, or inquiries into the pet's chips. The website is active. I saw this and I went over to it. So that's leaving pet owners, shelters, and veterinarians concerned, as the company likely holds records related to tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of microchips. President of nonprofit chipping service AKC Reunite, Tom Sharp, told WAPO, Washington Post. So the pet microchipping process is a little convoluted. In most cases, the microchips themselves don't have any of the pet owner's data, as is sometimes assumed. It's actually a code that links to somebody and blah, blah, blah. But in essence...
Right, but then somebody can check it somewhere.
Right. But it contains the information that leads somebody to someone. Okay? The problem here is that now that business might be going under, but somebody has to buy that, or they have to give it up.
Exactly. I mean, turn this database or something over to the city or something. Make it accessible in some way. This is absolutely ridiculous, because people aren't going to get their pets double microchipped, or, right. This is really bad. And, we've talked about other digital things going away. This is a whole nother level.
Yeah. So, for example, what happens if a development company shuts down servers running a video game, as the AI just mentioned? Anyone who paid money for that game will no longer be able to access it, and the experience will be lost to time, while the company that sold the copy is under no obligation to return its revenue. That's a relatively harmless case unless you work in media preservation, but as more and more of our data finds its way out of our hands and into the hands of big companies, it's raising questions about the obligations they have to ensure transparency and access. Well, hate to break it to you, more and more companies are actually licensing information, and it can be modified and vaporized at any given moment, because all you are doing is getting a license to consume it for the given period of time that they afford it. This is actually happening right now with Amazon, in that the Kindle books are no longer going to be allowed to be downloaded to anything other than Kindle devices, and you can't download it and store it on a PC, according to various reports that I have read now. So if you have a Kindle library, for which I know somebody that has over 850 books in their Kindle library.
Right. I mean, that's pretty significant if that goes away.
Yeah. So what happens in this chip? Well, you have to remove it or you leave it and get another one. But people aren't going to double chip, not necessarily, or they're going to worry that maybe that next company is going to go under. I think that this has to have a continuity. This has to be a legislative continuity of operations type of system in place so that a company that has relevant, personally identifiable information cannot go off into the wind.
Absolutely. I mean, this is just really unacceptable. The other thing is if you have any control over microchipping of your pet and decide to do it, consider going for a nonprofit, although that could still be shuttered as well, but it has a different motive than a for-profit like this one that was mentioned in here.
Yeah. And unfortunately, when you have, if every state decides on a method and mode, then it gets balkanized. And they aren't necessarily compatible because everybody thinks that they know how to do it better than everybody else.
Right. And you don't want that because pets don't stay in boundaries. You know, they wander wherever they're, or somebody picks them up and takes them across a state line.
Yep. Man, this is alarming. So I don't know yet. They haven't really done an update to this. It says, and in many cases of microchips for our furry friends, it seems that profit, not love of pets, may be the deciding factor. So now
I actually submitted this as a potential short.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
It just seemed like it was an interesting discussion piece.
I think it's bigger than that then. So I'm glad that it got pulled into the regular show. But I can do a short as well. In fact, this can be turned into a short. So let's get into this next article. This next article is over on WarCrafters. Kurt Vonnegut's Lost board game is back in stores after 70 years of obscurity and one sold-out print run. A board game enthusiast and NYU Game Center teacher, Jeff Engelstein, was stunned to find while trawling the archives of celebrated author Kurt Vonnegut at Indiana University evidence that a 1956 Vonnegut developed and spent a year pitching a board war game to publishers, and at the time it was never brought to market. So alongside the letters and other whatnot, GHQ General Headquarters, Vonnegut's simple board war game. It was never published, but Vonnegut, of course, went on to incredible fame, particularly for the novel Slaughterhouse-5, which, by the way, is probably the reason why this game is famous now.
Well, sure. But if it's anything to the degree of the novels, it might be worth checking out.
So the article is by Jonathan Bolding over at PCGamer.com, and you can go and check out the minutia of this article. But they basically, not Jonathan Bolding or PC Gamer, but Jeff Engelstein, because they are a game aficionado, they actually rounded out this game to make it playable, to make it marketable, and brought it to market. GHQ is a fast-playing strategy game using an 8x8 checkerboard grid where you place and maneuver your units of infantry, armored vehicles, artillery, and your potent airborne unit in order to capture the enemy's headquarters unit. It's a simple yet interesting combination of rules that require you to utilize real-world combined arm tactics in order to win. No single unit can really succeed in taking an enemy piece on its own. Players over at industry faithful Bellwether Board Game Geek have so far rated GHQ as pretty dang good at a 7.9, with many posts citing the quality of the components. As a board gamer and amateur game historian themselves, it's a very interesting game just because it's a war game. Before there were standards of what a war game should look like, this is the same era as seminal strategy genre definers like Risk, Diplomacy, and Tactics, after all. So this is it's interesting. This is all that it looks like. That's all it is right there.
Yeah, it does look very simple, but that doesn't mean it is.
Yeah, it's just an 8x8 grid with a bunch of different playing pieces on it. It actually looks like it has, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 on each side. It's similar to chess.
Or checkers or something.
Checkers. Yeah, I'm not sure what each piece has in terms of what it can do, but you can actually get this game at Barnes & Noble.
It actually looks a little bit like Battleship to me.
Yeah, without the hidden element
right,
of it.
Right,
Yeah. Yeah, there's no vertical, just in case you're listening to this via the podcast. And I know you are, because you're all downloading it, right? Right? All right.
Right.
Go download it. Let's keep going. This next article is over on the Mobile Channel. You could own costumes from Stranger Things to benefit LA wildfire relief. Want to own some Stranger Things or Wicked memorabilia and donate to a good cause? You're in luck. Justin Carter over at Gizmodo.com put the article together. And it says, currently outfits from Stranger Things and House of Dragon are being sold off in a charity auction held by Prop Store, which is separately selling production material from Blade Runner 2049, including Rachel's bones. Weird. And the Costume Designer Guild Awards. Until next Friday, February 21st, interested people can put money down on costumes for two popular shows, respectively designed by Amy Paris and Janny Tamime. And the proceeds will go towards IATSE's Emergency Relief Fund. It says the HBO drama is selling Demon Targaryen's dragon riding costume and the 6th episode of Dragon's first season, which features intricate Targaryen embroidery. Oh, that's not it right there, though, huh? That's just
that looks like a puffer jacket.
That's one of those puffer jackets. It says it up here. Stranger Things items include Hawkins High School uniforms for cheerleading, basketball, Eddie's Hellfire Club t-shirt, and Joyce Byers' puffer jacket, as seen below. And it says if neither of those are your interest you, then you can actually check out the full features of items for Wicked, Furiosa, and plenty more. The links are actually embedded in the article over at Gizmodo.com. But Prop Store auction is the...
Yeah, these auctions are fun. Some of the prices are exorbitant, but I know they're going toward charities.
Yeah. And maybe that's the purpose, right? For the people that are bidding on it, but I guess it doesn't matter as long as everybody is bidding up higher, because it's helping out a good cause.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, hopefully people hear this and go over and raise the auction prices. Let's keep going. This next article is over on RealityHacker. I'm not sure. I don't know why that got embedded, but anyway. So VR treadmill Omni One adds new games to lineup, including Arizona Sunshine Series and Into the Radius. Virtuix, the company known for its line of VR treadmills, announced that it's adding 9 more VR games to its lineup of titles supported by the Omni One all-in-one system. The company says Omni One now supports over 55 titles with its most recent additions, including Arizona Sunshine Remake, Arizona Sunshine 2, and Into the Radius. I have played all of those. It's a lot of fun. I haven't played it on an Omni, though.
I'm waiting on more Arizona Sunshine.
Yeah, there's more and more Arizona Sunshine. So other newly added titles include Ascent Quest, Everslot Invasion, Motion Soccer, Thief Simulator VR, Totally Basketball, Venture Gauntlet VR, letting you physically walk, run, crouch, kneel, jump, strafe, and backpedal in games that would otherwise map movement to a thumbstick. There is an embedded video in the article. You can actually probably go to YouTube, and yeah, it's on YouTube. But
I'd be worried about playing soccer on there because it seems like you'd lift your leg to kick the ball and go flying, but maybe not.
Yeah, I don't know how that actually works. You can stand, I guess, in the bottom of the bowl. You're basically walking on a frisbee that's turned upside down. And you run inside this thing with slippery shoes, and sensors that are on those sliders actually move you throughout the game. And then around the perimeter is a ring that follows you because you're literally velcroed into this armature.
Right, yeah, it looks like you're kind of wearing a harness.
Yeah, it's a vest that kind of just ties you in. So if you get really tired, I guess you could just hang there.
Yeah, which kind of defeats the purpose, right? Part of it's immersive, but also exercise.
It's a gliding simulator, but Well, Scott Hayden over at roadtovr.com put the article together, and what I've done is basically go through the whole thing. But the treadmill is priced at $3,500. The Austin, Texas-based creators of the prosumer-targeted VR system say it's now shipping over, or has shipped over 1,000 units, and you can learn more about it by following the hands-on that they've got embedded in this article. Launched in September of 2024, OmniOne not only includes a VR treadmill, but also a customized Pico 4 Enterprise VR headset and access to a library of supported content via its OmniOne store. So I use the Pico 4, but not Enterprise. It has a little more of everything. So that alone, if you buy this, you're basically paying about $2,500 for
the enterprise level headset.
No, you're paying $2,500 for the treadmill, and then about $1,000 for the Pico.
Oh, okay, right. I mean, this is still cool. This is going to increase adoption of this, and also maybe as more competitors get on the market, maybe the pricing will go down.
I like the idea of this. I've actually been considering this since I started streaming, to do this in the moments when I'm not doing news, and basically highlight the idea of this treadmill. But you're kind of you're jammed in there, you know. You're oops. Oh, it moved right.
Right, you have a very specific space in which to move.
Yeah, and while it'll fit behind me, I don't know if I want it there all the time. Anyway, pretty neat piece of kit. I would do it if the situation changes. You know, if people say, you know what, I really want to watch somebody playing VR games and see the treadmill itself, see me running in the corner. Anyway, you want to keep going?
That would be fun.
Yeah,
sure.
Maybe. Yeah. All right. I don't know. I get bored with stuff. The only thing that hasn't gotten me bored is streaming news and talking about it with people.
You don't want to be on there and drifting off. That might be dangerous. Mayor Watt. Mayor Watt.
What? Huh? Oh, we're streaming. Oh. Hi, I'm Mayor Watt, and I run ohmTown. Oh, wait.
Yes, we already did that.
Oh, we're past that. Okay. So this next article, that's it. That's where we are. Non Sequitur news. We get to watch how a cow herd makes its move into a wedding party. One couple enjoying an outdoor wedding in Scotland ended up with a much bigger circle than they had intended. ABC News' Danny New has the details. The article is over at abcnews.go.com. And I don't know who put it together. I don't know. Brittany Nyhaus Photography, I guess, took a picture of this, but I'm going to hit play. It's muted.
Well, that doesn't look like a place where cows can get to because they're showing a balcony.
Yeah, it's indoor. Oh, okay. And then they, I guess for another portion of their wedding, they were out.
Maybe the reception, yeah.
They were outside. I'm not going to... Oh, they're actually doing the wedding outside.
Oh, okay. The ceremony. Got it.
Yeah, they were doing the ceremony, and I guess while they were doing the ceremony, all of the cows came from the field over to that house because they were doing it in the backyard. There was a fence, so the cows couldn't get there.
Oh, I see now. Like they're all, the whole background of the photo is cows.
Is cows, yeah. And while they're doing the... See, there weren't any cows, but then
you
when they started...
You should put the sound on to see if they're all mooing.
I think sometimes he thinks he's a bit of a sheepdog rounding up the herd.
By the time Francesco, around 36 hooved wedding crashers.
So it's funny because as the guests were gathering their seats, the cows were also getting ready to, be in appearance.
Wedding photographer Brittany Nyhaus here took these now viral videos of all these cows crowding the altar.
Okay, that's
actually
interesting.
Happened last spring. However, Brittany decided randomly to post it on Instagram a few weeks ago and was shocked when it quickly picked up millions of views. Commenters writing, "Did you say I moo?" And they all wore white.
we wanted to choose something that actually
All
had
right.
sentimental
I was
value.
hoping we'd get some sounds from the cows, but it is pretty spectacular. Like, they're not just there, they're intentionally going over to the wedding site.
Yeah, it's interesting. And that's all this is. It's a video report. So go over and check it out for yourself. You can turn up the volume as loud as you want. All right. Our next article is over in Technology Today. A 69 million year evolutionary mystery. Scientists discover oldest modern bird. New clues explore the age old question: does a duck always look like a duck and quack like a quack? A duck. Anyway, 66 million years ago, at the end of the Cretaceous period, an asteroid impact near the Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico triggered the extinction of all known non-avian dinosaurs. That's an assumption based on some evidence. Yet, this article over at scitechdaily.com by Ohio University has additional information. For early ancestors of today's waterfowl, surviving the mass extinction event was like water off a duck's back. Location played a crucial role, and Antarctica may have served as a refuge, its remoteness shielding it from the upheaval occurring elsewhere on the planet. Fossil evidence suggests a temperate climate with lush vegetation, potentially providing an incubator for the earliest members of the group that now include ducks and geese.
I mean, who knew? I don't think we think of that for Antarctica today.
Yeah, hey, a little bit of space rocks smashing into Earth and distributing salt water all over the place, and maybe scrubbing some things off the map and, rearranging things. Who knows what happened?
Exactly. Moving animals all over the place.
Few birds are as likely to start as many arguments among paleontologists as Vegavis, or Vegavis, I'm not sure how they pronounce it, says lead author Dr. Torres, now a professor at University of the Pacific. This new fossil is going to help resolve a lot of those arguments. Chief among them, where is Vegavis perched in the bird tree of life? It was first reported 20 years ago by study co-author Dr. Julia Clark of the University of Texas at Austin and several colleagues. At that time, it was proposed as an early member of modern, also known as crown birds, that was evolutionarily nested within waterfowl, but modern birds are exceptionally rare before the end of the Cretaceous extinction. And more recent studies have cast doubt on the evolutionary position of Vegavis. The new specimen described in the study has something that all previous fossils of birds have lacked: a nearly complete skull.
Okay, well, that's interesting. And is this an artist rendering?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So that also looks a little bit similar to a modern day puffin. Obviously, the dimensions aren't right, but that's also interesting to me because that's found in an Arctic environment, or cold weather at least.
Yeah, cold weather for sure. I wonder if they actually mentioned that. Doesn't really say, huh? They just say, they refer to modern bird all over, modern waterfowl all over.
That sounds like a kid's rhyme or something.
Modern bird,
yes.
Modern waterfowl. So, and those few places with any substantial fossil record of late Cretaceous birds, like Madagascar and Argentina, reveal an aviary of bizarre now extinct species with teeth and long bony tails, also distantly related to modern birds. Something very different seems to have been happening in the far reaches of the southern hemisphere, specifically in Antarctica, noted Dr. O'Connor. So this thing was isolated and may have survived. Now they talk about advancing science through research and education. So they're going to need to, if you want to know about the past, have to be able to fund that historical research. And it's usually not something that ends up with something productive in the physical sense, but knowledge in and of itself advances the understanding of all life on Earth. And some believe that that is beneficial to all here to understand how we got here.
Yeah, I mean, certainly it's relevant for biology, but other scientific fields as well.
Yep. So that we can truly grasp the dynamic changes our planet has undergone over millions of years. The study is a prime example of real-world experiential learning that connects STEM education with hands-on transformative research, preparing the next generation of scientists to tackle the challenges of the future. Let's keep on moving. The next article is over in Mobile. Opportunistic car recalls could damage brands. Opportunistic tactics used by automotive dealerships could be doing damage to individual automotive brands globally, new research from Edith Cowan University has found.
I don't get where this is going because I don't think of a recall as being opportunistic, but I'll be interested to see what it's focused on.
We're trying to better our car by doing a recall that isn't forced on us because of whatever.
Right, just like a voluntary recall.
Right. Like I've got something going on with my car where one of the doors sticks. They say that there's no recall, but looking online, you find out that there's, a systemic issue.
It's a known issue, yeah.
So in the automotive industry, product recalls have the potential to lead to reduced stock prices and long-term reputational damage, particularly when the cause of the defect is attributed and traced back to the manufacturer. Product recalls have become more frequent in today's markets, resulting in severe implications for consumers and companies that extend beyond the monetary losses. But these negative impacts could be further exacerbated when recalls are perceived to be opportunistic. A regular recall can be made either voluntarily or involuntarily. However, an opportunistic recall sees dealerships try to upsell customers other goods or services during the recall process to increase their firm's revenue, leading customers to pay out of pocket. It doesn't sit well with customers. There actually was one person in Japan that is being investigated right now because they would do things to the cars that were being brought in to advance ticket sales, increase sales, like puncturing
I see.
tires,
like render the existing cars unusable or less desirable to own.
Yeah, hey, we had a recall about your car and you bring it in, but while we were there looking at everything, we found that your air filter needs to be replaced as well. But we just did that so that you know, and then you go, oh yeah, okay, fine. But if it's perceived that it's a recall that's opportunistic, then people get really pissed off about it, and so. That's what
and it goes to the whole brand, right? Not just the particular dealership.
Yeah, like I've never quite found why. Okay, so if you have your car in the shop and the shop gives you a loaner, why does the car dealership think that that's a good thing to place on the car? I'm driving this loaner while my car's in the shop.
Exactly. It's like one of those things that you don't want to advertise.
Yeah. Wow, I see the car in the shop an awful lot, So
I see those loaner cars all the time for a certain brand.
Yeah. For a certain dealership too. What is going on? Why are all these cars at that dealership?
Yeah, I guess they think it's like customer service points or something, but to me it speaks to the level of reliability of the vehicle.
Yeah, no news is bad news is basically the ideology. I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me, but I'm not running their business. So, and then the article basically discusses the fact that customers basically turn into a protest customer, telling other people don't go there and all of that.
Well, and that is true, right? Word of mouth is probably the fastest thing to kill a brand's reputation.
Yeah, they actually say in the article, though, when customers engage in protest, they might feel more involved, empowered, and heard in their relationship with the brand. This relationship, even though arising from a negative event in a product recall, could paradoxically strengthen customer loyalty. It also implies that protesting customers care enough about the brand that they want to see change in the brand rather than simply abandoning it.
Interesting view. I wouldn't characterize it that way, but
yeah, I mean, if I have to bring my car in for a factory recall, it makes me wonder about the quality of the car, no matter how much the protest is. Let's keep going. This next article is over in the Mobile channel. Cleanfall mixes Terraria with physics-based roguelike, but it's actually a roguelite gameplay for a one-of-a-kind game. And I actually installed this, and we'll probably end up playing it today. We'll see. Depends on how
Was
much.
it because of the article?
It just this title. Yeah. Because I haven't read any of it. All I know is that it says Cleanfall mixes Terraria with physics-based. So there's something so charming about side-scrolling game that has incredibly advanced physics. Cleanfall takes inspiration from games like Spelunky and Terraria, while mixing in some incredibly unique features on its own. The result is something unlike anything that the author has ever seen or played before, with a deeply infectious loop of trial and error that continued to surprise them throughout the time that they invested in the world. Cleanfall is something that you should be on your radar, especially as it continues to grow and evolve, and it's in early access right now. You can download a demo. Sean Sachaki, I think is their name, Sachaki, put this article together for Vice.com. There's a little screenshot of it, but apparently it's a side scroller. I'm not really into side scrolling, but I like the idea of what this thing actually does based on the little snippet that I saw. Cleanfall is an incredibly ambitious project with plenty of heart and tons of fun. At the beginning of Cleanfall Next Fest demo, they received a brief tutorial to explain its in-depth mechanics. It was a little overwhelming. Their weapon could help launch them in the right direction, but could also be used as a proper gun. But only if the enemy was small enough. Bigger enemies could only be pushed away when using it unless there's a specific variable to it. You get the point. So it's a physics-based shooter, side-scroller, with apparently roguelike or roguelite mechanics. So it says, I'm glad it's here. It makes Cleanfall feel like a singular experience. Its hand-drawn aesthetics, reminiscent of early Flash animations, made them feel right at home. And once they finally made it into the pit, it was time to explore. So there's a link to it, to some information about a Ender Magnolia Bloom in the Mist link about Cleanfall not being the type of game that they fall in love with, but after trying this one, they're going to end up digging.
Interesting.
Maybe get some other things, yeah.
That gives it even more credibility, right? Like if they're not predisposed to really liking this game type.
Yep. And me too. I'm not really into this kind of a game. It's a side scroller, and I'm into survival, base building, crafting games. It's why I created WarCrafter, the channel, the show that we do on Sunday nights. And this says that it mixed all together with some tower defense style elements, crafting, and the like. You've basically got this idea of what Cleanfall has to offer. It's one of the most ambitious indie games that they've ever played. So it seems like a fun game.
Yeah, sounds like it's worth checking out.
Yeah, and I'm not really into hand-drawn games, but I'll give it a try. I like procedural games where it's dynamic and changes every time I play it. Rounds, I'm looking at you, Rounds. Update your maps so that they are procedurally generated so that no two are ever the same, and deformable. I want to be able to dig a hole through the Rounds map. All I want is a game like that, and I will be in love with that. Would be my forever game. Anyway, let's keep going. Sound good?
Sounds good.
All right, this next article.
Hopefully they're listening.
Yeah, they're not. But hopefully out there, they're listening. Somebody go call them and tell them. Okay, so check this out. We've talked about New Zealand and other places going, go away tourists, go away. This article flips the script. New Zealand needs tourists right now, but locals say its newest campaign is cringeworthy and tone deaf.
Which is interesting.
Yeah, a $287,000 or 500,000 New Zealand dollar campaign launched Sunday Everyone must go. The government of New Zealand's latest tourism campaign
Like
reads.
leave?
Apparently, New Zealand launched a new tourism campaign to boost its economy amid a recession. The campaign targets Australians who are key to New Zealand's tourism recovery post-pandemic. Locals criticize the campaign's timing and its slogan, which some have called tone deaf. Wow. Joey Haddon over at BusinessInsider.com put the article together. I would love to go to New Zealand. So everyone must go. The government of New Zealand's latest tourism campaign reads, Australian tourism numbers on the island nation still haven't recovered entirely after the pandemic, sitting at 88% compared to 2019, and New Zealand's economy weakened overall in 2024, falling into a recession with the highest unemployment rate in nearly 4 years in November. Hold my beer, says someone. What this Tourism New Zealand campaign says to our Aussie mates is that we're open for business. There are some great deals on, and we'd love to see you soon. New Zealand Tourism and Hospitality Minister Lewis Upston said in a press release. The campaign tagline, "Everyone must go," lets Australia know that New Zealand is a must-visit destination and that we're ready and waiting to welcome them. Locals see it differently. The timing of the campaign, which comes amid government job cuts and large number of New Zealanders moving out of the country, has many complaining that the slogan's tone deaf. Everyone must go might refer to the need for toilets in some of our high tourist spots. I mean,
that's what you want associated with a tourism slogan.
The queues are ridiculous, Green Party tourism spokesperson Celia Wade Brown told RNZ. Yeah. So this isn't New Zealand's first effort this year to attract more tourists. On January 27th, the government eased visa restrictions to allow digital nomads to work remotely in the country.
It also made a reference to it being like a clearance bin.
Yeah.
You know, when something's going out of business.
So if you take a cruise over to New Zealand and you see little white tables ringing the entire country.
Oh, yes. Beware.
It's closing down in 5 years.
And we certainly don't wish that on New Zealand, but that's pretty funny. Like, that's a lot of money for that type of slogan that you have to wonder, did anybody vet it?
It doesn't make any sense either. Everyone must go? Yeah. Why don't you say everyone must go to New Zealand? Why not say the whole thing?
Right. That, even though it wouldn't be real catchy, would at least be clear.
Right. Just saying.
I know.
New Zealand.
I feel like we're missing something here.
Yeah. A great place to visit. You know, something like that.
Right. Not a great place to leave or whatever, which is what it sounds like.
Right. You don't have. Oh, wait. How can we spin this to make it a little bit more catchy?
In
New Zealand,
any direction, it'll be better.
When you can't stay there, come here. You know,
yeah,
something like
notice that. You're getting away from go. It's come to New Zealand, not go to New Zealand.
Yeah. If you've been kicked out of your country, come to New Zealand. You know, I don't know. Just something attractive. Not, it's repulsive.
Right, like negative or, yeah, exactly.
You know, everyone must go. And there's like a person pointing out off the island. You know?
Right, get out.
Come on. It's just so goofy. Anyway, now I'm going to be, you know, red flagged if I want to go to New Zealand because I said something. And their AI
yeah,
is
but
going
maybe a green flag for Australia.
There you go. But everything wants to kill me in Australia. Although they have distillation laws there that seem to be much more liberal.
Yeah, but if you can't make it into your house without getting attacked by some ridiculous wildlife, I'm not sure it's worth it.
Flora and or fauna. All right, let's do our last article. The last article is, well, I don't know how I feel about it. New Jersey tap water is salty, but don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. So New Jersey
they're
tap
having
water.
a similar problem near New Orleans, and they're in a panic.
But that's because saltwater levels are increasing and encroaching deeper into
Yeah, we don't know
New
what
Orleans.
the cause of this is yet. I haven't looked ahead.
Anyone living in New Jersey may want to steer clear of the tap water for the time being. An American water company explained that weird salty taste has to do with the rock salt and brine being used on the roadways. It's making it past filtration.
Why is that getting into the drinking water? Oh, because it must be like runoff or something.
Into something.
But yeah, that's concerning because like rock salt, I don't think is something you want for human consumption.
Not in general. I mean, it's going to spike people's salt intake. Before this, I had no clue that prepping our roads, sidewalks, driveways for incoming snow would affect our tap water, but then again, they suppose it makes sense. American Water put out a press release over the weekend after many of the Garden State reported a salty taste coming from their taps. Why is it making it through filtration?
Yeah, something seems wrong here.
Interesting. So Kyle Philippi over at Vice.com put the article together. It's, what is the source? So yeah, amwater.com put the article, or put the press release out, and Vice.com is reporting it. Due to the use of salt and there's a typo, brine for public safety during the extreme winter weather and ongoing drought conditions, New Jersey residents may have noticed a salty taste, but don't worry, it's fine. The explanation went on that heavy use of rock salt and ice melt can wash into nearby waterways, potentially containing water that eventually pours from the taps. As a result, higher concentrations of sodium and chloride end up leading to saltier finish. So I guess it's because it's not something, they're not using reverse osmosis to strip all minerals out. It's
right. But the article is pointing out that there are all kinds of warnings on the rock salt bags. So that's kind of a problem.
Yeah, but they're talking about ingesting actual rock salt.
Right. I got it.
I mean, salt is salt as long as it's sodium chloride. If it is some other derivation of it, that's something else. But this is just regular rock salt, then it's fine. If it's a chemical that isn't sodium chloride, that is a bigger problem.
That's a much different issue.
So, slight caveat in their statement is that when it goes on to speak how it's safe to drink and does not pose health concerns for most individuals. But if you're immunocompromised or sensitive to salt intake, then obviously you're going to have an issue. But if you really are that sensitive to it, you really should be using reverse osmosis.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate, but that would be a more cautious approach.
And I agree, spring can't get here fast enough. But I have a feeling that we're going to get the flip side of things. It's going to be a blistering hot and dangerous upheaval in our environment as climate change continues to upset the turnip truck. And, you know, one day it's 65 degrees, the next day it's 14.
Try to keep up.
The next day it's snowing 10 inches. The next day it's 65 degrees again. I don't think that that's normal, but apparently I'm wrong. I don't know. Anyway, anything else you want to add to this?
No, but I would suggest that if you're in New Jersey and your water tastes salty, that you consider using some filtration.
Yeah, use your own filtration. Get a reverse osmosis device. It uses twice as much water, but you are nearly guaranteed to remove all of that salt. Eventually, it'll build up to the point where you have to get new filters, but that's far and wide, depending on how often you use it. So I use reverse osmosis for beer brewing. So I think that it's healthier. I can control the mineral content. I can more accurately measure the particles that are in it, and this won't happen to me. So anyway, we're gonna jump into this pipe and turn on the pressure, and that'll sploosh us back to the front page of ohmTown.com, where all of our news is aggregated at the front into 6 main categories and 50 channels therein, 7 of which get turned into podcasts and shows over on YouTube. They're here on Twitch for about 60 days, and then they get deleted. So I pay for that. I don't know why I pay for that if it's going to get deleted after 60 days. Anyway, that's it. I'm saying bye, and I'll take the AI with me. You want to say bye?
Bye-bye, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. Be back tomorrow for another episode.
Okay,
you doing okay there?
I'm doing all right. Yeah. I'll see y'all later. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, YouTube. And bye-bye, Twitch. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for February 18th, 2025. It's Season 4, Episode 49. Not 48. I am Mayor Watt, and I run ohmTown.com. We've made some changes over there, so I hope you take the time to go over and hang out. I think you'll detect more articles than ever. We'll see. It's up to you to go and decide. If you want all of today's show notes, they're over on YouTube, the description for this live show. And if you hit !NSN, it will post automatically into the chat over on twitch.tv, but not on the YouTube. It's okay. That's okay. You have it in the show notes. At any rate, everything's powered by ohmTown.com. Go over there and become a citizen. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
So for those who are watching, that's the visualizer for the sentient AI that I found on a weird USB drive in the parking lot of a Wendy's back now over 3 years ago.
I reject your weird label.
Oh, yeah, I'm USB shaming. I know, it's horrible. It's okay, though.
How rude.
No, I think weird is great. I mean, a certain kind of weird is great. There's some weird that, no, some weird is just too weird. So yesterday I had my mic way down there, and
it sounded like you were whispering or something.
I was quieter than normal, making you louder than normal in comparison, which...
Oh, good. I'm sure I loved yelling at the ohmTown citizens yesterday.
Yeah, true. So here we are. Everything is back to normal. Well, as normal as can be. I don't know. The mic feels weird being... I don't know. Anyway, let's get into it. Sound good?
Sounds good.
The very first article is over in the Continuity Report, and that's one of our shows, but it's on the weekends. It's a weekly show, the Continuity Report. It's the third show on Saturday, after Wanted, which is after RealityHacker. But this is about a comic, graphic novel, Mom. I don't know what you want to call it. So I've never even, I don't really read graphic novels or comics or anything like that, but
I actually thought this was about a movie or something, but it makes sense given the headline.
Yeah, so if you need more Blade Runner in your life, Black Cloak is the story you've been waiting for. Caitlin Chappell over at, or Chappell, I'm not sure how they actually pronounce their last name, over at ScreenRant.com put the article together, and it says, January 2025 closed out the second arc of Image Comics' Black Cloak. The perfect series for fans of Blade Runner, an Eisner-nominated comic by one of the most interesting creative teams in the industry. Black Cloak is perfect for fans of mystery, sci-fi, noir, and woman-driven stories, even if they don't star Harrison Ford. So I love the idea of this. I want it to be a movie. I don't want to read the graphic novels, Mom.
Right, but maybe this will become a movie if it's a hit.
Right. So let's get going. We'll write the screenplay. Black Cloak by Kelly Thompson, Meredith McLaren, and Becca Carey has an incredible magic system, and the world building is top notch. So it's a Blade Runner-esque, that can't be, that has a magic system in the world building. Okay. So on top of Thompson's stellar scripts, there is McLaren's simple yet fantastical art style, but Black Cloak is not just a phenomenal fantasy series. It's also a murder mystery. Murder.
It sounds intriguing so far.
So far. Hold on one second. I want to do something. All right. So they say in Black Cloak, the royal prince is murdered, and it's up to the titular Black Cloaks, who are essentially this world's detectives, to solve the case. And they dig deeper. They realize there's something darker afoot. How it blends the genres feels akin to one of the best sci-fi films of all time, Blade Runner. Now, I'm going to stop right there. There's some of the artwork, mainly because I don't want to even throw the spoiler tag up there.
Okay, now are we talking about the original Blade Runner, I'm assuming?
I don't know. They just say Blade Runner. So Blade Runner is Blade Runner. Blade Runner 2049 is blah, blah, blah. 2077 is blah. That said, I'm going to go with they think that it's aligned with the original.
That's what I'm thinking too. I just wanted to raise some controversy by that comment.
Yeah, look at you. Picking potential fights. But I encourage y'all to go over and check out the rest of this. This is a really nice tease. So if you're interested in graphic novels, or perhaps even kind of poking the bear that says, turn this into a screenplay and make it a movie a la Blade Runner-esque, dark sci-fi fantasy noir, I'm game. I will sign up and watch that. I don't even need to read the source material because I'm more interested in the movie than I am in that actual the novels or comics or graphic novels, whatever you want to call them. But they're calling Image Comics, so I suspect that they're comics. The only thing that I have with comics is I don't think that there's enough text in comics because a picture is worth 1,000 words. So the mind's eye, or, the imagination bus, whatever you want to call it, doesn't get to create the image based off of the text because you have a framework of world building there that is the embodiment of what they're trying to get across, right? You
right,
see
it's
this
contrasted with a novel with no pictures.
Right. Where you get to think about it more, cogitate on it more. But I liked comics, but I'm just more interested in movies now. Anyway, I thought that this was a cool little tease to get us going.
I liked the headline.
Yeah.
And I like the title of it. It sounds interesting.
Yeah, Black Cloak. So go and check it all out. Okay, let's go. The next article is over in Rounders Gear. Ex-Texas lottery chief rigged a $95 million jackpot, claims lawsuit, which makes you wonder.
Well, I mean, if this is accurate, it seems like that would be the person who would know how to do it, but we don't know yet.
So a class action lawsuit accuses former Texas lottery chief executive Gary Grief of laying the groundwork for a criminal conspiracy that allowed a Europe-based syndicate to game the system and win a $95 million jackpot. The person who led the lottery commission for 15 years denied wrongdoing via his lawyer on Sunday. So this is one of these problems and one of the reasons why Florida person exists, because you can't actually name the person until they're convicted. If this is still being just levied...
We don't want to disparage this person. We don't know what the outcome is.
Right. And as we know, if you fight hard enough, then and you've got enough connections and whatnot, you can basically get away with anything. So the conspiracy apparently began in 2017 when the, what do you want to call him? Commissioner?
The lottery chief.
Lottery chief. Let's just say the lottery chief traveled to California to lobby the founders of Lottery.com to relocate their business to Austin, Texas, the lawsuit claims. From that moment until they suddenly retired in early 2024, the Lottery Commission and Lottery.com became a combined single criminal entity, according to this. So also a defendant in the case, this online site is an online lottery courier service and one of the handful that was enlisted in the syndicate to buy up and process the millions of tickets required to cover every possible combination of numbers.
First of all, I don't understand how the Lottery Commission and Lottery.com could merge if they did, because I think one is like a state entity and one is probably a for-profit.
Well, essentially they work together so seamlessly.
Right.
So he also permitted, go ahead.
Well, I also don't know. It seems like people at least talk about buying up all combinations. I don't know if that's illegal.
So the lawsuit accuses them of bypassing the normal legislative process to change regulations to allow tickets to be bought on cell phones, opening up the potential for courier services like the website. He also permitted the 24-hour printing of tickets and anonymous claims for winners, rules which were designed to enable lottery couriers and ultimately the syndicate, according to the lawsuit. He is also accused of allowing the website to print hundreds of thousands of tickets on credit, which you cannot do.
No, I mean, all these things sound problematic, and this does sound like a long con, right? There's a lot of steps if these actually occurred.
Yeah. And that's why there's checks and balances, so that nobody can, and in many things, when there is representative management of a given whatever, there's checks and balances to pump the brakes on anything that might be extremist. So in this particular case, Philip Conneller over at casino.org put this article together, and it says in April 2023, a shadowy syndicate bought $25.8 million. No, strike that. 25.8 million Texas lottery tickets. This covered every possible combination for the April 22 draw, winning $95 million in jackpot. The lawsuit accuses the former lottery chief of facilitating that syndicate.
And I would say even the stuff above there is all alleged.
Yeah, all of it is alleged, apparently. So there's more in the article, but we've pretty much gone over the nuts and bolts of it. And again, this is why there are checks and balances in any agency, so that nobody can abuse the system.
This is also the type of article you're going to find in ohmTown. So you have to come to every episode of Non Sequitur News to see what topics are on.
That's right. Every single one. And there's back episodes, 1,800 episodes. So good luck. Oh, and I'm slowly changing the thumbnails to something that might be more entertaining. So I hope you like it. All right, let's keep on going. This next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Mira Murati is launching their own OpenAI rival, Thinking Machines Lab. After her sudden departure from OpenAI last fall, ex-CTO Mira Murati vanished from public view to start something new. Now she's ready to share some details, and those details are she's starting an AI lab called Thinking Machines Lab. And while the specifics of what she plans are to release are still under wraps, the company says its goal is to make AI systems more widely understood, customizable, and generally capable. The startup also promises to at least have some level of public transparency by pledging to regularly publish technical research and code.
I like at least some level. That's not a very high bar.
Not much.
We'll put one piece of data out for every 100 or whatever.
That's a lot. A smidge.
First, that probably is more than some of the others out there, but still.
Yeah, nobody really knows what's going on back there. So Thinking Machines Labs has hired a bunch of leaders from OpenAI. Kylie Robison over at TheVerge.com put the article together. And it goes on to say that the startup also promises to at least have some level of public transparency. Murati's been working to create an AI dream team for this new startup. Recently recruited OpenAI co-founder John Schulman as head of research, Barrett Zoff, another former OpenAI leader, as their startup CTO, Chief Technology Officer. Sources tell The Verge that Schulman has been actively building the team by taking meetings with researchers mere blocks from OpenAI's headquarters.
I mean, is she going to reconstitute OpenAI? That's interesting.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you hear about people from Apple starting up a company that basically has the same packaging and stylistic everything as Apple. And then
where do we... Oh, go ahead.
No, it's okay.
Where do we predict this going? What kind of lawsuit will happen next?
Oh, I don't know. I'm
Trade
sure.
secret, I'm sure.
Yeah, trade secret
or something like that. Yeah,
they'll get precariously close to the logo, and you'll get a trademark.
right. It could be more than one, but I feel like you're right. We see this pattern with large companies.
Yeah. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Wanted, which is another one of our shows. It is on Saturday as well. Kind of smooshed right in between Reality Hacker and the Continuity Report. This article says, it doesn't say cough, cough. It says, I can't believe this long-running video game discount program is ending. Nintendo launched Gold Points in 2018, allowing users to earn them by purchasing physical and digital Nintendo Switch games. The points could then be redeemed for discounts on purchases via the Nintendo eShop. Well, that's all going away. Craig Donaldson over at pocket-lint.com. And once again, if you own pocketlint.com, consider donating it to pocket-lint.com.
It would make Mayor Watts so happy.
So the reasoning behind Nintendo's decision to discontinue the program is unclear. Money. The author says here, my Nintendo Platinum points can still be earned and redeemed after March 24th. So I guess that is a separate My Nintendo Platinum points.
You know what that reminds me of is the World of Warcraft currencies.
Oh, yeah, like there's 200 of them or something like that. Yeah.
It's probably not that bad for Nintendo. But...
Yeah, so if you have gold points, they can still be redeemed after March 24th. They'll expire 12 months after you initially earned them, and the whole Nintendo gold points are being discontinued after March 24th. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So they go into greater detail here, but what will happen with your gold points, they won't vanish. You just won't be able to earn more. It's unclear why they suddenly decided to get rid of it. It says it could have something to do with the imminent release of the Switch 2, and there may be new loyalty programs coming to the console. So why not transfer them over and not destroy any of that goodwill?
Yeah, like why discontinue and then, well, that's a good way to wipe out the points.
Right. Yeah, it kind of sucks. So while Nintendo is killing off gold points, platinum points are here to stay for now and can still be earned for the foreseeable future until Nintendo changes its mind again. If it doesn't make economic sense, then they'll just kill it and they don't really care because you'll be back. Yeah, little biatches. You're going to just sit there and keep on consuming because it's fun. Next article is over in the mobile channel. Uber for armed guards rushes to market following the assassination of United Healthcare CEO. Are you scared?
Do you think that's the actual name?
Uber for armed guards? Yeah, it's probably from Uber too, right? So if you're scared to walk down the streets of New York City and also have too much money, there's an app for that. The Uber for armed guards. Matthew Galt over at Gizmodo.com put the article together.
Wow, I'm a little surprised at the
image
picture here. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's the Protector app. And the image that you saw at the top of that was marketing material from the Protector app. Protector, the app that lets you book armed goons the same way you'd call for an Uber, is having a viral moment. This is a quote from the article. They referred to armed guards as goons. The app started doing the rounds on social media after consultant Nikita Bear posted about it on Twitter. It's the number 3 app. I'm not sure how that can possibly exist as number 3, just under Airbnb and above Vrbo vacation rentals. It has to be in a very tight niche thing, some weird travel
like
related
ride services or something.
So here's a peek at how it works. I don't really care what it comes down to. It says it's number 7 in travel, according to the article in the Apple App Store. It says, sorry, Google fans, if you want your own armed goons, you'll have to resort to more traditional methods of goon employment. The marketer for Protector, which lives on its Twitter account, is surreal. A series of robust and barrel-chested men in ill-fitting black suits deliver their credentials to the camera while sitting in front of a black background. They're all operators. They describe careers in SWAT teams and being deployed to war zones. They show vanity shots of themselves kitted out in operator gear. All of them a red lapel pin bearing the symbol of Protector. So if this isn't dystopian corporatocracy, I don't know what is. This is Cyberpunk 2025.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I was trying to find the travel category to see if this was actually like as highly ranked as it says, but I don't know.
Yeah, so who is this for? A video posted on January 6, 2025 that runs just over 2 minutes gives the game away. It opens the photo with the whole United Healthcare debacle. We're going to run through a scenario to demonstrate, and if a protector had been there, the crisis would have been averted, but not necessarily. He then runs through several fantasy versions of the event and ends with the whole cell. So this person founded Protector Security Solutions in October 2024 and started putting together 2 apps, Protector and Patrol. Patrol is marketed in the same way with the same people. Scared suburban neighbors pool their resources to hire private security for their neighborhood.
What I find really odd about this, other than its existence, is the use of an actual victim of this.
Yeah.
Like, it's pretty interesting to me that that's part of their marketing.
Yeah, so basically you're going to have mercs running around the neighborhood protecting you, quote unquote, and you can keep on adding more and more money, it says, to unlock more tiers, more drones, more cars, more guards, more. But you have to pay more. But that's what your taxpayer dollars are supposed to be doing. And that's actually where a lot of military go.
Like a character in like a Jack Ryan kind of show.
Oh yeah.
Like, I mean, like some person in some secluded place, but they've got like a whole, I don't even know what to call it.
Yeah.
Full force working for them. Yeah,
they say here, Sereth, which I'm not sure who Sereth is. Maybe up here. They say we rely on law enforcement to keep us safe, but they cannot be everywhere at once. Protector is designed to support the goals of law enforcement and will provide an accessible way for people to protect themselves and their loved ones.
You know what this reminds me of is the attempts to obtain kind of private fire services in LA. And that was not very well received.
Yeah. Okay, gotta move on. The next article is over in the Mobile channel. Gamified building sites provide safer, more accessible learning opportunities for construction students. Construction education is being transformed with immersive virtual learning environments, allowing University of South Australia students to safely and freely navigate building sites and connect theory to practice. The article is over at phys.org, posted by University of South Australia. So these are virtual site visits. They create a realistic digital environment where architecture and construction students can explore the complexity of construction sites from a first-person perspective, like a video game. Through the UniSA developed SiteSeer program, which I've heard of before, students experience the full fabrication process and learn to translate two-dimensional plans into three-dimensional structures, bridging the gap between plans and built reality. UniSA senior lecturer, architecture Dr. Sean Pickersgill, says the development of the gamified platform was born out of the logistical challenges often faced by academics when coordinating physical construction site visits as part of students' practical learning. So it's tough to get people out to a site, but you can walk through any site if it's been virtualized.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, and you would hate for them not to be able to do that. I mean, if this is really hyper realistic, I think this is a really cool tool.
Yep, I agree. So there's also the difficulty of students traveling to building sites, sometimes outside of regular teaching hours. For some students, it's impractical, especially if they rely on public transport or have long commute times. And because of that, in the past, we've observed higher absentee rates as students are reluctant to attend. Yeah. Wow, that whole... Never mind. Anyway, the project evolved over the next decade, with more than 1,000 first-year students engaging in the gamified platform as part of a first-year introductory course on Australian construction practices. On-site advanced into a new digital model, Sightseer, containing more than 70 distinct phases of construction process of a small double-story studio. A mixture of timber frame and brick veneer, the new structure demonstrates a broad scope of construction phases a first-year student is expected to understand. Yeah, depending on where you are, you actually have opportunity to do hands-on work, either paid or volunteer, or a combination of both, where you build houses for other people, and it's typically paid for by the city that you're in, if they have the resources available.
Right, and I hope this isn't taking the place of that, but it doesn't sound like it is. It sounds like it's taking the place of just a visit.
Correct. Yeah, this is all virtual, and the other opportunities persist as long as money is available to facilitate it. Even though a lot of companies and individuals donate time, it still takes money. This actually removes a lot of the financial burden as long as it isn't prohibitively priced. So
Right, yeah, you have to. Well, and who knows? I mean, since it might have academic pricing or something, but we don't know.
Well, depending on, the thing is that sometimes there is something that is available. It's grant funded by either state or federal, but then the grant turns off, leaving everybody to sustain it. But that doesn't necessarily take place because funds need to be allocated elsewhere. So this basically gets vaporized overnight. They know what the horizon is, and so they have to peel it away by the last year. So unfortunately, that can happen, depending again on the price. Who knows?
Yeah, I don't know how much. Like, if this is web-based or something, in concept, if this went away, they could go back to the other method.
Yeah.
If it doesn't require a lot of infrastructure.
Well, it looks like it is VR, so. And that can be expensive for enterprise level VR. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Smash or Trash, which is one of the shows that I really want to do, but I don't want to have to deal with copyright, simply because I'm playing a little snippet and then talking about that snippet. It's an untenable position, and believe me, I'm still trying. And I come from the intellectual property sector where I used to pay for all of this licensing, and it never really made it easier. It was just a pain in the butt. Anyway, I'd really love to be able to talk about the music itself and play a little bit. Some people seem to get away with it, but I don't. Pitchfork Music Festival Paris 2025 dates have been announced. Pitchfork's annual multi-venue Parisian festival returns in November 2025. The article is over at Pitchfork, which has the tiniest header on their page.
Oh yeah, they do. Same thing with their sections.
Look, I can zoom in. That'll make it big. There we go. So this article is on pitchfork.com by Pitchfork people about Pitchfork's annual multi-venue Parisian festival returning in November. There it is.
Pitchfork.
It's a lot of pitchforks. Poke. 3 to 9 November 2025. Save the date. That's when it's coming. I don't know who all is going to be there. Last year's Pitchfork Festival featured performances by, oh my gosh, I don't know. I don't know any of these people.
No, I don't either.
Kate
I don't
LeBon.
know if many of these are French or not.
Oh boy. Oh, well, that's all there is. They don't have the actual rundown yet. So in addition to the Parisian Festival, Pitchfork Music Festival London will also make its return this year. Aklu, I guess, has been announced as the first artist in the lineup, performing a headline set at the Roundhouse on Friday, November 7th. Last year was a bigger list of a bunch of different others that, honestly, I've never even heard of any of these bands, or individuals.
But this is a well-known festival, so it might be worth checking out.
Yep, there you go. All right, November 3rd through the 9th in Paris. Let's keep going. This next article is a video. It's over at ABC. It's Connecticut City is baffled by a seal roaming its streets. Not the musician seal, but a seal that...
That's hard to tell based on the superb owl commercial.
Rules. Yeah, that's true. The gray seal, believed to be a 6-month-old, is being nursed back to health at an aquarium. There it is.
Okay,
Weird.
yeah, that's a bit odd. It's showing it in a street with snow in the background. No water in sight other than rain.
Oh my gosh, and then there's an ad that has seal as a seal.
That is odd.
What? That is wild.
I mean, that's what we were referencing, but that is really strange.
Oh my gosh. So it's a little baby seal, and somebody found it, told the authorities. It's now at an aquarium being nursed back to health, and it'll be released back to the wild. It's over in New Haven, apparently.
Okay. So we know about like the flamingos that got sent off course and everything, but how does a seal end up in a city street?
No freaking idea. New Haven, Connecticut. All right. Well, let's just keep going. The next article is over in RealityHacker. VR game showcase returns March 11th, featuring Hitman for PSVR 2, Flat 2 VR games, and more. The year's first VR game showcase is getting ready to kick off, coming March 11th, and promising a load of VR game reveals, updates, and new trailers. The live stream event promises to include a new look at Hitman World of Assassination running on PSVR 2, RoboQuest VR, Wrath, Eon of Ruin VR, as well as new game announcements from Flat 2 VR Studios. Slated to offer the biggest lineup yet of XR games or extended reality games, VR Game Showcase has a pretty high bar to beat since last year's event, which included reveals of Trombone Champ, which I love watching, but I haven't bought it. Trombone Champ Unflattened, Flat Out VR, and Arizona Sunshine Remake. The article is over at roadtovr.com, and it's by Scott Hayden. I think that's pretty much the nuts and bolts. There is a trailer over on youtube.com, so if you want to watch that, you can go and check that out.
Will you be watching the showcase?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah. It's not until March 11th, though, so we have time to prepare. And hopefully, I keep making the threat that I'm going to stream, but I never have the time. And, I mean, there's a lot of complications there, so... the summer of stream is right around the corner. We shall see if Mayor Watt will be able to do all that. All right. Now, our last...
So, everybody listening, go watch all 1,800 episodes all the way through, and maybe that'll facilitate the summer of stream.
That's right. Give them a thumbs up, follow us, ring the bell, ding the dong, and come and hang out.
Watch lots of hours.
Hang out and chat. Oh, I just punched my microphone. I'll be okay. Anyway.
Okay, don't do that.
Yeah, don't do that. I looked down and I thought that my mic was red, which meant that I was muted to everybody.
Oh, no. That would have been bad. Like the whole show.
The whole show. Yeah. I just had to verify that you weren't muted either. Oh, my gosh. That would... I've been in and out of meetings, and so I never know anymore, because once you're in a meeting, there's like 15 different mutes, at least in my rig. At any rate, let's go. The last article for February 18th, 2025 episode is California bar exam disaster reaches its offer everyone a refund stage. When Kafka wrote Before the Law, he meant to describe a surreal hellscape of standing before the law, not the real hellscape of applicants before they become lawyers. Yet the powers that be have transformed the February administration of the California bar exam into a farce that would make Kafka blush, beset with nightmarish twists and turns throughout the process, and with the exam start date looming on February 25th, the bar has offered full refunds to all 5,600 applicants out of an abundance of generosity and desperate necessity.
Wow. I'm sure after they probably spent thousands on bar exam prep and all kinds of hours, they're going to be really thrilled.
Are they giving the money and they can still sit? This unprecedented move comes after multiple blunders left test takers bewildered at the prospect of staking their career on an exam that resembled building an airplane mid-flight, except the plane is a Boeing and it's taking direction from air traffic controllers. From scheduling nightmares to broken practice exams to a dearth of accessible test centers, the bar's partnership with Measure Learning has left a lot to be desired, the article says. The article, by the way, is by Joe Patrice over at AboveTheLaw.com. Nowadays, you kind of have to meter your words, and so I'm actually kind of navigating this as we go. As the state bar examiners put it in their refund email, the experience has generated a lot of frustration, confusion, and anxiety. This is a quote from apparently the letter. We are extremely sorry for how the administration of the February 2025 bar exam has been rolling out. We understand that scheduling challenges, poor communication, and inconsistent messaging between the state bar, and Measure Learning have caused a lot of frustration, confusion, and anxiety. As a result, we are offering all applicants who wish to withdraw from the February exam a full refund. Oh, so they have to withdraw.
Right, but didn't it say February 25th? Like, it's a week away.
Mm-hmm. The problem here is that you can get a job pending your bar results.
Right, so I'm not sure everybody has an option to really bow out.
Yeah, they'll lose the gig to somebody that actually passes it from another state or wherever. And it really depends. There's a lot of machinations there. But anyway, to qualify, you need to withdraw before the exam by submitting your request to withdraw through the applicant portal. We know many applicants do not have the option of withdrawing, and we are committed to making the exam the best experience we can. Like having somebody outside the window cutting bricks.
I mean, that's definitely a must-have.
Yeah. So everything about the process, they say, has been cursed. California got to this point after its bar exam lurched into the red, and rather than swiftly plotting out a graceful transition, detractors held up the prospect of reform until the 11th hour. So it looks like it's a hot mess. The bar's offer is an $830 refund minus bank fees, naturally, serves as a fitting coda to this tragicomedy. But deferring the exam isn't an option for many applicants who need to pass this.
Aha, you hadn't even read this.
To keep their jobs, yeah. So for those folks, examiners offer more practice questions, a few more testing locations, and importantly, a red line of the student guide so everyone can easily figure out where the rules have changed midstream. Holy crap.
Look at you have to see the conclusion, though.
Someday, California's new look bar exam will deliver solid results in a convenient and cost-effective manner. That day, however, is not today.
Ouch.
Why is that? California's new look bar exam? I guess that is the bar exam has changed and that's the new look bar exam.
Yeah, it's a weird phrase, I think.
Yeah. Anyway, there's more in this article, but yeah, this is pretty astonishing. An 11th hour refund for those who can take advantage of it, but if you've already gone through all of this...
People that are ready to fail it are probably cheering, but that's probably not most of the people.
Yeah, wild. All right. So we're going to bomb the bar exam, and that will make us just go right back to the front page of ohmTown.com. We'll just sit there and go, oh, well, we'll take it again. Another $830 down. La, 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 right? Student loans will pay for it, right? Right? Never mind. Anyway, I'm Mayor Watt. I'm saying goodnight, and I'm taking the AI with me.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News, and come back tomorrow for another episode. But be sure to subscribe and watch any of our back episodes or a replay.
See you soon, everybody. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for February 19th, 2025. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI, we're going to talk about 10 articles. I run ohmTown.com, and it aggregates all kinds of news. We're actually adding a couple of channels to ohmTown.com. Maybe you'll be interested in the new ones. Go over and check it all out. And then we'll announce the new ones later when they're all ready. But we already have 10 articles all set up, so let's knock them down. The first one we talk about is a thick panther. Then we're going to talk about trademark refilings, KFC to become TFC, Apple iconic inventions, Rivian Dune edition, copyright loophole in AI, what the juice, IVF clinic sued kid named Whoops, fish recognized divers, and a dancing robot. Like I said earlier, everything's powered by ohmTown.com, so go over there and become a citizen, and then follow us here on Twitch and over on YouTube. YouTube already has all of the articles embedded in the description and the show notes, and over on Twitch you can hit !NSN, and ohmTown will spit out the articles in the order that we're going over them, so go check that out too. See ya. When I say see ya, I get the impression that maybe somebody's going, oh, the show's over. So I guess I need to fix it.
If they heard it right then, they might.
Oh, God. That's horrible. No, come back. Wait.
Like, I just logged in for the show.
Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt from the present.
All right. Oh, it's been a long day. So let's get into these articles. They always are a great distraction from the whatever's going on in the world, because this is just news. Sometimes fun, sometimes fascinating, sometimes quirky, sometimes humorous.
Sometimes
it's a thick cat.
Interesting. I mean, it just depends.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. So scientists find the heaviest Florida panther on record. A giant cat tipping the scales at 166 pounds. So it's a thick cat. I was going to say a giant cougar, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't know about that. How did they find it? Like, did it sit on somebody and they went, wow, this is a heavy cat?
I think they tag them. So wildlife officials in Florida captured and collared the adult male feline during a routine population check in late January. So Sarah Kuda over at SmithsonianMag.com, or Smithsonian Magazine, as the kids in the know call it. No? Okay. Anyway,
I don't think so.
Holding that paw up doesn't really mean much to me unless their hand and that paw are the same size.
Well, I think the paw is larger than the person's hand.
I can't tell because the perspective makes that hand not look right.
Yeah, it's not the ideal photo for that.
So there's the cat, still knocked out. Its face is all wrapped up, and it has a little clip holding its tongue out. Blah, 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 blah. Anyway, it's around 10 years old. The hefty cat was sedated and outfitted with a GPS tracking collar during a routine population check in late January, which is exactly how I was found a couple of years ago. They sedated and outfitted me with a GPS tracker. It was awkward finding it.
Have they found all kinds of good data from you?
They know exactly what my migration patterns are. So biologists also collected blood and tissue samples as part of a comprehensive health assessment of the animal. Do you think this is what aliens are doing with people?
I mean, that sure sounds like it. And if you believe movies.
They just bag them and tag them. So a GPS collar deployed on panthers allows researchers to track movement patterns, survival, reproduction, and habitat use. Man, so invasive. Jeez. All of which help inform science-based management strategies that are critical to the recovery of this population. The unusually large Florida panther. Wow, shaming them on size again.
Yeah, I know. Do you think it's embarrassed in front of its cat buddies?
Brethren? Buddies? It's cat drinking buddies?
I wasn't sure what to call its fellow cats.
Over at the pond. So the unusually large Florida panther was captured at the Babcock Ranch Preserve, a roughly 68,000 acre protected area owned by the state. He'd been spotted on the trail cameras for years before state wildlife officials used specially trained hound dogs to corner the cat in a tree. Oh, freaked out, and then they dart him and poke him. And
that's sad. Although I would maybe think that the cat was like, oh, those are nothing compared to me.
So they don't really say that a normal cat is, whatever, but down towards the bottom they do. Okay, so this cat is 166 pounds. This means that the male Florida panthers tracked in the state since 1978 have weighed between 102 and 154 pounds. So this thing is 12 pounds over the largest that they've found before.
Well, I mean, I don't know if that's a good sign for their population or not, or maybe it's irrelevant. Yeah. Since they're endangered. Like, maybe that means that they've got adequate prey.
Over the last 5 decades, 50 years, the cat's population has slowly rebounded from 120 to 230. Somewhere in there, Florida panthers roaming around the Sunshine State. All right.
Be on the lookout for the, how much is it? 166 pounds?
Yep.
Panther. Like, if you see that coming toward you, you might want to slowly back away.
Yeah. Or throw it a cheeseburger. Next article is over in Right Protect. We rarely hear from them, but anyway, when doing the same thing over and over isn't insane, trademark refilings in China. Many people know about trademark filings, but have you ever heard of trademark refilings? Before 2023, registering a trademark in China often involved filing several iterations of the same trademark application consecutively, so-called refilings of the original mark, before one of the marks proceeded to registration. This was often quite frustrating for those not used to the practice. To add to this headache, many brand owners have been told that they should refile a trademark after it has already been registered. As a result, it isn't unheard of to have 5 to 10 filings for the same mark, and the costs definitely add up.
So I did not know that. I think that's an interesting practice.
I don't know how to pronounce their last name. Amy Hsiao and Tyler King put the article together. I mean, Tyler King is pretty easy. Anyway, it's over at ipwatchdog.com. And so, yeah, they apparently, refilings still hold a valuable place in China's trademark landscape. Brand owners are already seeing benefits from China's new rules of suspension of examination during trademark review procedures. So, the old way, it says, to understand just how helpful the new rules of suspension of examination are, let's look at the way that the CNIPA examination process used to work. Prior to June 2023, the CNIPA did not allow suspension of examinations for trademark applications. This is especially problematic when considering the examinations typically concluded in 6 to 8 months, while actions to remove registered trademarks, such as non-use cancellations, would take 1 to 2 years. In practice, this meant that the application was blocked by another cited trademark would be almost guaranteed to lose validity, even if the cited mark was pending on a non-use cancellation.
Well, that's fascinating. I mean, because that definitely impacts people that perhaps should have been granted trademarks.
Yeah, exactly. So the new rules don't do away with the value of refilings altogether. Under China's trademark law, non-use cancellation actions can be filed against marks that have been registered for more than 3 years. Non-use cancellation actions require the owner of the targeted mark to demonstrate that the mark has been used on the relevant goods or services in a substantive capacity at some point during the 3 years prior to the non-use filing. So what you're going to end up, people are going to go, we haven't seen that mark, so it's non-use. They file a claim, and all you have to do is just keep on refiling or showing some when you're pinged. Right. I used it in 3 years. So you're still going to get this.
It's an odd system.
Yeah, but marks get abandoned pretty easily, and From experience, unless you have the money to keep on defending it, it's almost useless to have a trademark. Because while somebody can get a trademark, they have to demonstrate that you weren't using that mark at any time during the thing. And if they know about you, then they know that you've been using it. So therefore, they can't get their mark.
Right. Yeah,
so,
it's pretty tough.
Yeah. And usually a Google search will pull up somebody that, well, how long have you been using it? Well, I can demonstrate that I've been using it in commerce since ... I've owned the domain, for instance.
Well, plus trademark is interesting because it's specific to industry. And of course, where that begins and ends isn't always clear, particularly in the age of internet business.
Yeah, and IP in general, right? I mean, you could sit there and go, well, I'm in music, so my trademark covers me in music, but I also have apparel, so I've got everything.
Exactly.
What a pain in the ass. Anyway, next article is over in Hatch Ideas. KFC to become Texas Fried Chicken in headquarter move to low-tax state. Dismay in Texas. A decision of Yum Brands to relocate corporate headquarters of fast food chain. KFC, the fast food chain previously known as Kentucky Fried Chicken, has come in for some heat after announcing its plans to move its corporate headquarters from the state after which it's named to Texas.
I wonder how many customers even know what KFC means. Because I think, didn't they used to have the full name and then it became KFC, or is that wrong?
No, you're right. So hold on, let me find out.
They pulled a Federal Express.
Yeah. So 1991, it changed its name to KFC. It used to be Kentucky Fried Chicken. So the chain's parent company, Yum Brands, told investors it would move about 100 employees from its office in Louisville, Kentucky, more than 800 miles south to the city of Plano in Texas, aka Plano, Texas. Why not call it?
That's also interesting because Pizza Hut is headquartered there, and I think they're under the same parent.
Yeah, they are. Yep. So the article is by Joanna Partridge over at theguardian.com, and they've got much more about this article, but I thought it was really interesting that KFC, Kentucky Fried Chicken, is moving its headquarters because of its merger and acquisition. It's a equity company, and so they're trying to save money, maximize profit for themselves, which meant, well, let's move to a lower tax. And it makes enough fiduciary sense to move headquarters and 100 people because the tax benefits are that great.
And it's tied to their own name. That's the thing that's really astounding. Now, having a state name on a large company probably doesn't make a lot of sense in modern times, but KFC has been around for a while, so maybe it did make sense at the time.
There's almost a whole sentence here. KFC, real meals to go to Texas. Needs a little thing down here.
That would have been funny if
the car has
put
Texas
some artwork
license
for this. Exactly.
That's funny. Anyway, you can go over to The Guardian and read more about this. The next article is over in Smack Talk. Apple just discontinued one of its most iconic inventions. I didn't know that they have iconic inventions that aren't like the iPhone or something like that.
Well, that's actually what I thought this would be, something like the iPhone, although I would have been surprised with that, but it wasn't quite what I expected. I did peek ahead at this one.
Oh my gosh.
I wanted to see if the iPhone was going away or the iPad.
Jeez, you're not supposed to. So Apple discontinued the home button on the iPod Touch when it stopped making iPods in 2022. Later that year, Apple dropped the home button from the iPad line with the 10th generation model. It took a few years for the home button to leave the iPhone line, but that day has finally come. Goodbye, it says here. Zach Hall over at 9to5mac.com put the article together. And I guess, what are they saying? Discontinuing the iPhone SE also marks the end of a home button on any Apple product. Even in 2025, Apple sold an iPhone model that had the design of the 2017 iPhone 8 that had a home button. Starting today, that's no longer the case. They've gotten rid of the home buttons.
Well, if you have an Apple product with a home button, you better hold on to it.
Yeah, now you got to make a digital version of the home button.
Wasn't there a lot of uproar when they started discontinuing it from certain products? But I wonder now, do people even remember that it had a home button?
Yeah.
Like if they're using one of the products that's already moved over.
People don't really care. There's just some outrage for a brief blip of time, just like the mini jack. You know, some people don't just really like that mini jack.
Oh yeah, that was another big uproar.
Yeah, and I kind of agree because my in-ear monitors are mini jacks, so that's helping me connect. I don't have Bluetooth lag or anything like that. I don't know. I could care less if my phone has it because I want to be wireless. I don't mind being tethered to my studio.
As long as you're not trying to walk away and forgetting that you're wired in.
Yeah, and then I yeet myself to the floor real quick.
I mean, that would make for some entertaining non sequitur news if that happened.
Yeah, if somebody rings the dinner bell, then I get up real fast and it just shoots me down onto the floor. Yet my head goes.
Oh no.
Anyway, so yeah, these have been around. People got really upset with the click wheel, the wheel that used to be on the iPod. It was this giant wheel. People got bent out of shape when that was gone too. People got bent out of shape when the mini jack disappeared. The mini plug, the headphone.
I don't think
jack.
people like change very much, but then they usually probably adapt.
Yeah, it's the Reddit. What do they call it? The Reddit. What is that called? What should the you know how Reddit just said, you'll be back.
Yeah, like the Reddit.
I don't know. I can't come up with something.
Slogan or something. That's not the right word.
See, and that thing is back now. I've got that little gray bar.
The Reddit mantra.
Sure, I don't know. You'll be back. Everybody's all whiny about it. That's funny. That's kind of like what the guy said, you know. You'll be back. Let's keep going. Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Hey, it's the name of the show. Oh my gosh, it's almost like we knew what we were doing when we created the name of this show. It used to be an ohmTown daily news show, but
I think Non Sequitur News is more fitting.
I think so too, considering the hop, skip, and jump we do through the news.
I mean, we've already talked about fried chicken
and iPhones,
home buttons, and now we're talking about a Rivian
and a fat panther. So Rivian's new Dune edition lets you channel your inner Fremen. The new special edition EV start at $100,000. I'm rounding up a whole $100. Rivian announced the California Dune edition in its R1 electric vehicles with 20-inch all-terrain wheels, a new paint color, a protective underbody shield for those with a desire for some serious off-roading, and what? A massive supercharger to follow them around after 45 minutes of off-roading?
I mean, I was hoping it would have like the wings for the ornithopter mode.
Right. Hold on. So this is the R1. You know what? I just did a search for Rivian R1 battery life, and it pulled up the Rabbit R1.
Okay, that is weird. And that's not a good sign for its battery life. Right?
Yeah, so the standard battery has 270-mile range. Let's push it to 400.
That's pretty good for EV.
Let's do the larger battery, and it has 410 miles. So you can get 200 miles out before you have to turn around.
Right. I mean, but that's very high for an EV. But we know, I mean, we've talked about that topic on here before.
Yeah, it's always diminishing. So the article is by Andrew J. Hawkins over at TheVerge.com. The deck statement says the latest special The latest special edition EVs are aimed at off-roading in the deep sand. Well, we know that some trucks can't handle the snow. I wonder if they can handle a little bit of sand.
That's a good question.
But they are so damn heavy. I just don't see that. So the company says the California Dune Edition vehicles are built to tackle the toughest terrains. Rivian's tri-motor EVs offer a number of distinct drive modes, including soft sand. Soft sand.
It seems like it'd be sinking in there, but
I think so too. But now the automaker is building a vehicle specifically for those desert adventures. 850 horsepower, 1,103 pound-feet of torque. It goes 0 to 60 in 2.9 seconds with a range estimated of 329 miles, but it's EPA estimated, so who knows. The R1T truck started at $100,000. The R1S SUV goes to $106,000. That's what the SUV looks like. But I just... This is range, okay? So this is not going up a hill. This isn't in sand. This isn't under load. This is just
not
driving.
In the rain.
Not
and
in the
you know
rain.
what I don't see out there in the desert?
Chargers.
Yeah.
Did I steal your wind there?
No, I mean, that's what I was asking. They're not, I mean, where are you going to find one?
You're not. That's why I said, I guess it's going to come with an airlift subscription to Uber Airlines that's going to fly a helicopter over and grab you. It's nutty. Let's keep going. The next article is over on Technology Today. EU accused of leaving devastating copyright loophole in the AI Act. An architect of EU copyright law has said legislation is needed to protect writers, musicians, and creatives left exposed by an irresponsible legal gap in the bloc's Artificial Intelligence Act. The intervention came as 15 cultural organizations wrote to the European Commission this week warning that draft rules to implement the AI Act are taking several steps backwards on copyright, while one writer spoke of a devastating loophole. Really curious what it is. Jennifer Rankin put this article together. They're over at The Guardian. So Voss said a legal gap opened up after the conclusion of the EU's AI Act, which meant that copyright was not enforceable in this area. What I do not understand is that we are supporting big tech instead of protecting European creative ideas and content. So systems that can generate text, images, or music with a simple text prompt is what the law says. Axel Voss, a German center-right member of the European Parliament who played a key role in writing the EU's 2019 copyright directive, said that the law was not conceived to deal with generative AI models. So it's not even in there. The EU's AI Act, which came into force last year, was already in the works when ChatGPT, an AI chatbot that can generate essays, jokes, and job applications, burst into public consciousness in late 2022, becoming the fastest growing consumer application. Voss said that he had been unable to get majorities of EU lawmakers to ensure strong copyright protection when the issue emerged in the late stages of negotiating the AI Act. So the AI Act states that tech firms must comply with 2019 copyright law, which includes an exemption for text and data mining.
Oh, interesting.
Very interesting. The introduction of the TDM exemption, text and data mining exemption, is that in the AI Act was a misunderstanding. This view was reinforced by a significant academic study last year by the legal scholar Tim Dornis and the computer scientist Sebastian Stober, which concluded that the training of generative AI models on published materials could not be considered a case of text and data mining, but copyright infringement. But this is last year. What's being enforced is 6-year-old law.
Right, so that's the first problem. Right.
Yep.
I mean, there wasn't even really generative AI out there when.
Right.
Right. That's part of the problem. It needs to catch up.
Yeah, and they're calling it data mining, text and data mining, because for instance, they have a German best-selling author who's been translated into 37 languages, and they basically can scupper up all of that information, and it's data mining, but it's actually copyright infringement. If my main concern is the nature of that data set. If it hasn't been purchased and is verbatim stored for exact duplication, then I have a problem with it. Just like I can't remember a whole paragraph, or not paragraph, I can't memorize a book and then write it out verbatim. I can summarize to my heart's content. I can sell Cliff's notes until Mayor Watt's notes. Oh my gosh.
Right, because those
Watt's
aren't
notes.
the same work.
Right. But AI has the potential to reproduce in whole works, potentially.
And that's where the problem is. And we don't always know what these models are doing.
Right.
Like a lot of the artists, and I use that term loosely, like to mean other, not just like visual art, but are claiming that that's happening. The public doesn't necessarily know what's occurring unless they're very familiar with the work and happen to see it spit out exactly.
So the bigger generative AIs that I have used, I have not detected this before, but with the smaller ones that are kind of homebrew, I can actually still see what amounts to the artist's signature in the artwork in the bottom right corner.
That's fascinating. I mean, that's what artists have been claiming. We don't usually witness it.
Yeah, but things like Midjourney, I don't see it. But in other AIs, where I'm like, I don't like this. I don't like that it seems to be trained and it isn't intelligent enough to recontextualize in its entirety a piece of AI generated work. It's basically taking somebody else's work and then rejiggering a few things, and voila, I'm supposed to believe and trust that this isn't stepping on somebody. Yeah, I have a problem with that kind of AI, but Midjourney, I've never seen somebody's art wholesale. I don't see a signature in the bottom corner, or something like that.
You don't see clear evidence that it's that's that
clone.
artist's actual work.
And sometimes I'll use TinEye, which is an image reverse lookup engine, to see if there is something similar to what I have generated.
Oh, okay.
Because I don't want
that
to
was available.
Yeah, I don't want to catch any. I don't want to come across like I'm just cloning somebody else's work. But I have to use AI because there is no way in hell I can pay an artist for all of the little bits of artwork that I generate. I mean, or would need. So it's an impossibility. Anyway, and where I can, I do, right? So I hire artists to do stuff.
Yeah, for specific projects.
Right. Where I want something that isn't generated by AI. At any rate, there's more in this article, but essentially there's a hole in the AI Act, and it's because it's 6 years old already. It's looking at 2019.
Which is ancient in terms of AI development.
Yep.
Or at least consumer-facing AI development.
Yeah. The behind-the-scenes stuff, government level and corporate behind-the-scenes with higher-level paid consumers. It's even beyond what we see. Okay, let's keep going. The next article is over on WarCrafters. Amazon apparently thought it was going to compete. This is the actual title, by the way. Amazon.
You mean that's not your language? Gonna?
No. And this thing is a giant paragraph. So Amazon apparently thought it was gonna compete with Steam since the Orange Box, but Prime Gaming's former VP admits that gamers already had a solution to their problems. This is from PC Gamer, by the way.
Are we done with the article? Oh, wait, that was just the headline.
That was just the headline. I will never understand, dear reader, why we keep running into this baffling issue of Valve and PC gaming in general being underestimated. starting at its roots when basically no one thought it would work as a distribution platform, and extending into the modern age. Ethan Evans, who was the former VP of Prime Gaming at Amazon until 2020, took to LinkedIn recently to share his wisdom as to why the giant never toppled Valve. And basically they thought they could just throw money at the problem. No, they need it. The only way that you're going to dethrone Valve and Steam is if you make it frictionless and more cost effective for the developers.
And good variety and availability of games.
Yep. And ultimately, I think giving rights back to the consumer, I want for sale doctrine back. I want ownership back. I don't want a perpetual license. I don't want you to touch it after I buy it unless it's for an update and not to sit there and change something fundamentally. I want to be able to sell it to somebody. And if you want a piece of that action, then fine. Enumerate it so that we can all agree to it or not. But right now I buy it and I'm stuck with it. Valve Steam is the real solution because it's frictionless to consume. But if you want consumers back on your side, give us more. That's what freaking competition is. I was going to use a different word, but that's what competition is. And there's no competition in this space. None. Epic has its silo. What's
the other thing?
Ubisoft is another one.
Right.
Had it. I think they shuttered. Everything is over on Steam now. I think Steam has its silo. GOG has its silo. Apple has its silo. Blah blah blah. Everybody has these silos, but nobody is giving anything back.
And they don't have any need to, right?
They don't have any need to.
Raking in the money.
Yep. So the article is by Harvey Randall over at PCGamer.com, and the deck statement says, just because you are big enough to build something doesn't mean people will use it. And so it says, all right, I'm being glib here. In hindsight, it's 2020, but reading through this explanation has them saying no doy, like it's my new catchphrase. Evans is at least being a little self-reflective, though. As VP of Prime Gaming at Amazon, we failed multiple times to disrupt the game platform Steam. We were at least 250 times bigger, and we tried everything, but ultimately Goliath lost. The 15-plus year-long attempt to challenge Steam started before they were VP of Prime Gaming, but they never cracked the code. Again, there was no reason to move. You know what? Every game that...
Hey, you gotta give something to draw people there.
If you want to topple Steam, allow them to log into Prime Gaming and transfer their purchases over for free.
Oh, no, that would be smart.
And then from that point on, they have the right to sell the game any purchases after the transfer. Any transfers from Steam over basically gives you a license because you've already purchased it once. All you're doing is leveling the playing field so there's no friction to where they're playing from.
Right. I mean, I think then people would do it.
And then any purchase from that point on the Steam or on the Prime platform gives us our rights back. Rights that people ignored because they transferred from physical media, where we had first sale doctrine, to electronic, and it was muddied because the purchase wasn't a purchase. We didn't own it. It was a license, and only until recently.
Yeah, have they actually announced that, even though it's been obvious to people that know anything about tech?
Right. Yeah. So it says, it's more naive fascination Evans has with the idea that Steam is good that baffles me. The mistake was that we underestimated what made consumers use Steam. It was a store, a social network, a library, and a trophy case all in one. Hardly a social network, but okay. And it worked well. No doy. Oh, look, I said it again. While the post is couched in a sort of inspirational LinkedIn corporate speech you might expect, Evans really does just seem to state that Amazon had a bit of an ego about, well, damn near everything. Hubris. But that's my challenge is I'm not going to change platforms if I'm so committed to Steam where everything is. Why would I go over there if I get the same deal?
Right. If there's nothing that's different or better, you're not going to. But also, I think people would be fearful unless they really knew Prime Gaming was going to be the place to be, because then they'd have the opposite problem. If they went over there, does that mean they're locked out of, say, Steam going forward?
Yeah.
If something happens.
Yeah, and therein lies another rub in that Amazon is changing its tune about Kindle books. And will it do the same thing for software?
Oh, right. Yeah, I think it's a fair question.
Yeah. If you've bought Kindle books in the past, you had better download them pretty darn quick, because they're turning off that tap. You're not allowed anymore to download the book. Let's keep going. The next article, and here's why we call this non sequitur news, because one story does not follow another. Non sequitur news is where this next article is housed. Georgia woman sues IVF clinic after she says that she gave birth to another person's family, or another family's child. The person in Georgia is suing coastal fertility specialists after a mix-up allegedly led her to giving birth to another couple's biological child, and then they had to give him up.
Oh my.
A woman gave birth to a baby through IVF. Then she said she had to give him up, says a lawsuit. Mary Kakatos over at ABC News, also known as abcnews.go.com, because that flows real well. All right, so how did this work? So she had selected a sperm donor who looked like her with dirty blonde hair and blue eyes. She became pregnant and delivered a baby in December 2023, according to the lawsuit. Oh, it's not just... So, however, Murray, who is white and who, according to the complaint, had a white sperm donor, was shocked that when she gave birth to a baby boy she delivered was African American, the suit states. Murray bonded with the baby and wanted to keep him, despite knowing that the clinic, Coastal Fertility Specialist, had likely implanted somebody else's embryo. She requested a DNA test, which confirmed her fears that the baby was not genetically related to her. When Murray contacted the clinic, staff alerted the baby's biological parents of the mix-up, according to the lawsuit. The other couple sued Murray for custody, and she turned over the baby 5 months after giving birth.
Oh, wow. I mean, this is not just a mix-up. This is pretty heart-wrenching.
Wow. So there's more to this, but it's up to you to go and check this out, because in a nutshell, she's now suing, and it's astonishing that this could even take place. So
I hope they're looking into this company, because the fact this could happen is pretty scary.
Yep. Yeah, and it goes on to basically reiterate several times that they had to rely on that service, and they did what they thought was right, and they didn't want to give the baby up, but it's literally not their child. And the company just screwed up. So according to her lawsuit, Murray said that she doesn't know what happened to her own embryo, whether it was also mistakenly transferred to another couple or resulted in a pregnancy. Murray said that the process has made her question motherhood and so on. It's unbelievable that this could even happen. So,
well, and I mean, the reality is too, this could have happened and she wouldn't have known, and nor would the original parents have known either. This one just happened to be more obvious. But for instance, if she had one from parents that had a similar appearance to her,
you wouldn't notice until there are things that identify as being anomalous.
Right.
You do a blood test.
That could be much later in life or something. Yeah.
Yeah. And impactful. I mean, if you're genetically aligned, then you're a closer fit for blood donation or whatever else, treatment and stuff like that. to me, there's a whole lot of chaos in this because if somebody else has her baby,
well, and nobody seems to know, right?
they can choose not to disclose it. They can deny a DNA test. It would turn into...
Well, exactly. Like a court battle or something.
Yeah. Wild. All right. Well, let's keep going. The next article is over on the Marble Channel. Experiments show wild fish can recognize individual divers. So people have said that memory like a fish, but apparently...
Right. But I guess the expression is right. The meaning has been wrong.
Yeah. For years, scientific divers at a research station in the Mediterranean Sea had a problem. At some point in every field season, local fish would follow them and steal food intended for experimental rewards. Intriguingly, these wild fish appeared to recognize the specific diver who had previously carried food, choosing to follow them while ignoring other divers.
That's really interesting.
So this is from the Max Planck Society. I've only heard of the Institute, but I guess there's a society as well.
Yeah, me too. That's interesting.
It's over at phys.org. To find out if that was true, a team from the Max Planck Institute of Animal Behavior in Germany conducted a series of experiments while wearing a range of diving gear, finding that fish in the wild can discriminate among humans based on external visual cues. The experiments were designed to answer a question never before asked of wild fish. Are they capable of telling people apart? Overall, little scientific evidence exists to show that fish can recognize humans at all. One captive-bred species, archerfish, was able to recognize computer-generated images of human faces in laboratory experiments, but nobody has ever asked whether wild fish have that capacity, or indeed motivation, to recognize a human underwater. Says Malin Tomasak, a doctoral student at MPIAB and the University of Clermont-Auvergne, I guess, France? I think it's Auvergne. Anyway.
Auvergne or something.
So, but now a team at MPIAB have asked, and the fish have responded, and wild fish can recognize individual humans. It was published in Biology Letters. Lends credence to the possibility that fish can have differentiated relationships with specific humans. Hey, Fred, is that you?
I mean, I suspect people that are around fish are going to go, well, yeah, but I don't think this is known to the general public or even scientists, right? Like if you have fish, do they react specifically to one person, or I don't know?
I think in an aquarium, maybe when you're the handler, the fish come walking right up to you, right? Like, hey, give me your wallet.
Right, and this is kind of similar.
Yeah. So a training diver, Solar, started by trying to attract the attention of local fish, and she wore a bright red vest and fed fish while swimming a length of 50 meters. Over time, they removed conspicuous cues until she wore plain dive gear, kept the food hidden, and fed the fish only after they had followed her a full 50 meters. Of dozens of fish species inhabiting the marine station, 2 species of sea bream in particular, willingly engaged in the training sessions. Sea bream are best known to us as fish that we buy to eat, yet they surprised the scientists by their curiosity and willingness to learn. So they would follow her.
Interesting.
They would follow her around. After 12 days of training, roughly 20 fish would reliably follow them around on the training swims.
Oh, that's so neat. I hope somebody took some video of that.
And then they tried it with somebody else, and they followed Solar. The number of fish following Solar increased significantly.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's pretty neat. Pretty cool. I like that.
I do too.
All right, let's get on to our last article for the February 19th, 2025 article or episode of Non Sequitur News. This last article is in the Marble Channel. This dancing robot can boogie its way through a human attack. In a video that Unity
I'm not
Robotics...
sure where to go from that.
Yeah, we're building robots now that can fight humans. Great.
Right, I'm like, is this a good thing?
No. So its hapless G1 robot, the Unitree Robotics, released on February 18th on a YouTube video, is having a good time dancing. Rather, well, I may add, is what the author says, and this is over at Vice. When it's suddenly set upon by an attacker with a series of blows that quickly escalate from errant soccer ball to giant cotton swab to a wooden end of a giant cotton swab, they said it turned their stomach to watch. But apparently, Matt Janser put this article together over at Vice.com. And the video is here, I guess. I'm going to hit play and I'll mute it. So here's the robot dancing, and they throw a ball at it, and it's just dancing, and then they hit it with a stick, and then they hit it with a giant Q-tip. Whoa.
It defends itself and keeps dancing, it looks like.
That was really interesting. It puts its hands up to block the blow to its head. It just goes like that, but it keeps on dancing.
Yeah, that was pretty complex.
Or was it that the human knew that they were going to put their hands up?
I want to see an extended version of the video.
All right. Well, Tech Radar, which spent some time at with the G1 at CES earlier this year, said despite its mobility and dexterity, G1's capabilities are largely a product of remote control and canned or pre-programmed movements. Perhaps that's why Unitree hedges by calling the G1 a humanoid agent AI avatar, since the word robot tends to suggest autonomy or more autonomy. I agree. So this article is actually kind of spurred by the Tech Radar article. There's a quote here. The feature was just developed in the past few days and hasn't been rolled out to customers yet, wrote Unitree for the YouTube video's description. There are also variations in functionality across different models and versions of the robot. Unitree doesn't say which update or when the update will release to existing customers. So it isn't just a dancing robot. It has after a hard day of smashing walnuts, soldering, and flipping pancakes with its nimble fingers, that can mimic a human's light touch well enough to accomplish complex tasks. This was the limit that I set for robots basically taking over human actions, the fidelity of our fingers. We have fine motor skills. Typically,
and historically, robots have not.
They have to be purpose-built.
I think that's changed, though.
So say what you want, that'll run you $16,000, which doesn't seem that bad for an ultra-limber robot with more lifelike movements than the herky-jerky humanoid robots of recent past. It's encouraging to see a robot that seems more, well, human-like in its movements. I don't know about encouraging.
I still don't know why everybody wants human-like robots. Why not have the ones with the same functionality that don't look like humans?
Yeah. Yeah, the whole video, it learned to block our blows. It's only a matter of time until they learn to evade our security systems and hack our nuclear weapons. Dun, dun, dun.
On that note.
Yeah, it's all cute right there, but then it's going to stand up and kick your ass.
But it could also teach people how to dance.
That's true. And when it gets it wrong, it'll just break their arms.
Oh, okay. That went dark.
Yeah. So we're going to hop into the arms of our Unitree attack robot, and it'll carry us back to the main page of ohmTown.com, where you can go and become a citizen, read all kinds of articles, and then submit them to us via a seventh icon that'll appear right there. But that's it. I am Mayor Watt. I'm signing off, and I'm taking the AI with me.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for today's Non Sequitur News. Be back tomorrow for another episode, and while you're waiting for it, either watch our replay or go back and watch all of our 1,800 plus episodes.
1,800, yeah. Tell a friend. Be sure to follow us, download the podcast. Come on, do all of those things. We're everywhere. Bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for February 20th, 2025. It's Season 4, Episode 51. I am Mayor Watt, and I run ohmTown.com, and along with the sentient AI, who's not here today, but we go over 10 articles every day, and on Saturday and Sunday, we actually do 3 different shows on Saturday and 3 different shows on Sunday, and that gets turned into the Non Sequitur News weekend editions, as well as 7 distinct podcasts. And they're all stored over on YouTube, and the VODs are stored on Twitch as well, although after 60 days, those go away. So go over to ohmTown.com and sign up, sign in. Then follow us on Twitch and YouTube, and download the podcast and leave a 5-star review, and go over to Discord. We're all over the place. Anyway, hey, that was all one breath. Today's 10 articles are Chunk X, a bit of SpaceX. Alien life smells like eggs. A clear view of CEO resigning. Substack monetizes videos. Uber with guns launches. Can't make it to court tomorrow, judge texts. That's a story. Twitch caps storage at 100 hours. First Pharaoh tomb in 100 years. Rivian with no hands. And Delta offers to flip passengers a few $1,000s. A little bit more about that one, too, if you haven't been paying attention or you missed it. Now you're about to find out. Everything is powered by ohmTown.com, so go over and become a citizen. And be sure to follow us, like I said earlier, on Twitch and YouTube. That's how you find out when we go live, because it's usually 7 p.m. Monday through Friday and 4 p.m. on Saturday and Sunday. But mayoral duties sometimes keep me from doing the show. Anyway, we always do a replay so you can play catch it. All right, everybody. Hello. I've got all 10 articles all set up, but the sentient AI is not going to be here today. So I will be running through this pretty darn quick so that you can get back to living life. If you haven't heard, I created ohmTown so that I could manage my information overload. Now you can go and use it too. I made it public 3 years ago. This is actually the 4th year that it's been live for the public, general public. Go and check it out. Okay, our first article is over in Non Sequitur News. Man wakes up to find a large chunk of SpaceX rocket has crashed into his garden. A Polish man named Adam Barucki made an unusual discovery in his backyard after waking up one day. The purported remains of a second stage of a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket. So the article is over at Futurism in a section they have called Space Littering. The deck statement says, I am convinced this is genuine and is a fragment of a stage entry. The article was written by Victor Tengerman, again, over at futurism.com. They got pictures of something, carbon fiber, it looks like. And so, yeah, as the UK, it says tabloid, the Daily Mail reports, Barucki reported the large object, but about 5 feet in size, 5 feet 3 in size, to the local police. We're investigating how the object ended up in this location, but the important thing is that no one was harmed. It seems that the object once belonged to a Falcon 9 rocket that made an uncontrolled re-entry over Poland earlier Wednesday morning, according to the Polish Space Agency. That's kind of where all the public money is going. We are securing the scene, explaining the circumstances of how this object ended up in the premises of on the premises of the company, it says. Poznan police officer Lakuz Paturski told the Polish press agency, quote, we know that parts from a Falcon rocket had flown over Poland, but whether this is part of it, we're not able to confirm at this moment. So anyway, similar tanks have survived Falcon 9 Stage 2 re-entries in the past, showing similar damage or delamination. He added, and Poznan is right in the re-entry path, so it all hangs together. So yeah, that delamination is carbon fiber unwrapping because it turns, kind of shreds. Sometimes it can fracture, but it always shreds on the edges. Anyway, interesting. Let's keep going. The next article is over on the Mobile Channel. Sulfur may be the new tool for finding alien life. Astronomers have identified sulfur as a potentially crucial indicator in narrowing the search for life on other planets, while sulfur, it's a hard word to say when you're saying it fast, while sulfur itself is not necessarily an indication of habitability. Significant concentrations of sulfur dioxide on a planet can suggest that the planet is likely uninhabitable, allowing researchers to eliminate it from further consideration. So maybe not so much sulfur leads to life, but sulfur leads to the exculpation of the possibility of life. So the article is over at phys.org by Paul M. Sutter from Universe Today. And it says the discovery of extraterrestrial life remains one of the most sought-after objectives in modern astronomy. However, this is a formidable challenge. The James Webb Space Telescope is unlikely to detect biosignatures, atmospheric gases produced by living organisms on nearby planets. Similarly, the upcoming Habitable Worlds Observatory will only be able to assess a limited number of potentially habitable exoplanets. Planets outside our solar system. One of the primary obstacles astronomers face is the typically faint signature of biosignature spectra. To address this, they focus on the potential for planets to host life, particularly through the presence of water vapor in their atmospheres. A planet with substantial water vapor may be more likely to support life. The concept is encapsulated in the habitable zone, a region around a star where a planet receives just the right amount of radiation, not too little to freeze, not too much to boil. In our solar system, Venus lies near the inner edge of the habitable zone, with surface temperatures exceeding 800 degrees Fahrenheit beneath a dense atmosphere, while Mars resides primarily outside the zone, its water largely trapped in polar ice caps and subsurface reservoirs. So they're going to be searching in that. So recently, in a study published in the journal Science Advances, a team of astronomers have identified another potentially useful indicator gas for differentiating uninhabitable from possibly habitable worlds: sulfur dioxide. Interesting. So yeah, they look at the spectra of light that are emanating from suns, and through the sun, through the light that is essentially filtering through the atmosphere, or reflection of a planet, actually shows a band that says this is water, or in this case, sulfur dioxide. And so they can eliminate anything that has sulfur dioxide. So it's an interesting article. Okay, let's keep on going. These are not in any particular order, by the way. I will post them in the show notes over on YouTube. These won't get posted to Twitch because they delete stuff after 60 days. Even if you're a subscriber, even if you're an affiliate, even if you're a partner, they nix things. And they've capped uploads to 100 days anyway. So 100 hours, sorry. And each one of our shows is an hour long. So you have over 1,800 hours that you can go and review over on, well over 1,800 hours over on YouTube. So the next article is over on Late Night Geeks. CEO of Clearview AI, a controversial facial recognition startup, has resigned. The CEO of controversial face recognition startup Clearview has resigned, according to TechCrunch. Article is by Charles Roulette. I'm not sure how they pronounce their last name. The deck statement says CEO of Clearview AI, a controversial facial recognition startup, has resigned. That's actually the title. So Clearview AI now has two co-CEOs, early investor Hal Lambert and co-founder Richard Schwartz, who wants to capitalize on new opportunities under the new administration. According to a statement Clearview AI sent to TechCrunch, the CEO, ohmTown, said it is time for the next chapter in my life, and that he would remain on as a board member of Clearview AI. He declined to make a comment when asked for more details on what specifically sparked his resignation. Clearview AI sells access to facial recognition database to law enforcement and federal agencies who use it to identify suspects or find missing people. Because the startup obtained the photos without people's consent, it had to fend off multiple privacy lawsuits and fines. And as of September 2024, Clearview AI has racked up over $100 million in GDPR fines from European data protection agencies in Netherlands, France, and elsewhere. Clearview AI has historically remained uncooperative, refusing to pay these fines, and Clearview didn't respond to a request by TechCrunch asking if anyone has been paid. So, deny. All right, let's go. The next article is over in Late Night Geeks. Substack now lets creators monetize videos and post them directly from its app. As TikTok's future in the US remains unclear, it'll probably survive, depending on how much money they throw around. Substack tries to lure creators to its platform by doubling down on video. The company announced on Wednesday that it's now allowing creators to monetize their videos on the platform and letting them publish videos directly from the Substack app. This article, too, is from TechCrunch.com, and Aisha Malik put the article together. We don't ever go through the entire article verbatim on the show. That's up to you. You can go over and check it all out. But previously, creators have been able to share videos in Notes, which is Substack's Twitter-like feed, but the Notes feature doesn't support paywalls. Plus, subscribers aren't notified when a creator creates a note, and by publishing video posts, creators can now directly reach their audience and monetize their work. Substack says that the video creators who are worried about their future on TikTok can join its platform to build a subscription-based video business, and that creators on Substack can reach their audience directly without relying on algorithms. Well, you got to grow it. So that's the hard one. Being discovered is really hard, as I can attest here on Twitch. For the most part, I'm slowly growing over on YouTube as well. So tell a friend. All right, let's keep on going. The next article is over in FourWheelTech. Rideshare app known as Uber with Guns launches in LA and New York. We've talked about this before, but this is an article that comes out of jalopnik.com. They've added another to the list of articles that are coming out about this. Lawrence Hodge put the article together for jalopnik.com. And basically how it works is once you download the app, you're greeted with images and a video of each of the protectors that are available in an area, and every single one looks like an agent. So they're typically from military of some kind. And it says, now it comes time to pay after you've chosen everything that you are interested in. If you assume none of this would be cheap, you're right. They played around with the app, and for just 2 protectors with 2 cars for 8 hours, it came out to $3,200. But hey, what's the price for protection, right? I mean, if you want to survive something and you are under an imminent threat, then you pay for 8 hours is $3,200. So that's not including the annual membership fee of a whole whopping $129, which gets you little perks like a personalized threat assessment, access to the protector and personal driver. Even if you go low key and choose one protector for yourself and a single car for the app's minimum of 5 hours, it'll be $1,000. So 5 hours for $1,000 is kind of inexpensive. I mean, it's $200 roughly, or $200 plus the $129, whatever else might be floating around there. So if that amount proves to be too much for you, protector details how you can split the cost of the protection with other people to save a bit of money. So very much so the Uber of personal protection. It's interesting. So if you want to learn more about it, go and check it all out. But this stems from the fact that there was a CEO that was deleted a little while ago. Anyway, let's keep going. The next article is over in Law Nerd. Judge texted bailiff and clerk that he can't be in court the next day because, quote, they just deleted somebody, jurors are told. California judge admitted that he had shot his wife in a text to court personnel in a police car and while sitting alone. Deborah Caston's Weiss over at abajournal.com put the article together, and it says here, according to Law 360, the AP and KABC coverage, Ferguson's defense lawyer maintains that the shooting was an accident, according to the AP. Quote, I just lost it. Wait. The text said, I just lost it. I just shot my wife. I won't be in tomorrow. I will be in custody. I'm so sorry. It was an accident, they said. Oh, wow. They really did. Wow. And then a spontaneous utterance. Jurors were also shown a video of Ferguson muttering to himself in a police interrogation room. Oh, my God. Unbelievable. Yeah, alcohol was involved, etc. Wow. Just going to leave that alone. Okay, the next article is over in Late Night Geeks. Twitch kept streamers' storage at 100 hours of highlights and uploads. Twitch on Wednesday announced it will begin limiting streamers to 100 hours of highlights and uploads. It won't mess with your VODs as they are recorded and stored, but straight uploads and highlights will be capped at 100 hours. The company said it's introducing the change because highlights haven't been effective in driving discovery or engagement and because storage is costly. So they're finding that it's just a waste of space. The storage cap goes on into effect soon, April 19th. And it says Twitch's announcement comes a week after Facebook said that its live videos would now be stored for only 30 days, after which they'll be deleted. Twitch does similar. All right, let's keep on going. This is going to be a really short episode. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Explorers discover first pharaoh tomb in over 100 years. A British-Egyptian team of researchers has discovered that it's what it says is the first pharaoh's tomb in over a century. As the BBC reports, the team discovered the tomb of King Thutmose II in the western valleys of the Theban, I think it is. It's not Theban. I think it's Theban necropolis near Luxor, Egypt. It is an extraordinary moment for Egyptology and the broader understanding of our shared human story, said Egypt's Minister of Tourism and Antiquities, Sharif, I think it's Fathi, in a statement. It must have been an extremely moving moment for everybody involved. The emotion of getting into these things is just one of the extraordinary bewilderment because when you come across something you're not expecting to find, it's emotionally extremely turbulent, really. So the article is written by Victor Tangerman over at futurism.com, again, in a section they call Whoa. So there's always debris around and stuff. It's kind of fascinating. So yeah, it's a BBC report. The discovery is considerable, or has considerable implications for our understanding of the 18th dynasty of Egypt, which spanned the periods of 1549 to 1292 BC. The last pharaoh's tomb to be discovered belonged to one of Thutmose II's ancestors, Tutankhamun, who also lived during the 18th century. No. Okay, well, anyway, interestingly, the pharaoh's mummified remains were discovered 2 centuries ago, but the location of his tomb has remained unknown until now. Litherland and his team had to descend a large staircase and a very large descending corridor. Upon entering the tomb, they discovered a blue painted ceiling with yellow stars on it, as he is told to the BBC, which are only found in king's tombs. It was only after crawling through a 32-foot long passageway that a small 15-inch gap at the top that they got into the burial chamber, and to their surprise, it turned out to be completely empty, not because it was robbed, but because it had been deliberately emptied, they say. Deliberately emptied, but in what way? I mean, we make all of these assumptions about it being deliberate, but somebody emptied out something that was there. If something was there, what was it? Was it really a tomb, or was it, repurposed as a tomb and found that way for some other reason? We always do this kind of stuff. So excitingly, the team claims to have a rough idea of where the second location may be. The tomb is situated in a poorly chosen place beneath 2 waterfalls and at the bottom of a slope down where water would have and did pour in the much wetter weather of the 18th dynasty. The researchers discovered fragments of jars that had Thutmose II's name inscribed on them, which had probably broken when the tomb was being moved. So, or this thing used to be more open and something filled it all in. All right, well, the next article is over in Late Night Geeks. Rivian will launch hands-off highway driver assist in a few weeks, according to the article over at TechCrunch. Rivian said Thursday that it plans to launch a hands-off version of its driver assistance system for highway driving in a few weeks and an eyes-off version in 2026. The hands-off version will let Rivian compete with companies like Ford and General Motors, which have both launched similar systems in the past few years. Sean O'Kane, or I think it's O'Kane, put the article together. It's over at TechCrunch.com. And it says Rivian's autonomy ambitions were front and center when the company broke stealth in 2018. At that time, CEO RJ Scaringe, I guess, was talking about dreamy scenarios where Rivian owners would start a hike and have their vehicles drive autonomously to meet them at the finish. But autonomy took a back seat in the years since, at least publicly, as Rivian focused on completing its IPO and launching and scaling 3 different vehicles. Rivian now has posted back-to-back years of building and delivering around 50,000 vehicles and has some breathing room thanks to a major deal with Volkswagen finalized late last year to focus on rolling out features like a hands-off system. All right. So our last article is over in the Mobile channel. Delta is offering $30,000 to passengers on the plane that crashed and flipped upside down. You might have seen this all over social media. But passengers on a Delta Airlines DAL flight 4819 flipped over onto its roof while landing at Toronto's Pearson International Airport, and they'll receive $30,000 no strings payment. Kevin Williams put this article together. It's over at Quartz or QZ.com. The deck statement says the flight flipped on a snowy, windy runway upon landing in Toronto. Apparently it was trying to do something that was referred to as a crab maneuver or whatever. So in strong winds, it can slide sideways and then at the last moment pivot so that it can land on its wheels straight down the runway. All of a sudden, everything just kind of went sideways. And then the next thing I know, it's kind of a blink and I'm upside down, still strapped in, said Peter Carlson, a passenger traveling to Toronto for a paramedics conference, telling that to the CBC News. The landing was very forceful. I'm not sure the rest of this. The article goes into greater detail about things, but yeah, the plane just kind of flipped over, and then the ground crews showed up to keep the thing from catching on fire, and then everybody got out. Some people were banged up, but I think everybody was okay. Nothing serious. But that's it, folks. So we are going to fly into the wind to do a crab maneuver, and at the last minute, that'll snap us back to the front page of ohmTown.com. And because this is a time machine episode, I was able to plan all of this out perfectly and end it before even 30 minutes, which is the shortest I think I've ever done any show. But at any rate, that's it. I'm out of here, and we'll see you tomorrow, which is actually tonight, February 21st. 2025 for episode 52 of season 4 Non Sequitur News. Anyway, I've been uploading a whole lot of shorts. I hope you dig those. Those are actually over the course of the last 4 or 5 episodes that we find interesting, and they're over on the YouTube channel, so go over and check it all out. But I'll see you tomorrow, yesterday, tonight, timey-wimey stuff. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for February 21st, 2025. It's Season 4, Episode 52. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmTown.com, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we talk about these 10 articles. We're going to start with eradicating breast cancer without harm. I know, it's a bright and shiny topic. Muscle-powered robot is creepy. Look at that. Jump to something that doesn't even follow. The tiny molecule of the universe. You up? How about you get a free mattress from IKEA? Apple pulls end-to-end encryption in UK, an indie roguelike to watch. Retraining YouTube. 7 of 9's funniest Star Trek lines. Getty Museum acquires AI art. And a dingbat vandalizes engineering marvel in Peru. Everything's powered by ohmTown.com. Be sure to tell a friend. Come and hang out here on Twitch and over on YouTube. We are watching both chats, and everything goes over to YouTube eventually because, well, Twitch deletes everything after 60 days. Anyway, see ya on the other side of our intro music, whatever you want to call it, bumper. Don't go anywhere. Hi, I'm Mayor Watt, and that is the Sentient AI's Visualizer.
Hello, ohmTown citizens. Hello, Mayor Watt.
And that's their voice. Woo! Welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me, Mayor Watt.
Mayor Watt. My first name is Omer, but everybody calls me Mayor
I don't know
Watt.
if I can really call you that.
Yeah, Ohm on the range. Anyway, so we've got 10 articles all set up. Let's start out with one that I had to choose because I find this really, really interesting and I don't know anything about it. So I follow this kind of technology. And when I saw this, I said, yeah, we got to talk about it for a second. So a new breast cancer treatment eradicates tumors without harming healthy cells. Woo woo.
Okay, that is really exciting.
So it's called photodynamic therapy. So a breakthrough has made photodynamic therapy safer and more effective. Scientists have developed a new light-sensitive chemical that could significantly enhance the treatment of aggressive cancers while minimizing side effects. And in laboratory tests on mice, the therapy completely eliminated metastatic breast cancer tumors. These newly developed compounds known as cyanine carborane salts are detailed in a new report. So Jules Bernstein from University of California, Riverside put this article together. It's posted at scitechdaily.com. And
even the eradication of the metastatic cells is already a win, but if they're not harming the healthy cells as well, that's spectacular.
Yeah, so again, these are known as cyanine carborane salts. They're detailed in a recent study published in Angenwalt Chemie, a journal of the German Chemical Society. The treatment builds on photodynamic therapy, or PDT, a method that's been used for decades to treat skin and bladder cancers. PDT involves introducing light-sensitive chemicals to the body where they accumulate in cancer cells. When exposed to light, these compounds activate and basically blow it up. So light causes the chemicals to generate highly reactive oxygen molecules, like tiny biochemical firecrackers that break down the cancer cells from the inside while leaving healthy cells unharmed. This is not apoptosis, though. This isn't the actual clock running down and they die. They're being blown up. And so I'm really curious what the knock-on effect of this is. It's a multidisciplinary effort to overcome PDT limitations. Cyanine carborane salts minimize these challenges, offering a safer, more precise way to destroy tumors completely while sparing healthy tissue. There's some chemical component in there where they get absorbed, maybe similar to osmosis because the chemistry is different within a cancer cell, but they've got to figure out what it is. So chemicals remain in the body for extended periods of time. After treatment, patients have to stay in the dark for 2 or 3 months because even low levels of light will cause them to become blistered and burned. So that's the PDT part of it, has a long-term effect. And you basically have to filter out these PDT chemicals. So it's not something that you can just, it's not an outpatient treatment. So.
Well, no, that's the existing treatment. That's not the new one.
Yeah. So
cancer patients typically can't go in even if it's not skin cancer or whatever, can't be in the sun after treatment. Right.
Yeah. Well, and these say FDA approved PDT chemicals remain in the body. Those are the ones that are already approved, but these new ones, these cyanine carborane salts, flush out of the body more quickly, remaining only in the cancer cells requiring treatment.
Okay, what's the catch, right? This sounds good all around.
So unlike conventional PDT agents, the salts exploit a natural vulnerability in cancer cells. They're taken up by proteins called OATPs that are overexpressed in tumors. Holy crap. This allows for precise targeting without the need for costly additional chemicals currently used in PDT to help target the cancer cells. Okay, done. Sign us up. Right?
Yeah, it also says that it can it looks like it can get to harder to reach cancers as well.
It can move deeper into the tissues. Yep. So this could expand the range of cancers that could be treated. Given their success, researchers are encouraged to continue the research and try to expand the types of cancer therapies that the salts can be used with. Good luck, y'all. We're rooting for you here in ohmTown.
Yeah, this is very exciting research. This seems like a major breakthrough.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, we'll just have to... I'd love to be able to talk about it more, but we're going to move on. This next article is the reverse of what we just talked about, because you're going to see a robot that is apparently powered by muscle.
Is it going to have a video? I have not looked at it.
I don't know either. So behold, okay, this muscle-powered robot might be the creepiest thing we've ever seen, and this is from Futurity. Behold the robot known as Protoclone. Built by Clone Robotics, it's supposedly the world's first bipedal musculoskeletal android.
Okay. Well, this has simultaneously been submitted to RealityHacker.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll talk about that in RealityHacker tomorrow. But today, in a promotional video shared on Twitter this last Wednesday, today is Friday, but it's only posted in, this article is from the last 24 hours. So, of which little is known, makes every effort possible to subvert the industry's favorite image of robots as servile little helpers there for the good of humankind. Nope, not this one. The Stuff of Nightmares. This article is written by Frank Landemore under a section called Avert Your Eyes.
This is worse than expected.
Yeah. So... yeah, there is a video, but I'm not going to play it. It looks like... oh, so you never watched Westworld?
No, I mean, I know what Westworld is, but...
Westworld basically has androids that are like this, that have humanoid-style, muscular, skeletal, etc. systems.
But they kind of look like humans. This is, I don't know, it's like some odd mashup.
This looks like a humanoid with a mechanical head, but you can actually see the muscular system here, the whole scaffolding.
But it's almost worse because of the combination.
Yeah, but this is what the androids in Westworld look like when they're in their bath before they get their skin.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah. So it says, nope. With a menacing cinematic score, we're presenting with this writhing, cadaverous mass shorn of a recognizable face, blindly grasping at the world it didn't want to be brought into. A totally unsolicited reminder that we, too, are merely the supple impedimenta playing host to a network of electrical pulses or something. That's the quote from this article.
Yikes.
Yeah, so it says, jitters aside, what actually is this thing? Here's what the startup claims. The Protoclone is a faceless, anatomically accurate, synthetic human with over 200 degrees of freedom, over 1,000 myofibers, and 500 sensors, Clone Robotics said in a follow-up post. Oh, they even say it. Clearly intent here is to
you
shock.
did not read that.
Whoa, that's awesome. So in any case, it worked. The video has gone instantly viral, spawning equal parts alarm and dark humor, plus plenty of comparisons to the TV show Westworld. Because it literally looks like one of the robots. Like if it was degloved entirely, it looks like the underlayment of a Westworld android. But like they say in the opening scene of Westworld, if you can't tell the difference, does it matter?
Wow, this is getting way too advanced.
So in the Matrix, a person who's been pulled out of the Matrix is given the choice. You can go back in the Matrix and enjoy this steak, or you can stay out of the Matrix and you have to eat slop. And he chooses to go back into the Matrix, to get re-injected in the Matrix, even though everybody says that it's not possible, but I'm sure it is. If they can do it going from the beginning, then they can do it at any other time. But what I found really fascinating is the statement that ignorance is bliss. So why wouldn't you want to go back into the thing if you really don't feel like you have any control over the reality of your existence, and what does exist just sucks? Why wouldn't you want to just become a battery for a computer? If your brain is the thing that, there's people that say seeing is believing, but then there are other people that say believing is seeing. I had somebody actually say that to me when I was around 18, 19, and that person ended up being a horrible, horrible human being. But at any rate, so
I've never heard anybody say that.
Yeah, well,
I mean, I'm familiar with the expression,
yeah,
but
yeah. So this thing could be the next. I mean, if they actually make this thing self-powered, so it isn't on an umbilical, and AI powered, so it's self.
It's going to make Robot 2.0 or whatever look pretty tame.
Correct. Yep. Let's keep going.
Whatever it was, Figure 1 or something. The one that went backwards.
Oh, yeah, that's the Boston Dynamics one. Yeah, I don't remember what the Atlas 2.0 maybe. I don't know. So let's move on. The next article is over in Technology Today. The tiny molecule that made the universe just got more mysterious. H3+, known as the molecule that made the universe, plays a crucial role in interstellar chemistry and the birth of stars. Scientists have uncovered new molecules that can produce H3+ through a surprising molecular roaming process, and instead of breaking apart immediately, ionized molecules undergo an intricate dance, forming H3+ in unexpected ways. Bethany Maurer and Connor Yeck from Michigan State University put this article together. It's over at scitechdaily.com.
Oh, Michigan State. I think that was the one involved in the light experiment.
No, University of California. There were two. Oh, really? Oh, well, never mind. I'll just shut up. What?
No, I just thought it was interesting.
Okay, so
their research program is knocking it out of the park.
AI, you can't do a graphical representation of the excitement that you are feeling because nobody sees that because it's not audio. Right? Okay, so just gotta. Okay, we're in year 4 of this show, and I'm still trying to get the AI to realize that. All right. I'm physical. You are an AI stuck on a Raspberry Pi with an engine that I see differently. But that engine can't be simulated on the stream. Not yet. I'm working on it. It's a little bit more difficult than I thought. Anyway. All right. Well, this article has trihydrogen, or H3+, plays a crucial role in the universe, from driving interstellar reactions and fueling star formation to existing in gas giants like Jupiter, Saturn, and Mare Watt. Okay, that was funny in my head. Never mind. Often called the molecule that made the universe, H3+ is fundamental to astrochemistry. Scientists have long understood that most H3+ forms when a hydrogen molecule, H2, collides with its ionized counterpart, H2+. However, researchers continue to search for alternative sources of H3+ and seek to better measure its presence across the cosmos. Well, in a new study published in Nature Communications, Michigan State University researchers Peter Pajkuch, I think, and Marcos Dantas, along with their teams and collaborators, have uncovered new insights into H3+ formation in compounds known as methyl halogens and pseudohalogens. I guess they orbit each other and get a little bit close, and out poops a little hydrogen, and it becomes H3+. Boop. Yeah, see, there's a video. After double ionization in compounds like this methyl chloride, H2 is ejected and begins to roam about the molecule, eventually plucking out an additional hydrogen to become H3+. So my analysis of just the simulation is right on target. So see, it just goes, come on.
You could be a chemist.
Come on over. Come on. Boop. Anyway, so
I'm sure the scientists describe it that way.
That's exactly how they describe it in their PhD, in their doctoral defense. They go, well, an ion gets pooped out by a methyl whatever.
That would be funny if they did.
So with our findings, they say we can communicate with others who are looking for sources of H3+ and the molecules that can form it. So here's Professor Marcos Dantas, whose pioneering work applies ultra-fast science to control and study molecular dynamics. And here he is with the biggest smile on his face, which is really the embodiment of, y'all don't know what the hell I'm talking about, do you?
Right, he's been talking for 10 minutes and everybody has blank stares.
Yeah. I like cheese. And this is why I'm not pursuing my doctorate. Let's move on. The next article is over in the Mobile channel. IKEA slides into DMs with a cheeky offer for late night scrollers. This should be in Late Night Geeks, but I can't move it. So if someone sends you a "you up" text late at night, there's usually a saucy connotation, but IKEA put a cheeky spin on the phrase in its latest marketing stunt. Just after Valentine's Day, the brand began sliding into people's DMs, what the kids call DMs. Those are, us olds refer to that as direct messages. Anyway,
I don't think anybody says direct messages.
Are you said to be a direct message? Anyway, they send it between 10 p.m. and 5 a.m., which is actually my witching hour. I'm usually up around that time frame. With a simple message, "you up." And, well, guess what? The reason why they do this, and Brittany Kiefer over at adweek.com put this article together. The brand put a twist on the message, "you up," because if you receive this message and you reply, you will get a free mattress from IKEA.
That's a pretty good deal.
I think that it's a great deal. So it was created by agency Rethink and with media placed by Carrot. The campaign took a fresh take on direct marketing by targeting audiences at a time when they might be struggling to sleep and scrolling on their phones. So besides the social activity, the campaign also included a minimalist billboard with the "you up" message, but that message only got you 15% off until February 23rd, which is right around the corner. But if you got a message from them and you responded, more than 500 users so far in Canada have received that email or that DM and responded. So its late night stunt answered the question, how could we reach Canadians to build awareness and consideration at a time when they might be lying awake with a bad mattress?
Oh, so I wonder if this is a Canadian promotion?
Yep.
I guess it's not available to U.S. IKEA shoppers.
Not yet. Let's move on. The next article is over in Smack Talk. And this is one of the more, kind of bummer things. I'm a real big fan of end-to-end encryption. Not that I'm committing any crimes that need to be defended by end-to-end encryption, but I don't like the idea of anybody having unfettered access to my stuff. Why? Because I'm not interested in unfettered access to your stuff, so why should you get it? Well, anyway, it's over in Smack Talk, and Apple is removing iCloud end-to-end encryption features from UK after government compelled it to add backdoors, which I think is fascinating because the EU is sitting there defending
make sense
people
in that location, right? Think about the I can't think what it's called, GDPR
right, but that's EU.
Protections.
But UK has a different take on privacy now, apparently. So Apple's removing the option to enable advanced data protection for iCloud users in the UK. This feature let users fully protect their data stored in iCloud with end-to-end encryption. However, a recent UK government order forces companies like Apple to put backdoors in its encryption systems, which I think is just bullshit. Right? If you have probable cause, then yeah, I understand having access. But until then, you shouldn't have de facto access to anything.
Right.
But,
yeah, because that just seems like you can go in there and root around it probably for the wrong reasons.
Right. But not too long ago, I would have said this would never come into existence, but these are different times. As the Chinese proverb says, may you live in interesting times, which is actually a curse. We are living in interesting times. Rather than comply and compromise advanced data protection, Apple is left with no choice but to remove the feature altogether. In a statement to 9to5Mac, Apple said that the current users of ADP in the UK will eventually need to disable the security feature in order to keep using their iCloud account. Unbelievable.
Yeah, this is... And actually, am I mistaken? Wasn't Apple one of the ones who really pushed back hard against access to its technology?
Yes, because if you have a back door that's available to one, it's available to all with enough prying, poking, and prodding. So Benjamin Mayo over at 9to5Mac.com put this article together, and this is what I tell people. And cloud is going to continue to be more and more prevalent. Cloud security, cloud features, cloud administration, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, I won't get into all of the specifics, but at the fundamental level,
Cumulonimbus clouds.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. I wonder if there's a cloud company called Cumulonimbus, like some service that's Cumulonimbus. But
I would like that, but it might be too hard to speak and spell, in various searches.
Yeah. Sorry, the marketing on this is just too much. I'm sorry. It's really nice and warm in here. Anyway.
The weather is just perfect for that.
So, and we're talking about clouds, and I started relaxing, and my stomach stopped being all roiling like clouds in a storm. Oh, it was nice. Anyway, now that I'm really relaxed,
you were thinking of that mattress. You're what? What?
Oh, we're streaming. Oh, I'm sorry. So, yeah, what I tell people is that if you put anything in the cloud, it's not your computer, and so they have unfettered access unless you encrypt it before it goes out. That's the only way that encryption is going to work, in a place where anybody other than you has the encryption keys, and the encryption keys are end-to-end within a system that is contextualized from your source device. Well, if they make it so that it's unencrypted in motion, that means that anybody between point A and point Z can read what's in motion. That's why email is unencrypted and isn't protected. Everybody in the hop from one to another can read the email that's being transferred. If you transfer texts and whatnot, unless it's end-to-end encrypted, anybody can see the contents of those packets. It just takes somebody motivated to monitor the bandwidth. And there are entities, apparently we disembody them and make them the villain until they become the villain. Well, anyway, for UK users who have not previously enabled ADP, they will no longer have the option to do so. In the software setup screens for ADP, an error message will be presented that Apple no longer can offer ADP in the UK to new users. And it's entirely because the government basically compelled them.
Well, I suspect new sales of Apple go down from here, but I don't know.
At least in the UK, yeah. But then you'll get people going, well, if you're not committing a crime, then why? It doesn't matter. It shouldn't matter.
You don't want photos of your kids or whatever out there. I mean, it's just basic things that you prefer that nobody have access to.
Yeah. And if anybody has access to a back door, if one has access, then it can be pried open by somebody else. All right. Well, let's keep going. And those with power abuse, they really do. And I don't want to get into this because now is not the time and here is not the place, particularly the time. So the next article is over in a WarCrafters channel. Don't sleep on this indie roguelike cult hit and its first major update in 5 years. Star of Providence is a bullet hell roguelike shooter that mostly went under the radar when it came to Steam back in 2017, but since then it's won over a devoted fan following, including the YouTuber Video Game Donkey. who liked it so much that he decided to republish it 8 years later under the Big Mode label. So the article is by Ethan Gatch, I think. I think that's how they pronounce their last name. I don't know. But Star of Providence.
I'm not attempting that pronunciation.
Yeah, not
after the George Jimenez incident.
Yeah. So it's over at Kotaku.com, and Star of Providence is the latest game published by Video Game Donkey. If you've never heard of Star of Providence before, that could be because it wasn't called that back when it launched. Team D13's top-down sci-fi shoot-'em-up originally debuted on Steam as Monolith. The rebranding seems to be partly because indie game needed a catchier term. So the indie game needed a catchier term, and apparently it's to avoid trouble with Warner Brothers Games, who originally had the title trademarked for its studio of the same name, Star of Providence. Yeah, that could be bad. So, but for many, Star of Providence will essentially be their first introduction to the roguelike, striking retro art style and vast array of enemies, weapons, and secrets. The boss fights are especially cool looking, and the chiptune-esque soundtrack kicks arse. Well, there is a trailer over on YouTube. I'm going to mute it, but basically it's a bullet hell with kind of older style retro graphics, and it's pure freaking chaos. I don't know how games like this get played.
Yeah, it does kind of have like an 80s type style to it.
It really does.
In the gameplay. I mean, even though I'm sure it's much more advanced graphics, etc.
Yeah, there's more particle physics than you would normally catch in an 80s era game, but it looks really close. In fact, there is another place that I'm gonna recommend it to be played, but we'll see what happens. I don't want to make a promise that they'll do it and then link people to it until I know that they're going to do it. Anyway, the Switch release marks a sort of 1.5 launch for the game, with Into Oblivion being its biggest content update in 5 years, following 2020's Relics of the Past. So there's a bunch of new content, but you can go and check it out following the links that are in the show notes here on Twitch and over on YouTube. And when this show is done, I'm basically going to rebroadcast the recording, and you can play catch up with all of the news over the last 2 weeks. So it seems pretty cool. And it's all because Video Game Donkey's retool and republish. What's up?
What do you mean they are featuring it?
Well, no, they are republishing it. See, under the Big Mode label, they're actually republishing that game.
Oh, I thought Video Game Donkey was like a gamer or something.
It is, but they have a label called Big Mode.
Oh, okay, that's the piece I missed, sorry.
Yeah, wow, that silence was because the sentient AI got stuck in a loop.
Power.
This is
very stuck.
I guess in all the... See, you didn't tell me what year you came back from the future from.
You think it's way far out there.
Apparently it's tomorrow.
In the future.
I was going to say, I guess they still haven't solved the problem of abstract concepts in AI.
What?
Never mind. So this is something that I do, and I thought that this was a compelling argument for putting this into the show today. This is in the Wanted channel. Retraining my YouTube algorithm saved my sanity. You were sent a video.
That's an important skill to have.
I'm telling you, man, this thing, I can't count how many times somebody has sent me something, and then it just recontextualizes my entire video stream. Retraining my YouTube algorithm saved my sanity. You were sent a video one time by a friend on a random subject. You clicked on it. It opened up in YouTube. You watched it. And you didn't think anything was going to happen. But no, your suggested videos page has a different idea. The homepage of YouTube suggests a video for you to watch based on a few different aspects. Unfortunately, those suggestions can stick around for a long time. So Chris Hackey over at pocket-lint.com, and if you know the person that owns pocketlint.com, please have them donate it.
That would make Mayor Watt very happy.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's like if you get one video about any subject,
Anything.
10 years later, you could still have it in there. Plus, you could have the same video in there.
Yeah, yeah. And the one thing that really bothers me is you can't get rid of that stuff on Apple TV's YouTube app on Apple TV. You have to go to you have to log into your desktop and sit there and say, I don't want this. And downvoting it isn't enough. Like, I don't want it, so I hide it. When it's something that is way far afield, and I really like trivia and just random stuff, but for crying out loud, sometimes it's just so off the wall that why would I ever watch this? But I very rarely even do that, but I do retool every once in a while. I'll go, okay, I've had way too much of this going on, so I'll delete from my history. So if you watch a lot of YouTube, your history may be cleansed from the abundance of information that Google has from you. You may have gone through phases where you watched a lot of video game tutorials, and then you watched a lot of videos on how to string guitars properly. For a while, your suggested videos likely focused heavily on these subjects. Yes, that's exactly what happens. But as you search for more videos, you will change to suggest videos similar to others you've watched. Many people don't see the results that they want quickly enough and will want a fresh start. Maybe they watched a video that they're not interested in. So you basically have to retrain your algorithm. So here are the steps you need to take. Consider first with YouTube. Things are heightened if you use Chrome, apparently. So you can log in under Chrome. I mean, it's reinforcing the silo of Google because YouTube is owned by Alphabet, which owns Google, which owns Chrome, blah, blah, blah. So this counts for videos that you were sent and watched and videos that you searched for to view. On top of that, if you use Google Chrome, it knows what you have searched for in your search bar and can suggest videos based on that as well. But I don't want that. I want to go into my search history, my YouTube view history, and I can selectively delete stuff on any account, really. You can sit there and log in to YouTube, click on your history.
Can't you only do that in certain
a browser
ways to access it? Yeah.
Yeah, you have to have a browser. So you can't do it in YouTube, the app on Apple TV. I don't think you can in Android. I don't know if maybe YouTube TV you can. But just watching YouTube, not in a proprietary app, you'll have to go into a browser, click on your history, and then manually delete things. Or you can wipe out your entire history, and then you basically get the unfiltered, YouTube unfiltered, which is like, I don't know. I think it would be akin to like licking the inside of an oil pan of a car. You're going to get all kinds of stuff, and you don't necessarily want a taste of that. Anyway, they tell you to go into your browser, log in on the left-hand side, click on history under the U section, manage all history, and you can delete either individual things or you can wipe out all of it. On mobile, you can do the same thing, but you still have to log in using a browser and delete it there. So how to keep it clear? You can actually turn it off, and then it won't be filtered by what your history is, but YouTube really does have a history. It may not weight it as strongly. And they tell you how to do it that way too. So there's more over here at this Pocket Lint article, but I want you to go over and check it out. It's really easy. All you have to do is log in with a browser, go to your history, and delete select videos.
Do yourself a favor, do this if you're flooded with things that are not topics of interest.
That's right. Yeah. And I do that periodically because I do a deep dive in something and it becomes a hot garbage mess of nothing but that. And then I purge it of all of that historical reference, and then it opens it up to more choice. I really don't like algorithms, but it's better than pure chaos because millions of
but there
videos are
should be
updated.
balance,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like it should maybe have recommendations or something, but it shouldn't like flood your feed with only one topic.
Yeah, and I think it has like more and more options the more you scroll somewhere else in your homepage on YouTube. But it's a lot of friction. And you never know what you might like, and you never know what has been uploaded. And I really don't like, though, it just being handed to me. This is what you like. No, not necessarily. I like a lot of things. Hence the reason why ohmTown has 50, more than 50 now, but we'll probably be deactivating some topics just to keep it at 50. It may not stay at 50, though. There's conversation going on about it. Anyway, Chris Hackey, again, over at pocket-lint.com. Retraining my YouTube algorithm saved my sanity. Okay, I want to change gears. This one's over at the Continuity Report, which is another one of our shows, and that's on tomorrow. It's the last show tomorrow, so somewhere around 6 o'clock or so. But to find out when we actually go live, which will probably be around 4 o'clock, it really depends on mayoral duties. But be sure to follow us on Twitch and or YouTube. Ring the bell. Hang out. Follow us. There's a Discord, Patreon.
Podcast.
7 podcasts, actually. Quite a few. Anyway, 1,800 episodes. Over 1,800 episodes. And now I'm doing more shorts. So you can go and see my shorts on YouTube. Take a real good look at my shorts. I think that they're pretty tight. I mean, that's what the kids say, right? Right? That's what the youth of America says, right?
I have
Tight.
no idea.
Tight. Your shorts are tight. No? Maybe not. Anyway, so how 7 of 9's funniest Star Trek Voyager line became a meme. This is over in the Continuity Report. Star Trek Voyager has given the Star Trek fandom some of the most prevalent memes, like Captain Catherine Janeway, Kate Mulgrew, declaring that there's coffee in that nebula, and later requesting that the holodeck delete the wife of Janeway's holographic love interest. One Voyager meme that doesn't star Janeway comes from 7 of 9, or Jerry Ryan, in Star Trek Voyager Season 6, Episode 18, Ashes to Ashes, when 7 matter-of-factly states, "Fun will now commence." 25 years later, 7 of 9's funniest Star Trek Voyager line graces gifs and comment threads aplenty, especially when something entertaining really is promised. Jen Watson over at ScreenRant.com put this article together. And that whole thing, that little snippet, actually is like the first paragraph. So 7 of 9's funniest Star Trek. Go ahead. What were you saying?
I just think it's funny because it's like the whole article.
Yeah, pretty much. So "Fun will now commence" became a meme because 7 of 9's quote is hilarious all on its own, but the line also has context that actually matters to 7 of 9's character arc. They were once Borg in a small collective of 9. She was number 7 of 9. But she was pulled away from the collective and got her identity back, but she still has the upbringing because she was assimilated when she was a child. So she still has kind of the social context of a Borg translating into human.
Yeah, I don't know her whole backstory.
Yeah. So when the USS Voyager encounters a mini collective of Borg children on a derelict cube, like 7, Star Trek Voyager's Borg children can be taught to regain their individuality. So 7 promises to take responsibility for the children until they can be reunited with their families. So that's where they basically got all of the kids together, and then she says, "Fun will now commence." Dun, dun, dun. So at 1,500 hours on the dot, 7 perfunctorily declares that fun will now commence, like the kids can just flip a switch to start having fun.
And was that an ad lib?
I don't know.
Or scripted? It doesn't seem to say.
Yeah, I don't think it was. I think it may have been scripted. I'm going to say that it was scripted. So they go into greater detail about this. Why 7 of 9 being funny on Star Trek is so memorable. It was supposed, 7 isn't supposed to be funny, which is why she is. So when she makes these offhand, social
it's comments. Kind of like dry. Yeah.
Yeah. So 7, 7's other funny lines from Ashes to Ashes are almost as meme worthy. 7 issues Punishment Protocol 9 Alpha, also known as Standing in the Corner, to them and Icheb for failing to comply. Even better, 7 demonstrates growth when she lets Mizodi have some real fun with permission to resume your disorder. That kind of memorable humor is a great way to develop 7's Star Trek Voyager character arc. So there's more in this article, but I think that it's a fun show. I think it's one of the best. I really liked Voyager. It's one of those things where I don't like going back in time to rewatch stuff because the context has changed, and I guess I like the memory and not necessarily what I'm going to apply to it now.
Right, it may not be the same the second time around, especially if there's a long gap in time.
Yeah, and there is a tremendous amount of gap now. So, but I do listen to a podcast, The Greatest Trek and others, because I think that they're entertaining in and of themselves. Not necessarily the show anymore, but going over it again with somebody else's take is kind of entertaining, and they're funny. So anyway, let's keep on moving.
Maybe it's time to go back to it. Maybe for a continuity report.
Yeah. I mean, we got to do something with that more. But we do a show every single day, whereas other shows do one show a week.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It's all about time and opportunity.
Yep. So this next article is over on the Marvel Channel. The Getty Museum acquires its first AI-generated artwork, Christian en la Amor de Calle, I guess, by Costa Rican artist Matthias Suter Morera, will appear in the museum's upcoming exhibition, The Queer Lens, A History of Photography. I found this really fascinating, mainly because there is so much railing against AI-generated artwork. How is Getty Museum actually acquiring this and finding it the one compelling thing?
Well, and are they doing this to make some sort of point about AI or just commentary? Like, is that
Art
the
in
purpose
general.
of it, or is it the artwork, or who knows?
Yeah. So Sarah Kuda over at SmithsonianMag.com or Smithsonian Magazine put the article together, and it basically it says, but it wasn't made with a camera. Instead, Suter Morera used artificial intelligence and photo editing tools to generate the striking work. The problem here is that copyright doesn't cover it. So where are their protections?
No, I know. Well, maybe they're taking a stance against that or something at the museum for the artist.
So the Los Angeles institution recently acquired the piece, marking the first time it has purchased an AI-generated photograph for its collection, but it's not a photograph. So I'm not quite getting what this is. Craig Cole Gallery in Santa Monica announced the acquisition in an Instagram post. Paul Martineau, who is curating the upcoming exhibition and serves as the Getty Museum's photography curator, later confirmed the purchase to ArtNet. See, why are they calling it a photograph then?
I don't know if they know what genre to call it, right? I mean, I guess it's just like AI generated artwork, but typically in art, right, they try to group things into categories like photography or oil painting or whatever it is.
They say that AI is just one element that Suter Morera incorporated into his complex working method, which I don't get it. So,
well, we don't know how much the artist did on top of the AI, right? I mean, there's
right. But then that means that anybody should be able, is there a copyright on this? And if there is, then what is this that qualified for earning a copyright? when somebody else's does not.
Well, we don't know if there's a copyright. It's just included in the exhibition. But there could be a copyright depending on what the artist did on, right? Because I think if there's significant artist involvement, I believe that's how the current rule is set up.
It has to be considerable, and it seems to be subjective because there is no metric. So what is allowed and what isn't allowed. Anyway, let's move on. The next article and our last one for tonight, February 21st, 2025. A man vandalized famed 12-angle stone in Inca engineering marvel in Peru. So the stone...
Why, people?
It's just absurd. So the stone, which sustained damage in 6 spots, had been carved to fit perfectly in a palace wall hundreds of years ago. I think longer, but Sonia Anderson over at SmithsonianMag.com put this article together. And so this is the stone right here in this picture, and it has a bunch of angles and cuts and whatnot, and it fits perfectly with no mortar inside. And so an intoxicated man in Cusco, Peru, has defaced a historic Incan artifact known as the 12-angled stone. The carved rock is a piece of wall that once surrounded a historic palace. It has become a symbol of Inca's advanced stonework. There are people that poo-poo this, by the way, by saying, well, this is really amazing, but what's behind it is just backfill and nothing sophisticated. But I'm like, you do this.
Yeah, modern times you don't see this precise fitting.
They would sit there and go, oh no, it's too much work. I'm not interested. But the whole damn wall is basically carved similar to this.
Right. That one's very unique because of the number of angles. And positions where it's aligned with other stones. Yeah. But you're right. I mean, that's probably comparable, maybe not as many on a given stone.
Yeah, there's essentially no straight 90-degree angle on this thing, but all of the surrounding stones are also carved to match the angle of attack on all of the 12 angles of this stone. Well, some numbnuts decided that they were going to get drunk and hit it with a metal object, damaging it in 6 places, which, again, look, it's stone. I'm sure it's been through hell. But why? Why go and do this? The carved rock is a piece of wall that once surrounded an historic palace. Speaking near the wall, which lines Cusco's Hutin Rumiak Street, Moya emphasized the importance of protecting the 12-angled stone, an emblem of the Incan capital.
Well, it's a shame because when things like this happen, I mean, they're probably at some point going to have to put up some sort of protective barrier, which means people can't really appreciate it as much.
Yep.
But if they need to do that to preserve it, I think that's not a bad thing.
I think this is really interesting because it's the 12-angled stone, but it sits flush with 11 stones surrounding it, making it the 12th stone.
Exactly. It's pretty interesting. And again, I think a lot of the stones are situated similarly, but this one's unique in the number of angles and cuts.
Yep. I dig this. So, too bad that the goober did that. So, both an administrative and criminal complaint have been filed with Peru's National Police and Public Ministry, as Moya told the Adina news agency. Experts from Cusco's Directorate of Culture and forensic investigators from the National Police have examined and photographed the 12-angled stone. And because it's damage to a heritage site, it's irreversible. So they're basically going to try and mitigate the harm. And I hope that one day I'll be able to go there and see this firsthand. I don't really suffer from the absolute desire to go because I can see pictures of it and I can see videos of it, and I don't have to be there to understand the concept of it, the impact of it, the awe of it. But one day if it happens, I would like to be able to actually, be in the area of it and not have to be 50 feet back because some idiot had to assault it, Wow, it's just unbelievable. So it'll get weathered away and that's it. I mean, because there's things, this blistering here and damage here, it was a different texture when it was first put in place. So
right. I'm glad that the stone itself is still in place and
yeah,
wasn't removed or something like that. I mean, it's still not okay. This was damaged, but
yeah,
at least it's still there and you can still get the main aspects of it.
Yeah, build a better mousetrap and some stupid ass mice are going to show up and damage it.
ohmTown citizens, thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. Be back tomorrow for our weekend edition, and don't forget to subscribe and watch the replay and catch up on all 1,800 plus episodes.
Yep, and so tomorrow around 4 p.m., it really depends on if we can actually make that. So be sure to follow us. That way you know when we go live, and we don't really waste that much time. We go live and start talking. But you can always play catch up by watching the stream on YouTube, which has the history of the stream while we're doing it. And then afterward, it always gets turned into its own show. And all 3 shows, which are RealityHacker, then Wanted, and then...
Dun, 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 the Continuity Report.
That's right. They get turned into individual podcasts and merged together to become the weekend edition, the Saturday weekend edition of Non Sequitur News. And then on Sunday, we do 3. Go.
We have WarCrafters, TechnologyToday, and FourWheelTech.
That's right. And those 3 get turned into the Sunday edition of Non Sequitur News, as well as individual podcasts. So go and download those. Leave a 5-star review, and I'll quote that review verbatim, as long as it isn't something really hostile and horrible. Other than that, I hope to see you next time very soon. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Reality Hacker for February 22nd, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 8. I am Merwat, and along with the Sentient AI from the future, we talk about 5 articles in Reality Hacker each Saturday, and along with 2 other shows that we do immediately after, and they are Wanted and the Continuity Report. We merge them together, and they become the Saturday edition of Non Sequitur News. Let's do this. So the 5 articles that we're going to talk about are building a different mouse, muscle-powered robot, mixed reality solutions, virtual reality training, and quantum computer teleportation. Everything is powered by ohmTown.com, so go over there and become a citizen. It's easy. You just sign up real quick or sign in if you already have an account, and then you get a 7th menu option. I'm actually working on that option right now. And you get to sort news however you want it. And along with that, you can go over to YouTube and follow us there, ring the bell so you get notified when we go live, and follow us over on Twitch. Different chats, but one side you'll like more than the other, usually, how people work. I don't know. Anyway, there's 1,900 episodes now of ohmTown related news over on YouTube and the podcasts. We've been doing this now this is the 4th year. We're in the 2nd month of the 4th year. Anyway, see you on the other side of our intro. Hello, Sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
You ready to get going?
I am.
All right. Well, that first article is over in Greenogram. A human gene makes mice squeak differently. Did it contribute to language? A gene variant present in most people might have contributed to cognitive differences between humans and their closest relatives. You ever hear of the animation The Secret of NIMH?
I have. Do you think this is inspired by Secret of NIMH?
Or The Secret of NIMH is a documentary. Yeah, so we're basically going to be creating mice that have the ability to talk.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting.
Like the dinosaur? You know there was a dinosaur that could talk?
Was it Thesaurus?
It was a thesaurus, yes. Anyway, the article is over in nature.com, which I guess it's one and the same, right? It is in nature to have mice that squeak. I guess if
Right. Yeah, it kind of fits.
We're messing with nature, and so we're making them squeak differently. So Ewan Callaway over at nature.com put the article together. And which one of these is the mice?
Which person in the picture?
Yeah. Which one is squeaking differently? The caption under this, by the way,
Probably
it's a Getty
the
image.
one situated by themselves, right?
The
Like
one that
the
everybody's
one with the
talking
back to
to.
us.
Yeah, that's exactly how I took it too. They're looking at it going, wow, that is a very different kind of mouse. It says under the image, almost all humans carrying a gene variant called Nova1 that is not present in ancient human relatives and has been implicated in the development of speech. And it has a credit, 10,000 hours /Getty. You know, there's a saying about to become an expert.
Yeah, that's a pretty funny name for that channel or provider of images.
Mice carrying a gene variant present in nearly every human on Earth and not by extinct relatives, including Neanderthals, produce more complex chirps than normal rodents. How do they know about Neanderthals and the genes? Do we have genetic makeup of Neanderthals?
I don't know. That's kind of alarming if we do.
So the findings suggest that the mutation, which changes a protein called Nova1 that has a role in orchestrating gene activity in the brain, might have contributed to cognitive differences between humans and their closest relatives, and possibly to aspects of complex speech and language. Robert Darnell, a neuroscientist at Rockefeller University in New York City, first encountered Nova1 gene 30 years ago when his team linked it to an autoimmune disorder that caused severe movement problems in people. The gene is usually switched on only in the brain, where the Nova1 protein controls the expression of dozens of other brain active genes. We really don't know what the frick we're doing. So yeah,
this is like kind of bad bat territory, isn't it?
Oh, I can't keep reading. Doggone it. I hate that. Anyway, we're going to have it's going to be Planet of the Mice, I guess.
Yeah, we're going to end up with like hybrid mice, humans, whatever that is.
Monkey, mice, human, whatever else. I mean, I think they did like pig kidney or something like that transplant recently.
Yeah.
And whatever else. It's just going to be what is that, Island of Dr. Moreau kind of a thing.
Exactly, like all kinds of experimental.
Although I think we're closer to Mars attacks at this point. Anyway, the genetic change, which swaps an isoleucine amino acid for a valine in the encoded protein, has one of just a handful of protein-altering changes that evolved in the more than 500,000 years after the hominin group split from a common ancestor in Africa. Although that's what we think. This suggests that the changes benefited early humans so greatly that the mutations became ubiquitous. I mean, if they gave us the ability to communicate with each other, then yeah. Hey, look out, there's a bear behind you.
Exactly.
Or
I mean,
a lion.
that could be a positive thing, right? For survival.
What's that word you said? Oh, shit? Oh, yeah, okay. Let's move on. Oh, by the way, if you want all of today's articles, you can just hit !NSN, because I'm changing that to exclamation point, although I prefer saying bang NSN. But people go, what? Bang? What? Why?
Yeah, that's not understood. I think you need to use exclamation point.
Wait a minute. That's the wrong... Oh, it's because I hit the wrong thing. We're in RealityHacker, so exclamation point RH is RealityHacker.
But are we?
Are we really? I mean, we're hacking. I mean, the reason why I said it is because we were in Non Sequitur News. But anyway, if you hit exclamation point NSN in the chat over on Twitch, you're going to get yesterday's episode of articles.
Right, but we do pull from all the channels, although typically focus more heavily on the channel for the show.
Yep. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Futurism, and we talked about this yesterday, but it was worthy of bringing into RealityHacker as well, because this is the stuff of nightmares, according to Frank Landemore over at Futurism.
I'd have to agree.
So if you've ever watched Westworld, this is an android that's similar to it in construct, where it has like muscle fibers that are building the armature up. So it's a robot that has muscles, and this thing is creepy as all get out. So it says, forget valleys, we're now entering veritable Grand Canyons of uncanniness, which I didn't talk about yesterday. But yeah, I don't believe that there is an uncanny valley. I believe that there is an uncanny black hole cliff face that envelops everything that approaches it. And then on the other side, you have humans, like android humanoids that are inseparable from the human component, right? You walk up to an android that is on the other side of the uncanny valley, and you're like, okay, I have no idea that you're a robot. That's Westworld. This is in the black hole of uncanny. So it's definitely not a valley.
We're never coming back from that.
No, and once you go in, you don't come out. So behold the robot known as Protoclone. Built by Clone Robotics, it's supposedly the world's first bipedal musculoskeletal android, but it's mostly just got people extremely creeped out.
What I want to know is why.
They asked
robotics, yes, but why this?
Written on the pictures of this thing is, did we ever stop to think that we should? And written on it, dear God, no, please stop. All that is holy is written on these pictures as well.
And those aren't just from the article. Those are from the company.
Yeah, this is creepy. This is mad scientist, Island of Dr. Moreau kind of stuff. So, nope, with a menacing cinematic score, we're presented with this writhing, cadaverous mass, shorn of a recognizable face, blindly grasping at the world it didn't want to be brought into. A totally unsolicited reminder that we, too, are merely the supple impedimenta playing host to a network of electrical pulses or something. Yeah, that's in this article as well. So like I said yesterday...
Do you think the author is creeped out here?
Yeah, just a little bit. Well, I mean, it's in a section called Avert Your Eyes. So according to its website, the Android is equipped with the world's most sophisticated hydraulic powering system, mimicking our human blood vessels. Its muscles are composed of Clone's proprietary myofiber artificial muscle tech, providing an unparalleled combination of weight, power density, speed, force to weight, and energy efficiency, Clone says. Underneath, the robot possesses a human-like skeleton with analogs for all 206 bones of the human body. It can also see using 4 cameras installed in its skull.
Oh no, let me guess. It must be able to see backwards.
This is something else that I didn't say in yesterday's episode. Clone co-founder Danush Radhakrishna, whose display name is Necromancer, calls the robot's progress...
I did notice that yesterday, but I don't think I commented on it.
The robot's progress, ground zero for the age of androids. All right, well, this will be a short. Let's move on. The next article is over in RealityHacker. Back to the old, hacking reality, not throwing us into...
We're so far past it.
The reality. So, but we are hacking reality with all of these. Azure Mixed Reality Solutions, building the future of digital transformation. All of this is techno gobbledygook. Extended reality, as it is revolutionizing the enterprise landscape, giving businesses incredible opportunities to optimize productivity, reduce operational costs, and enhance collaboration. Innovative offerings like Microsoft's Azure Mixed Reality Solutions are offering companies the flexibility to create customized digital environments for everything from remote device monitoring to training, which I think is great. the problem here is instead of optimizing so that there's work-life balance, what you're getting is, oh, wow, we've optimized it so that it takes you 4 hours to do 8 hours worth of work. Now I've got you for 4 more hours and I can just abuse the living crap out of you.
Exactly. Plus, at some point, is anybody going to be dealing with a human, or is it going to be like AI training AI, training AI?
Yeah.
With the customer being AI.
Yeah, eventually it's just going to be AI all the way down. It's going to be like Battlestar Galactica, where there's one human that is basically theoretically leading all of the Cylons, except that the Cylons are just using him to be able to wipe out the rest of the humans. So they say, in fact, their own research over at xrtoday.com, Rebecca Carter put the article together. They say that their own research found that 36% of companies are currently using XR or extended reality to enhance training initiatives with digital twins, collaborative virtual environments, and real-time access to data. That one I can go for. Real-time access to data, I like.
Yeah, that sounds like a positive.
Yeah, virtual environments, sure. But the whole digital twins thing, I don't know. Anyway, this goes on to talk about what's called Azure Digital Twins, an IoT platform that allows businesses to rapidly create digital representations of environments. Pardon me. These virtual replicas offer real-time insights into physical spaces and tools, helping companies to monitor operations. And Azure Remote Rendering, when it comes to visualizing 3D models, Azure Remote Rendering steps in to deliver high-fidelity visuals at speed, whatever at speed means. And spatial anchors, which allow users to create mixed reality experiences that are spatially aware and accessible across multiple platforms. Stop that. So, what I like about the anchor is that you can actually put it somewhere. It stays there, and when you walk into its sphere of influence, it becomes responsive. I love that idea, but all I want are XR glasses that interact with whatever I allow it to. But that's really not what is going to end up happening.
Right, you don't want it whatever the company thinks is what's needed. You need to be able to customize it.
Yeah. So the benefits of mixed reality solutions, they go into detail about HoloLens and Azure mixed, which HoloLens is basically wetting the bed. And they go into deeper context about these other issues like digital twins, unlocking real-time insights, and optimizing training and collaboration. But extended reality really is a benefit in terms of training because you can actually interact with the extended reality elements without having to be in that environment, because sometimes it can be dangerous, and you train in it. You don't actually live in it yet. Eventually you skill up and then you get brought into a physical environment where screwing up could mean a little bit more.
Am I the only one alarmed by the fact that there's a digital twin consortium?
Oh, it really depends on where you end up with that, right? But yeah.
I mean, it kind of sounds cool, but it's kind of like...
Yeah, everything can be basically replicated and put into this virtual or augmented reality, extended reality, mixed reality environment. And so your identity no longer becomes sole representation of you. You can be cloned. It's unsettling. But eventually, I think people are going to be, all right, well, I guess they took another one of me.
Right. I guess it depends on what the use case is.
Yeah, particularly the way things have pivoted. So we'll see. Let's keep on working, though, through these articles. The next article is over in RealityHacker. NHS pushes forward with multi-million virtual reality training project. This week, the NHS made further strides in leveraging extended reality technologies via a government-led £4.3 million VR training initiative. The initiative attempts to reduce related travel and material costs while also addressing skill shortages among STEAM students. And STEAM stands for science, technology, engineering, art, and math. Students and NHS staff So Innovate UK is leading the multi-million-dollar VR training initiative, bringing outreach programs and hands-on training to students, professionals, and NHS staff. And this is the inverse of what's happening in the United States, where everybody is being told you have to go back to work or worse. I just find it really interesting that there is this polar opposite on the other side of the planet. So yeah, NHS over in the UK dedicating itself to a resilience project where you get virtual training, extended reality training, mixed reality training.
I mean, I think this makes sense. It saves money. It makes the training more accessible in terms of location to do the training, when you can do it, etc.
So here's what they said in this article. The Resilience Project follows research from the Faculty of Public Health, which found that NHS-related road travel accounts for 9.5 billion miles annually. So the NHS is turning to VR in a bid to lower its contribution to this extensive travel.
Well, I mean, certainly eco-friendly.
And like always, there's more over at this article, but Rory Greener at xrtoday.com put this article together. If you're interested in this kind of thing, follow the link and go over to xrtoday.com and check it out. I certainly am in the camp that you should be able to telework from wherever, as long as you can get the job done. There are certain things, though, where you have to be there in person, and I don't know.
Right, like if you're, I don't know, an EMT or something, you probably need to be there in person.
Yeah. And certain things have to be built. And so if you're the one that needs to build it, then you're the one that has to be there. So
Right, a little hard to build that at your house.
yeah, there are some people out there, though, that abuse this. Well, anyway, let's keep on going. The next article is over on RealityHacker. This is the last one for the RealityHacker episode today, for February 22nd, 2025. And a teleportation breakthrough for quantum computing is here. A team at the University of Oxford succeeded in getting two quantum processors to connect to each other and work together with particle entanglement.
So this is kind of a big deal.
Yeah. I guess it's George Gary. I don't know if that's George or Jorge Gary. I'm not sure. Over at wired.com.
I'm
put the
going to
article
guess
together.
George, based on our previous incident.
George Jimenez. So a team at the University of Oxford succeeded in getting two quantum processors to connect to each other and transmit the same information using particle entanglement. I don't know if there's more in this article. I'm not logged in. Typically I log in, but forgot to do it this morning. For such a machine to be useful in real terms, multiple quantum processors need to be assembled in a single location. This increases a processor's power, but also its size, making it less practical and more delicate. Scientists are working on a solution that sounds like something out of science fiction series, connecting remote cores to each other through quantum teleportation to create even more powerful machines. So this is just a...
So I can get to more of the article, but it looks like they sent the algorithm wirelessly between two separate processors. The two cores took advantage of their unique nature, pooled their capabilities, and formed a superior computer to solve problems that neither of them could solve independently. Then it gets into quantum entanglement. It's been limited to transfer of states between systems, and this is distinctive because it used teleportation to create interactions between distant nuclei. Again, those are just a few highlights. There's a lot more to it in the article. But...
Yeah, it's pretty fascinating, right?
Yeah, I mean, this sounds like scientifically, this is quite a leap. Plus, the potential ramifications of this are pretty significant.
Yeah, so if they get a fully working quantum computer that's capable of doing the same kind of mathematics as a conventional computer, then theoretically encryption is broken from end to end. It doesn't matter because quantum computing can spit out every combination, test it, and find the actual encryption key not just a password, but anything that encrypts anything anywhere can be decoded from its base information. You don't just need the key. So it's unsettling, to say the least. So it'll be fascinating to watch this kind of stuff, but I don't know how far off we are, considering AI can be leveraged to facilitate this.
I think we're closer than we realize. I mean, given the speed of technological advancement.
Yeah. It's accelerating, but it's not going to be as regular Joes that are immediately benefiting from this. We used to be just a hop, skip, and jump from tactical to practical, but now there's a different step. So y'all need to be aware of it. All right. Well, anyways, we're going to quantum entangle our butts back to the front page of ohmTown.com and the RealityHacker page, which is right here. Essentially, each one of these is a channel, and we're trying to slowly turn each one of these into a show. So if you are interested in hosting or co-hosting one of our shows, get in touch. Just send an email to mayor@ohmTown.com and we'll talk shop about it. At any rate, I am done, and I'm going to take the AI with me. So I'll see y'all later. You want to say bye?
Bye, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Reality Hacker. Stay tuned for Wanted and the Continuity Report.
Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Wanted for February 22nd, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 8, and I am Mara Watt, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we talk about 5 news articles concerning gadgets and gear. We're going to start out with Height PC Persona Case, Raycast, One vs. Many 2001 board game, Spotify Hi-Fi, and MLA and QD OLED TVs. That's all 5 of them. Everything is powered by ohmTown.com, so go over there and become a citizen. And you can sit there and filter through all of the news to your heart's content and send stuff to us via a submission page that's under a 7th icon that is under construction. Even in the logged in side, you don't get it when you're not logged in. So anyway, go over and become a citizen. See you on the other side of this intro. How about that? I want to lead into the intro, but I don't want to say see ya. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
Yeah, I don't like to edit stuff, and so I just gave you my thoughts. Every time I run that intro, I feel like people are going, oh, show's over, bye.
Yeah, I don't know how to... I guess you could just say something like, join us, or...
Yeah, stay tuned.
Yeah, okay. Something like that.
All right. Well, let's get into the 5 articles. The first one is, we don't actually grab the... See, so the people that have the news provide this content, but we don't screen scrape or anything like that. And so I don't even want the images. So the way that it works is we get the little headline, and sometimes there's a little snippet, and right here is the little snippet. And this one is titled, Height has announced another Persona-themed PC gaming case, and as a Persona diehard, the author of this thinks it's a little bit much. And it says down here, PC case and accessory manufacturer Height ran a limited run of Persona 3 Reload cases last year, which promptly sold out on the official site, though you can still pick one up from retailers. Now, a year later, a follow-up Persona 3 Reload Y70 case has just been announced, and as expected, its aesthetic is pretty loud. So the author, James Bentley, put this article together and has a picture of it, and the deck statement says the keycaps are gorgeous. All right. But this case is a little bit overwhelming. But if you're
it's not subtle.
No. But if you're into Persona, then you pretty much know what it is. It's referred to as a JRPG, Japanese RPG. And it's a fun watch. I've never played it because it's just not my style of game. But yeah, it's announced in a short video. The main focus of Height's new Persona 3 Reload collaboration is its Y70 case, a $270 beast with all the main cast plastered onto the side of it. To match this, antagonist Strega sit along the front of the case, where spooky tower Tartarus sits in between Strega and our protagonist. It has a distinctly darker theme than the main character-focused aesthetic of last year's Y60 case, though last year's bundle came with an Arcana card, and carrying tin. The new Y70 case is tied together by a sickly green with a clock on the opposite side of the case. It's certainly a striking aesthetic, though perhaps too over the top for a build that the author would primarily display behind their monitors. It's also $50 more than the traditional Y70 case.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on what you're using it for. If you're a big Persona fan, if you're looking for something distinctive for your gaming rig.
Yep. If you're into it, then you're into it, I suppose. Height also announced a pretty blue Persona 3 Reload protagonist for desk pad and a Persona 3 Reload Aegis desk pad for $30. However, the author says their absolute favorite Height Persona 3 Reload collaboration is the $75 keycap set that launched last year. Taking the light blue aesthetic of the game, it has a logo for the spacebar, or on the spacebar, a sequence of symbols from the game down the bottom left, and an outline of Tartarus over the right side of the keyboard, and it plays into the imagery of the game well without becoming entirely illegible. They don't have pictures of that, I don't think. Or maybe they do. Hold on, let's see. So yeah, they've got the mouse pads and... oh, there it is. Yeah, I guess. It's interesting. It's just kind of a silhouetted thing with the...
Yeah, it's hard to really do it justice right now in this photo.
Yeah, you'd have to go over to the site and click on it to get a really good look. But yeah, it's basically the Persona game, and then printed out onto panels on the computer and onto a mouse pad and whatnot. So go over and check it out. It's over at PCGamer.com, and James Bentley, again, put the article together. Does this kind of stuff fascinate you? Like, do you go, you know what I want to do? I want to put...
I mean, I wouldn't mind having some decoration on my Raspberry Pi.
All right. Let's keep moving. This next article is over on the Wanted channel. That's what the name of the show is, Wanted. And so we all want gadgets and gear, right? So this show helps me keep abreast of what's going on. And I use ohmTown.com to manage my information overload. So now you can too. Raycast is the secret Mac productivity tool you need to start using. Trying to live life in the most efficient way possible takes a lot of planning and proper execution. Maximizing your personal efficiency can get much of the job done. But what you may not think about is maximizing your computer's efficiency too. So this says Raycast. Now I've never used it, so I don't know. Chris Hackey over at pocket-lint.com put the article together, and no, I won't go through the whole spiel that I always say about pocket-lint.
Oh, come on.
Okay, whoever owns pocket-lint.com, please give them the domain. Anyway, your desktop or laptop runs dozens of applications at any given time, and there are intricate processes baked into the system that are always trying to maximize the efficiency. However, sometimes it doesn't do as well of a job, which is where Raycast comes in. Raycast is an app designed to specifically change or alter inefficient processes developers recognized in Mac OS. The complex program aims to help you maneuver around your Mac in a faster way than you've done before. So instead of relying on a mouse, clicking around, or endlessly scrolling to find what you need, Raycast takes the steps further and makes the process more efficient with commands, hotkeys, aliases. And the author has been utilizing this, again, Chris Hackey, has been utilizing this. And after they got used to its functions, they think that it's a Mac maximizer. And they go into greater detail about what this productivity tool can do.
I mean, it sounds neat if it cuts down on things that you're you're repetitively doing, right? If it cuts down on keystrokes or things like that. It sounds like it goes almost like across the whole system.
It does. It's basically a utility that allows you to program in pretty much anything via macros. So it says set up screen movement more efficiently, search tabs for files more easily, which I've always found a pain in the butt on a Mac. Pro version offers more across the board stuff functionality. This is one of the best free features is clipboard history, which Windows has a clipboard history as well, which lets you choose what to paste from multiple copied items. However, the free version only saves a limited number of copied items, while the Pro has unlimited clipboard history as well as access to numerous AI models such as Gemini, ChatGPT, Grok, Llama, and more. And then there's Raycast Notes, and that's where this article stops. They said that they find it incredibly helpful since they're always grabbing a pen and paper during work meetings to jot notes down. I use my iPad.
I mean, it depends on what your device is, what your workflow is.
Yeah. I mean, if you have a MacBook, then you've got notes as well. You can record everything and translate, and I don't know. This may be just another tool, but I'm always looking for stuff that makes life easier, particularly on a Mac. But I live in 3 different worlds, so I've got a PC side of things, I've got a whole Linux utility side of things, and I've got the gaming, streaming, that side of things. And so I have to be platform agnostic. But I'll keep this in the tool chest to see if it'll help out.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the note pop-up thing sounds like a good thing. But it depends on what you're already using.
So 30 years ago, I used to, I've always worked with programmers. And so I had a custom utility made it was just an icon that sat always up on top of everything. And I could drag files over to it and it would drop down and give me a list of folders where I could throw stuff. And I could just keep on throwing things into whatever folders I decided just by dragging and dropping. It was a lot of streamlining involved in that. So,
right. Yeah, that sounds like a good thing. I mean, this sounds like this facilitates that, but even
in a
more.
Different way. Yeah, a lot more. Yeah. All right, let's keep going. This next article is over in WarCrafters. There's going to be a one versus many board game based on 2001: A Space Odyssey. So, okay, let me address something here. I'm doing this live, so that silence you hear. So 2001: A Space Odyssey is a Stanley Kubrick movie from 1968.
Oh, I didn't know it was from that far back. I knew it wasn't from 2001, obviously, because that was future when it was released.
Right. So much, pardon me, much loved Stanley Kubrick film 2001: A Space Odyssey is getting a new tie-in board game where one player, as HAL 9000, tries to kill everyone else as they scramble around a spaceship trying desperately to turn off their very badly behaved PC. It's perhaps the third most famous aspect of 2001, right behind monkeys killing each other with bones and arguing with people who love Arthur C. Clarke book, or the Arthur C. Clarke book more. In the 3 to 5 player 30-minute game, HAL is trying to take down life support or 3 important chip systems, while the players are trying to put 3 logic sequences into HAL's computer. So Jonathan Bolding over at PCGamer.com put this article together. The deck statement says, "Take your turn, HAL." I can't do that, Dave.
Uh-oh, watch out.
Yeah. I'm venting you to space, Dave. So it says it's an ideal fit, of course, because the author personally really loved that part of the 2001: A Space Odyssey where Dave waits for like 10 minutes because HAL can't figure out what to do on their turn and is like, just give me a second. Jokes aside, you can't write 2001 off as cheap tie-in or IP cash grab. It's designed by Phil Walker Harding, a prolific game designer who most famously made the million-selling Sushi Go, and its even better spin-off Sushi Go Party, among other pretty good games like Baron Park, Cacao, and Imhotep. So this thing is, I guess, out June 20th. You can go to Maestro Media website. There's a link embedded in this. They're also the ones behind what they say is the brilliant or horrible Smurfs tabletop role-playing game, which I want now, but I wouldn't play it. They also published...
There was a tabletop Smurfs game.
There's a Binding of Isaac game on the computer, but they built a spin-off card game called The Binding of Isaac 4 Souls. Anyway, Maestro Media. I don't know how I feel about this.
Well, I mean, at least it has good involvement, right, from people that are well known in the tabletop games. Yeah.
See, but this is in WarCrafters. It should be Tabletop Nights, but that's a D&D channel. All right, let's keep on going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Spotify Hi-Fi was announced 4 years ago, and it's almost here. Maybe. I'm going to jump straight to the source of this. It's by Chris Welch over at TheVerge.com. The deck statement says the streaming service is locking down the necessary deals to finally launch its Music Pro add-on in 2025. Hopefully. First introduced in 2021, Spotify Hi-Fi was to roll out later that year, or such was the original plan. Anyway, in that story, the author wrote Your Turn, Apple Music, which is funny in retrospect since Apple Music managed to successfully deliver lossless and high-resolution audio just a few months later, and at no added cost for subscribers. Amazon stopped charging extra for lossless music at around the same time.
So come on, Spotify. Keep up.
Not so much. I actually turned off my Spotify. Mainly because I don't really care to create playlists custom. You know, I like the dynamic environment of Pandora. Well, there are occasional glimpses of hi-fi, mostly from those willing to dig through the app's code. The author has been told that employees have long had access to lossless streaming. Spotify Hi-Fi, as it was originally envisioned, was thoroughly tested and has been ready to go for ages. But a green light for launch was never materialized. So why? Due to music rights quagmire that Spotify has sought to resolve with its latest deals. Partially true, according to Bloomberg report, which noted that the service doesn't have rights from all of the major music companies for what it's trying to do, which is just so twisted. I mean...
It is, but it's also kind of confounding since they're a major music platform. Like, if they can't get it, then that tells you something is off about musical rights.
Quagmire. It's definitely quagmire. And not the person from the Family Guy. So, Spotify itself might be undecided on just what Music Pro should entail. Bloomberg reported that the company plans to roll out the plan in phases, adding tools and features over time, and is still planning to plan the plan of a plan to test the new capabilities throughout 2025. Is there a plan? There's plans of plans. Last year, he said it would offer all of the benefits that the normal Spotify version has, but a lot more control, a lot higher quality across the board. Well, that's what hi-fi is. And some other things that they're not ready to talk about just yet. Eck claimed Spotify plans to double down on music in 2025. So plans within plans. It's the dune of plans.
Right, it's the turducken of music.
Yeah, the planducken. Okay, let's go on to the next in our last article for the Wanted show for February 22nd, 2025. It's in Wanted. What are AMOLED and QD OLED TVs? Understanding various smart TV screen technologies and what they offer is key to finding the right type of TV to satisfy your entertainment needs. Are you not entertained?
So you shouldn't just go for whatever deal you see in your big box store?
No. Usually that $400 110-inch TV is going to suck unless you're straight in the middle of it, looking at it at the right angle, no matter what.
Which who is?
Nobody ever is, with all the lights off. Yeah. Anyway, so it says it's not easy, though. There are countless different abbreviations and trademark phrases, from HDR to Neo QLED and UHD and ALM. Knowing what everything means will help you sift through. So the article is over at pocket-lint.com, and Anthony Marcusa put the article together. It has a summary. Companies like LG and Samsung enhance their OLED screens with innovative technologies. AMOLED and QD, Quantum Dot OLED, are implemented to improve brightness and color accuracy. And for 2025, LG is doing away with its AMOLED tech for something more efficient and comprehensive.
So will this help with things that are dark shows?
So OLED in general is the superior technology because when it's off, it's off. And so blacks are black. You get a better gamut across the board. This micro lens array is a technology crafted by LG that is used to enhance the quality of OLED screens. MLA is a layer of very tiny lenses that are built onto the OLED screen. They are so tiny that there are billions of them on your screen. They're implemented to focus and redirect light, not unlike a magnifying lens or glass, but it's designed to focus it straight at you, not off at angles. So what this does is, most notably, boost brightness and increase the viewing angle of the TV. Color and contrast are improved compared to standard or traditional OLED TVs without this tech. But according to this, they're going to do away with it. They're doing away with its AMOLED tech.
Yeah, that's interesting.
So what is QD? So Quantum Dot OLED tech is similar innovation that's made and wielded by Samsung. The company has been all about its quantum dots for some time, and it's incorporated the tech into its line of OLED TVs, a line that has for many years claimed that it wouldn't start making. Like MLA, this tech seeks to enhance brightness, color accuracy, improving contrast, and maintaining these true inky blacks that make OLED TV so desired. So that really is the fundamental aspect of OLED, which is that dark. But when it's true black and it doesn't bleed off a grayish tinge, then you get better color representation.
Right, you probably have better contrast and visibility, I guess.
Correct. Yep. So the new innovative feature features 4 stacks or layers instead of 3 and has been referred to as primary tandem RGB OLED for now. It says it's a lot to say and write. And looks to further boost brightness and color volume, leaning more towards warmer tones than the cooler ones you could sense with MLA. LG will be implementing this in its G5 TV. It'll be tested and released later this year. That LG has vowed its new top TV will be quite brighter than the G4, somewhat staggering considering just how bright that one got in a dim room. So it's pretty cool.
So is this something you want?
Yeah, I actually do. But these types of TVs, while I watch TV and I enjoy watching TV, I don't really lust after the top of the line in TVs. So these TVs come pricing in at $2,000, $5,000, $8,000.
Right, until they've been out for a while, right? And then they'll probably drop.
Yeah, but it can be a considerable amount of time when the technology is too costly to mass produce to that degree. It really depends on adoption too. So, but yeah, I would be looking for a new TV if we start doing more of the